From the very beginning of his story, he was an ordinary high school librarian, but one day he died due to a fire at the school, although his story did not end there, because he managed to be reborn in a new world, in which he already had more opportunities than a simple high school librarian. He felt like he could do whatever he wanted just because he called himself the most popular professor in the college. Although not everyone thought of him that way, especially those students whom he pestered, it seemed to them that Lu Sun was always the most capable teacher. This new world was similar to the world described in the most popular novels. In this world, the power that was important was what he thought he possessed in full measure. He always thought that he would become like the hero of novels, become a scumbag and thus conquer the whole world, and his name was Zhang Huang. But soon, he realized how wrong he was because clearly everything would not be just like that. Everyone who learned his name immediately left him, because they considered him a scumbag and a deceiver, as well as the worst in terms of coolness. Zhang always thought that working in a library was the worst thing that could happen, but he never thought that he would one day become such a loser. He was a teacher, but unfortunately there was not a single student in his class, because no one wanted to come to a loser. This guy is just unbearable, and as a result he became such a loser that the students felt sorry for him, but still they did not go to him. And if there are no students, then everyone hates him. Such were the rules, and in the end, Zhang could not stand it and began to drink a lot, which affected him even worse. He understood that if he didn't find students today, he would literally be thrown out of here, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a girl, who entered his classroom rather quietly and asked in a quiet voice, "Is this teacher Lu Sun's classroom?" Hearing this, Zhang immediately thought that he was finally lucky, and apparently he had finally met a new student, and this time he was confident that he would succeed. So having collected his thoughts, he carefully turned around and asked the girl in response if she wanted to become his student. She didn't think twice and immediately said yes. According to her, she heard that Lu Sun is the strictest and most famous teacher at Hongting University. In response to these words, Zhang told her that in fact she was confused, because he thought that choosing a mentor was like choosing shoes, where only the size was important, and if it didn't fit, then nothing could be done. But he still believed that there are some teachers who may not be so well known, but if they are ideal, then the progress from studying with them will be visible. At first, she was a little upset when she heard this, after which she told him that in fact her brother told her the same thing, but her problem was that she simply did not know which teacher would be suitable for her. Zhang continued to tell, and got to the point that a teacher is someone who teaches and explains, and he, as one of Hongting's oldest teachers, could no longer watch students stray from the true path without even knowing it. But today the girl was lucky because Zhang was willing to recommend a teacher to her based on her skills. She took some time to collect her thoughts, after which she began to show everything she could do. Zhang, looking at this, thought that in fact he could not see anything from such a distance. But it wasn't that important, because it was time for a little flattery to attract the girl even more to himself. And when she finally finished showing everything she could do, Zhang put on a smart face and said that, according to his observations, she had a well-developed base, and therefore he believed that she had excellent prospects. He also added that she had a rather rare talent, and therefore it was obvious to him that she had trained a lot before this. And as proof, he said that she has amazing footwork. Every movement is like a tiger's pounce, and her support is trained, and you can be completely confident in it. And this is the most important thing, because trained legs are the key to success. But the girl did not quite agree with him, because if you believe her words, then her leg was injured, and the doctor gave her a diagnosis that meant she had no chance of full rehabilitation, which Zhang clearly did not expect to hear. He tried to turn the situation around and said that the fact that he did not see the obvious only proves once again that she clearly has an advantage, despite the leg injury. The girl listened to his praise for a long time, but at one point she wanted to know what advantage he was talking about. In response to this, Zhang stood up and said that the most important thing is that she has hope, which made the girl very happy, because she didn't even suspect that her legs really still had a chance. However, Zhang immediately told her that in the entire university, there were only 3 teachers, including him, who could help her, and the other 2, as far as he knew, had long since stopped taking students. The girl, hearing this, was very upset, but she still had hope that Zhang was recruiting students. But he told her that he was not interested in fame and wealth. She immediately fell to her knees and began to say that she knew perfectly well that he had strong moral principles, but she still asked him to take her as a student. She was immediately ready to promise him that she would not shirk and would never dishonor his honor. Zhang was so happy to hear this that he decided not to waste the moment and immediately went down to her and offered to sign a contract, which was quite unexpected for the girl, because it seemed to her that she would beg him much longer. But everything happened much faster, and Zhang had already taken blood from her finger in order to conclude a contract. Although she still had a few questions in her head, she was confused that the man didn't think for even a few seconds. Besides, it seemed to her that he had prepared the knife for the contract in advance. In any case, it was time to introduce herself, and according to the girl, her name was Wang Yin. As soon as Zhang heard her name, he immediately escorted her out of his house and told her to come back tomorrow and under no circumstances asked her to forget that she had a lesson tomorrow. Zhang was so happy that he finally found a student, and now he could not worry about expulsion, and at this stage it seemed to him that this was also some kind of success. Now he thought that he could relax, because now that he had one worry gone, he could finally take care of his student. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when his head began to spin very strongly, after which he seemed to fall into the ground and began to fall into an endless abyss. After some time, he woke up and realized that he had lost consciousness, but now he was more interested in what was happening. When he came to, he realized that he was right in front of the entrance to the library of the Heavenly Path. The first thought that came to Zhang's mind was that he had died again, although it seemed to him that this was simply impossible. On the other hand, he suspected that perhaps this was some kind of punishment for him, because he had spent his entire life in the library, and now he was back in it again. In any case, he decided that he needed to go in there, because as it seemed to him, it definitely couldn't get any worse. His first impression of this library was quite good. He immediately noticed for himself that this library was much more luxurious than the one in which he had worked for a long time. Besides, there were so many books here, and his old library was usually donated by old people, so it was not so rich. But he still didn't understand why he needed this pile of books at all, and how they would help him win the battle. Although Zhang always believed that until you check, you won't know for sure, so he decided to open several books. He assumed that these might actually be first-class wrestling textbooks. But when he reached out his hand to get one of these books, his hand literally went through the wall, and he realized that everything around here was not material. Zhang was angry because he was being mocked again, and all these books were fake. You can't even take them and read them. After a while, once Zhang regained consciousness, he was able to leave that place, but in his head, there were still thoughts about what kind of place it could be. The only thing he was finally convinced of was that the library was absolutely unsuitable and a waste of time. In any case, he thought that it was useless to think now, and first he decided to have a snack, after which he planned to return to searching for new students. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's cry, which was clearly calling Zhang. It was one of the teachers at the academy who called Zhang to remind him that today students choose their own teachers, and that quite a lot of new guys had joined him, which apparently could not be said about Zhang. This man humiliated Zhang in front of everyone, so he had to respond and say that in fact it was not necessary to brag to him. Besides, it was not even his business. But this man did not stop mocking, and at one point he even started shouting that this was Teacher Zhang, the only one of all the teachers at the university who received 0 points in the teacher rating. It was really embarrassing, because the students began to look at the man with disdain. 0 points in the rating, it is really very little. Zhang had no intention of standing and talking to them, nor did he even intend to respond to them. So after they had finished talking, he made it clear to them that it was time for him to go. But apparently the second teacher didn't want to let him go just like that, and therefore decided to remind Zhang that he was not a respected teacher. Zhang responded to this by saying that he really didn't care, because he was famous, and even the red-haired teacher's newcomers knew him. But if we take Chao Xiong, he wasn't famous as a teacher, and even considering all this, he still had the courage to show off. Their dialogue was interrupted at one point by a female voice, which said that Teacher Zhang was not really like everyone else said. It was Wang Yin, who also added that the teacher was very good, because he not only accepted her as a student, but also gave her hope for recovery, so she believed that he could easily become number 1. But she was interrupted by a man who stood next to her. He reminded her that the master told her to go to Lu Sen, but she did not listen and went to this idiot. So he asked the girl to think better of it and refuse his patronage before the young master found out. Chao Xiong did not miss the opportunity to once again point out that Zhang was incapable of anything, because even his student, who had just come to him, already wanted to leave him. This clearly did not please him, because he remembered how difficult it was for him to recruit her so as not to be expelled from the university. This man who was next to Wang Yin came over with the girl to tell Zhang that she wanted to leave his class. Zhang did not play it modest and reminded the girl that too many students wanted to become his disciples, and therefore he asked her to think again before making a final decision. And while Wang Yin was thinking, Zhang also turned to the girl's brother to tell him that students who leave their teachers have a rather bad reputation. Moreover, none of the teachers would want to take her, so he also asked him to think again whether it was worth leaving Zhang's class. But before the man could answer, Zhang literally pressed him and began to say that there was no need to worry here, because he noticed that Wang Yin was very capable, and therefore if he was allowed to teach her, then she would achieve a lot together with him. Although in his mind he was only thinking about how not to let the girl go, because then he would be kicked out. Chao Xiong decided to intervene at this point to say that if Wang Yin left Zhang's protection, he would gladly take the girl to himself. Zhang immediately turned around and told him that it was impossible to lure students away in broad daylight, and therefore he would be forced to report to the administration, in response to which Chao Xiong suggested that he simply fight and thereby arrange an open day. The university charter clearly states such an option. This was an unexpected offer, because Zhang understood that although Chao Xiong had a bad character, he was a much better fighter and teacher, and he would clearly lose here. But on the other hand, if he refused, Wang Yin would definitely leave him. So he decided that he should at least try to do it, otherwise he would definitely not gather students, so he agreed to this proposal. A few minutes later, on the training ground, Chao Xiong was introducing the students to the rules of the university. They demonstrate students to each other, and then talk about their mistakes and shortcomings, and the one who shows the student the most effective path to progress is the winner. The first one will be the young lady Wang Yin, who will first have to demonstrate a series of strikes to them. Wang Yin dealt quite a strong blow and during this time tried her best to show herself from the best side. After this blow, Chao Xiong noticed that the girl had a well-developed upper body, but it still seemed to him that her legwork was clearly lacking, and, given what he saw, she clearly had a leg injury. Although Zhang didn't show it, he was shocked that Chao Xiong noticed it right away. By doing this, he once again proved that he is much better than Zhang. After the first series of blows, Chao Xiong came closer to the girl and whispered in her ear that he would tell her what could be done with the leg. While he was telling all this to Wang Yin, Zhang tried to understand what they were discussing there. He clearly did not hear what they were talking about there. Chao Xiong advised Wang Yin to imagine that her foot had grown into the ground, like a root, and now the girl was going to try to do as Chao Xiong advised her. And as soon as she did this, she immediately noticed that the support in the form of a root clearly helps her accumulate more strength in her hands. In this way, she was able to release almost all of her energy with just Chao Xiong's advice and delivered a blow that was a full 10 units stronger on the local scale. This clearly surprised the other guys, who didn't expect that in 1 minute her striking power would increase by 10 units. But Chao Xiong's students weren't surprised by this, because they already knew very well that Teacher Chao Xiong was very insightful and considerate. At this point, Teacher Cao's instructions were finished, and now Teacher Zhang entered the battle to give advice to student Cao. Zhang immediately stopped Cao's student, not allowing him to show what he was capable of. The whole point was that it seemed to him that all this was not fair. What he meant was that if he lost, he had to give Wang Yin to Chao Xiong, but they hadn't discussed what would happen if he won, so he thought he was at a disadvantage. Chao Xiong did not lose his nerve and declared that if Zhang defeated him, Yang would become his disciple. Cao was not at all worried that he could lose such a disciple, because he was sure that Zhang would not be able to defeat him. Apparently, this is what will happen, because as soon as Zhang saw Yang's technique, he realized that it was all over, because he didn't even recognize his fighting style, and therefore he didn't understand how in his position he could even correct the guy's shortcomings. Yang was thinking at that moment that he needed to give it his all, because the last thing he wanted was to become a student of the teacher at the bottom of the list. Zhang wasn't going to give up just like that, though, so he tried to find fault with the guy. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted, as it felt like a hammer had struck his head. Zhang was transported back to that huge library. He sincerely did not understand why he was here again, until the inscription, "Heavenly Path of Lack," appeared in front of him, although this phrase was a mystery to him. A few seconds later, he noticed a book fly out of one of the shelves and towards him. He was able to catch her, and it was quite surprising for him that she was material, and he could support her in his arms, because last time this clearly did not happen. The title of this book was quite unusual. It was called Yang Li, exactly the same as the name of the guy Zhang was looking at right now and trying to find flaws in him. From the very beginning, the book told that Yang Li was the youngest of the Yuncheng Li family. It also said that his fighting style was White Lotus, but most importantly, it indicated his shortcomings, among which were too many unnecessary strikes. This was only the first drawback, so Zhang did not stop, and continued to carefully read this book, and at some point, he reached the 12th drawback, which was that the left hand is much more developed, but Yang uses the right more often, so the strikes lose their potential. After reading all this information, he finally returned back to the training ground, where Yang was able to hit 62 on his first punch. At this time, Zhang finally realized that the Library of the Heavenly Path was created specifically to identify and record all the shortcomings. Considering the information he can receive, this is a pretty good gift for him, in honor of the beginning of a new life. And now Zhang is absolutely ready to finally show everyone around him his true strength. He started by saying that Yang had 12 flaws, which caused Kaoxiang to burst into laughter. The other guys also started laughing, because each of them understood that Yang was using the White Lotus style, which was known to everyone for its power, meaning that it was incredibly difficult to see any flaws in such a fighter, especially in such quantities. He was angry that they didn't want to believe his words, so he said that he didn't want to continue competing, after which he turned to Wang Yin and told her that they were leaving because this kind of betting was simply unacceptable. He was immediately stopped by Kaoxiang, who assured the man that they all trusted Mr. Zhang, so they all wanted to hear his advice. Zhang understood that Chao was doing this just to laugh once again, but this time everything would be different, and Zhang understood this, so the smile did not leave his face. The first thing he asked Yang to do was to hit with his left hand, not his right. This clearly surprised the guy, and the other students began to laugh even more because he simply asked the guy to change his hand. Could this really be his wise advice? Kaoxiang simply asked Yang to do what Zhang asked, and in his mind at that moment, he was thinking that he knew Yang's abilities very well, and therefore was confident that his left punch would not reach even 30 units. Yang struck with his left hand, and without expecting it, he struck a blow that was almost twice as strong as the previous one. Chao opened his mouth and stood like a statue in surprise at what he just saw. As a result, Yang got the number 123, and this greatly surprised all the children and teachers, including because even teacher Lu Sen had not achieved such a result. Yang himself could not believe that he was able to deliver such a powerful blow. Zhang was very glad that his advice had worked after all, and now he was once again convinced that the Library of the Heavenly Path was given to him for a reason. After these thoughts, he turned to teacher Chao to inform him that his result was only 20%, but Zhang's advice helped Yang double his strength. This made him say through the pain that Yang Li was now Zhang's disciple, no matter how sad it was for him to say it. At this point, he decided to end his speech and ordered his other students to leave. In his mind, he thought that he was lucky only this time, but he assured himself that he could find a way to take revenge on Zhang. Zhang, meanwhile, threw his stone to Yang so that he would hurry up and verify his identity on his stone. At that moment, Yang was thinking that it probably couldn't get any worse, and that most likely the other teachers wouldn't accept him if he ran away. So despite his disappointment, he bit his finger and thus signed the contract with Zhang. A few hours later, rumors were circulating throughout the academy that teacher Kaoxiang had recently competed with teacher Zhang, who was at the very bottom of the ranking list. At first, it was a laughing matter, but then the laugh turned to surprise when they heard that Zhang had won because he had been able to give advice to Yang, who had doubled his punch. The girl became interested when she heard something like this. She immediately wanted to know how someone could do something that even teacher Lu Sen couldn't do. Her friend believed that this was not just luck, because it increased the impact by 100%. In any case, the girl didn't believe it, and her main reason why she was in this university was because she wanted to get to teacher Lu Sen, and so she didn't understand how they even dared to say that some loser from the bottom of the list was superior to Lu Sen. So she decided to go and teach him a lesson, and Zhang was thinking that when he saw someone's skills, the library in his head automatically generated a book with shortcomings, and now that he had such power, he was confident that he could become stronger. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who entered his classroom without permission and rather brazenly asked if he was Mr. Zhang Huang. He was slightly dozing when she entered, so her words perked him up, and he wanted to know what was going on and why she was here. The girl immediately started talking about how she came here because she found out that he was able to increase Yang's punching power by 100%, but she didn't believe it, and she wanted him to prove it and give her some advice so that she could also double her strength. Zhang, without thinking twice, refused her, which angered the girl because she thought that he was not busy with anything at the moment. He told her that at the moment he was recruiting students, and not just helping out for the sake of little and rude girls. These words clearly angered her, and she wanted to know what he wanted from her then. Zhang thought it was obvious, and he said directly that he had one condition under which she would become his student. She thought that in this way he was deceiving the students again, and it seemed so low to her. She thought that first she would become his student, and after she revealed herself, she would break the contract with him and move to Lu Sen's group. Therefore, she agreed with this idea, but immediately told him that if she finds out that he is deceiving the students, she will tell everyone about it. Her friends followed their dialogue closely and could not believe that the girl really wanted to become his student, and it seemed to them that this was very terrible. So they immediately got together and ran to tell her family about it. Zhang suddenly said that he had changed his mind, and now he did not want to take her as a student because she was terribly impatient and he preferred attentive students. Inside, this made the girl even more angry, and she wanted to expose him more than anything. So she put on a sweet face and asked him not to be angry because, according to her, she sincerely wanted to become his student. So she asked him again to accept her. He told her that if she wanted to become his student, she would have to clean here so that not even a speck of dust remained, and he also asked her not to forget about the toilet outside. Thus he assured her that he would test her patience, and if he was satisfied, then she would study with him. The girl showed with her whole look that this was clearly too much. But Zhang did not give in to her, and said that if it was so difficult for her, then she could always turn around and leave. But in his mind he was thinking that she clearly would not be able to play such games with him. And apparently he was right, because at that very second the girl suddenly changed her mind and took the broom, while assuring Zhang that she would do everything. She started cleaning with the thought that she had never had to retreat, and this time she was ready to do it. She would just wait for the moment and take revenge on him for everything. After some time, she was finally able to clean up as Zhang had told her. But that wasn't all. He also wanted her to prove her identity so that he could be sure that she was indeed his student. She happily took his stone and said that she was actually already looking forward to all his instructions, although she was mentally thinking about how to restrain herself and not rip his head off. After she did everything Zhang asked, he finally told her that he first needed to look at her strike to see what level she was at. The girl was clearly surprised that he needed only one blow because she did not understand what could be seen in one blow. While the girl was making that very blow, Zhang was already in the library of the Heavenly Path to read a book about this girl. He found it quite quickly, and within a few seconds it was in his hands. The girl was the daughter of the Lord of Baiyun City. She had the highest level of mastery of the basics. Her fighting style was white jade kung fu, and with all this, she had as many as 27 shortcomings. Considering such a number of mistakes, Zhang immediately thought that there was nothing special about the girl, until he saw that with such a number of errors, she was punching the number 123. Zhang first decided to praise her, and therefore said that her strength was worthy of the daughter of a lord. The girl was pleased to hear this. But still, she was already impatient to hear his analysis and what mistakes he could see. Meanwhile, she held the crystal in her hand, with which she recorded their conversation, and thought that if he screwed up, she would show it all to people, and she would watch him make excuses. But the girl had to change her mind when Zhang told her that she was sick, although she immediately began to deny it and become embarrassed. He in turn assured her that he was not scolding her, but simply saying that she was physically unwell. The girl still continued to deny it, and in response told him that he didn't know what he was talking about. But he paid no attention to her words and continued to talk about how she often felt pain, especially during the full moon, when the body and mind are especially irritated. And one more thing, he also knew that no matter whether she trains or not, she is always irritable anyway. All this made an impression on the girl, because he literally told her everything she felt, but she never told anyone about it. Zhang smiled and said that there was really no point in being surprised because he was quite an experienced teacher. She lowered her head and asked him with embarrassment, "Is there a solution to her problem?" Zhang immediately told her that the solution was actually simple. All she needed to do was come to his class tomorrow, where he would definitely explain everything to her. He also didn't forget to say that he wants to see complete trust. If she doesn't give it to him, then it's better for her to go to another teacher. In response, she assured him that she now trusted him completely, and after hearing these words, Zhang wanted to know if she still wanted to keep that crystal with the recording. The girl immediately squeezed and broke it in her hands and said that this would not happen again. Thoughts flew through the girl's head about how he immediately recognized her illness and realized that she was recording him on the crystal. Now she couldn't understand just one thing, how such an experienced person could even get to the bottom of the ranking. The only explanation she had was that he was too noble and didn't need wealth and recognition. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a man who stopped them both. It was Yao Han, the manager of Baiyun City. It was the girl's uncle from whom she immediately wanted to know what he was doing here. Instead of answering her question, he asked her not to say that she had become Zhang Huang's disciple, but to his great regret, the girl immediately confirmed it. After which he turned to Zhang and said that her niece was the pride of the family, and therefore she could not study with someone like Zhang. So he asked him to let her go, after which he added that either he would listen to him or he would go to the director and seek his expulsion from the academy. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the girl herself, who began to ask him not to do this, because she had voluntarily become his student. He was clearly surprised that she did not understand that he was not a worthy teacher, who would definitely not be able to increase her strength. She felt very awkward, but still, through all these feelings, she tried to tell her uncle that she had already made a final decision. While he was listening to her, he noticed a broken recording crystal on the floor. And this immediately enraged him, and he immediately attacked Zhang with words to find out what he was going to do with his niece. After which he once again ordered him to immediately let her out of his class. Otherwise, he threatened Zhang to destroy him, but he calmly replied to Yao that he was wrong when he thought that he had brainwashed the girl. She also at that moment tried to calm her uncle down, saying that if he didn't calm down now, she would never talk to him again. He didn't understand why she was suddenly so protective of him, but she felt awkward talking about it here, so she took his hand and said that they were leaving immediately. But the girl's uncle still didn't trust him and believed that Zhang was clearly up to something. Zhang himself did not understand what he was being accused of, because he simply accepted a student into his group. Two guys were walking through the academy grounds, and one was calming the other down because one of them was not accepted by any teacher. One of them said that they had been together since childhood and had also started training together, and that teacher Wang was the best martial arts expert in Hongtin. So he believed that his friend would definitely be ahead of him, and this made him clearly sad. His friend tried to cheer him up in every possible way, and as soon as he saw the sign for first class, he immediately suggested that his friend go in there, because perhaps they would accept him there. The guy didn't really want to go in there because this class looked clearly very old, but his friend assured him that he needed to be optimistic. If the class was old, it meant the teacher was experienced. Zhang was a little surprised when two guys came to visit him, and one of them wanted to become his student. But what surprised him even more was that his friend was incredibly eager to prove to Zhang that the boy was good with a spear, and therefore would be a good student. Zhang was not against taking another student into his team, but first he asked him to show him his skills. The guy was clearly not ready for this, but his friend assured him that everything would be fine, because the teacher just wanted to give him a couple of tips. At that moment, the guy couldn't get the thought out of his head that everything around him was unkempt, and therefore he thought that the teacher was exactly the same and would hardly teach him anything. But he still decided that even if he really was that terrible, he simply would not become his student. And to test his theory, he decided to show everything he was capable of and see the teacher's reaction. He was able to knock out 123 units of power on the testing stone, after which he bowed before the teacher and asked him for advice. But as soon as he raised his eyes, he noticed that this teacher did not even look at him. So the guy decided that apparently his guesses were exactly the same as he thought. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Jang, who could not help but notice that someone had emotionally hurt the guy. Moreover, he noticed that the guy felt humiliated. The guy clearly didn't expect to hear this, so much so that he even accidentally let it slip that he secretly loved one girl, but nothing worked out between them, although he immediately came to his senses and said that it was still completely irrelevant to the matter. His friend immediately ran up to him and began to find out who had offended him and why he hadn't told him about it. But he didn't want to discuss it now, so he asked the teacher not to talk about it, because it was his personal business, and it had nothing to do with his preparation. But Zhang clearly didn't think so, after which he added that his blow was furious and purposeful, and this speaks about his personality. Zhang immediately noticed that he only thinks about the present, without thinking about the future. Although the most important thing is that this injury made him indecisive, and he became very afraid of failure, and because of this, his punch is much weaker. The guys were very surprised that Zhang was able to see that he was in love and what kind of character the guy had in general. But Zhang immediately told them that there was really nothing surprising here, because a fighter's blow directly depends on his emotional state, and if it is not stable, then the blow will be exactly the same, and in his case, it was clear at first glance that love was to blame. The boys stood with their mouths open at how quickly Zhang found his true problem, because even the weapons master Wang did not see it. Zhang interrupted their state of shock to give the guy some advice, in which he told him that in order to gain respect in a relationship, you need to be strong, and he asked him to think about how he looks from the outside if he doesn't respect himself. Now he asked him to sort himself out, let go of the resentment and learn from his mistakes. In this way he should become much stronger. And now that he heard it, Zhang asked the guy to hit him again and see what he was really capable of. The only thoughts in his head were that he shouldn't insult himself, and all he needed was to believe in himself. It was with these thoughts that he struck his blow at the stone being evaluated. And what was his friend's surprise when the force of the guy's blow increased almost twofold and amounted to as much as 200 units. After this, the guy realized that his teacher should be Zhang, so without thinking for long, he knelt down in front of him and began to ask him about it. And Zhang himself was not against helping the young guy, so the first thing he asked him to do was to verify his identity on the stone. This guy's friend was a little jealous, because the thought immediately occurred to him that if he only knew that this teacher was so cool, he would also go to him. But he was confused by another question. If there had always been such a cool teacher in Hongtin, then why had he never heard of him? So he decided to ask the teacher his name, and when he introduced himself, the boys realized that this was the name of the worst teacher in the academy. Zhang confirmed the guy's guesses on this matter with a smile and said that he really was that same terrible teacher. They hoped until the end that the man would deny this information, but not only did he not do this, he also confirmed this information with a smile. His new student clearly didn't understand why the teacher was so self-critical. In response to this question, he said that in fact, this world is full of price tags and there is nothing wrong with that, although he thought mentally that if it were not for the library of the heavenly path, then he would most likely remain a loser, because without it, he does not have any special talents. Zhang's student, upon hearing this, immediately wanted to pay Zhang tribute, but he stopped the guy and said that in fact it doesn't matter. Just like his bad reputation, all that matters is to study hard and go towards your goal. The boy happily said goodbye to the teacher, and his friend couldn't help but notice that in the end, everything worked out well for the boy, and now he also has a great teacher. Zhang also smiled with joy, because he understood that today was actually a holiday for him too, since he had 4 new students. Moreover, for the first time in his career, his registration plate has expired, which he will have to get from the logistics building if he wants to continue recruiting new students. As soon as the man entered the building, he immediately noticed that it was quite deserted, but his opinion changed dramatically when he heard voices that said that their first teacher, Zhang Huang, had appeared in front of them. This voice belonged to Kan Biao, who was the head of the logistics department. And as soon as Zhang noticed him, the big guy decided to find out what he was doing there, because everyone knew that he had problems recruiting people. Zhang immediately remembered how Kan Biao always bullied him because due to his reputation, he did not earn much. And considering all this, Zhang immediately thought that perhaps because of this big guy, he originally only had 4 tokens. In any case, the first thing he did was tell the big guy that he was out of registration tags and would like to get some more. These words caused the big guy to laugh incredibly hard, because he did not understand how a teacher like Zhang could run out of tokens. Zhang actually expected this reaction, so he challenged the guy to a bet if he didn't believe him. Qianbao was always interested in bets, so he immediately agreed, but before that he wanted to know first what he could put on the line. Zhang was prepared for this question, and therefore immediately answered him that he wanted to put his face on the line, which meant that the loser would receive 3 slaps in public from the winner. Qian was pleasantly surprised by Zhang's creativity, so he agreed to this idea without any problems. But he still decided to add that if Zhang loses, he will receive 3 slaps from each of them, and not just from Qian. His 3 assistants went to get a book that contained information about the student's affiliation with teachers, and with the help of this book, they were going to find out if he was lying. But after a few minutes, their faces changed because they suddenly found information that actually confirmed that the 4 students recognized him as a teacher. Qianbao clearly couldn't believe this, so he ordered that the book be brought to him immediately so that he could personally verify it. While he was reading this, he convinced himself and the other teachers that if this was true, then the guys who went to Zhang were complete fools. But when he started reading the detailed description of each of the disciples, a smile appeared on his face because he noticed that Wang Yin had a leg injury, and it seemed to him that all the others would be the same. This satisfied face did not last long, because then he saw that among his students was the daughter of the Wang family, which was one of the richest in Tianshuan. But that wasn't all, because it was even more fun later. There was Zhao Ya, who was 7th in the entrance exam and was the daughter of the Lord of Baiyun City, and right behind her was Yang Li and Zheng Yang, who were among the top 100 fighters. After learning all this, Qianbao concluded that Zhang had simply brainwashed these children, and otherwise they would not have even looked at a loser like him. Zhang had no intention of proving anything to them, and immediately said that in fact it was their business whether to believe him or not. But it would still remain true, and considering all this, he said that it was time for them to fulfill their promise. But apparently, they weren't going to do it from the very beginning, because they started telling him that they wouldn't do it, and he clearly wouldn't do anything to them for it. And if he did try, they immediately told him that they would simply beat him up, and he would regret that he ever came here. Zhang received all these words with joy. Deep down, he even wanted them to refuse to carry out the punishments. One of them even came out of the crowd and said that Zhang was not worthy of even touching his face, let alone slapping him. But he couldn't wait to teach Zhang the lesson he clearly deserved. At this moment, Qian was thinking that Zhang was only 3rd ranked, and he clearly wouldn't be able to withstand a 4th ranked master. It was simply beyond his capabilities. In total, as was known, there are 9 combat ranks. The higher the rank, the more difficult the transition to the next. Also, each rank is divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. Therefore, given this information, it was clear that even if Zhang was well versed in other people's skills, he was only at the level of a 3rd rank master, and with such skills, it would be really difficult to win. While Qianbao was thinking about all this, blood appeared in front of him, which made him very angry, because he immediately asked them to deal with it cleanly and without unnecessary aggression. But he didn't even expect to hear that it wasn't Zhang's blood, and when he began to turn around, he noticed that they apparently had problems. Zhang had managed to knock out one of the teachers with just 1 blow, and now he stood and slowly called the rest of the boys to him. Qian was bursting with anger because he sincerely did not understand how this was even possible. After all, Li Yuan was definitely a rank higher. How could this even happen? Zhang continued to anger them as he called them over with a smile. They thought that he was just lucky, and now he would definitely get it from them for his impudence. Zhang closed his eyes and moved to the library of the Heavenly Path, where 3 books with the shortcomings of these teachers were already prepared. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to familiarize himself with them and strike where they would bring the strongest effect. Each of them had their own point where they didn't want to get hit, and Zhang knew this very well. This information helped him defeat all these impudent people. After just one touch on each of them, Zhang became the winner, as they stood still and could only tremble in fear. The thing was that Zhang touched their vital points, because he knew very well that all fighters who train hard have such a point, and if even a child hits it, it can lead to very bad consequences. Therefore, vital points are the most important place of a fighter. Often even relatives do not know them. Qianbao could barely speak, but he still wanted to ask the guy how he knew about their vital points. In his mind, of course, he understood that all this was thanks to the library, because he only now realized that it could help not only in teaching students, but also in a real battle. Despite the fact that he was from the earth and did not really understand kung fu, but he told Qianbao that they just needed to fulfill the promise and everything would be fine. All this irritated Qianbao, so he immediately called Zhang a pathetic and incompetent teacher who dared to attack higher-ranking employees in a public place, so he would definitely go to the administration to file a complaint against him. The other teachers also agreed with him. They even told him that it would be better to get on his knees if he didn't want them to get him fired. For Zhang, it was so humiliating, because he understood perfectly well that they simply could not win with the power of intelligence, so they decided to use meanness. Then he decided that he also needed to resort to their methods, since they wanted it so much. After which he began to talk about how Master Qian Biao stole Elder Chen Ming's treasures 6 months ago, and he did this just to please the woman, who ultimately did not stay with him. Next in line was teacher Bai Lin, who 3 years ago drove the girl to suicide by insulting her, and her spirit often returns to him in his dreams. Teacher Tachun meanly took away his brother's business by poisoning him and successfully blamed it all on an accident. When all those teachers heard this, they forgot what was hurting them so much, because they couldn't believe that Zhang knew their secrets. But without thinking twice, they decided to ask him for forgiveness, and they also immediately admitted that they were the only ones who were wrong. Zhang could only respond by saying that he really had no time to deal with their past mistakes, but he wanted to convey to them that if they repeated them in the future, he would definitely ruin their careers once and for all. They assured him that they would not dare to do so again, and as gratitude for his kindness, Qianbao gave him his registration tokens and told him that he could indeed take as many as he wanted. Zhang took exactly as many tokens as he thought necessary and left, and his new friends shouted after him to have a good day. The man's head was filled with thoughts about how he had been waiting for this exciting life for a very long time, and that this was exactly what he needed. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw 2 guys pulling a third one, who seemed to be screaming that he didn't want to live anymore. As it turned out, the big guy was screaming that he wanted to die, but at the same time he was holding another student by the hand and not letting him leave, while the third guy was trying to explain to him that if he wanted to die so much, then he didn't have to drag anyone along with him. But he asked them to leave him alone, because he was already a dead man, although the guys tried to shout at him that it was he who was holding them, and not they him. Zhang didn't quite understand what was going on here and how it had led to this. In any case, he decided that it would be better for him not to interfere in this situation, because at the moment his main task was to continue recruiting students. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a scream, which apparently referred directly to him, because he heard someone shouting something about the uniform of one of the teachers. And a few seconds later he noticed that same big guy stuck to his leg. He immediately turned around and saw those 2 students quickly running away and thanking Zhang along the way for helping them distract the big guy. Zhang tried to calmly ask this guy to let him go, but he refused and kept saying that he had been rejected for patronage 10 times already, and today was his last day of selection, so he just wanted to ask him to have mercy on him and take him as a disciple. The man came down closer to him to tell him that if the guy wanted to become his student so much, then he first needed to show him everything he was capable of, and that hanging on his leg was of no use. The big guy immediately agreed with Zhang and stood up, and a few seconds later, bricks magically appeared in his hands, which he hit on his head, and apparently in this way he demonstrated his abilities. However, Zhang still decided to ask him what the big guy was doing and why he was beating himself. Suddenly, the library decided to answer his question, which at one moment activated and, as it turned out, it was an unusual form of kung fu, which was called Henlian, and as it turned out, Yuan Dao, a random martial arts master in the initial stages of a second wind. The guy had 18 shortcomings, the first of which was the horned dragon's blood not being activated. The second was a weak character and unstable training. In any case, it was surprising that he had a rather rich pedigree. But still, even in this case, he was not a capable enough guy. Suddenly, Zhang realized what he had just read. Could it be that the guy had something to do with the power of the imperial blood? In this world, the birth data of the body and blood are of great importance, and if a fighter has a heritage, he can improve much more actively than his opponents. Thus, there are several types of bodies: the purest body, the yin body, the yang body, the golden body. In the same way, one could say that there are several types of blood: ancient blood, new blood, ancestral blood, and variable blood. The blood of the horned dragon is one of the ancient bloods. It is said that when it is used at full power, the fighter becomes invulnerable to weapons and cannot be broken by anything. It could be said that this was one of the best bloodlines in terms of protection, and Zhang could not even imagine that such a big guy would have such enormous potential, although it would be incredibly difficult to reveal it. In any case, he had an understanding that this guy definitely needed to be taken into his class, so he immediately gave him his token to make a deal with him, and the big guy was in seventh heaven. He was so happy that he finally had a teacher, but Zhang immediately asked him to stop rejoicing, because they had a lot of work ahead of them. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Shang Bin. He was the grandson of the elder of the Shang Academy, and one of Shenbi's admirers. This guy, as soon as he saw Zhang, immediately told him that the teacher was not very good and was recruiting exactly the same kind of students for himself. The girl who stood next to him was called Shen Biju. She was one of the best teachers in the academy with a huge number of fans. Moreover, one could say that Zhang was once a big fan of hers. And now Zhang didn't understand who Shang Bin was talking about and who he called trash. Shang Bin smiled and told Zhang with great confidence that he was talking about him if he didn't understand. Zhang put his hand to his nose and began to say that if Shang Bin was talking about him, then he simply did not understand why it stank so much, and he did not forget to notice that this smell appeared only after Shang Bin appeared. He immediately became enraged by this insult and began to shout that he had no right to speak like that at all. But then he noticed that even Shen Bi was laughing at him, so he immediately decided that he needed to be more cool-headed, because he definitely couldn't embarrass himself in front of her. Therefore, he decided to remind Zhang of his place in the ranking, which absolutely everyone knows, and he also knew the big guy who stands next to him. And if you believe Shan's words, then the strength of this guy's blow was only 15, and he was only good at defense. He also did not forget to add that the guy was last in the entrance exams. And as a conclusion, he said that this is a pretty good coincidence. The teacher and the student from the end of the list finally came together. As soon as the big guy heard the name Zhang Huang, and that he was in last place on the ranking list, he realized that he had probably asked him to become his teacher in vain. Zhang did not intend to react sharply to all these words and decided to tell Shan that if he had finished speaking, then his personality could leave. Zhang personally let him go. Although this angered him, he still decided to listen to Zhang. But first he turned to Shen Bi and told her that they had better leave here, because communicating with this scum was dangerous. It could negatively affect her beauty. Before leaving, Shen Bi decided to say a few nice words to Zhang, so she said that last time, although he was at the bottom of the list, she asked him not to give up and work hard, and then he would definitely succeed. Zhang understood that she thought that since he took this big guy in, it meant he had given up on himself, but he still answered her that he was pleased to hear such words from her. But he could still guarantee that this big guy was an uncut diamond, and if he trained him correctly, he would most likely shine. Shen Bi did not argue with him, and said that she would look forward to this moment, after which she turned to Shang to tell him that she was already quite tired, so she would like to rest a little without him. Shang again decided that Zhang was the only one to blame for this, so he promised him that the time would come when he would have to answer for everything he had done. While they were talking there, the big guy decided to run away very carefully. But Zhang noticed this and pretended that the big guy simply got confused and went in the wrong direction, because in fact his class was in a completely different direction. The guy tried to say that he was too weak, and therefore he would not want to ruin Teacher Zhang's reputation, and therefore he would not mind if the man suddenly decided to let him go. Zhang came up close to him and said that these were meaningless words, because he had already dripped blood onto the token, and therefore from this second he would live as his disciple, and then die also as his disciple. After this conversation, Zhang went to his room to think about the fact that today was his last day of recruiting students, and apparently his limit would stop at 5. But in reality it was also not bad. So he decided that first, he needed to sort out all the materials in order to be ready for his first lesson tomorrow. He thought that before he trained according to the principle of 9 paths of Hongting, and each level, there corresponded to the essence of 9 ranks. Many in Hongting train, according to this system. And it seems he is the last of all the teachers left at rank 3. Everyone has already reached at least rank 4, so he needs to pull himself together and catch up with them as quickly as possible. But his training methods were not quite suitable for this, so he decided to visit one place where he thought he could find a method to train more successfully than the last few times. The essence of unifying the true key is to gather the spiritual energy that is around them, and this process is very slow and difficult, since the spiritual energy needs reconstruction to reunite with the true key of the body, and some masters study day and night for at least 3 years to achieve an acceptable result. And all this clearly did not suit Zhang. He most of all did not want to do this for years. Besides, his classes were tomorrow, and if the students found out that their teacher was not even capable of high-quality qi collection, then they would definitely drop out of school. He knew that he could search for several paths through the library of the heavenly path, but the catch was that there were more than 1,000 of these flaws, and he literally couldn't remove them all in such a short period of time. So he thought that maybe he could gather enough information about other teaching methods, so that he could use the strengths of one system to make up for the weaknesses of another. And for this he came to Elder Shin Mo, who was quite surprised to see the guy here, because it was already late, and at such a time no one visits the library. Zhang explained to him that the thing was that he was about to cross the 3rd rank, but he had a few questions, which was why he came here. The elder took this information with a smile, and told him that there was actually nothing wrong with his slow cultivation, since the university always needed fresh blood like him. Therefore, he told him that the information about the 3rd rank was on the 4th row, for which Zhang was very grateful to him. The elder always knew that Zhang was actually a good boy. He just always lacked ability, and so he sincerely hoped that his results would not be so dismal. As soon as Zhang entered this library, the first thing he noticed was that there were quite a large number of books in it. It even seemed to him that the university library was no poorer than an ordinary modern library. And besides, he almost immediately discovered a row with the books he needed. He took the first book that suited him, and was slightly surprised that this book described a technique that had more than 3,000 shortcomings, and it was a little unclear to him why this system was so popular then. It seemed simply impossible to him to correct so many mistakes. But at one point he realized that now was not the best time to despair, and thanks to this, an idea came to him, the essence of which was that he did not have to correct all the shortcomings. He decided that he could simply fix the moment that was interfering at his stage, and he was absolutely right, because as it turned out, at his stage, there were only 10 shortcomings. The only thing he felt sorry about was that the library of the heavenly path only spoke about mistakes, but not about methods of correction. But he did not despair, because he realized that he would be able to find the advantages of different methods that would cover the shortcomings of others. By combining all the information, one could get something new and more progressive. This thought gave him the understanding that since he had already come here, he had a great chance to gather information about the 4th and 5th ranks. He sat for quite a long time at the books, until he had become familiar with everything he wanted. After quite a long time, Zhang left the library with the thought that the information about the 4th and 5th ranks had been found, and now he understood that it was time to return to practice. The elder was surprised that Zhang was able to finish so quickly, and so decided to offer him a copy of one of the books to take with him. But Zhang assured him that his question was not really deep enough to warrant taking copies. After which he thanked the elder for his kindness and left. The venerable Mo at that moment thought that he was wrong not to take a copy with him, because it seemed to him that Zhang would soon return to him again to reread that very book. That evening, Zhang, sitting in his room, thought that he had finally managed to collect everything he needed with the help of the library of the heavenly path, and now the worst stage had come. He now needed to put it all together, and the guy didn't even know how he should do it. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when the library suddenly summoned him without his consent. He still didn't understand anything, and this continued until books suddenly started falling from the sky. And this continued until one moment a bright light suddenly appeared before Zhang's eyes, from which he had to hide because it was simply impossible to look at it. After some time, this light finally went out, and in its place appeared a book, which fell right into Zhang's hands. As soon as he opened this book, he realized that in front of him were all his notes from the Elder's library, only they were structured and laid out on shelves. He immediately noticed that the content of this book could not belong to any of the known teachings, because its information was completely new for the whole world. And the weirdest thing is that it still doesn't have a name, so the guy suggested that maybe he should choose this name. Zhang decided that since it was created by the Heavenly Path Library, he decided that it would be better if it was called the Heavenly Path Technique. And as soon as he said it out loud, the title itself appeared on the book, which even scared the guy a little. After some time, he began to study this book and did it gradually, as the library of the Heavenly Path recommended to him. And at some point, his understanding and knowledge of this book was reached to its maximum. Zhang immediately realized that this was some kind of breakthrough, but he was surprised by the fact that it happened so quickly, because he knew that other people who had advanced to the rank of skin and bone purification fast for a long time, constantly meditate, and all this in order to achieve at least a small success. It only took him half a night to reach the 5th rank of Qi vessel. He also couldn't help but notice that his training had increased his Qi power, but he always felt that this required holy or divine refining. But it seemed like the library of the Heavenly Path did all the work for him. He realized that apparently when he used the 9 paths of Hong Ting, he made too many mistakes. But now he seemed to finally be able to collect the highest quality Qi. After such a breakthrough, he immediately became curious to know whether he could learn a holy or even divine refining method with the help of the Heavenly Breakthrough Library. There are 3 types of Qi energy: higher, intermediate, and lower, and accordingly, the higher its quality, the stronger the fighter. Zhang was confident that he was now using the highest quality Qi, and that this practice had improved his body as well as his energy. So, taking all these points into account, he decided that he immediately needed to see what he was now capable of. The first thing he decided to do was to approach the measuring plate that his students were hitting. It seemed to him that it made sense to start with this. He gathered more energy in his hand and was about to deliver his first blow after meditating. And as soon as he struck this blow, the number 8 appeared in front of his face, and behind it, the word ding, which was approximately equal to a blow of 8,000 units. Zhang initially thought that this plate was simply faulty, because according to the measuring stone, its strength was equal to the strength of a 6th rank sage. In a way, he looked at his hands and thought that this was quite terrifying to him. Moreover, he was able to reach the 5th rank in just one night, so he decided that it would be best to keep this news a secret. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after he heard some strange sound. Zhang thought that it was already too late for guests, so he decided to check who had come to see him. When he saw this person, he immediately realized that whoever he was, this person was clearly heading towards his room, but what was more important was that he did not notice Zhang. This unexpected guest at that moment was thinking that Zhang himself was to blame for what would happen, because he shouldn't have taken everyone in a row as his disciples. Zhang understood that if this man was sneaking up on the teacher in the middle of the night, then he definitely did not bring joy, and for starters, he decided to take off his teacher's uniform for better camouflage. And as soon as he thought about it, this man turned around and shouted in his direction to find out who was hiding around the corner. Zhang knew very well that this man was only here to destroy him, so he decided to say that he had the same plan, because he thought that this would clearly confuse him. And as soon as Zhang said that he was here to destroy the loser teacher, the unwanted guest calmed down and said that he would then cover for him. Zhang continued to play the role of a criminal, but before that, he was surprised that this unwanted guest did not mind, because it seemed to him that he himself would like to destroy him, after which, the man said that he was not actually here to destroy Teacher Zhang, but only to scare him a little. He was going to cut off his delicate organ, and in this way, he prevents the reproduction of people like him in all this because he was so unfair to his niece. For the first time in his life, Zhang did not regret going to train instead of going to sleep, because if he had gone to sleep, there would have been rather dire consequences. In any case, this strange man thought it was time to end this talk and get down to business, and Zhang decided to suggest that he start first, because if he simply destroyed him, there would be no point in castrating him. The man at this moment thought that it was such an incredible coincidence that they both came that night to finish off Zhang, so thinking about this, he suggested to his unexpected partner to go on this mission together. First of all, the criminal asked him to focus on his energy in order to better feel the body and deliver the most powerful attack. Zhang at that moment moved to the library of the heavenly path because he realized that he had heard the voice of this man before, and the book itself fell into his hands. This man's name was Yao Han, and he was a servant of the Bayun house, a 6th-rank fighter who opened 8 chakra points. Zhang immediately understood that Yao was Zhao Yao's direct assistant, but he did not understand what he had done that this mercenary came to destroy him. In any case, he decided to ignore the fact that he was already 6th rank and that he was beating 12 dings on the appraisal stone, because if he didn't teach him a lesson, then he couldn't be called Zhang Huang. But he still understood that this clearly had to be done not in direct confrontation, because then he would definitely lose. So he decided to outwit Yao a little, and at one point shouted at him to look at the sky because there was a UFO flying there. Yao didn't understand what a UFO was and how it related to their case, but he didn't even think that this was all a common trick from Zhang, who deceived him in such a childish way. Zhang did not miss this chance, and delivered a fairly strong blow from behind that sent the man flying all the way to the nearest wall. It seemed to him that the 6th rank should be much stronger, but apparently the fact that he knows all the weaknesses of his opponent decides a lot in this regard. Yao didn't quite understand why the guy suddenly attacked him, because it seemed to him that they both wanted to take revenge on Zhang. But apparently Yao was very much mistaken when he decided that he had an ally in such a matter. After that, Zhang dealt several dozen blows to his opponent, and realized that in fact, all this was not as difficult as it might have seemed to him. This guy is an assistant of the Yao family, and Zhao's uncle, so he did not beat him very hard. But before leaving, Zhang knew that he first needed to divert suspicion from himself. An idea immediately came to his mind to blame everything on Shan, although Zhang believed that it was his own fault, because if he hadn't approached him today during the day, he wouldn't even have remembered him. After which he turned to Yao to tell him that Zhang had angered him during the day, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhang pretended to be talking to himself, but Yao heard everything perfectly well, and thus Zhang made it clear to him that he was Shan. After which he made a menacing face and ordered Yao to get out of here immediately. This scene made Yao think that he saw this man talking to Zhang today, and he also knows very well that they often quarrel with each other. And in the end he said something for Shen Bi, so he was sure that it was that guy. Zhang thanked himself again for deciding to train today instead of just lying down and resting. Also, tonight gave him the understanding that he needs to become much stronger if he wants to survive in this world. The next day, in the morning, all his students gathered, except Zhao, and when he asked the guys why she was not there, they quite confidently answered him that she was simply late and would arrive a little later. He decided that they would start without her, after which he began to talk about how his teaching methods were different from others. According to him, individuality was important to him, so he would work on the style of each of them. And he decided to start with Wang Yin because it was she who became his first student. Although the girl agreed with him, at that moment she was thinking about how yesterday, after she returned home, she found out that teacher Zhang was really a liar. So she mentally didn't want to deal with him, although she couldn't tell him that yet. Zhang at this point asked her to come closer to him and show her blow again, because he had to look at it more closely. Wang Yin felt that there was too little space for this, but Zhang assured her that it didn't matter. The thing was that when he looked at her power for the first time, he did not yet have the library of the heavenly path, and therefore he did not quite understand what shortcomings the girl had. So she had to deal another blow, which was quite strong, and so Zhang immediately decided to praise her. Wang Yin then wanted to say something to her teacher, but he did not let her do it, because at one point he simply interrupted her. And he began to say that if he was not mistaken, then her leg was injured 2 years ago in battle. Wang Yin didn't even understand how he could know all this. Zhang ignored her questions and continued to talk about how there are 3 points in a person's leg that are responsible for strength, speed, and agility, and it seemed to him that her opponent had hit the point that was responsible for strength, and this led to it closing and the blood beginning to flow in the opposite direction. At this moment, Wang Yin thought about the fact that one of the best doctors they invited said the same thing, but he couldn't do anything because this requires a master of at least the 8th rank. So she asked him without much hope, could he cure her? But the answer completely changed her expression, because Zhang said quite confidently that for him it would be just a couple of trifles, although the girl had thought all her life that her injury could not be cured now, and the teacher said that for him it was a mere trifle. According to Zhang, he called her here specifically to cure her, and to begin with, he would like her to relax her body and sit down. Wang Yin noticed at that moment that for some unknown reason she suddenly became confident in her new teacher. Her thoughts were interrupted at one point by Zhang, who, quite unexpectedly for the girl, threw a small needle at her. The girl immediately thought that this was a technique that required strict control over the flight of the needle so that it hit the target accurately, and this technique was known as air acupuncture. But this technique required at least the 5th rank. That's why she couldn't believe that the worst teacher at the university could even reach the 5th rank. But Zhang continued to carry out his technique all this time, and he had just begun the stage of introducing true qi into Wang Yin's body. It was an incredibly painful process, and the girl had to endure it, but her head was still filled with the fact that this was indeed the teacher's qi. She immediately realized that this was the purest qi, like spring water without a single impurity, flowing through her body, but she still could not get out of her head the fact that such energy simply could not be in a 3rd-rank master. Besides, no matter how much she studied this matter, she had never heard of such a mastery of refining true qi. In any case, the most important thing now is that she feels her legs more precisely and distinctly than ever. Wang Yin felt as if he had turned some kind of lever, and now she could feel them. The girl had been waiting for this feeling for so long, and finally, when she had almost lost hope that she would ever be able to cure this disease, the teacher was still able to cure her, and he did it so simply that she couldn't even believe it. For such a gift for her, she immediately knelt before him and began to thank him. Zhang thought that there was no particular point in this. He just wanted the girl to start training hard so that this second one would not be spoiled so easily. After the very first training session, Yang, sitting with all the students in the room, talked about how he was going to leave the teacher. And so he wanted to know who wanted to keep him company, and the big guy immediately supported him. But he still added that, in addition to the fact that he also wants to leave, he is worried that the teacher might get angry because of this, and then things will be bad for them. Yang thought that this was a complete trifle, because it was better for him to be angry than to just stay here. He was confused by the fact that they didn't even know what rank he was, but he was sure that when Wang Yin came out, she would finally convince them that they needed to leave him. Just after his words, Zhang and Wang Yin entered the waiting room. It was clear from the girl that she was very pleased, and with such an attitude she clearly was not going to leave. Yang noticed this and realized that his escape plan was slowly beginning to fall apart. The big guy also noted the fact that Wang Yin clearly didn't look disappointed. But Yang couldn't get his head around the fact that Zhang had actually told Wang Yin something worthwhile. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Zhao Yao, who entered the classroom and first of all apologized for being late. Zhang was of course very happy to see her, but he couldn't help but ask the girl who the disabled person was next to her. The girl did not expect such a formulation and was a little stunned when she heard the word disabled. But the man who was next to the girl did not tolerate this, and immediately called Zhang a cripple in response, because in fact his name was Yao Han, and he was a servant of the Baiyun house. He also added that he came here to check Zhang and how he would conduct this lesson. Zhao tried her best to calm him down, but apparently it was quite difficult to do so. Zhang, in turn, decided to add fuel to the fire and said that he actually needed absolute silence in the classroom in order to teach, and besides, he believed that this was not a public place for just anyone to come in. Zhang gently hinted that he should leave here, which angered Uncle Zhao even more, and so he immediately began to threaten Zhang, saying that he could slap him right now. The teacher did not argue with him and asked Zhao to deal with her relative herself. Zhao immediately began to accompany Han out of the classroom and told him that he was disturbing her studies. A few seconds later, the doors in front of the man were closed, and he apparently would not be able to watch his niece's occupation. And when Zhao finally dealt with her uncle, Zhang decided to call Yang to him, because it was his turn. The guy happily agreed because he really wanted to see what his new teacher was capable of. And he also decided that if Zhang really was such trash as everyone said, then the guy would quit his classes without any hesitation. He entered Zhang's room, and the first thing he asked the teacher was whether he wanted Yang to show him what he was capable of. But before he could finish his question, Zhang answered him that it was actually useless and that he already understood everything. Zhang explained to the young master that at the moment the Feijoa strike is at the beginner level, although the Kunlun strike is at a high level. Yang was slightly surprised that Zhang knew that he practiced Kunlun, because absolutely no one knows about these trainings, not even his family. Zhang replied with a smile that in fact everything is quite simple. Yesterday he saw in his Feijoa Kunul style. This shocked the guy even more. He couldn't believe that Zhang was even able to see such a thing. Mentally, he remembered that even teacher Chao Xiong didn't see such a thing. How could Zhang guess then? His thoughts were interrupted by Zhang, who assured the boy that every time he used the Kunlun strike, the boy's armpit pain increased, and his shoulder began to itch. At this point, Zhang amazed Yang, so much so that the guy even shouted a little when he heard such detailed information about himself. The body of a Kunlun technique master is perceived as the body of a dragon, and if the warrior has reached the rank of skin and bone purification, there will be no side effects, since the qi energy will nourish the muscles and bones of its wearer. But according to Zhang, Yang is currently only at the second wind rank, and his body is still too weak, so the Kunlun is injuring him, and if he continues, the injury will become even worse. Yang was speechless and clearly didn't know what he had said to his teacher. He simply remained silent and waited for Zhang to continue. Therefore, the teacher continued to say that if he continues in the same spirit, his arm will atrophy, and it will be impossible to save it. Zhang also suspects that the guy is already at the stage when his sleep is disturbed, and at night the spasm is felt throughout the entire arm. Yang realized that he was in trouble, so without much thought he knelt down in front of his teacher and began to ask him for help. Zhang went down to him and first of all asked him not to worry so much, because in fact the solution to the problem is quite simple. He only needs to stop using Kunlun and focus on his rank for now, and Zhang will definitely find a solution to this problem. There was so much hope in Yang's eyes, and in his head he was thinking about how wrong he was, but now he understands how lucky he is, because his new teacher is the greatest. The other guys were waiting impatiently for Yang to leave Zhang's room, and finally he came out, and they were waiting for him to decide that the guy would leave this teacher. But Yang, hearing these words, immediately pounced on the big guy to tell him that he really didn't understand what he was talking about. After which he added that if he was destined to learn from this man, then that is exactly what he would do, and now that he was already here, he saw no point in retreating. The boys' faces were far from their normal state. They did not even try to hide their surprise. Next in line was Zhao, who couldn't believe Zhang's words when he said that she had a yin body. The man also added that she was far from sick, but simply had a body that most women in the world dream of. He told her that there was a large amount of yin energy in her body, and with the right training her progress would be much faster. The only thing Zhang regretted was that no one had noticed this before, and she had been practicing white jade kung fu all this time, and considering that she was adding yin energy to her own, it could only mean that she had a direct path to illness. He believed that the only way for her to get rid of the pain was to change her training method to one that suited her better. Zhao began to worry, because she did not know any other training method except her own. Zhang reassured her, saying that in fact there was no problem with this. He would go to the library tomorrow and try to find something for her. Next in line was the big guy, who left the office just as pleased and grateful to Zhang for his help. He never thought that he would have to kneel before Zhang for helping him so much. Zhang understands his emotions, because he gave him the adjusted method of the 9 paths of Hongting, although he still felt that the big guy got too close to him. As for Zheng Yang, his strength increased greatly after his recommendations, and so the guy was finally able to reveal his talent. After which he went out to the guys to tell them that he had analyzed almost all of their individual recommendations. But he assured them that this was only the beginning, because they clearly would not be able to achieve success with simple words. Suddenly, his monologue was interrupted when someone kicked down the classroom doors. It was Brother Wang Yin who said that Zhang was deceiving the students for his own benefit, but he would not tolerate him dragging his sister into this. This guy's name was Wang Tao, and he said he wanted Zhang to stop being a teacher for Wang Yin and Zhao Yao and let them go immediately. Otherwise, he immediately warned him that he would not pay attention to his title as a teacher and that he would be to blame for his injuries. All Zhang answered him was that the guy was interrupting the lesson. Wang Tao smiled because he didn't understand what Zhang could possibly teach his students, since his skills were laughable, and he didn't forget to add that Zhang was lucky that he was well-mannered and called him a teacher, but this would continue if Zhang continued to fool around. Zhang got tired of putting up with this and created a huge fire tiger, which scared Wang Tao quite a bit. He immediately noticed that this aura was the same as the elders. He did not believe that a guy with the 3rd rank could be so strong, so he decided that it would be disgusting if they thought that he was afraid of such a weakling. So without thinking twice, he decided to attack Zhang and punish him for all the words and actions he had committed. But no matter how much force Wang Tao used, Zhang was still able to easily stop the guy's attack with just 2 fingers. Wang Tao couldn't even imagine how this was even possible. How could a 3rd rank fighter stop his attack, and so easily? He decided that it was just a coincidence and nothing more, so he demanded that Zhang let go of his sword so that they could fight in a fair fight. Zhang didn't listen to him, and continued to just stand there and wait for Wang Tao to simply leave and not interfere with his lesson. The guy's mind at that moment only had thoughts about how this was simply impossible, because the last time they tested Zhang's strength, it was at the level of the 3rd rank. In addition, the guy believed that even if he had strengthened, he should now only be at the 1st stage of the 4th rank. But apparently this was clearly not the case, because Zhang was able to throw Wang Tao out of his classroom with just 1 hand. Uncle Zhao stood outside the door of this classroom and listened carefully to what was happening in the classroom, and at some point he began to hear a very loud noise, and so it seemed to him that Wang Tao would finally teach Zhang a lesson. And he clearly wanted to see this more than anything, so he carefully opened the classroom doors. But apparently he did it in vain, because as soon as he opened the doors, he noticed the body of a fighter flying towards him. It so happened that they landed on the ground together and thus received from Zhang together. After he dealt with his fans, to put it mildly, he decided that it was time for them to continue their activities. The guys apparently still couldn't get over what they had just seen. It seemed to them that it had just been the highest power of the 4th rank. Brother Wang Yin was defeated so easily, even though he is a famous fighter. How could a teacher from the bottom of the rankings do this? They all came to the conclusion that teacher Zhang had simply been hiding his strength all this time. Uncle Zhao Yao, after such a not-so-soft landing, would like to ask Mr. Wang Tao what happened and why he failed to teach Zhang a lesson. Wang Tao couldn't think of anything better to say than that he had just used a new technique and was just lucky because he hadn't fully mastered it. So today, according to him, luck was on Zhang's side. It seemed to his interlocutor that something was clearly not right here, and even with the new technique, Wang Tao should have won. The guy also decided to add that the university has a strict rule not to interrupt classes, so he decided to wait a little this way. The man agreed with him and added that since they had free time, he would like to ask Wang Tao about something, and the guy was not against talking, but mentally, he asked that their topic of conversation not concern Zhang. And his question was that he would like to know if there is a teacher named B in this academy, and if she has any fans. Wang Tao first noticed that the name had the word B in it, so he immediately assumed that he might be talking about Shen Biju, who is the local ideal of beauty, and therefore has many admirers, and the most obvious of them is Shang Bin. But he also did not forget to say that Zhang also ran after her. Hearing this, the man thought to himself that now all he had to do was find out that they really had a conflict back then. Shang Bing sat in his office and listened to Chao's tales, who told him that Zhang had deceived his student, and that's why he decided to turn to the grandson of the academy elder. Shang Bin slammed the table and immediately said to forget about it because he was going to solve this problem himself. In his words, he always wanted to teach this Zhang a lesson, but in his mind he understood that if he attacked him there, it would lower him in the eyes of the precious Shen Biju. But now he has a good reason. And now he is ready to do everything for this, and as an assistant, he decided to take Chiao with him because he was going to make a cripple out of him. When they arrived at Zhang's class, they saw Wang Tao standing there, and next to him was some unknown man. The first thing Shang Bin wanted to ask Wang Tao was why he was here and not training. Wang Tao decided that there was nothing to hide, so he told them that his sister had been tricked into going to a teacher, and that he had come here to sort it out. Shang Bing was quite surprised that Zhang dared to lie even to Madame Wang, and now he was more than sure that this guy needed to be put in his place. Wang Tao also introduced Mrs. Zhao's family assistant, Yao Han, whose ward was also deceived. Shang Bing's face changed even more when he heard that Zhang had managed to deceive the Yao family as well. In that case, he decided that they needed to go together and teach this scoundrel a lesson for everything he had done. Zhang, meanwhile, told his students that the Hong Ting 9-path system, although basic, still had many flaws. It was the first time the guys listened so attentively to someone's lecture, and all because they really thought it was very informative, because he could point out the shortcomings of even the most effective methods. Some of the guys even thought that even his father could not compare to teacher Zhang in teaching. Suddenly, he was interrupted again by the same people, but now Shang Bing was also with them, who took Chao with him. Zhang didn't understand what they were doing here, but he guessed that since they came in here so pleased, it meant they clearly weren't going to praise him. Shang Bing was the first to speak when he said that he didn't expect Zhang to stoop to cheating, and he still couldn't believe that he had deceived Miss Wang Yin and Miss Zhao Yao. Zhang was tired of enduring all these senseless accusations and suspicions, so he immediately replied to Shang Bing that if he had any business with him, he would listen to him after class. But Shang Bing seemed not to hear him and continued to walk over, only to say at one point that he wanted Zhang to let these disciples go right now, otherwise he would have to force him. Zhang didn't want to let anyone go, so he decided to first ask Shang Bin what he was going to do, because it seemed to him that the respected Shang Bin didn't know that fights between teachers were prohibited in Hong Ting. Shang Bing responded by telling him that the university rules were made for order within these walls, but he was breaking them, so for his sake, Shang Bing would make an exception. Zhang knew that perhaps he was doing this because he was hurt by the words he said to him yesterday, and so Zhang felt that Shen Biju would be angry when he found out about it. Shang Bin was surprised that he wanted to catch him doing this anyway. He had already decided to teach him a lesson, so he didn't care about such nonsense. Uncle Zhao was shocked by what he saw, because he realized that this was the same Shang Bing, a fan of Shen Biju, and it was he who had a conflict with Zhang yesterday. So connecting all these facts, the man assumed that he was the person who hit him last night. Therefore, without thinking twice, he decided to take revenge on this scoundrel who attacked him from behind. Shang Bin clearly didn't understand what was happening, and he immediately asked Han to calm down, because he didn't even imagine why he had just been hit. Han didn't understand why he was even asking him about this, as if he didn't understand that he deserved it. Shang Bin really didn't understand what was going on, but he still told Han that if he hit him again, then he would hit him back in kind. But before he could finish speaking, Khan immediately attacked him and began to literally beat him for what he had to go through yesterday. Chao and Wang Tao also did not understand what was going on and why Han suddenly went berserk and started beating Shang Bin. Zhang stood aside at that moment and enjoyed the fact that his plan worked as it should, and the fight began when he needed it. Wang Tao decided to stop Han so that he would finally tell what happened that the man suddenly decided to attack Shang Bin, but Han continued to break free from his hands. He said that he was not finished yet. Shang Bin's face was too swollen. It was clear that he was in a lot of pain, but even in this state, he threatened to take revenge on Han for everything he did to him. At one point in this argument, Zhang intervened and told them that if they had any disagreements, they could resolve them outside of his classroom and that they should immediately leave his classroom, or he would be forced to contact the education department. Shang Bing understood that his condition was too bad, and he really had to leave because it would be embarrassing if anyone found out about it. He agreed to leave, but still did not forget to add that they would all still get theirs, so he asked them not to rejoice. After the lesson was over, the kids finally left the classroom in a great mood because they thought that today's lesson was exciting. They especially liked the part with that teacher and the servant of the Yao family, and also the strength of teacher Zhang was a real revelation to them. Zhao couldn't even imagine what could have happened to Uncle Han and why he was wearing a bandage, and it was quite difficult for the man to explain all this to her. As soon as Wang Ying walked out of the classroom, her brother grabbed her hand and immediately ordered her to go home with him. She didn't quite understand why she needed to go anywhere if she was now living at school, but he wasn't going to explain anything to her because it wasn't up for discussion. So he repeated to her once again that they were going home immediately. Meanwhile, Shang Bing was walking down the academy corridor and almost screaming about how he was beaten for literally nothing. Chao suggested that perhaps Zhang was in cahoots with Han. He agreed with him, because Shang Bing really didn't do anything that he could get punished for, so he was sure that he attacked him because he wanted to teach Zhang a lesson. After which, he suddenly wanted to ask Chao again whether Zhang was really teaching Yang by force, because it was impossible to tell from the guy that he was sitting there by force. Chao once again assured Mr. Shang Bing without any doubt that this was true. Shang Bing was glad to hear this, so since Chao was so confident, he suggested that he apply for the will detector right away. He also asked Chao not to forget to raise the fine to the maximum, because he thought that was the best way to put Zhang in his place. In the Wang family mansion, the girl was yelled at very loudly because her father felt that she didn't even understand what she had done. He wanted to hear her opinion about her teacher. He wanted to know if she knew that he was the worst teacher in the entire academy. The girl immediately tried to assure her father that in fact, Teacher Zhang was not as bad as everyone made him out to be and that he was actually very talented. Her father didn't believe her, but the girl confirmed it with a smile. So he had to turn around and start yelling at her again because he thought that Zhang was only capable of raising children to be trash like himself. And so the father didn't understand why she would even think that he was suitable for her role as a teacher. Moreover, he didn't even think that this kind of problem could arise with her. He once again asked the girl with all his anger if she knew what place her teacher occupied in the ranking. The elders of the family, who were standing behind all this, advised the girl to listen to the leader. They believed that he would definitely not say anything bad. And as an example, they decided to give her Wang Yang, who was studying with Lu Sen. According to them, the guy's strength increased by 40% in just one lesson. Wang Yin, through fear and embarrassment, decided to say that with teacher Zhang, her strength increased by more than 100%, and he was also able to heal her legs. One of the elders refused to believe this because he believed that if their most famous doctor, who was invited from distant lands, could not cure the girl, then such a scumbag would not be able to do the same either. Another elder also laughed when he heard that she had increased her strength by 100%, and the healing of his legs captivated him even more, after which they asked her not to lie, just to cover up for this liar. At some point, she decided to shut their mouths and started shouting about how they could even talk like that about teacher Zhang if they had never even seen him, and she had already firmly decided that she refused to leave his class. But this made the old people laugh even more. They assumed that the girl had some other reasons to protect this guy. The girl's father also believed that he was talking complete nonsense and ordered her to quit his classes today. Otherwise, the doors to this house would be closed to her. Without thinking twice, she left the house, hearing her father shouting after her that if she left, she would never be able to return. But the girl was not going to go anywhere. She approached the column that measures strength and said that if they do not believe her, then she will gladly prove it to them with actions. After she had gathered her strength a little, she decided to deliver her first blow with her foot. She was able to knock out as many as 205 units of strength, which surprised all the elders, because they were sure that yesterday her strength was only 53 points, and what is more surprising is that her legs work as they should. After which Wang Yin immediately added that if it weren't for teacher Zhang, she would never have been able to achieve this result. The father couldn't believe his eyes. Could he really cure her legs? The girl confirmed this information, after which the man immediately wanted to know what teacher Zhang said in his lecture. The girl was ready to tell him about it without any problems, but she immediately said that teacher Zhang was talking about deep things, and therefore she was not able to remember everything. After listening to his daughter, Wang Yin's father simply couldn't understand how he was able to teach the first rank so subtly. The elders also understood that Zhang had given a truly genuine lecture by a master of his craft, and now they were clearly looking at studying it in a new way. They even thought about what would have happened if they had heard this at the time, How many heights could they have reached? In any case, her father was so impressed that he ordered his daughter not to leave this teacher under any circumstances. Moreover, he asked the girl to ask Zhang if he could accept their other fighters and whether it was possible for the man himself to attend some of his lectures. The elders immediately reminded the man that he was the head of the clan, and he could not simply become a disciple of such a person, because then their family might think the wrong things. Father realized that they were actually right, and this was clearly not the best idea for him. But the elders themselves were not against attending several lectures of this teacher, so they politely asked Wang Yin to ask permission. Zhang meanwhile decided to visit the library again, because he thought that even though his skills had improved a lot, he still knew little about martial arts, and so he thought that he needed to study now, otherwise he would not be able to teach his students properly. He came to Venerable Mo again and said that this time he would like to look at the martial arts material, but the elder told him that today was not the best time for that. Before Zhang could ask what was going on, he was suddenly interrupted by Shen, who had also come to the library to borrow a few books, and the elder happily let her through. After which Zhang again turned to the Venerable Mo to say that this was unfair, because he and Teacher Shen had the same goal, to read the book, and he did not understand why he was not allowed, but she was allowed? The thing was that the elder believed that Shen was really looking for knowledge, but he came here for an unclear reason. Zhang had to start proving that he also came here for knowledge. Shen at that moment did not understand why Zhang did not talk to her. Did he really stop liking her? In any case, she decided to support Zhang and told Venerable Mo that she was sure that Teacher Zhang had no evil intentions, and therefore she suggested that he also let him in, especially since as a teacher he had every right to do so. The elder decided that since Shen insisted on this, he would let Zhang into the library. But he immediately warned him that if he saw Zhang breaking the rules again, he would be to blame himself and would also bear responsibility himself. Zhang was glad to hear this, and then decided to thank Shen for his help. Then he simply entered the library without speaking to Shen. This confused the girl because she thought that Zhang would take this chance to talk to her. Zhang didn't even expect that it would be so difficult to enter the library, and he also understood perfectly well that next time he would definitely not be allowed in. But then he looked around and realized that in fact this library was not that big, and if he tried, he could look at all the books in one day. Elder Mo heard the noise in the library again and realized that Zhang had apparently gotten back to his old ways, even though he had said that it would not happen again. He decided to go into the library and check what was going on there. And at that moment, the thought was in his head that he wouldn't mind finding out what was going on in the guy's head. The old man noticed that Zhang was taking everything in a row and trying to read everything at once, and this once again confirmed that the old man was right, and the guy was just doing something incomprehensible. So he decided that when Zhang decided to leave here, then he would teach him a lesson. Shen was also watching Zhang closely at this moment, and now she began to understand why Elder Mo didn't want to let him into the library. Although, on the other hand, she had the thought that Zhang simply found out that the girl wanted to come to the library today, and in this way, he was simply attracting her attention. So she was determined that she would not allow him to wreak havoc in the library just because he decided to see her. The first thing she wanted to know from Teacher Zhang was what he was doing, to which she received an obvious answer. He told her that he was just reading. She became even more angry about this, so she decided to tell him that he definitely didn't look any more attractive this way, and she didn't like the way he was behaving, so she asked him to leave the library immediately. Zhang answered her that he imagined how difficult it was for her, but still continued to pretend that he had not heard her, and continued to read all the books in a row. Shen was already very angry and started yelling at him that he apparently didn't understand what she told him. So she decided to repeat that if he continued to do this, then in this way, he definitely wouldn't attract her attention. Zhang got tired of listening to her nonsense and asked this crazy woman not to bother him, and if she was so bored she could always go to the corner and draw there. The main thing he asked was to leave her alone. The girl couldn't believe that Zhang was talking to her like that, but still, in her head, there was a thought that he just decided to play smart, and that's why she wanted to see how long he could last. As a result, 6 hours had already passed, and Zhang was still leafing through the books, and the girl finally realized that if he wanted to attract her attention, he would have clearly stopped doing this already. During this time, Zhang still managed to do the impossible. He still transferred all the books to the Library of the Heavenly Path. Also, during all this time, he was finally able to find a suitable training method for Zhao Yao. After he turned around, he noticed that Xin was still there, although it was already about 7 o'clock in the evening. But on the other hand, he understood that he really didn't care about her at all, and since he had done everything he wanted, it was time for him to return. But suddenly, just before leaving, Elder Mo stopped him and told Zhang that he was not going anywhere. After which the elder told him that from that moment on he was forbidden to enter this library, and he really wanted Zhang not to return here again. Zhang pretended to be surprised by this and asked the old man the reason for this decision. Elder Mo started yelling at him because he immediately realized that Zhang was just leafing through books and not reading them carefully, and he also never made any notes, so he thought that the man was just having fun like that. Zhang understood that the old man was essentially angry that he was reading too fast, but on the other hand, Zhang understood that he no longer needed to go to the library, so on the other hand, he didn't care what this old man said, and with such thoughts, he answered Mo, saying that he was completely right and Zhang would quickly leave here. Just as he was about to leave, Shen suddenly asked him to stay. She left the library to say that he reads quite a lot, and she was very interested to learn, or had he managed to remember anything at all. Zhang didn't fully understand what she was telling him and what it all meant. She immediately started telling him that she had just seen him reading 8 ways to improve medicines, so she wanted to ask him something about the contents of the book. In her mind, she was sure that the man was just pretending to read, so now she just wanted to see how he would get out of it. Zhang unexpectedly agreed to answer her questions, but asked her to do it as quickly as possible because he was in a hurry for dinner. She was irritated that he was doing this just to get her to leave him alone, but she still asked her question, the gist of which was that if you use all the herbs separately, then there may be difficulties in making pills, so it is better to mix all the ingredients at once, and the question was that she did not understand the meaning of this phrase. Jin sighed and said that she remembered it with a mistake, because it would be correct to say that only the correct order of adding herbs will help her make good quality pills, and the meaning of this phrase is that the ingredients must be added separately and in a special order. The girl was surprised by his answer, because in fact, she initially made a mistake in the phrase in order to expose him, but she did not even suspect that he would be able to give her the correct answer. But she also understood perfectly well that it would be impossible to do this if he had not really read this book. She didn't know what to say until Elder Mo intervened in their conversation, who also decided to ask his question about this book, and he wanted to know how Zhang understood the phrase, "Qi travels through the body, the mind travels through the world." The old man knew very well that the 8 ways to improve medicines are the basis that more than one generation of doctors had mastered, and even if he had not studied this material, it can easily be heard from other sources. Zhang, in turn, was surprised that such an old man did not understand such a simple expression, because it was so simple, after which he explained that this means that as qi travels and fills the body, so the mind cognizes the world, filling it with knowledge and subduing it with skills, according to Zhang. This phrase is from the treatise on qi and blood, authored by Pak Ming. This book can be found on the 27th row on page 69. Elder Mo's surprise was noticeable. The whole thing was that one elder asked him about this, but he could not answer. And even later that old man did not find an explanation in the library, so he simply could not understand how this guy came to this. In any case, he clearly didn't trust him, so he decided to go and check this information himself. After some time, they found the very row where the book was, and then opened the page that Zhang indicated and read exactly the same thing that the man said, which surprised them even more. Mo mentally repeated that the old man had not found the answer. Having turned the entire library upside down, he could not find this book and the answer to the question. But Zhang not only managed to find it, but he also read it, and most importantly, understood what was written here. While they were looking for that book, Zhang decided that he didn't have time to just look at them, and he needed to leave quickly, because at this rate he might not make it in time for dinner. But Shen decided to stop him again. Elder Mo almost lost consciousness from the realization of what he had learned. Questions were spinning in his head about why this guy was then the worst teacher, because with such an ability he could clearly be the best of the best. Zhang asked Shen to speak faster about what she needed, because as he had already said, he was late for dinner, and Shen suddenly noticed the fact that she also had not eaten for a long time. Zhang mentally asked her not to say that she had just asked him this question, only to then offer to have dinner together, so he decided to answer her that if she was so hungry, what did she want from him? She couldn't get her head around the fact that so many people were inviting her to dinner, and she was turning them down, and when she herself gave Zhang a chance, he turned her down. In any case, she overcame herself and invited him to have dinner together. Zhang clearly wasn't interested until the girl suddenly said that she would treat him to dinner. He was always happy when he was treated, so he immediately agreed, but immediately warned her that he ate a lot. It was Shen's first time meeting a guy like Zhang, because before she had obviously encountered other guys who had invited her and paid for her. The library of the Heavenly Path could see the shortcomings and advantages of techniques, allowed one to read the weaknesses of the enemy like a book, but was not able to reveal a woman's heart to Zhang Huang. He did not understand that with just a few words, he had brought the first beauty of the academy to a panic attack. Shen also noticed that this guy spent half a day with her but never spoke to her, and when she turned to him to ask something, she noticed how some kind of aura arose around him. After some time, she realized that this was the second rank of the power of the mind, which was called the calmness of the waters. Martial arts masters develop not only the body, but also the mind. The higher the rank of mental strength, the greater the learning ability and the ability to perceive and process information. But as it was known, the mind is much more difficult to train than the body. It is difficult to subdue it, and only the head of the academy achieved such a rank of mind. And considering all these facts, Shen realized that his teacher test results were simply fake, and he did it in order to comprehend the second rank of reason with the help of other people's reproaches and bullying. She realized that this guy was essentially a real tiger in a pig's skin, whom she would try to tear apart. Zhang at this moment thought that he had simply decided that this was a beautiful place, but now he realized that he had received the second rank of intelligence. He was very happy to realize this, because he was reborn into a new life. Moreover, with his new training method, his body was filled with the purest qi, so this was no longer surprising to him. With these thoughts in mind, they quickly reached the very restaurant where they would have dinner today. At that moment, Zhang was thinking that he always ate in small restaurants and canteens, so he didn't expect that she would bring him here. And at that moment, Shen was thinking that she was incredibly interested in finding out how much longer Zhang would pretend. Today, Chao and Shangbin were relaxing in this same restaurant, and he was still very angry about the situation that happened to him. But Chao asked him to calm down, because they had already applied for a will detector. Therefore, all that was left was to wait for the moment when they would be punished for what they had done, although Shangbin understood that the heavenly lion was his grandfather's favorite, and he would hardly be able to control it. But Chao thought that it was not necessary to do this, because they could just give him something to drink and feed him, and then it would be much easier for them. At that moment, their order, which they had been waiting for quite a long time, was brought. Shangbin also told the restaurant owner that he had a lion in his backyard, and he wanted them to make sure it was fed. Afterwards, Chao told him that he heard that Hongting Pavilion was a very prestigious restaurant, and its owner was always cold to his customers. But now, for some reason, it was the opposite. Shang explained to him that the pavilion was so famous because its creator, Hong Tao, was a strong and influential person. The only thing Shang didn't understand was why Hong Tao didn't become one of the elders of the academy. As for their warm welcome, it's all because his grandfather was a good friend to Hong Hao, and so his family is always welcome here. Chao suddenly interrupted Shang and asked him to look in the other direction, where he thought Zhang and Shen Bi were walking. And he turned out to be right, because it really was her. But what is she doing here? And with this loser, Shan also did not forget to note that he invited her here so many times, but she never agreed. Chao felt very sorry for the gentleman, but he immediately asked him not to despair, because according to him, he knew how to open the eyes of Madame Shen Bi and show what kind of trash Zhang really was, and in the same way, they could raise his authority in her eyes. After some time, Zhang was very happy because he had not eaten so well for a long time. It was incredibly delicious. Shen was a little upset because Zhang had been just eating all this time and didn't pay attention to her, so she wanted to ask for the bill for this dinner as soon as possible. The waiter happily came up to her to tell her that he only hoped that they enjoyed everything, and also to inform her that they owed only 1,280 coins. The girl clearly did not expect to hear such a figure, because she was more than sure that they ordered a maximum of 100 coins. The man decided to explain to her with a smile that the thing was that they had ordered wine, which cost 1,200 coins. This surprised the girl even more because they didn't order it, but they were simply given this bottle, and so she thought it was free. The waiter's face suddenly changed, and he started saying that it was quite logical that they had to pay for this wine, and he also believed that if she didn't ask how much it cost, then it wasn't their problem, but only hers. This was definitely a problem, because the girl did not have that amount of money with her, so she asked to have the amount credited to her account so that she could return it to them later. The waiter was not going to make concessions, because he believed that if she could not afford this wine, then there was no need to order it. So he told her that she should return their money right now, because no one here was going to feed them for free. At this moment, Teacher Shang Bin approached them, and first of all asked what was going on here. The waiter started smiling again, and telling the man that there had been an incident, that these people had eaten but could not pay for their order. Shang Bin immediately turned to Zhang and told him that if he didn't have money, then there was no point in pretending that he had it, because that would only bring shame to their academy. Zhang immediately asked him to stop saying such things in front of everyone, especially since it was not true. But Shin Bin was clearly not stopped by this, and continued to say that he would never have thought that Zhang could stoop to such a level that he would pretend to be such a generous person. Although in his mind at that moment, he was thinking that it was he who asked for Zhang to be served an overly expensive drink that he would not be able to pay for, when he looked like a nobody, then he Shang should have come and saved the beautiful Shen. This way he would do it all in one shot and punish Zhang and finally get Shen. But apparently he didn't think his plan through to the end, because Shen clearly showed that she didn't like everything that Shang Bin was doing now. He thought that she took it personally, so he decided to clarify once again that he said all this about Teacher Zhang and that he specifically had no money, but he still treated her, and it was some kind of shame. Zhang decided at that very moment to intervene in their dialogue in order to say that it was not he who was treating her, but Teacher Shen who had decided to treat Zhang. Shan clearly didn't expect such a turn of events. It seemed literally impossible to him, because he invited her to dinner every day, but she refused, and then she suddenly decided to invite this trash herself? In any case, he would have to somehow fix the situation, because Shen was clearly very angry because Shang told her that she was pretending to be generous and that it was a disgrace to the teacher. Chao tried to prompt him from the side and told Shan that it was even better, because now he could offer her to pay her bill and then everything would be fine. Without thinking twice, he decided to listen to his friend's advice and immediately put a bag of coins on the table and told the waiter that he would pay Miss Shen's bill. At that moment, he immediately thought that this would definitely calm Shenbi down. Moreover, it even seemed to him that she liked him. But apparently his thoughts were too premature, because Shen at one point simply took off her necklace and said that she did not need it and was ready to pay herself, so as not to pretend to be generous. She took off what turned out to be a jade pendant, which was worth about 5,000 coins, and offered it to the waiter as payment, although later she changed her mind and said that she would leave it only as collateral, so that she could buy it back later. Shang Bing immediately turned to Chao to ask him what to do next, because everything was clearly not going according to plan. Suddenly, this whole farce was interrupted by Zhang, who assured the girl that in fact there was no need to give such a valuable thing as collateral. After which he got up from his seat and came closer to the waiter, telling him along the way that in fact this food is not so expensive, and besides, she is trying to give him money for the fact that he is so maliciously deceiving her. These words angered the waiter, because according to him, they have a prestigious restaurant and an honest place, and there is no point in talking about any deception here. So he promised them that after such words, they will definitely not leave here unpunished. Shang Bing and Chao were happy to see how the waiter, and as it turned out, the owner of this place got furious, and now they were sure that Zhang would be in trouble. Shen, also standing behind him, did not understand why he said all this at all, because she knew very well how influential this restaurant was, and it was quite obvious that he would get into trouble if he continued in the same spirit. Zhang also decided not to remain silent, and told the restaurant owner that since he was telling him such things, then he would not mind telling him why he was so unhappy. The first thing he mentioned was the aromatic bear meat in violets. To prepare this dish, you need to marinate the bear meat in violet extract for at least 3 days, but according to Zhang, they only marinate it for half a day, and then fry it so that the taste is at least a little similar. Zhang believed that the extract had not penetrated the meat at all, so ordering such a dish was essentially throwing money down the drain. While he was telling all this, people gathered around and listened attentively to the story of how they were being deceived. Zhang clearly wasn't going to stop there, and continued to talk about how the Honghu guppy, which they pass off as wild, was actually bred in captivity, which can be seen from its small, thin fins and tail. The waiter became even more angry with each word, but his anger was connected with the fact that Zhang was actually right, and he really was replacing all these products behind the back of his superiors. But this was difficult to notice even for a professional gourmet, so the man could not even imagine how Zhang managed to understand this. He decided to deny all of this, and so the first thing he did was start yelling at Zhang that he was talking complete nonsense, and everything he said was just a coincidence. And if he was already accusing him of this, then he demanded strong evidence. But mentally he understood that if he admitted this, then the restaurant's reputation would be over. Zhang decided to prove to everyone around him that the man was lying, and first of all he took a vessel of wine and began to pour it out. Then he took out a fire and said that since this wine was so expensive, they could easily check it. He set fire to the liquid he had just poured out and said that he would actually be very sorry to pay that kind of money for such a low-quality fake. Not only did the wine burn, but it also spread a smell throughout the restaurant that was so disgusting that all the diners at one point covered their noses just so as not to smell it. And Zhang at this time summed up that the taste really does resemble drunken immortality. If you drink it, then it brings benefits. But in this bottle there was a drink that only brings harm, and this stench is the best proof of that. A few minutes after Zhang's speech, all the people around started demanding that the restaurant return their money, and the owner couldn't even imagine how this could happen. The waiter thought that Shan told him that the guy was a loser, but then how could such a loser understand all his tricks? Because he spoke as if he was a professional chef. In any case, he understood that if his superiors found out about this, then he would be in big trouble. Shang didn't understand at all what had just happened, but Qiao wasn't in a position to explain either. The owner of this restaurant at one point realized that in fact these two were to blame for everything, who had set him up with this wine, so his anger towards them went off the charts. So at one point he couldn't hold back and asked these two to leave his restaurant immediately. They didn't understand what they had done that made him react so sharply, but they understood that it would really be better to leave, because it seemed like the man had gone crazy. Zhang also suggested that Shen leave, since it seemed to him that they would hardly be brought the bill. The girl at that moment was just thinking that teacher Zhang was really good, because he so easily determined the quality of wine and food. She even assumed that he did so poorly on the teacher's exam, because he was developing his culinary skills. Zhang himself actually didn't expect that the library of the heavenly path could determine the quality of dishes, but in any case, he should be grateful to her for this ability, because otherwise he would clearly be in an awkward situation. His thoughts were interrupted by Shen, who was incredibly grateful to him for saving her today. But suddenly, she said that she couldn't just leave it like that, and that's why she was going to invite him to dinner again, because they hadn't managed to do it. Zhang was not prepared for such a turn of events, and immediately told her that it was not worth doing, because he had eaten enough to last a whole year, although he was not against having dinner with the Nettle girl, but he also did not want to fight off her suitors later. He managed to surprise Shen again because she never thought that someone would refuse her several times in a row. But then he also managed to add that it was very good that they just ate together, and now he had to go. And this literally finished off the girl. Suddenly, he was stopped by Shang, who ordered Zhang to stand in the place where he was now standing, and was going to make sure that Zhang would not leave here in one piece today. Shen immediately wanted to ask him what he was planning to do and why he had rolled up his sleeves, but instead of answering, Shang asked the girl to step aside because this should be decided only between him and teacher Zhang. But she wasn't going to do it, so Shang decided to shout toward Zhang and tell him that if he was a real man, he wouldn't hide behind a woman's back. Although Zhang himself did not understand what was wrong with hiding behind a girl's back, moreover, he calls it conflict resolution, and he did not see anything wrong with hiding behind a woman's back to calm them down. Everything didn't go according to Shan's plan again. Moreover, Zhang managed to justify himself so directly that he simply couldn't answer him anything. But this was only the beginning, because then he turned around and said that he was leaving, and he asked Teacher Shen to calm these two down, because he didn't have time for this. In his mind at that moment, he could only think that they were complete fools if they thought they could provoke him with this, because he was a migrant from one world to another, and he had experienced so much that they definitely couldn't surprise him with this. Shang Bin continued to order him to stand where he was, and he also added that if Zhang died today, he would not have the right to bear his surname. Zhang wasn't going to listen to this lunatic, so without thinking twice, Shang summoned the heavenly lion, and then he ordered this animal to destroy Zhang, and if he did this, then Shang promised to feed him every day. Shen did not understand why he was doing this, because he knew perfectly well that the destruction of a teacher was a terrible crime, for which he would suffer a terrible punishment. Shang told her that teacher Zhang was trying to kill him, and the lion was simply defending his master and accidentally struck too hard a counterattack, and therefore it could be taken as self-defense, and no one would be able to say anything to him. After his words, the lion immediately ran to attack to carry out Shan's order. Shen understood what consequences this could lead to, so she obviously began to worry about Zhang. The girl fell to her knees out of worry because she began to understand that it was she who was to blame for this. Shang Bin interrupted her thoughts by starting to shout at the girl that Zhang had definitely already died, and that there was no way to fix it, and all of this made him incredibly happy. But suddenly his euphoria was interrupted by Qiao, who noted that something was clearly wrong there and it was apparently too early to rejoice. Shang started yelling at him because he was sure that this time everything went according to plan, and there was no point in panicking, but Qiao asked him to just look there and everything would immediately become clear. But when Shang finally looked in that direction, he realized that Qiao was indeed right, because Zhang had literally tamed a huge heavenly lion, which now definitely wasn't going to eat him. Shang couldn't believe his eyes, because he always thought that the heavenly lion was his grandfather's pet. This animal was very proud and would get angry even when it was simply touched, not to mention stroking its head, so he didn't understand why this powerful animal was groveling in front of Zhang like a loyal dog. He decided to test his luck once again and ordered the heavenly lion to immediately gather and carry out the order, namely, to destroy Zhang. But the lion did not hear a single word of Shan. He enjoyed the presence of Zhang, who was scratching him. Teacher Zhang got tired of listening to that madman's screams, so he politely asked his new friend to shut him up. The Sky Lion was ready to destroy Shin without any problems and therefore immediately attacked him. Qiao immediately ran to Shang Bin to ask him how he was and if everything was okay with him. Shan was literally already crying because he didn't understand what was happening here, because this lion was his grandfather's pet, who always listened to him, and now it was as if Zhang was his master. The lion continued to suck up to his new owner, and Zhang himself was not averse to praising him and saying that he was a great guy. Shen was also very interested to know from Zhang how he managed to do this. According to Zhang, it was all quite simple. He thought that this heavenly lion was very accommodating, although he did not deny that Zhang seemed simply beautiful to him, so he did not continue to attack him. Although Shen knew very well that he was a heavenly lion, and if he would respect anyone of his own free will, it would be another male heavenly lion. In any case, Zhang thought that it was time for him to go home, and it was time to say goodbye. He also told the lion to go home, and that they would definitely see him again. Zhang continued to be amazed in his mind at the abilities of the heavenly library. He couldn't even imagine that it worked on animals too, and as it turned out, this lion had quite a few shortcomings, so it was easy to tame him. Shen asked him not to leave so quickly, because he had not yet explained to her why the lion obeyed him. Zhang was tired of being followed by so many troubles, so he asked her to leave him alone, because he really wanted to live a long life. At first, she yelled at him because he was talking to her so brazenly. But then she calmed down and said that she was not holding him, and he could go about his business. That same man from the restaurant was called in by the management to be scolded and punished for the fact that he had lured products for his own benefit, and the man agreed with this, but still thought it would be important to add that the other guy was much worse, because he said this in front of everyone, without hiding it, as if he did not respect the real owners of the restaurant at all. His boss slammed the table and ordered him to shut his mouth immediately because he thought that this in no way justified his theft, which sooner or later someone would have noticed. And now he was giving him exactly 5 days to restore the good name of his establishment, and then he would forgive him for the deception or else he would die. After which he still wanted to know who this guy was and who gave him the right to publicly insult the Kuntian restaurant. The frightened waiter, through his fear, told that this man was a teacher who occupied the last place in the ranking, and his name was Zhang Huang. The restaurant owner was very annoyed by the fact that this Zhang Huang dared to disgrace the reputation of his restaurant. Zhang was just walking around at that moment and thinking that he would never have imagined that one dinner could bring so many problems. In any case, he understood that he needed to forget about it as soon as possible, because he had other important things to do. For example, he needed to figure out how to advance to the 6th rank. But to his great regret, no ordinary teacher can simply gain access to information about the rank of opening chakras, because a copy of these documents can only be obtained with the permission of the elders. But at the last test, he only had the 3rd rank, and if he makes this request now, he will simply become a guinea pig. Although if he remembered correctly, there were many useful things sold in Tianshuan City, including growth manuals, and if he could leaf through them, it would actually solve many of his problems. So he decided to go immediately and see if his guesses were correct. He came to the Tianshuan shopping district and was slightly surprised that it was so lively, and apparently it was because he didn't remember anything about this place. He had thoughts in his head that that guy was an ordinary teacher with a low salary, so it's not surprising that he never came here, although so many things are sold here, but he sincerely doesn't remember what they are needed for at all. But for this, he now has a library, which he also decided to test on these products. As soon as he came closer to the goods, the seller immediately turned to him and offered his help, and also did not forget to say that his goods were of high quality and he would definitely like them. He was literally ready to vouch for this. Zhang decided to take a look at one of the products, and according to the seller, this bell was made by a real master, and therefore it has an unusual effect and costs only 50 coins. The library also worked on items, so Zhang found information that this bell actually causes dizziness when exposed for a long time and is effective against first-rank fighters. It was also said that it was made in the Qing Yun workshop. Zhang remained silent, so the seller decided to say that he could actually sell the bell to him at a discount and thus give it away for 20 coins. Zhang at this moment thought that he was actually lucky, because with the Library of the Heavenly Path, he really didn't have to think about the fact that he might buy a fake. Instead of buying this bell, Zhang decided to ask the seller if he had any ice sungrass. In response, the seller told him that Zhang was actually very lucky today, because according to him, he was the only one in the entire market selling this herb. And at the moment, he has 2 boxes with 5 plants in each. He charges 100 gold per plant. Zhang said that first he would like to look at the product that the man was offering him, and then he might buy it. After looking closely, the library made it clear to Zhang that this was indeed the same herb, and the seller had not lied to him. This herb grows on the tops of mountains. It loves sunlight very much. Therefore, it contains a lot of spiritual energy. He believed that the combination of hot and cold yin and yang was the ideal medicine for Zhao Yao's blocked points, but he was confused by one important point about this plant, that one of the stems was dried out. Zhang first looked at the box and assumed that the seller had kept these plants in the wrong conditions. The guy assured him that the dried stem was normal because according to him, he made a career on this grass, and therefore he knows how to handle it. Besides, this stem was always like this, even when he collected it. But he still told Zhang that if it bothered him so much, he could give him the flower for half price. Zhang at this point continued to examine these herbs, and at some point he discovered the ancestral stem. As it was known, the medicine from such was twice as effective as from the ordinary stem. The most unpleasant thing is that if the seller understood this, then the price would most likely be increased, but he still asked to pack this stem. At that moment, Zhang was thinking that with this herb, the problem would be solved much faster, and he wouldn't need any other ingredients. The seller carefully wrapped one stem of this flower and said that Zhang would give him 50 coins. But when it came to payment, Zhang realized that with this library, he had completely forgotten about money. He didn't even have 10 coins in his pocket, let alone 50. Although he still decided to ask the seller to sell him this stem for 8 coins. Obviously, this really angered the seller, who considered Zhang to be an ordinary, impudent person who does not respect a man's work at all, because he actually risked his life to get the stem of this plant. After which the seller also added that although these flowers are not of the best quality, they are still medicinal in any case, and their price is at least 30 or 50 coins, and if he is not going to buy anything, then the seller is already going to call security. Zhang immediately stopped him and said that there was no need to call security, because he was actually interested in buying it. He just didn't have any money, but he wasn't a thief either. Zhang even suggested resolving the conflict in another way, in which the seller would give him the flower for free. The guy couldn't believe that his new customer was so impudent. Not only did he come here without money, but he also expected gifts. The seller decided to play this game and said that he would give him the flower for free, only if Zhang made him think that he was a sage. Zhang immediately told him that there was no need to call him that. He simply suggested hitting him. The seller had already begun to get noticeably angry, because it seemed to him that Zhang considered him a fool and a weakling, although the guy himself was sure that he would smear Zhang very easily. But the teacher very easily stopped his aggression, saying that if he was not mistaken, the seller was from Pingyi. The guy was very surprised, because Pingyi is a small settlement near the city of Tianshuan, and therefore he was sure that Zhang simply could not guess it, and he wanted to know how Zhang guessed that he was from there. Zhang immediately told him that it really didn't matter how he knew this. In his opinion, what was much more important was that he was bitten by a cold bamboo snake in Tianshuan forest 6 months ago. The guy still managed to survive in the end, but because of the bite, he was almost damaged, and in addition to that, unfortunately, he became impotent. The salesman turned noticeably pale, because 6 months ago in Tianshuan forest, he was indeed bitten by a cold bamboo snake. But the guy couldn't even imagine how Zhang could know about it if he only told that girl from the brothel about it. Zhang looked at the guy with a smile, and at one point he finally decided to say that if he lied, he was going to just turn around and leave. But then Zhang assured him that he would definitely never be able to feel like a man again, and also he would not have the right to later say that Zhang did not warn him. The seller immediately perked up to ask Zhang if he really knew how to help him with his problem. Zhang smiled, and the guy started asking him for even more help. If he knew the cure, then he literally started begging Zhang to give it to him, and then he could take everything that was on his shelves for free. Finally, the teacher got the words he wanted, and after that, he finally added that the poison of the cold bamboo snake freezes the organs when it enters the body. And this is a fact. Medicines are powerless here. For this reason, people often amputate their limbs. Even the most skilled alchemists cannot do anything. But here's what's strange. Despite the chilling properties of this snake's body, its bile has a warming effect. So all you need to do is absorb it, and it will completely cleanse the body of foreign cold, and he will be able to become a man again. The guy couldn't believe that he just needed to eat the bile of a bamboo snake. Was it really that simple? Zhang confirmed this information, and also decided to say that he saw these snakes in one kiosk, and if he did not believe him, then he could go and buy this snake right now and try it. But the seller thought that he had a better option. As it turned out, he had one of these snakes lying around in a distant drawer. He opened the box where indeed there was one of these bamboo snakes, and the first thing he had to do was cut it. And as soon as he managed to get the gall sac from the snake's body, the guy immediately brought it to his mouth to swallow. Imagine his surprise when he felt that the effect came literally in a few seconds. He immediately knelt down in front of Zhang and began to thank him for this, because he could finally feel like a man again, and as a token of gratitude, he would like to give him all this ice sun grass. Zhang laughed at him and said that as he said, the seller would give him this grass for free. The salesman felt a little ashamed that he had not immediately recognized Zhang as a talented person, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the shouts of other people who were very loudly discussing the fact that Master Mo Yang was finally here. They believed that they had the opportunity to receive his invaluable advice, and if they were lucky, they would definitely become his students. Zhang didn't quite understand what was going on there, so the seller explained to him that apparently Master Mo Yang had come to the village again. According to the guy, he is simply a great appraiser, and as far as Zhang understood, this is a rather specific profession, like a gourmet, and they are valued approximately equally. But whether to follow the appraiser's advice or not is like gambling. You never know until the end, whether you'll be lucky or not. Betting on treasures is like betting on precious stones in his world. Someone will get a fake, and another a valuable artifact. But with the library of the heavenly path, he doesn't need luck at all. He just needs to touch the object, and he will understand everything at once. And considering all this, he understood that at the moment, this is the best way to get rich. Therefore, Zhang decided not to stand still for long and act. He asked to pick up the grass from the guy later, after which he said goodbye to him. When he arrived at the place, the first thing he saw was how people were literally going crazy over this Master Mo Yang. Each of them wanted to hear his advice. This master answered all these people that he would leave here tonight, but he still wanted to thank them for the hospitality they had shown him, and therefore he was ready to give advice to 5 people. He also assured them that they did not need to quarrel either, because if they were destined to be helped, then so it would be. Zhang, meanwhile, continued to look at the exhibits that were in this market, and at one point he reached a table where there was a vase, which, although it looked impressive, the heavenly library still assured him that it was just junk. Now he was 100% sure that, as he thought, with one touch, he could find out detailed information about everything, and he also immediately realized that the prices here were terribly inflated. People were obviously upset when they heard that Master Mo was leaving that evening, and so they began to offer him to stay at least one more day. He immediately assured them that it was simply impossible, since he had things to do that he couldn't cancel, so it was out of the question, but he still decided that he would add 5 more, because as they knew, searching for treasure among the trash was a difficult task that required concentration, and therefore 10 was his limit. People started shouting that they were ready to pay him for his help, if only he would give them advice. But he immediately answered them that they were telling him complete nonsense, because he had been practicing his craft for a very long time, and if he wanted to make money on it, he would have done it without them. He could have bought out the treasures and sold them for a higher price. According to him, the reason he helps them is their gratitude and bright emotions, because money for him is water, which has no value, and he immediately warned that if anyone started talking about money again, he would not help them. After these words, they began to respect him even more, and also asked him for forgiveness for their stupidity. He also wanted to tell them that the appraiser could actually only increase the chance that they wouldn't get a fake, but they still wouldn't be able to get a full guarantee of success. But while they were with him, he would do everything to help them with this. They immediately raised all their hands up so that he would pay attention to them, and Master Mo decided to choose the old man from the first row first. He explained to them that he would now use his special technique to understand what of them was worth their attention and what was not. After analyzing, he pointed out to the old man the vase that Zhang had recently looked at. Master Mo thought that the old man could safely buy this vase because it was actually very valuable, because it was created at the end of the Kobun period. The old man got his money without any problems and was going to buy this vase because Master Mo himself advised him to buy it. Zhang watched this process, when suddenly he noticed that he had just looked at this vase, and if he was not mistaken, then this was a normal phase from Qing Yun's workshop. As a token of gratitude, the old man immediately brought some coins for Master Mo, who happily took them, and Zhang began to understand that he had definitely not made a mistake in this vase. Suddenly his body was transferred to the library again, which Zhang did not understand, because Master Mo did not seem to have dealt him a combat move, but the book on this person was still flying towards him. In this book, it was written that Master Mo was originally an appraiser's apprentice, working as an informer in the Liuzhu kingdom, and eventually making his way into the appraisers of artifacts with the help of his generalizing voice, which clouds people's minds with words, convincing them of the master's greatness. Zhang took another look and noticed that this man really did look refined and highly moral, so much so that he even managed to deceive him. But now he understood that if there are scammers, then there are also their victims, and apparently the majority of this crowd are victims. Zhang decided that it was so good that he didn't need any help, and so he was about to leave. Suddenly he was stopped by that same Master Mo, who chose the guy as the next lucky one to whom he would give advice. This obviously surprised Zhang, because there were a sea of crazy fans of this Master Mo around. So why did he decide to choose Zhang? Zhang decided to immediately answer him that he certainly appreciated his kindness, but he did not need his help, although the old man did not think so, because he saw that the guy did not know what to choose, and he really did not want the guy to become a beggar at such a young age, so he asked the guy to think again. Zhang understood perfectly well that if he listened to this master, he would definitely be left without money, so he assured Master Mo that he definitely did not need his help. But the old man still continued to insist, because he believed that it was not easy for a young man to quickly accumulate capital, and he was now giving him such an opportunity, and his kind heart could not allow him to spend a lot of money on scrap metal or other trash. His fans began to admire him even more after these words. At one point, Master Mo said that he was almost certain that the guy was now probably thinking that he had finally gotten a great chance to get the treasure, and he also felt that he would not be able to protect it because they would most likely want to take it away by force. Zhang, listening to all this, became more and more convinced with each passing second that this old man was too proud, and how could he even come up with such nonsense? Master Mo continued to tell his fans that he had chosen this young man, and no matter what treasure he got, he would always hope that none of them would covet him. Otherwise, he would consider it an insult to him, and then he would be merciless. After which the old man turned to Zhang again and asked the boy to rejoice, because if he gives him the last place, it means that this is his destiny, and he in turn believes in karma most of all, and because he gives these treasures completely free of charge and only with good intentions. The old man even prepared a valuable item from one of the sellers, whom he asked to calculate the exact cost of this item. According to the seller's bills, they wanted only 30,000 coins from Zhang, and all the people behind the guy literally pressed him and said how lucky he was, because as soon as he bought this thing, he would almost immediately become richer and then acquire a whole fortune. At one point, Zhang couldn't stand it anymore, and therefore yelled at the old man that he wasn't going to buy anything, and if he wanted to deceive people, then the old man was unlucky today, because he chose the wrong person, because Zhang didn't trust him at all. Master Mo couldn't believe that the guy told him such things, and the people who stood behind him also looked for a long time and didn't understand what was going on here. The old man's face immediately changed, and he said that apparently they simply didn't understand each other. Zhang no longer held back and said directly that the old man was simply pretending that he did not understand what Zhang was telling him, because it was completely obvious to the guy that he was simply deceiving ordinary people, but what irritated him most was that the old man was acting as if he was better than him. The old man became completely angry and called Zhang an impudent man and asked him to shut his mouth, after which he added that he received his qualification 30 years ago, and all this time he helped people. According to him, he always honestly solved other people's problems, and no one had ever called him a liar before. Ordinary people also began to stand up for the old man and tell Zhang that Master Mo Yang was honestly helping people, and so they couldn't understand how Zhang could even accuse him of lying. Then the old man said that the guy was extremely lucky that he was a kind person, and if the guy now asks for forgiveness, then so be it. He will forget about his offensive words. But Zhang thought that they needed to do something a little different, because in fact his words were very easy to check. You just need to reveal what this swindler had just sold to the person, and people would immediately understand everything. The old man pretended to be very surprised, because according to him, it would take at least half a day to clean the artifacts that he advised people to do. But as he said, he had urgent matters to attend to, and he simply could not wait that long. But from Zhang's face, he saw that the guy was literally holding back from saying that he was supposedly using his busyness as an excuse to leave early, because he would be ashamed of his actions. At that moment, Zhang was thinking that he was quite a professional liar, because he had already thought up an escape route in advance and said so. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one person from the crowd, who suggested that since this guy claims that the master is a fraud, then he himself apparently has knowledge in this craft, and if this is really so, then he had better demonstrate it. The old man smiled and agreed with this gentleman, because if the guy was so confident in his words, then he probably conducted a lot of evaluation research himself, since he dared to insult him. Master Mo Yan decided that he would give this guy a chance, but for this, Zhang needed to choose one artifact, and if it was of value, then it would be possible to continue the dialogue with him. Zhang agreed to this condition without thinking twice, because he understood that with the Library of the Heavenly Path, he would be able to easily name a truly valuable thing. But before that, he decided to ask the seller if he could pay for the artifact after polishing, when its true price would be clear. The seller immediately refused him, because according to him, you have to pay in advance. This rule was made so that there would be no liars who would refuse to pay if the value of the goods did not cover its original cost. But suddenly, this seller was interrupted by Master Mo, who asked him that this guy pay in a way that would be more convenient for him, and if this young man wins, then he will pay for him, and if not, then he will simply apologize, as he said. Zhang was more than satisfied with these conditions, so he waved to the teacher and said that he would definitely not refuse help, and was grateful in advance to the old man. Master Mo thought that he had never seen such rude people. After this, Zhang began to examine the objects, and the first thing he did was approach the object that he had already looked at, and if it were not for the lack of money, he would have bought it. But since the old man was paying, he saw no point in refusing. Without any doubts, he took this stone in his hands and threw it into the hands of the seller and said that he chose this particular thing. After which he immediately asked to cleanse him here in front of all the people, so that no one could accuse him of lying. The seller stood there for a while in a stupor and didn't know what to do next, until Old Man Mo asked him to clean the item, because he was sure that Zhang didn't understand anything about it, and had obviously chosen the item at random. The person who was cleaning this stone was thinking at that moment that he incredibly strongly wanted to look at the guy's face when they cleaned this stone and found nothing there. Also in his head were thoughts that he gave him small stones because they were all ordinary roadside stones. But apparently he was too wrong, because when he cleared this, as it seemed to him, ordinary roadside stone, they discovered a ling-long stone. It was the main material for making ghost armor, and each of them costs a fortune because they are extremely rare. They began to discuss among themselves that this stone was so large and apparently without impurities, which meant that it could be worth about 100,000 coins, which could not help but please Zhang. The old man, without thinking twice, began to make excuses and say that the guy was just lucky, and that in any case it didn't mean anything. After which he turned around and said that he urgently needed to leave because he had important things to do. But Zhang noted that in their case, haste was out of place, and besides, he had one more question for the old man. He drew people's attention to the old man who bought the vase for 80,000 coins, and Zhang did this in order to tell the man the truth, that this vase was made in Qingyun, and therefore it was an ordinary decorative vase, which on top of everything else was cracked. And considering all this, Zhang was almost certain that in a few days it would fall apart into pieces, which the man found hard to believe, because he believed to the end that it was an expensive vase, because Master Mo Yang advised him to buy it. Zhang didn't want to argue with the man and only told him that if he didn't believe him, it was very easy to check. Just press on the thinnest part of the vase. The teacher also added that there is nothing to worry about, because if it is a truly valuable artifact, then it will not be damaged, and the trash will break immediately. The man just pressed lightly on the neck of the bottle, and it immediately fell to the floor. People couldn't believe that this was actually true, and that Master Mo had advised this man to buy trash. Zhang suggested asking this question to Mo Yang himself, who said that it was a precious vase that would make a poor man rich. But without waiting for an answer from the old man, Zhang himself decided to tell that if he was right, then he and the kiosk seller were in collusion, and they were selling their goods with the help of false popularity under the guise of free advice, and they were buying junk for huge amounts of money. And now all that remains is to check with Master Mo whether he said everything correctly, or maybe he missed something. Two guys from the crowd suddenly started talking about how, if you think about it, they had once heard of a certain swindler named Mo from Liuju. But the people who started to worry the most were those who had already bought things on the advice of this scammer, because it finally dawned on them that this was most likely a fake. Old Man Mo was still trying to justify himself, and therefore told people not to listen to this guy because he was most likely not an experienced appraiser, and he, in turn, only made one mistake. This happens to everyone. But people no longer heard him. They began to break ordinary stones one after another, and they realized that they had given about 60,000 for ordinary stones. It was all just a waste of money, and he was just deceiving them all this time. Old Man Mo asked them not to get worked up, because he could explain everything. Although perhaps it would be better if he did it a little later, because he had urgent matters to attend to. But no one was going to believe this swindler that he had some kind of business, and since he didn't want to tell them the good way, they decided to get information out of him the bad way. This world is huge, and while there are deceivers in it, there are also those who have been deceived, and Zhang understands this pattern. So if Master Mo Yang had not chosen him as his target, he would not have interfered, so we can conclude that the old man himself is to blame for his troubles. In any case, it was time for him to continue on his way, so he headed to Huang Yu's bookstore because he believed that this store might have the 6th rank reference book that he needed so badly, so he thought that he should check it out. As soon as he entered this bookstore, the first thing he was met by was a pretty cute girl who wanted to ask Zhang whether he came to read or buy a book. Zhang, without thinking for long, asked the girl directly if they had any materials about the 6th combat rank. She thought he was joking, because according to her, the store was very small, and such materials required a specialty, but they had books on the 1st ranks. Then Zhang decided to ask her if she knew where he could find such books. She immediately thought that special rights were needed for this, but some big people could still collect the materials he needed, and Zhang immediately decided to ask her if she knew such a person. The girl thought for a bit, and then remembered that she knew someone, but he was a very unusual person, and if he was in a good mood, he might even allow him to take a few books home with him. But if he was in a bad mood, then she couldn't even cross the threshold of his home. Zhang would have been very happy if she had helped him find him, but the girl decided that not only would she help him, she would also go there with him, so that Zhang could find this man faster. On the way, the girl told Zhang that this man had a large library, and it was not for nothing that he was known as one of the smartest people in the kingdom. He even taught Shen Jue himself. This elder Lu Shen hated frivolity, so she immediately advised Zhang to try not to appear frivolous to him, otherwise he would definitely not be able to borrow a book from him. She also added that when it came to borrowing a book, it would be their business alone, and she asked him not to involve her in it. On the way, she continued to tell the characteristics of this man. He prefers obedience in response to all his words, so she advised Zhang to simply nod his head, and then he can be conservative in some matters. But there is nothing critical in this. After some time, they finally came to Mr. Lu Shen's home, and Zhang could not believe that the emperor lived here. The girl in response told him that the emperor insisted on richer housing for his teacher several times, but he always refused. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a guy on a horse appeared, who clearly knew the girl and immediately turned to her and said that he was glad to see you here again. She was a little unhappy that he addressed her like that, because her name is Huang Yu, and besides, they weren't so well acquainted that he would call her that. In response to these words, he told her that, given their relationship, the address had no meaning at all, after which he saw Huang Yu Zhang next to him and decided to tell him not to even think about courting her, because she was only his girlfriend. And in general, he immediately wanted to find out from the girl who he was and why she was taking unknown people to the emperor's teacher. Huang Yu was quite abrupt in her response and immediately made it clear to the guy that it really didn't concern him who she went with and where. At some point, they started to clearly argue with each other, because he believed that she was his girlfriend and he had the right to know, and she asked him to move away from her. Zhang decided to resolve this conflict, so he approached this guy to tell him that he was actually wrong about him and that he really had nothing to worry about. The girl's expression suddenly changed because she didn't understand how Zhang even dared to talk to this guy like that. According to her, he is the only son of King Zhengnan, Bai Sen. King Zheng is one of the most influential people in Tianshuan, and if anyone offends his son, he will turn his life into hell. At that moment, Zhang realized that his body seemed to be not from this planet, because after the appearance of the heavenly library, he forgot absolutely everything. Wana Yu was incredibly surprised that Zhang really didn't know King Zhengnan. But on the other hand, she immediately understood that if this man was ignorant, then if she brought him into the palace, she would be in big trouble. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the opening of the doors of this palace, from which Chenbo, who was the master's assistant, came out, and the guy immediately asked to take them to the teacher. When Zhang entered this palace with his new acquaintances, he immediately noticed that it was incredibly beautiful there, as if all these walls were painted with ink by hand by the most talented artist. As it turned out, this was exactly the case, so the guys were surprised that Zhang knew about this and suggested that perhaps he was an artist. The master's assistant told him that their master used his soul as a pen and the yard as a canvas, and to arrange everything around like a painting was a really good idea. They reached the waiting room where the assistant asked them to wait while he called the repairman. The girl once again decided to clarify whether the guy understood art, but Zhang assured her that this courtyard really was like a painting. Their dialogue was interrupted by Sen, who believed that Zhang was simply putting on airs to appear to be someone he was not in reality. Huang Yu was very angry that Sen was behaving like this, so she immediately wanted to know why he thought so, after which they started arguing again, which was about Zhang. The man at that moment was thinking that if they wanted to argue so much, then he would not interfere with them. But why were they dragging him into this? He came here to take the book and leave. Their argument and Zhang's thoughts were interrupted at one point by the master, who entered this waiting room and immediately silenced them all with his presence, after which he said that it was quite unusual for him to hear that someone had so highly praised his courtyard, which was painted with ink. According to him, it is such a rarity to meet a young man with such a subtle sense of beauty. Sen immediately intervened in this dialogue to say that this guy clearly shouldn't be trusted, because most likely he's just a liar. The man immediately turned to him and noted that he had not actually given him the floor. After he realized that Zhang knew his paintings, he asked him to appraise another rather rare painting. At this moment, Huang Yu approached him again to say that this was a kind of test that the man was giving everyone. Even she had gone through such a test in her time, and if he did not pass it, she immediately assured him that he would not receive the books. At that moment, Zhang thought that if he only knew what this would lead to, he would have been better off keeping quiet there in the yard, because he didn't understand these paintings at all. He could only hope for the library of the heavenly path, which helped him to understand the artifacts, and therefore he became interested to know if it would help him with the paintings. The library is simply an amazing thing, and Zhang was convinced of this once again when she gave him a complete description of this painting, after which he asked the master again if he really wanted to hear his opinion about this painting. The man, without thinking twice, immediately told him that he would be grateful for his opinion, and Zhang said that he would please him, because in fact, he had one comment, after which he said with complete confidence that this was simply a nightmare come true, and this was one of the most terrible pictures he had ever seen, which the guys clearly did not expect to hear. Huang Yu immediately felt incredibly ashamed of him, because it seemed to her that Zhang was truly an intellectually developed person, but she sincerely did not understand how he could say such a thing. Sen was very glad that Zhang said exactly that, because he believed that this proved that he was indeed right, and Zhang was an ordinary swindler. But the master again noted to Senya that he did not give him the right to speak, after which Zhang asked the master for forgiveness for such rudeness, because he actually did not know that this was the master's work. But the man immediately told him that it made no difference who painted it, because he wanted Zhang to appreciate it first and foremost as a painting, and not as the person who painted it. Zhang was glad to hear this, so he continued to talk about how any roadside artist could really paint such a picture. But on the other hand, he also believed that if you look at this picture from the other side, you can notice that it opens up in a completely different way. The master didn't expect the guy to add something like that, so he immediately wanted to know what he meant. Zhang stated that everything was actually simple, and therefore, if the master did not object, Zhang would like to ask him for permission to reveal the secret of this painting. Sen immediately started shouting in his direction when he saw a knife in his hands, because he believed that this painting was priceless and definitely couldn't be cut. But Zhang didn't listen to him, so without thinking, he did what he wanted. Such an act surprised even the master, and he watched further events with fear and curiosity. Zhang took the cut canvas by the tip and said that the painting was a fake because it was painted on rice paper. The real canvas was hidden on sheepskin and had a much more modest appearance than the fake. Zhang's skills greatly impressed everyone present, who were stunned by how quickly he managed to understand it. The master praised Zhang, because not many people know about the technique of drawing on sheepskin through rice paper. Then the master decided to give Zhang another test and led him to the next canvas, waiting for the evaluation. The painting depicted a ravenous giant beast, and Zhang said it was skillfully executed but lacked precision. Then Zhang assumed that the author of the painting had never seen the animal he painted in person. And precisely because of this, the canvas has no great value, despite the skill of writing. The author of the painting was the master himself, and he was struck by the fact that Zhang very quickly understood the value of the painting. But he didn't reveal himself yet, so he asked Zhang what exactly the inaccuracies were. Huang Yu was surprised that the emperor's teacher would ask such a young man for advice. Zhang fondly explained that Qi Xiong, the beast depicted, has a streamlined body shape that resembles a blade, and this condition is not observed in the canvas. The master was so pleased with such an answer that he began to clap his hands in delight. The master admired the skill of his new acquaintance, despite his age, and equated his skills to masters. Master asked Huang Yu to introduce his new friend. Huang Yu was a little embarrassed, because when she met Zhang, she did not ask him his name. The emperor's teacher was a little angry that the young boy was treated like this, because in his opinion he was his equal. The king's son looked somewhat confused after these words, because he did not believe that an ordinary average person turned out to be a master. Then the emperor's teacher looked at him sternly, as if to make it clear that all doubts would disappear. Huang Yu and the king's son bowed to Zhang as a sign of respect and honoring the title of master. Zhang was embarrassed by this and said that he was just expressing his opinion about the paintings, so he should not be called a master. The emperor's teacher assured him that he really deserved all the honors because he pointed out all the flaws of the paintings without mistake, and added that he had every right to instruct Huang Yu and the king's son at any convenient opportunity. Then the emperor's teacher asked Zhang what was the purpose of his visit. Zhang said that he knew about the large library that was here, and he came to find the material on the 6th battle rank. The teacher replied that he had a really big library and mostly all materials about art, but not so many books about fighting skills. The teacher willingly agreed to show Zhang these materials, and for this he had to go to his office, but the servant wanted to say something else. Then the teacher gave him a sign that such a dignified person as Zhang could not be forbidden from doing something. They went out into the yard because the master's office was in another wing of the yard. At last they came to the library, where there were many shelves of books and scrolls. The master showed modesty and said that the library was not really that big, but Zhang could feel at home. Zhang began to quickly flip through book after book that the emperor's teacher decided to inquire if these techniques were suitable for him. Then Zhang noticed the books on the shelf above, lying away from everyone else, which the teacher said were his son's books. The master added that his son liked brute strength, so he collected many books on physical improvement, some from the royal library. Zhang asked if he could inspect them, to which the emperor's teacher had no objection. Zhang liked this favor and decided to take advantage of this hospitality by reaching for the books. He again started flipping through them at a frantic speed, which made the teacher embarrassed, thinking that these books were not suitable either. In fact, all this time, Zhang had been using his superpowers of speed reading and absorbing information quickly. While it seemed to everyone that he was just flipping through books, Zhang seemed to be in a vortex of information, looking at everything in detail. Zhang held the last book on the list in his hands and took his time to unfold it, as if carefully examining the binding. Holding the book in his hands, he felt warmth and energy envelop his body. Every muscle in his body was filled with the long-awaited energy of Qi, which made Zhang strong and resilient. Zhang unfolded the textbook and realized that the strength of Qi was highly dependent on the strength of the body. And thanks to the Library of the Heavenly Path, they managed to absorb the best knowledge from the book. His body unconsciously began to transform, and he could now practice the golden body of heaven. With this technique, Zhang's strength increased, but he still had not found information about the 6th rank. The teacher who had been watching Zhang all this time couldn't figure out what he was doing. So he approached Zhang to inquire more closely if the young master was all right, touching his shoulders. At the moment of contact, the Emperor's teacher felt his body permeated with mad energy. From such a powerful charge, the Emperor's teacher seemed to be pushed back several meters by an invisible force. Zhang looked around to see what had happened, because there was no one else in the library besides them. The master, who now had a broken lip, had a ragged appearance, but at the same time assured that everything was fine. He pondered over the fact that this unknown force caused the damage that was not like the power of the 5th rank. Zhang ran up to the master to help him up, but the old man assured him that he was fine and just tripped. Zhang placed his palm on the master's back to reassure the old man, as he once again felt a jolt of strength in his body. The unknown but powerful energy that burst out shook the master again. Zhang could not understand what was happening, and for a moment it seemed to him that the old man was pretending. Then he approached the master again to ask if everything was okay with him, but he quickly and sharply replied that Zhang should not touch him. With multiple bruises and sores, the old man stood up and asked Zhang if she had just achieved the 6th rank. Scratching the back of his head, Zhang said that he had indeed achieved the rank he needed, but he didn't think it would happen so quickly. The old man, moving away from the blow, sat thinking that he had come across cases in literature that described a rapid rise in rank. But it seemed strange to the master that the young man just looked through the books in a matter of seconds and got a new rank. However, the old man assumed that Zhang could accumulate a wealth of knowledge and was only missing a few phrases. In the meantime, the king's son asked Huang Yu how she knew Zhang, and she replied that they only met today. The king's son was interested in the information whether Zhang really was at the 5th rank, to which Huang Yu answered in the affirmative. Such information pleased the boy, because he was eager to meet Zhang in a duel to compare forces. The emperor's teacher entered the living room, grunting, and with his appearance he somewhat confused those present. Despite the multiple bruises, he repeated the same thing, that everything is fine with him, and there is no need to worry. The old man asked his servant Chen Bo to bring a column to measure strength. The king's son asked Zhang about the rank so that he could confirm his guess. When Zhang said that the assumptions were correct, the king's son began to brag about his strength and asked for a duel. Upon hearing this, the emperor's teacher realized that this was the best way to test Zhang's new power. Huang Yu tried to stop Bai Sen, telling him that he was not Zhang's level and would be defeated. Then the old man intervened in the dialogue and said that he is not against a duel if you know the measure and do not harm each other. Bai Sen smiled and assured the emperor's teacher that the match would be held according to all the rules. So Zhang and Bai Sen stood in a stance, preparing for a duel that would show the true strength and skill of the boys. Bai Sen swung with all his might to strike Zhang. He was convinced that victory would be easy. Zhang swung back, wanting to test his strength to see how much his power had grown since the emperor's teacher's library. Their fists collided in a duel and each of them tried to win the match. But Zhang thought that Bai Sen's punch was weak, and he doubted whether his opponent really had a peak of the 5th rank. Bai Sen flew several meters after the impact, while Zhang remained on the spot safe and sound. If it weren't for the wall behind Bai Sen, the boy would have flown much further, but it stopped him. Huang Yu, along with the emperor's teacher, opened their eyes wide when they saw Zhang's strength. Zhang was worried about Bai Sen's condition for a moment, so he asked if he was okay. Bai Sen, who was aware that if he did not resist with all his might, he would lose the hand he engaged in a duel. But he didn't show that there was anything wrong with him. Then Zhang suggested another duel. Bai Sen said that this was not necessary because he considered Zhang to be strong, and in such a case the duel would not be equal. It seemed to Zhang that Bai Sen was too lazy to fight, and that he had not even used his full strength. Meanwhile, the servant informed the master that the force-measuring column was ready. The servant also noticed that Zhang managed to defeat the king's son, but he could not understand how it happened. The master told Zhang that Bai Sen needed to recover and treat his wounds, while in the meantime he suggested that Zhang check the strength on the column. Zhang replied that only yesterday he measured the strength and got a result of 4 Dien, so today it is unlikely to be greater. The master heard Zhang, but still insisted on his point, so he made an inviting gesture to the column. Zhang began to warm up in front of the column and pondered that even though he had used the golden body of heaven, his strength had not increased much. In fact, he had measured his strength in the morning and had gotten a result of 8 din, so he decided to hit the column at half strength. Swinging, Jang delivered a powerful blow to the stone column, which made a characteristic dull sound. After the impact, the number 4 appeared on the pillar, representing Zhang's strength. Zhang turned his back to the column and invited the others to see that his power had actually not changed. But the facial expressions of those present did not agree with this statement, because there were clearly not 4. Huang Yu asked Zhang to come back so that he could see for himself the extent of his power. Zhang couldn't understand why the 4 dings caused surprise in those present, but he still looked back. What was his surprise when there was no number on the column now, but the number 49? Zhang asked the master if the column was working properly, because all this action looked like some kind of nonsense. The master explained to Zhang that the meaning of his metamorphosis was that his body was not used to the new power, which is why he won the duel so quickly. Huang Yu and Bai Sen opened their mouths when they saw that Zhang had advanced to the next rank and raised his strength to a ding. Zhang himself could not understand how this happened, because the transition to the 6th wound means the opening of chakras, each of which adds 1 din. Even Master asked Zhang how he managed to open 45 points so quickly. Zhang replied that he had not increased his rank, but he had definitely managed to pump up his body. The master asked Zhang what he meant by pumping the body and did Zhang eat any fruit before that. Zhang scratched the back of his head as he recalled the morning's events and replied that he tasted some strange fruit at the market. The master then said that what Zhang tasted was very similar to the pearl fruit, which gave power similar to the 6th rank. Zhang was confused, because before that he did not believe in the existence of such things, but it seems that he caught luck. Master invited Zhang to sit down to ask him more about his personal life. Zhang told that he was a teacher at Hongtin. Then the master replied that it was no wonder why he was so strong. The emperor's teacher asked Bai Sen and Huang Yu to seek advice from Zhang. Bai Sen was more than happy with such advice, because finally he will be able to properly train his fighting abilities. Zhang thanked the emperor's teacher for his hospitality and apologized for staying so long. The teacher, in turn, apologized for having so few books on the 6th rank, but he gave Zhang advice on where to find them. Zhang smiled and thanked the teacher again for such generous help. The teacher laughed at Zhang because he liked his modesty, so he advised him to come more often. Zhang went outside thinking that the visits to Master Lu Shen's house had been successful. With his new strength, he could now defeat anyone with a 6th rank, as his punch was about 90 din. Thoughts about ways to pump up strength and power were interrupted by the steps of some people walking towards Zhang. When Zhang looked around, he saw a shadow that flashed and hid behind the walls of a nearby building. Zhang exclaimed that he noticed the stranger, so he can safely show himself. It turned out to be an appraiser with his gang. The appraiser began to threaten Zhang that he would not leave him alone until Zhang reimbursed all the losses. Zhang stood and sneered at them, saying that he could cover all the expenses with only the goats from his nose. The evaluator was very angry at such an answer and threatened Zhang that he would not leave him a wet spot. Zhang stressed that he does not lack confidence to make such statements, as he has just undergone a metamorphosis. But the appraiser didn't care, so he ordered his henchman Dead Zhang to have sex with Zhang immediately. The stout grandfather Zhang, who was twice as big as Zhang, asked if Zhang wanted to say something for the last time. The salesman with a short mustache pointed out that if Zhang died at the hands of Grandfather Zhang, he would not be able to pay the damages. But this did not bother the appraiser. Even if he dies, it can be considered a worthy revenge. Grandfather Zhang prepared to launch his powerful attack, but Zhang didn't even blink at this moment. He grabbed the stout man by the hands and pressed his thumbs on certain pain points. Jean's grandfather was so upset by this reception that he could barely hold back tears from the pain. But in a moment he gave up and roared at the top of his throat from the pain that twisted his arms. Zhang mused that this was a great chance to practice and get used to the new abilities, which were extremely powerful. So while Grandpa John recovered from the previous attack, John delivered another one right under his breath. And the stout man was thrown hundreds of meters away by an invisible, powerful force. It seemed as if smoke was coming from Zhang's hand after such an attack, and the teacher himself still did not believe in his strength. The appraiser's expression took on a mask of deep surprise at such an attack, and he understood that he had underestimated Zhang. Then he yelled at his salesman to solve this issue immediately, because the appraiser himself was in no hurry to fight. The salesman began to accumulate strength and prepared to demonstrate his 6th battle rank. Zhang carefully observed this phenomenon and understood that in Hongting this boy would be a respectable person. The appraiser would get his Pozipak to attack already and hoped that after that he would have no more problems. The seller who had accumulated mana was ready to deliver his fatal blow to Zhang. He straightened his shoulders and prepared for a leap that resembled the flight of a falcon. Other Pozipaks together expressed their reservations to the evaluator about the technique of the falcon, although it is of an average level, but for many, it is devastating. The evaluator immediately dispelled all doubts because Zhang defeated Iron Hand, and therefore he is strong enough. So the only option to finish off Zhang as quickly as possible, according to the evaluator, is to use the powerful falcon technique. Zhang, who was watching this scene carefully, was a little disappointed because he had hoped that it would be a worthy match. Posipaka with a short mustache flew at Zhang, preparing to deliver an incredible blow. However, to Zhang, such an attack was like swatting a fly, which caused the appraiser and the others to open their mouths. Zhang raised his leg up and thrust it directly into the groin of the so-called falcon, the pain of which caused the falcon to writhe in agony. He immediately fell to the ground and curled up, whimpering because everything hurt. The appraiser was enraged and ordered his last 2 henchmen to finish off Zhang immediately. They immediately rushed into battle swinging sticks and using various combat techniques. Zhang advised his attackers to look back as it looked like their master had just given them a scratch. When they looked around, they realized that there was no one in the place where the appraiser was standing a second ago. The man ran away shouting phrases about unity and promising that he would return soon. Zhang and the 2 fellows who were watching this picture could not understand where this man was taking such audacity. But Zhang lacked time to think, so he smiled wickedly and advised the 2 boys to run away as well. However, they did not listen to his advice and were crushed by Zhang in no time. The appraiser, who was running away from the fight, could only hear out of the corner of his ear how his followers were shouting and begging for help. Zhang was clever, so he caught up with the appraiser in a moment and asked him where he was in such a hurry. Zhang added that he had some serious and urgent business with such a skilled appraiser, and bringing his leg above him, he leaned on the appraiser's head so that he knew who he contacted. The impact caused the man to twist and turn several times in the air, resembling a wheel spinning on a cart. Zhang approached the appraiser and told him that he must have expected such a reaction when he dared to attack. The appraiser, holding a blood-soaked handkerchief near his mouth, begged Zhang for clemency. He offered Zhang some money, so Zhang wondered how many coins the appraiser valued his life at. The appraiser reached into his hand, removing a green ring from his thumb that could enrich Zhang. Zhang at first wondered how such a small and inconspicuous ring could be worth anything. Zhang carefully examined the ring, which has a space of 3 square meters inside. Zhang decided to activate it to see what this ring was rich inside. The ring vibrated and rose into the air, creating vortices that pulled it inwards. Zhang did find himself in a small room with golden walls and coins and other treasures scattered on the floor. The appraiser anxiously watched as Zhang studied the ring and hoped that he would accept it. But it seems that Zhang was in no hurry to accept the gift because he had a slightly better plan for the appraiser. He offered the appraiser mercy in exchange for what he was hiding under his clothes. The appraiser did not expect such a development of events because Zhang easily exposed him, and now he had to give all the money. Zhang raised his fisted hand to the appraiser, mocking him maliciously. The clothes that were on the appraiser began to be torn to pieces and scattered around. Now the appraiser, beaten, was sitting on the ground completely naked, covering himself only with a mantle. Zhang was holding a pile of money in his hands. Counting them, he couldn't believe his eyes that he was now rich. The appraiser hoped that now Zhang would let him go, because he took everything he could from him and stripped him to the bone. Zhang mocked the pitiful Mo Yan, who was a professional liar who often pretended to be a famous appraiser. All Mo Yan was interested in was how Zhang knew so much about his life, and who the hell was this Zhang? The appraiser understood that there was nothing unusual in the fact that Zhang knew his name, but how he knew otherwise was unclear. Zhang said that it didn't really matter how he knew all this. It was much more important that Zhang found out about his point of life. Zhang couldn't do away with the appraiser, but he could make sure that the charlatan wouldn't fool anyone again. Zhang put his foot over the appraiser and hit him under the breath with all his might so that he would realize the consequences of his actions. The appraiser was thrown against the wall by the impact with the sounds of a crash and cracking of bones. Zhang stood over the appraiser and told him that he could go now and not to fool people. The appraiser was lying on the ground, creaking, writhing in pain, covered in bruises and sores. Meanwhile, Shang was kneeling before his grandfather and begging him for a favor. He complained to his grandfather that he had assured him that the lion would be obedient, but everything turned out to be the opposite. After all, during the fight with Zhang, the lion was supposed to attack Zhang, but instead it harmed Shang. The grandfather replied that it was not easy for him to tame the beast, but they communicate with each other as equals, not as master and servant. But what surprised the grandfather was why he listened to an outsider, because in any case, he had to protect his grandson. While Shang continued to complain that he had become docile like a dog in Zhang's presence, the lion sat proudly and unmoved. The grandfather smiled at this situation and told his grandson that he would deal with this problem later. But Shang could not calm down and wanted Zhang to be dismissed from the academy and banned from being here. The grandfather smiled again and gave his grandson the go-ahead that he should not worry because he will fix everything. But the old man understood that Zhang was lucky to a certain extent, because the man did not believe that he would have at least one student, let alone 5. Shang proposed the idea because he knew that Zhang had forced a boy to become his apprentice, and he advised Grandpa to simply intervene in the situation at the right moment and suspend teacher Zhang. Grandfather asked his grandson if he was really sure of such information, to which Shan nodded approvingly. The old man said that in that case, he would invite an elder from the Teachers Guild to observe the process. If the elder reveals signs of lying, then there will indeed be an opportunity to suspend teacher Zhang. Shan was filled with angry and happy emotions because very soon Zhang could pay for what he humiliated Shan. Meanwhile, Zhang thought about the fact that he had read about 10 books from Master Lu Shen yesterday, but had not found what he needed. From what Zhang read, it was not possible to compile a single technique, and this upset the teacher. But he decided that things would get better in time, so he pushed open the academy door as he stepped inside. Opening the door, he saw a company of 5 people happily waiting for Zhang. Zhang could not believe his eyes, because for a moment it seemed to him that this was a sweet dream that he did not want to interrupt. It was Zhang's disciples who were smiling at him, knowing that he was finally back. Such joy seemed somewhat suspicious to Zhang, as if they were completely different people, but he still greeted them. Rummaging through his pockets, Zhang called Zhao Yao over and said she would be the first. He gave the girl a wooden box in which there was a herb from which you could prepare a healing tincture. When Zhao opened the box, she saw a stem of ice sungrass in front of her, and then Zhang took out a stack of thin books that contained techniques developed taking into account the individual abilities of the students. He handed out a book to everyone and wished them success in learning sometimes not easy techniques. Each of the students started reading the book, and they were surprised that they were hearing about such things for the first time. Enthusiasm knew no bounds, and the accessible methodology was easily learned, as if the author was a teacher himself. For example, Zhao was surprised by the fact that the past technique was created by an 8th-rank fighter, but the new one is better than the one she practiced before. Zhang interrupted the intrigue and admitted that he had written these techniques in one evening, but had not had time to come up with a name for them. So Zhang invited the students to come up with names on their own, and this news was extremely shocking. The students did not expect that the teacher gave the opportunity to come up with the names of techniques that might later become popular. Zhao was bewildered by the teacher's generosity, so she asked him one more time whether he had made a mistake in entrusting her with such a serious task. Another student couldn't get over the generosity of Zhang, who wrote as many as 5 manuals and gives students the opportunity to come up with a name. For the students, this is really a whole holiday because in the entire history of Hong Tin, no student has been given the honor of owning the equipment created for him. After such generosity and wisdom of the teacher, the students certainly did not doubt their patron. So the students decided to thank Zhang for his hard work and incredible generosity. All 5 students knelt down and began chanting words of thanks in unison, which puzzled Zhang. Zhao, on behalf of all the students, swore that the knowledge Zhang had given would not pass on, and that those who broke the oath would be punished. Zhang was amused by such an oath, because the works were created with the help of the library, and it would be good if they did not know about them. Meanwhile, a girl with blonde hair was spinning circles in the yard, lost in thought. It was Lady Shen, and she looked worried, because one question had been bothering her for a long time. And she finally dared to take a brave step and resolutely stepped forward to meet the answers. When she approached the gate, she met a strange stranger on her way. A man with a long beard and hair in a ponytail looked excited and worried. Lady Shen came closer to her husband and decided to ask him who he was and what he was doing here. The man looked around, looked at the girl, and advised her not to be confused by him and to go on her way. Such rudeness was not to Lady Shen's liking, and she suspected that something was amiss. She had flashbacks and thoughts that this man had been sent by Shang Bin to finish off Zhang after the failed duel. Then Lady Shen decided to warn the bearded man that harming a teacher in the territory of Hongtin is a crime. Such words incited even more anger inside the man, because just the day before yesterday he was beaten because of a quarrel between 2 teachers over a girl. The man added that the girl's name was Shen Bi, so Shen herself advised the man to leave as soon as possible, otherwise he would be in trouble. So realizing that her teacher Zhang was in danger because of her, Lady Shen rushed into battle. The man, despite all his injuries, was preparing for defense, especially in his opinion, he will definitely be able to resist the girls. Lady Shen struck the first blow with a wide swing of her leg, but the man blocked the blow at the last moment. Shan was walking in the fresh air with his friend, and he was just interested in how the conversation with his grandfather went. Shan was smiling, because soon Zhang and his student, who chose a path not of their own free will reveal themselves when caught under the will detector. The red-haired partner was amused at such news and added that after Zhang disappeared, Shen Bi would turn his attention to Shan. Shang remembered that awkward evening at the restaurant when Shen Bi went to have dinner with Zhang. Shan's partner added that he needs to be patient a little, and then luck will smile on Shan in the form of dinner with Shen Bi. Shan laughed at these words, but promised a worthy reward to his partner in case of success. Their fascinating dialogue was interrupted by the sounds of a fight, which was close to where they were walking, and the red-haired boy was the first to pay attention. Shang took a closer look, and saw that Lady Shen was fighting with Yao Han for reasons unknown to Shang. The red-haired boy guessed that Shen Bi knew that Yao Han had beaten Shang, and this guess made Shang pale. Then the boy continued his theory, and was convinced that there were no other reasons, considering that Shen is always calm. Shan's heart began to pound with a frenzied force, as if it was about to burst out of his chest at the thought that Lady Shen Bi liked him. Shan fell silent for a moment and did not take his eyes off the epicenter of the fight. Such a state alarmed his red-haired partner. Then Shang shouted at the top of his voice in anger that he would not allow anyone to harm Shen and let her suffer because of him. The red-haired boy wanted to add some advice to Shan, but he was already rushing into the fight with all his might. During the fight, Yao Han noticed out of the corner of his eye that Shang was now approaching and assumed that he was in cahoots with Shen Bi. Shen Bi, in turn, assumed that Shang was conspiring with Yao Han to deceive her once again. Breaking into the duel, Shang drove Shen Bi and Yao Han to different sides but did not harm anyone. Shen Bi, who was catching her breath, mused about the fact that Shan had acted out a scene where he was in the role of a savior. Yao Han, who was already in a bad mood, now looked even more angry. Shan raised his fist and shouted at Yao Han that how dare he raise his hand and hurt his beloved girl. Yao Han grabbed the monster by the scruff of the neck and blocked every blow, causing Shang to lose strength. As Shang exhaled, Yao Han would beat him beyond recognition, Shang's face resembling a pufferfish. The red-haired boy begged Lady Shen to step in and help Shan or he would die. Lady Shen asked the boy why she should help Shan if this is a well-planned scene. The boy denied everything and said that they were not setting anything up. Then Lady Shen hesitated a little but decided to help. Yao Han realized that it was time to give up because he had struggled against Lady Shen when he was wounded, and now the advantage was not on his side. He tossed the battered and mutilated Shan towards Lady Shen and said he was retreating. But before leaving, he swore that he would take full revenge on Shan and Shenbi. While the red-haired boy ran up to Shan, trying to help him at least somehow, Shen stood immovably looking in Yao's footsteps. The red-haired boy was panicking over Shan because he was not regaining consciousness, and Shen thought that the performance was delayed. Suddenly, the door to the palace opened and a disgruntled Zhang came out and asked what was going on. Then Shang came to his senses and began to mutter something incomprehensible, as if threatening Zhang. The red-haired partner realized that it was difficult for Shan to speak, so he told everything himself, that the will detector was waiting for Zhang tomorrow. Digging in his head, Zhang began to recall all the information about the will detector, which finds out the true relationship between a student and a teacher. The red-haired boy stated that if Zhang refused to pass the detector, then he would be breaking school rules. Shen was worried about such events, because she did not understand what Shang wanted to achieve, and advised Zhang to refuse. Zhang listened to all the suggestions, thought for a moment, sighed heavily, and answered that he was ready to pass the detector. With his answer, he surprised Shan and Shen Bi, who expected him to refuse. It was about Yang Li, who initially regretted his choice, but now he and everyone else are willing to give their lives for Zhang. The red-haired boy reassured Shan that Yang Li still wanted to be Shan's student and that everything would fall into place very soon. Shen Bi approached Zhang so that he could explain to her why he easily agreed to this adventure. When Yang Li arrived, Zhang told Shen not to worry about these events, because everything was under control. But this answer did not satisfy Shen, because she knew about all the power of the Shan family and what they were capable of. Shen Bi blamed herself for everything, and she couldn't stand aside in this situation. Meanwhile, in the will detector tower, Shan's grandfather was telling the elder about the events related to Zhang. Elder Mo listened carefully to the old man and said that he was always happy to help restore justice. The old man added that Zhang got the lowest score on the teacher's test, but he kept Zhang. Shan's grandfather also reported that the complaint against Zhang was made by teacher Chao Xiong, who exposed the lie. The elder reassured the old man because daring to use the Vola detector is a bold step, but necessary for the sake of justice. Shan's grandfather smirked to himself, enjoying the elaborate plan. The doors of the academy opened, and a male figure could be seen on the threshold heading inside the tower. When the door opened wider, 5 people entered the hall who were interested in solving the issue. When the grandfather saw his grandson Shan, he was quite frightened by the fact that there was no living space on him. Shang quickly reassured the old man and assured him that he was fine, so there was no need to worry about the misunderstanding. The grandfather rummaged through his pockets and took out medicine for his grandson, which was supposed to improve his condition somewhat. While Shang was taking his medicine, the red-haired boy bowed before the elder, begging for a just decision in this case. The red-haired Cao Xiong revealed that Yang Li had once been his student, but had defected to him under Zhang's threats. Yang Li looked confused as he didn't fully understand why he was brought to the will detector tower. Zhang made a face of fear in front of the elder and convinced him that Yang Li chose his path voluntarily. Yang Li was even more confused. Now he didn't understand why Zhang looked so confused. Zhang turned to his student and winked at him for him to play along and say that Zhang didn't force his way. Yang Li listened to the teacher and began to repeat that he chose his educational path of his own free will. The elder was confused and turned to Zhang with a warning that the disciple could return to Cao Xiong and the detector would be cancelled. Shang and Cao Xiong, who did not consider this development of events, panicked because it was not in their hands. Shang insisted that teacher Cao Xiong apply for the will detector, and the administration agreed. Cao Xiong also expressed that canceling the will detector was a shameful disregard for the young apprentice's wishes. The elder agreed that it is worth conducting a detector with clearly defined conditions, namely that the loser will be punished as agreed upon by the participants. Shan's grandfather informed Zhang that if he lost, he would face the maximum penalty of banishment from Hongtin. Zhang once again played the role of the upset teacher and said that he had no enmity with teacher Cao, so it was cruel to kick him out. And then Zhang proposed another idea, such as taking away the license and adding a punishment of 100 lashes of God. With such a statement, Zhang stunned everyone present, because it was he who was in a disadvantageous position, and now he is proposing such serious punishments. The elder thought about the fact that if the teacher is simply expelled, then he will be able to work in another institution, but revocation of the license is another matter. Chao Xiong could not understand why Zhang chose such a cruel punishment in the form of God's whips, which leaves a person half alive. Shenbi's eyes were already wet, because it was crystal clear that this was a trap, but Zhang did not try to get out of it. Chao Xiong did not hesitate to agree to the terms of punishment offered by Zhang. Meanwhile, Yang Li admired the skill and cunning of the teacher, who pretended to be a loser to provoke his opponents. The elder announced that if both parties agreed to the terms, then there was no point in delaying the event. The elder showed everyone present a ball of heartstone that Zhang and Cao Xiong were to touch in turn. According to the results, the winner will be the one who has a higher level of trust from Yang Li. Cao Xiong was happy that once the procedure was over, Zhang would not have a wet spot left. Since Teacher Cao had applied, he had the honor of being the first to go through the detector with Yang Li. The ball lit up with a magical warm light that illuminated every corner of the majestic hall. In this way, the Heartstone is able to put people in a trance state in order to read their inner world. Thanks to this stone, it was possible to find out whether the teacher really listens to the student, otherwise the latter may hate his mentor. Shauna's grandfather explained that the maximum level of trust is 100, and the relationship between a teacher and a student is usually at the level of 30. Meanwhile, Shen persisted and advised Zhang to leave now and never come back. Shan eavesdropped on their conversation and said that it was already too late to rush, because soon everything would fall into place. Shang was convinced that as soon as the results appeared, Zhang would regret having been born. But Zhang remained calm all this time and was even amused by Shang's overconfidence. Shang continued to mock Zhang, because in his opinion, the degree of trust between Chao and Yang would be at least 20. But Zhang, according to Shang, could score less than 10 units, and then he would be ashamed of the whole kingdom. Shen was very annoyed by such comments from Shang, but she was even more annoyed by Zhang's excessive calmness. Shauna's grandfather asked the elder how much in his opinion there is trust in these two teachers. Then the elder replied casually that Cao could get a result of 20, but Zhang was threatened with even a negative value. Shauna's grandfather replied that if the indicator is negative, then in this case he will immediately insist on having his license revoked. Shan squinted through his bruised eyes, which made his eyes look even more puffy as he noticed the results. Chao was looking forward to the results because very soon he could get rid of the annoying Zhang. A pillar of bright warm light rose from the orb and produced a result of 10 units. Shan by no means expected such a result and began spitting at everyone around him out of anger. Cao also did not believe in such a result because he gave the boy a future in Hongtin. Zhang, along with Shen Bi, taunted Shang that his source of confidence had failed. Shan's elder and grandfather were also stunned by such a low figure because the forecasts were better. Shan's grandfather was furious that Cao would dare the will detector with such a degree of trust. Cao consoled himself with the fact that it didn't matter, because he was still the winner as long as Zhang didn't score more. For Zhang, such statements were sweet to the ears because unlike his opponents, he was confident of his success. So Zhang walked up to Yang Li thinking that the sooner this performance ended, the sooner the student would return to class. So Zhang and Yang touched the orb together, and in an instant, everyone was blinded by a bright light that was much brighter than Chao's. Shauna's grandfather and the elder opened their mouths, because these two had not yet had time to touch the bullet, when the result already appeared above the flash. Shenbi, Shang, and Cao were no less surprised, especially Cao, who had just managed to get off the pedestal. The huge number 64 flaunted above the bright pillar of light. The readings of the detector stunned everyone present, because no one expected Zhang's confidence to be so high. Chao did not believe that Yang trusted Zhang like a father, and what was the basis for such a high level of trust? Shang was startled again by the detector's results, because the difference between Cao was enormous. The elder also did not expect such a high result, let alone so quickly. Shen knew that even extremely popular teachers who had been teaching their students for years did not have such high results. So Zhang was convinced of his undisputed victory and asked the elders if he confirmed this fact. Cao continued to resent the result and exclaimed that the heart orbs had broken and produced a false result. Shang also believed that there was meaning in teacher Cao's words, because the students cannot trust such a clumsy teacher so much. Shang then gave the example of the great teachers Lu Sen and Wang Tao, who, despite their abilities, do not have such a high level of trust. But the elder who was watching the events saw Yang's eyes shining with respect and gratitude for Zhang. Taking this into account, the elder assured that the Heartstone shows the true desires of a person and should be trusted. Zhang decided to remind those present of the terms of the agreement, where the license was to be taken away from the loser. Shan's grandfather intervened in the dialogue and assured teacher Zhang that he had already won, so that was enough, and he should pardon the loser. But Zhang insisted on his point and emphasized that if he had lost, he would not have stood up for him so much. Such words angered Grandpa Shang, and Tay reminds Zhang that he is the worst teacher in Hongtin, and he just got lucky with one student. Cao was visibly nervous about these events and hoped that the situation would be resolved in his favor. Cao assumed that Zhang had used some kind of magic to gain Yang Li's trust. The elder listened carefully, paying particular attention to the information from Cao that one of Zhang's disciples had lost his mind. Cao continued his speech and expressed concern about Yang Li, as he believed the disciple was in danger. Therefore, Cao insisted on an additional study of the situation, because he did not believe that the worst teacher received such high trust from a student. Then Shana's grandfather added that a teacher must teach and win the trust of students, and if the teacher does not have the necessary knowledge, then there can be no question of trust. Zhang insisted that his teaching methods didn't matter at all, as the contract was to be followed. Zhang's grandfather continued to rage because he didn't understand how a teacher's license could be revoked because of such a stupid contract. Meanwhile, Shang tried to win Shen Bi over to his side and listened to his grandfather's words. Shen Bi seethed with rage and sided with Zhang, repeating his words that if he lost, no one would make concessions to him. Shan did not miss the opportunity to convince the girl, citing the arguments that none of the students had yet moved to the second rank. The door to the hall opened, and with every step it was heard that someone was approaching the hall. It was a servant who reported that Clan Chief Wang Hong wanted to see Elder Chen. Those present were somewhat shocked by such a visit, but Chen gave permission to let the guest inside. He was content to put the matter of Zhang on the back burner for the time being when such an important guest arrived at the academy. Shan asked his grandfather why such an influential man, included in the list of the best masters, decided to pay a visit. The old man laughed and suggested that the visit was related to Master Wang Tao and must have been something important. The grandfather added that Wang Hong learned of Wang Tao's success and decided to thank him in person. Zhang listened to the conversation, and now he also wanted to meet Wang Tao, but Shen advised him not to think about it now. After all, in Shen's opinion, Elder Shang is too influential, and with Wang's support, he will be unmatched. Zhang scratched the back of his head and calmly replied that problems should be solved as they develop. Such self-confidence really pissed off Shen Bi, because she was quite worried about Zhang's future life. Licking from head to toe, neatly and elegantly dressed, the head of the Wang Hong clan was already standing at the door and thanked for the hospitality. Shan's grandfather said that if Van needed anything, he could just send a letter, but a personal visit was a great honor. Van shook the old man's hand and informed him that he did have one urgent matter. Wang informed that his daughter Yin was studying with teacher Zhang Huang, and he would like to meet him. Elder Shang then said that by a lucky coincidence, teacher Zhang Huang is right here. Shang, together with Cao, assumed that Zhang had come to an end, because it is possible that he had deceived Wang's daughter. Zhang squinted and listened to every word of the dialogue, carefully pondering what was said. Wang turned and strode toward Zhang, looking quite serious and possibly a little angry, and in a moment he got down on one knee, saluting Zhang and expressing sincere admiration for his skills. Elder Shang opened his mouth wide, thinking that Wang would be making claims to Zhang instead of bowing. Shang and Cao also couldn't understand how everything went wrong. because in their opinion, the leader Wang should have done away with Zhang. Zhang turned to Wang with a sincere smile, thanking him for his trust, but asked him not to do so and get up from his knees. Wang thanked Zhang for healing his daughter's leg and giving her extremely valuable knowledge. Zhang smiled sincerely again and replied that it was only his duty to give the students only the best. The elder judge who was watching this conversation thought about Zhang's actions and understood that he was performing his teaching duties very well. He looked at disciple Zhang and now understood that the high trust really had a basis. But the judge did not believe that the real reason for Van's visit was his daughter's recovery, so the man asked Van what he needed. Van laughed back and praised the elder's sharp mind before adding that he had a business with the Shan elders. Old Shan immediately joined the conversation and convinced Van that he would try to do whatever was necessary, if only he had to ask. Van thanked old Shan for his son whom the old man taught, and Van was sorry he couldn't thank him earlier. Wang wanted to give old Shan a gift, but he refused because he understood that this should not be done in the presence of Elder Mo. Wang noted the honesty and decency of old Shan and added that he still had a conversation about certain changes in his son's practice. Van told the old man that his son had realized that he was not entirely comfortable with Master Shan, causing the latter's eyes to crawl up his forehead. So now old Shan needed to let the boy go, and it seems he wasn't quite ready to take that step. But although Van expressed his request calmly, he was firm in his convictions. Old Shang had no choice but to argue with Wang, so he complied with Wang's request. Giving back the pendant to his son, who was now free, old Shang understood the shame he would suffer by doing this deed. Van took the pendant from old Shan, while Tay assured him that it was normal for young people to struggle to find the right teachers. Wang smiled back, then turned to Zhang and asked if he could take his son into his class. Such a request shocked everyone present in the hall, because recently Zhang almost fell under the tribunal, and now one of the best masters is sending his son to study. Such a request especially touched the ego of old Shan, who had lost a student who could have gone under the care of the worst teacher. Younger Shang also worried about his grandfather and could not understand why Venerable Wang would make such a choice. Zhang smiled modestly and replied that he didn't think it was a very good idea. After pausing, as if thinking, Zhang replied that he had to refuse the offer, which shocked everyone present. Shang Jr. thought Zhang was a complete fool because a member of an influential family asks him for patronage, and Zhang refuses. Shenbi and Huang calmly asked Zhang whether he had thought this offer through, because such generosity should not be refused. The one who got the most out of Zhang's answer was old Shan, because he was traded for some loser. Elder Mo wanted to change Zhang's opinion, but what he was creating was not in his head. Actually, Wang himself did not expect to hear such an answer because the offer seemed attractive. However, Zhang remembered some events from the past and assumed that Wang Tao had not told his father that he had somehow attacked Zhang. However, Wang immediately began to say that his son had made a mistake and did not know about Zhang's majesty, for which he was ashamed. The dialogue was interrupted by Cao, who exclaimed that Venerable Wang did not need to be asked twice. Cao emphasized that Zhang was not withdrawing because of the assault incident, but because of something else. Cao said that Zhang had 3 martial arts ranks while Wang's son was at rank 4. Shan supported his friend, because it is unacceptable for a teacher with a lower rank to teach a student of a higher rank. Old Shang added that he was respectful of Wang's son leaving his class, but he deserved a better teacher. Wang then thought about the fact that his daughter was getting good knowledge from Zhang, but she never spoke about the teacher's rank. Cao taunted Zhang that he should take off the crown and surprise only the novices with his 3rd martial rank. Old Shang confirmed Cao Xiang's words and added that Zhang could not teach anything without experiencing it himself. But Wang remembered one of his daughter's stories where Zhang stopped Wang's son's sword with 2 fingers. Younger Shang said, with a mischievous smile, that perhaps this story was made up just to protect Zhang's reputation. In Cao's opinion, such a story looked like a complete fabrication, because the teacher at the bottom of the list could not possess such power. Yang intervened in the conversation, because he himself witnessed these events, so everyone who spoke against Zhang is slandering. Elder Shang also convinced Wang that this story was nonsense, and that such fables should not be believed. While old Shang was persuading Wang that Zhang's reputation should not be raised in this way, a servant came to the hall again. The servant reported that a young man had arrived who wanted to meet with teacher Zhang and was waiting for permission. Old Shang scrupulously reacted to the news and wondered why Zhang was so in demand. Stammering, the servant added that the guest waiting for an audience is King Zhengnan's son, Bai Sen. When old Shang heard who was waiting, he shouted that he immediately let the distinguished guest into the hall. For Elder Mo, events took on new colors, because the king's son is a master of martial arts, but he wants to meet one of the weak teachers. Shen Bi was surprised at Zhang's influence because Bai Sen is a very influential person in the kingdom. As soon as No Bai Sen appeared in the hall, everyone greeted him with honor, bowing as a sign of respect. However, Bai Sen did not seem to be interested in those present. He noticed Zhang and waved at him. Zhang asked with a meticulous look and a simple voice, "What did Bai Sen need?" Bai Sen ran up to Zhang and told him that he was leaving the city soon, and that he really wanted to learn all of Zhang's skills. The faces of those present reflected surprise. Why does Bai Sen communicate so well with Zhang? Old Shang was angry and advised Zhang to choose his words, because before him is a royal person, and etiquette must be followed. After that, Old Shang apologized to Bai Sen for Zhang's ignorance, because he did not understand who he was talking to. Bai Sen yelled back at the old man to get away from here until he lost his head. Bai Sen Zhang was a master and the equal of his mentor Lu Shen, so there was no point in dishonoring his honor. Hearing this, everyone who tried to humiliate Zhang in every possible way felt the ground go away from under their feet. Old Shang analyzed what he heard and could not believe his ears that a certain Zhang was of the same level as the mentor of the king's son. Younger Shang, together with Cao, simply turned pale from what he heard and almost lost consciousness. Elder Mao also wondered how it was that Master Zhang was considered so strong. Bai Sen said that everyone present heard the information correctly. Zhang's strength is 3 times that of Bai Sen. Bai Sen added that if someone wants to contradict his words, he should keep his mouth shut if he wants to live. Otherwise, if Master Zhang demonstrates his power, none of the people present will say hello. Those present in the hall began to whisper among themselves. How did it happen that Zhang was stronger than Shan, and how he had drained his abilities so quickly? Only Zhang stood modestly in a corner, and was somewhat embarrassed by these dialogues, because he did not really want to show off his strength. After hearing the information, Wang began to urge Zhang to accept his son into the class. Bai Sen yelled at Wang to hold back the horses because Bai Sen also needs a teacher. Zhang replied to Wang that his son could come to class tomorrow as a free student, and Zhang would think about enrolling later. Bai Sen kindly inquired of Zhang if there was anything that needed to be settled that the king's son would be happy to help with. Zhang reminded Elder Shan that now that the will detector had been passed, it was time to pay the bills. Cao contradicted Zhang and said that he would not be able to do anything despite Cao's loss. After all, it will not be possible to take away the license just like that, and the maximum that the light of Cao is 100 whips of God. Zhang inquired as to why Cao was so confident, to which Cao replied that there must be good reasons to revoke a license. Cao also appealed that there was nothing to complain about in his teaching, and that he never put students in danger. Zhang didn't listen to Cao very carefully because it was just chatter to him, so he wanted to know Elder Mao's opinion. Mao confirmed Cao's words, and there must be good reasons to revoke the license. Zhang wondered why he hadn't been told about this before, to which Mo replied that he thought about Zhang losing. Mao explained that there is only one option to revoke a teacher's license. The Grandmaster or his assistant must confirm the decision to revoke the license and report it to the Teachers Guild. Zhang listened carefully to what Mao was telling him and tried to piece together the puzzle in his head. The first thing that interested Zhang was where to look for these people, and even if they were found, how to draw attention to the dispute. A servant entered the hall again and announced that a girl named Huang Yu had come to the tower and wanted to see Zhang. Bai Sen was very happy to hear that his beloved Huang Yu had also come to the castle. Elder Mao gave the go-ahead and told the girl to be led into the hall immediately. In a few minutes, a blonde woman in an elegant robe stood at the threshold of the hall and thanked for the hospitality. Huang Yu greeted all the elders and was very happy to see them in full health and well-being. Finally, the girl approached Zhang and greeted the master with a low bow to him. Bai Sen informed Zhang that Huang Yu was just taking over the position of assistant Grandmaster that had just been discussed. Old Shan, who was watching all this, had wet eyes because he couldn't believe that Zhang was being protected by the king's own son. Chao, along with younger Shang, were already on the verge of a nervous breakdown at the fact that Zhang was familiar with such highly respected people. Zhang asked Huang Yu if she was really an assistant, to which the girl replied that she was just lucky to meet a teacher Liu who needed help. Zhang smiled at the girl and said that he too needed Huang Yu's help now. Zhang recounted the fight to Huang Yu, and she was furious that if Cao remained as a teacher, sooner or later he would tarnish Hong Tin's honor. So Huang Yu decided that Cao was not worthy of a teacher's license and should prepare the papers for his dismissal. Cao's legs buckled at what he heard, and he fell to the floor with a thud that echoed through the hall. Losing his license meant that he would no longer be treated with respect and would be treated like trash. Cao sat and stared at one point for a while because he worked hard to get his license. Cao bit his lip and clenched his fist with all his might, unable to accept that such a shameful outcome awaited him. He rose to his feet and shouted that the Teachers Guild would be interested to know how Zhang had driven his students crazy. Zhang reacted calmly and assured that it no longer mattered because Cao had to be punished according to the terms of the dispute. Cao did not know how to react to such words because all his arguments simply ran out. The younger Shang began to threaten Zhang that he would not see a peaceful life after he had done such a despicable thing to Cao. Old Shang confirmed Cao's words and believed that Zhang's teaching ability should really be questioned. Huang Yu said that if these accusations were true, the guild needed to check certain things. Zhang was a little nervous, because he underestimated his opponents, who can also use facts to their advantage. Zhang began to think about how he could get out of this situation dry, because now everything was against him. He saw no other way out than to confess everything, in which case he would at least be honest. Zhang began his speech, but before he could say a few words, Shen Bi intervened. She said that now it was clear to her and teacher Zhang no longer needed to make excuses. Shen reported that Elder Mo had recently asked Zhang several exam questions to which Zhang had answered multiple choices. The king's son reported that Zhang's strike force was 49 dings, corresponding to the 6th rank. Shen Bi said that such indicators did not match the results of the teacher's test, so Zhang was framed. Wang entered the dialogue and said that the exams were held behind the closed doors of the Education Bureau and were not fair. Old Shang was pointed out by Shen Bi and accused of falsifying the results about Zhang's skills. Elder Mao suggested that Zhang didn't report this because it could damage the relationship between the teachers. Everyone who defended Zhang was convinced that he silently endured all the humiliations but did not lose the teacher's wisdom. According to the defenders, teacher Zhang suffered for the sake of good relations in the team and bore the burden of ignorance. Old Shan did not have time to realize the verbal attacks that flew at him like bullets. Zhang was embarrassed by this situation and only wanted to say that his skills were not fully assessed. Old Shang became defensive and said that he had no reason to interfere with an ordinary teacher. Elder Mao, who had been listening intently all the time, said that he already had enough evidence to draw conclusions, while Old Shang was simply protecting his grandson. Sooner or later, Zhang would stand out among the other teachers, and so that Zhang would not overshadow grandson Shang, Old Shang acted in advance. Old Shang was stunned because he had not paid attention to Zhang before and only turned against him at this moment. Zhang grimaced as if he was extremely ashamed of Old Shang's actions for taking advantage of his authority. Old Shang tried to say something else to Zhang, but he couldn't make out anything intelligible except profanity. He began to pound on the nervous ground, and it seemed that he was about to suffocate in his own malice. Everyone who came to Zhang's defense no longer believed Old Shan and regarded his attack as a sham. Younger Shang, as much as he wanted to spite Zhang, felt broken because now his grandfather was also in danger. Old Shang stood motionless with his eyes closed and his head raised, moving away from his convulsive state. He seemed to enjoy his condition, and his body was in nirvana after so many trials. Suddenly, enlightenment came to him, and he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang. He said that the accusation of rigging the exam results could not be refuted in any way. But how would Zhang explain his student's madness? Old Shang pointed his finger at Zhang and waited for him to explain after the accusations. Zhang understood that such accusations were serious, and it would be difficult to turn away now, although the student's madness was the merit of old Zhang. Old Shang then asked a servant to summon Zhao Yanfeng from Mr. Lu Sen's class to the hall. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of the development of events. After all, Lu Sen was the best teacher in Hongtin. From his residual memories, Zhang recalled that this young man did not appear in class after the incident. Old Shang continued his argument that Zhao was about to drop out after the incident, but Lu Sen came to the rescue just in time. Wang thought to himself that if Lu Sen restored the strength of a student who was on the edge so quickly, then this indicated the power of the teacher. The servant who had followed Zhao returned a few minutes later and reported that the young man had arrived. As soon as Zhao crossed the threshold of the hall, he immediately bowed low to show respect to everyone present. Old Shang immediately asked him a question, pointing his finger at Zhang. Does Zhao recognize him? Zhang carefully watched his student, hoping that he would not say anything that could harm the teacher. It only took Zhao a few seconds to recognize teacher Zhang, who had harmed him in the past. Then old Shang asked the young man if it was true that he had almost lost his mind while studying with Zhang Zhao. Zhao confirmed this information, and old Shang addressed everyone who had so actively defended Zhang. What a scoundrel. Mao agreed with the fact that inflicting mental damage on a student is a valid reason to fire a teacher. A sad grimace appeared on Huang Yu's face because she did not expect Zhang to be capable of such a thing. Old Shang began to question Zhang why he is silent and can he say something in his defense. Zhang, bowing his head and scratching the back of his head, replied that he saw no point in saying anything. Old Shang wanted to say that he knew Zhang would start to deny everything, but in a second he realized that Zhang agreed with everything. Zhang threw up his hands and said that he really didn't see the point in making excuses. Old Shang continued to narrate that Zhang was not even ashamed of what he had done. Zhang advised the old man to calm down and not repeat the same thing several times. Such words infuriated old Shang even more, and he said that Zhang had better start worrying about his situation. Zhang turned to his former student with curiosity. How are his classes with Lu Sen, and will he show some skills? Such a request puzzled Zhao, because now everyone was thinking about how Zhang had driven his disciple crazy. Huang Yu also decided that it was inappropriate to talk about the students' skills now, and that they should discuss some other details. Zhao said that Teacher Lu confirmed that the technique used by Zhang was not only wrong, but also dangerous. But Zhang insisted and asked the student to demonstrate what he had learned from the new teacher. Huang Yu agreed with Zhang and asked Tay to show some of the skills he possessed. The guy did a warm-up, focused on breathing, and began to demonstrate confident elements of various techniques. The elders noted that despite his young age, the boy had excellent control of strength according to his rank. But old Shang was worried that Zhang had asked him to demonstrate the techniques. When he looked at Zhang, he was standing there with his eyes closed and never once looked at the student. When Zhao finished the demonstration, he asked Zhang if he had seen enough to appreciate what he wanted. At that moment, Zhang opened his eyes and looked at the boy with a confident look, making it clear that he had seen enough. Old Shang insisted on not wasting time, because all the evidence in Zhang's confession proved him guilty. Zhang asked the old man to take his time, as he had to explain why he had asked Zhao to show him several pieces of equipment. Before explaining his actions, Zhang informed everyone present that he had specifically driven the boy to madness. After such a statement, it seemed to everyone present as if the ground was falling from under their feet, because no one expected such a development of events. Old Shang decided to use this to his advantage and began to say that Zhang was not even ashamed of his actions. The old man turned to Huang and Elder Mo, hoping that they understood everything and made their conclusions. Zhao seethed with anger, clenching his fist. He did not understand what had happened to Zhang, that he had treated him so cruelly. Zhao was only a student, and to him, Zhang's actions looked like he was specifically teaching the student wrong techniques. Zhang, with a displeased expression on his face, let it be known that Zhao had misunderstood everything. Such actions angered Zhao even more, and now it seemed to him that Zhang had taken up the old ways. Zhang asked Elder Mo and Huang if they noticed anything suspicious when Zhao was demonstrating the technique. They shook their heads in denial, and then Zhang explained that Zhao had an innate stiffness of points. Huang Yu thought about this statement because people with such a disorder have narrowed acupuncture point passages and cannot release qi energy. Elder Mo was very surprised at Zhang's suggestion because it was a very risky move. Zhao also did not believe this because he did not experience any obstacles during the training process. Zhang advised Zhao not to jump to conclusions and think about whether the boy faced difficulties before he lost his mind. Zhang gave the example of the fact that every time the boy tried to gather energy, his body seemed to be torn to pieces. The boy was surprised by what he heard. Wang and Shen Bi listened carefully to Zhang, and even though his speech seemed silly at first glance, they still assumed that there was a destiny of truth. Only old Shang was categorically against these judgments because the stiffness of the points did not matter now. The fact is that the boy was hurt. Zhang advised Shan to take his time and give him a chance to complete his judgments, and then asked how to characterize a person who has lost his mind. Old Shang was surprised by the question but explained that the energy that bursts out, it cannot be controlled and a person loses his mind. When the old man realized what Zhang was getting at, he got angry and did not believe that it was invented to destroy the blocks. Huang Yu and Elder Mo wondered how realistic such a tactic was, since its use was very risky. Zhang then asked Cao if he still felt as if his body was being torn apart during the discharge of qi energy. Zhao was surprised again, because when the state of insanity passed, all the difficulties also went away, but the boy attributed these merits to Lu Sen. Zhang advised not to rush to conclusions and explained that the force in the body of a fool is extremely powerful and capable of destroying barriers. Teacher Zhang said that he had planned further steps that could improve Zhao's body features, but he left him without saying goodbye. Old Shang was furious and shouted insults at Zhang and asked why he did not tell the disciple about his tactics. Zhang had a simple explanation. If the plan was revealed, then Zhao would not agree, and it would all be for naught. Zhang added that it is not necessary to believe him, because the things he tells are shocking, but Zhao is only one step away from the second rank. Zhao said that Teacher Lu said that if he worked hard, the boy would have the second rank in 6 months. Shenbi and Wang were convinced that Teacher Lu's score was quite high. But Zhang was of a different opinion. For him, 6 months is too long a period that can be significantly shortened. And when Zhang talked about downsizing, he offered to move to the second rank in just half an hour. Such a sharp statement made a noise among those present because in their minds it was an unrealistic term. Old Shang said that training is not a hunger that can be solved in one sitting. Stability and time are important. Zhang, confident in his words, fully and completely saw how those around him did not trust him. Zhao was lost in thoughts that tossed him from side to side, where it seemed that Zhang wanted to help, or on the contrary to harm. Zhang approached the boy and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he did not blame the young man for distrust, but now Zhang could help. Zhao thought that Zhang had correctly identified his problem, and therefore Zhang must have a solution. Zhao exclaimed that he was willing to take a chance and trust Master Zhang and try to advance to the next rank. Zhang thanked the student for his trust and promised that he would not let the boy down this time and do his best. Zhang explained that he would use silver needles to widen the passage around the energy release points. Zhao sat down on the floor, and Zhang took out a silver needle from his pocket and stuck it in the necessary point. The hall was filled with a powerful blue light, and a hurricane seemed to arise around the boy. The boy looked at his hands and could not believe that what he had dreamed of for so long was finally realized. Despite the fact that Zhang promised about 30 minutes, the boy mastered the new rank literally in an instant. The people around could not believe their eyes, because a miracle had just happened in front of them, which at first glance was unreal. Huang Yu and Elder Mo thought it was some kind of dream, because only with the help of the needle did the disciple reach the next rank. When the reincarnation was complete, Zhao bowed low to Zhang and continuously thanked Zhang for his help. And then he apologized for letting the teacher down and being so rude to him, hoping he could go back. Vaughn, who was carefully watching the reincarnation, remembered how much effort he had put in to get to the next rank. and the boy did it in an instant. Wang told Zhang to forget about the request with his son, because now he also wants to become Zhang's disciple. Bai Sen yelled at him to get in line because the king's son was also very eager to learn from Zhang. He attracted Zhang's attention in every way and even promised to renounce his title so that Zhang would take him under his care. Zhang, who could barely get a word in, asked everyone to slow down and promised to talk about it later. Then the teacher turned to Zhao, wondering if he had made a mistake this time. Zhao apologized for the 100th time for his reckless steps and promised that from now on he would fully trust Zhang. Zhang asked old Shang if he could say something when he had been actively making accusations before. The old man collapsed from all these events because Zhang proved his innocence, but Shang had no way to defend himself. Elder Mo preempted old Shan by saying that any words would be superfluous. Mo announced his verdict that Shang Bin had tried to frame his colleague, so he is now suspended pending a judicial investigation. Mo also added that Kaoxiong deliberately defamed Zhang and will now be suspended from teaching. Elder Mo reminded old Shan of the fact that for falsifying the exam results, he was removed from the position of school principal. Old Shan fell to his knees and felt completely broken just because he had succumbed to his grandson's mischief. Mo apologized to Zhang, but promised that he would not be bothered by unworthy people again in the future. Zhang assured the elder that everything was fine and added that sometimes there were difficulties. Elder Mo concluded his conversation by saying that after the verdict was given, Zhang would receive a message from the guild. Zhang and his defenders were leaving the tower, where they had experienced many stormy events in the past few hours. Younger Shan and old man were sitting on the floor and were literally broken in every sense. Now Zhang had new plans for life, to become a famous teacher, that is, a Grandmaster, but for this he must first become a student. Zhang returned to Huang Yu and asked the girl how he could become Grandmaster's disciple. The girl said that everything is arranged quite simply, no tests are needed for this, just to catch the eyes of the Grandmaster. Zhang asked Huang Yu how she managed to run a shop and be a student. The girl smiled and answered that she lacked life experience, so she chose a crowded place to observe the world and society. Zhang recalled the requests of Huang Yu and Bai Sen that Master Lu Shen had referred to Zhang. Bai Sen explained that Lu Shen had the ruler's ink canvas painting, which he would give to whoever won the competition. Zhang mentally analyzed the painting, which was painted by Master Mo Chenzi in an exquisite style. Bai Sen and Huang Yu were very pleased to receive this painting as a gift because it really touched their hearts. That's why the two turned to Zhang, who they thought was very good at art. Zhang was embarrassed because he only understood paintings thanks to the Heavenly Path Library. Meanwhile, at Hongtin Academy, the entrance exams were being held in teacher Lu Sen's class. A man with long gray hair and a beard praised Lu Sen and emphasized that the students were willing to do anything to get into this class. Although Lu Sen was pleased to hear this, he answered modestly, but the old man continued to flatter the teacher. After receiving several compliments, Lu Sen asked Elder Hong Hao what he could do to help. Hong Hao replied that he was good friends with Lu Sen's father and he enjoyed watching Lu Sen's development. Lu Sen asked not to mention his father in his presence and to get straight to the point. Hong Hao then revealed that it was a young and annoying teacher named Zhang Huang. Lu Sen wondered how the boy with the worst result in the exams was able to cross the elder's path. The elder explained that the whole matter was the pogrom of the restaurant that Zhang had committed, after which the business became unprofitable. Lu Sen assured the elder that Zhang was just a loser who would be fired sooner or later. The elder agreed with this statement and added that he heard the administration gave him an ultimatum to fire him if Zhang did not have students. That is why the elder asked Lu Sen to lure all of Zhang's students to his class. After all, it is difficult to teach a teacher who has wards, but if Zhang does not have students, then everything will become easier. The elder insisted that Lu Sen put aside his doubts and recall the incident of poor Zhao who had almost lost his mind. Lu Sen listened to the elder and replied that he would announce a new set of disciples today. The elder said that he would not be indebted to Lu Sen and would thank him with a delicious meal at the restaurant. The dialogue between the two men was interrupted by a blond boy who dodged teacher Lu before making his request known. Lu Sen inquired what Wang Yang, who was the grandson of the head of the Wang clan, needed. The boy tried to say something, but it was noticeable that he was shy and afraid to voice his wishes. Lu Sen convinced the boy that if he had any problems with his studies, he could share them. The elder did not miss the opportunity to praise Lu Sen again, and assured the boy that he would get an answer to any question. Wang Yang knelt down and announced that he intended to leave teacher Lu Sen's class. Lu Sen did not expect such a development, because people want to get into this class more than anything in the world. Lu Sen wondered what the reason for such a decision was, whether anyone had offended the boy, but Wang Yang insisted on his own initiative. Lu Sen tried his best to hold the boy back, so he said that if he left this class, no other teacher would accept him. The boy said that if he left this class, he would have the opportunity to listen to teacher Zhang's lectures. The news shocked Lu Sen extremely. Becoming Zhang's free listener, the boy struck a blow under Lu Sen's breath. The elder was also extremely surprised by this decision, because Zhang's reputation was not the best. Lu Sen asked the boy if he knew about the case of the student who lost his mind while studying with Zhang. The conversation was interrupted by Zhao Yanfeng, who was told by Lu Sen that Wang Yan wanted to go to Zhang's class. Lu Sen asked Zhao to tell Wang what Zhao had to go through while learning from Zhang. But Zhao also knelt down and asked Lu Sen to let him into teacher Zhang's class. Lu Sen now did not understand what was happening at all, because the disciple who was suffering at Zhang's was now also going to Zhang. Zhao explained that Zhang was a good teacher, and now Zhao regrets that he made a mistake. Lu Sen paled at this, and could not understand why Zhang's thoughtless actions turned out to be good deeds for Zhao. Without thinking long, Lu Sen agreed to let the boys go, trusting that they had thought their decision through. The boys were very happy that they would now be able to listen to lectures from such a talented teacher as Zhang. Lu Sen did not have time to finish what the boys were like, and the spirit disappeared, as if they were not on their knees. Now, Lu Sen was very angry with Zhang, because he had taken 2 of his students away from him in an unknown way. The anger burning within Lu Sen pushed him to act immediately and decisively, so he called for Zhang Hong's help. The boy who looked like the embodiment of evil and hatred was already standing next to Lu Sen waiting for instructions in a moment. Lu Sen ordered his disciple to go to Zhang and give him the letter declaring war. The elder was surprised at the decisive step of declaring war on the freshman competition. Lu Sen was extremely angry, and now if Zhang is so bold, he must answer for his actions. Lu Sen was also going to conduct a teacher evaluation, and when Zhang lost, Lu would take the students to himself. Before these events, Lu Sen wanted to attract the attention of the Grandmaster in the freshman competition to become his assistant, but his plans changed. Meanwhile, in Zhang's class, the students were discussing the upcoming classes with Zhang and what unforgettable experiences await them. The conversation was interrupted by the sharp sound of the door slamming into pieces. A red-haired guy was standing at the door, and he smashed the door of Zhang's classroom. He barely touched the ground with his fingertips, and all he was interested in was Zhang's whereabouts. The students of Zhang's class were outraged by this development of events, and were already ready to defend the honor of the class and their teacher. One of the students recognized the red-haired guy as Zhu Hong, who took 4th place in the entrance exams. Holding the envelope addressed to Zhang, Zhu Hong was happy that he was so popular. He told a female student in Zhang's class that the envelope contained a letter from Lu Sen summoning Zhang to the teacher's evaluation. Zhu Hong tossed the envelope at the disciple's feet, adding that Lu Sen was angry after the recent events and therefore declared war on Zhang. Zhang's students were confused by such a statement, because in their opinion Zhang was the best teacher. Zhu Hong was about to leave when one of Zhang's disciples decided to stop him. Zhang's student accused Zhu Hong of speaking disrespectfully of their teacher and smashed the classroom door. Zhu Hong laughed at the boy, especially his apology for his actions. In an instant, Zhu Hong, like a butterfly, began to reproduce his graceful and decisive battle technique. After that, he kicked Zhang's student directly in the face, who was not ready to block the blow. The boy flew away in a flash for several meters, brushing his face on the lawn near the classroom. Zhu Hong, who didn't have a single scratch on him, stood proudly and declared that Zhang and his disciples deserved no mercy. Such statements really affected Zhang's student, and she decided to teach him a lesson in good manners. The girl attacked Ju Hong first, but he immediately blocked her brave strike. And with the next step, he counterattacked the girl, and so quickly that the student did not have time to understand anything. Ju Hong's blow was accurate and strong. He also kissed the girl in the face, and she flew away with a cry of pain. The boy who wanted to help the wounded Zhao Yao didn't have time to look back, as Ju Hong was already behind him. He tricked Zhang's disciple and also hurt him without leaving the right to counterattack. A girl with pink hair from Zhang's class ran up to her injured colleagues and tried to help them. But Ju Hong approached her like a ghost, preparing to do irreparable damage. A moment later, Ju would have realized his plan, but Zhao came to the defense, blocking the aggressor's blow. He tried his best to counter Ju, but it wasn't easy because Ju was quite professional in his technique. Ju taunted his opponent, adding fuel to the fire that Zhao lacked strength and training. Zhao held on with his last strength as Ju Na dealt him blow after blow, eroding his morale in the process. Each attack was extremely exhausting to Zhao, and he was already at the limit of his abilities. At one point, Ju broke through Zhao's defenses and delivered a powerful blow that left Zhao unable to stand on his feet. Zhang's battered and mutilated disciples barely regained consciousness after Ju dealt with each one. Ju stressed that this was just the first lesson, and if they didn't want it to happen again, then Zhang should apologize to Lu Sen. Suddenly, Zhang appeared in the yard with Zhang, who managed to hear Ju's threats. Ju told Zhang that he was just in time because he was talking about the defeat that awaits Zhang. Zhang ran to his disciples to help them and told Ju to return to Lu Sen with the news that Zhang was accepting the challenge. Zhang was momentarily saddened by the fact that he had spoken to Bai Sen and Huang Yu and how his disciples were now suffering. Ju, mocking Zhang and his students, was already saying goodbye to them and rejoicing in his victory. One of the injured students told the teacher that Ju had spoken disrespectfully about Zhang and destroyed the classroom door. The boy asked Zhang if there was any way to take revenge on Ju for the damage caused, when suddenly Ju heard this and stopped abruptly. In Ju Zhang's opinion, he was the worst teacher and such worthless students were unlikely to be able to stand up to him again. Zhang, on the other hand, listened attentively to his student, who wanted revenge for the harm caused to the class and to all those who gain knowledge here. The student wondered if he had any chance of revenge, and Zhang convinced him that it was possible. Yuan Tao was Zhang's weakest student but very capable, so Zhang wanted to show him a technique to take revenge. Zhang, who helped the injured students after the fight, listened carefully to the teacher and understood that he had made the right choice. The girls were also stunned by Zhang's statement because not long ago they simply lacked the strength to stand up, and now Zhang suggests fasting. Ju scoffed at Zhang's belief that he was trying to send such a clumsy disciple into battle to extort reparations from Ju for the pogrom. But Ju was curious, so he agreed and promised that if he lost, he would not only pay for the repairs, but also throw in 1,000 gold coins. Zhang rose to his feet and asked if he had heard, but Ju assured him that Zhang understood everything correctly. In this case, Zhang told Yuan Tao that this is also a chance to earn some money, so it is necessary to win. Zhang convinced the student that he would show him 3 simple steps by which the student could win. Ju just barely held back his laughter at such actions by Zhang, who was about to teach a student right before a duel. Zhang called the other students to whom he was going to tell about the tactics that would bring victory in the future. Yuan Tao had already begun to doubt his own strength, and was he too hasty with his desire for revenge? Zhang encouraged his colleague and convinced him that the boy should trust Zhang. Yuan Tao was encouraged by the words of support. He had already been beaten, so nothing would happen if he was beaten again, especially since he is thick-skinned. Zhang, who gathered his students around him, talked about the winning technique, and all the students listened carefully to his every word. Zhang now decided to demonstrate the technique by standing in a stack, and then sharply threw his left hand forward and spread his fingers. The second step in Zhang's technique was to move the left leg to the right, and thus make a reliable support. And the last, third step is a blow with the right hand. The students were shocked by this technique because there was nothing special about it. Yuan Tao even asked Zhang if he had made a mistake, because it was an extremely simple and low-level strike. Ju, who was watching this, also saw no point in teaching the students such terrible blows, even in his presence. Zhang encouraged the student that if he could repeat these simple steps correctly, he would easily win. Yuan Tao finally put aside all doubts and stood up and walked closer to Zhu, preparing to teach him a lesson. Zhu gave the boy one last chance to refuse the duel and run away as far as possible, because after the duel, he would hardly be able to walk. Yuan refused, and Zhu instantly rose up like a hurricane to launch his lightning attack. Yuan was confused for a moment, but he heard a voice speaking to him, and it was Zhang, giving him hints through the qi connection. Zhang asked Tay to change the order of using his arms and legs, and towards the end he struck with one finger 3 inches lower. Zhu still didn't believe in disciple Zhang's technique, so he dodged the first blow with ease. Meanwhile, Yuan did everything according to Zhang's instructions, moving his right leg into the necessary position. Yuan was convinced that one should trust the teacher, and only in this case it would be possible to win. Zhu, who was already celebrating his easy victory, instantly realized that Yuan had not yet struck a single blow. After all, the whole technique was to act on a certain point, which Yuan skillfully used. Zhu was twisted by indescribable pain because Yuan hit the vital point from where the energy was coming from. Zhu winced in pain and barely stood on his feet trying to say something to his opponent. Yuan approached Zhu closer, hovering over him, creating a threatening and uncomfortable atmosphere. Zhu regained consciousness, covered in bruises and sores, and tried to understand how he was dealt with so quickly. Zhang's other disciples also admired Yuan's ability, who had suddenly become so strong. Zhang praised Yuan, but emphasized that the blows should be softer, as they were not going to destroy Zhu. Yuan, who had already entered the excitement, stopped at Zhang's request and stopped beating Zhu. Zhu, with a swollen face, was lying on the ground and whined that he had been knocked down with such a simple blow. Yuan was outraged that Zhu was devaluing simplicity, so he threatened him with another blow if he did not calm down. Zhang decided to stop the persistent student and said that Yuan should rest and the others should test their strength. Zhang invited Zhang Yang to try his hand, while there was a good opportunity to practice. Zhu, who thought that he would be released after this match, did not expect to become a battle pair. But Zhu was convinced that since Zhang had failed to parry at least one blow last time, victory would be easy. Zhu was now ready to carefully follow his opponent's strikes, but Zhang had only worked out the tactic for one fight. Zhang rushed into the battle. Out of nowhere, he heard Zhang's voice giving him battle tips, so he realized that it was the keys of Zhak. Zhu didn't believe that Zhang's disciple was serious, so the duel should be easy. Therefore, when Zhang dared to strike, Zhu outran him because he was already familiar with such tact. Zhu admired himself that he did not fall into the same trap twice, and therefore a little more victory. But while the narcissistic Zhu was rejoicing about something unknown, Zhang delivered a strong blow to the face of the Zabiyaki with his fist. Zhu did not expect this development and was very angry that he had miscalculated. So he tried to strike back at Zhang, but Tai dodged it successfully. Zhang even managed to counterattack, and it was powerful because the boy hit the spot again. Zhu fell to the ground with his hands clutching the spot where the attack had just taken place. Zhu accused Zhang of being mean and that Zhang's disciple had hit a vital point. Zhang did not see anything mean in his tactics because in the battle there was no difference in how to win. But if Zhu spoke of meanness, then Zhang decided to obey honor and struck another blow, but with a fist to the face. Zhu's face now looked like a chipped steak, with a crimson hue and multiple wounds. With such injuries, Zhu had no choice but to admit defeat. Zhang prepared to deliver another decisive blow, but when he heard that Zhu was surrendering, he was disappointed. Zhang, who was watching the match, smiled sarcastically and invited the next student to a duel. Zhu was barely able to stay on his feet when he would soon have to compete with another of Zhang's students. Zhang asked Wang Ying and Liu Yang to also prepare to duel after Zhao Yao finished. When all of Zhang's disciples honed their fighting skills on Zhu, he lay on the ground and barely moved. Yuan walked up to Zhu and reminded him that it was time to settle. Now each student had to pay 1,000. And when Yuan added that the total payment was 10,000, Zhu's swollen carcass couldn't understand where that amount came from. Yuan reminded Zhu that in the amount of compensation, he also included the broken door, which is not that expensive, only 5,000. Yuan suggested a fallback that Zhu could use in sparring in the entrance exams. Zhu was covered in bruises and sores and cried in pain, but he had no other choice but to agree to the payments. Meanwhile, in Lu Sen's classroom, Hong Hao wondered if Zhang would accept Lu Sen's challenge. Lu Sen didn't care anymore, because he couldn't just leave the situation like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to succeed. Hong Hao fully agreed with Lu Sen's vision and wanted to add something, but their dialogue was interrupted. Zhu appeared in the classroom, and now it was difficult to recognize him due to his numerous bruises and swollen face. Master Lu Sen did not recognize his student, who now resembled an aggressive puffer fish. Then Zhu Hong had to mumble his name, and his swollen lips didn't do it right away. Lu Sen asked his disciple what could have happened to him when he only had to deliver the letter to Zhang. Looking at his poor disciple, Lu Sen even assumed that Zhang was able to raise a hand against him. But Zhu quickly denied this information and told me that he got it from Zhang's students. Lu Sen did not expect such a development, because it meant that his former students were also involved. Lu Sen was upset that Zhu was unable to stand up to such weaklings, as he had been paying special attention to Zhu. When Lu Sen found out exactly how the disciples managed to defeat Zhu, he said that knowing a point was no guarantee of victory. Combat is a much more complex system where the speed of reaction and adaptation to the opponent is important, Lu Sen said. Lu Sen understood that such a tactic was not invented by the students, but by Zhang, so this teacher was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Lu Sen promised Zhu that he would help him recover, move to a new rank, and shift his life point to fast. The teacher asked Elder Hong if there was any way to influence Zhang through Elder Shang, who works in the Education Bureau. The elder explained that it is not so simple, because there must be good reasons for such a decision. While the elder and the teacher were discussing, an unknown man entered the hall and interrupted the conversation. The young-looking man had blue flowing hair, and he bowed to the elder and the teacher as a sign of respect. Lu Sen greeted Teacher Wang and asked him what he was doing here. Wang announced that he had brought news from the Education Bureau and that the audience might not like it very much. Lu Sen became alert in anticipation and told Wang not to create intrigue and get down to business. Wang reported that from now on, Elder Shang has been released and is under investigation. Lu Sen was now interested in the details of these events, as Elder Shang had held this position for a long time. Wang said he heard Shan was suspected of falsifying a teacher's test results, and it was found out during the will detector. Lu Sen was nervous when he heard about the detector, because he knew that the initiator of the detector was Cao Xiong. Lu Sen then asked Wang which of the teachers dared to accuse Elder Shang of such a thing. Elder Hong whispered to Lu Sen that Shang had good connections in the teacher council, so it was not easy to obtain his release. Wang said that this decision was influenced by a teacher who did not have a very good academic record, Zhang Huang. Zhu, who had been kneeling silently until then, became furious at the mere memory of Zhang. Lu Sen was also not happy to hear that after his disciples went to Zhang, he was now involved in Shan's release. Elder Hong, who was still aloof from the events with the restaurant, was shocked by the news about Director Hong Tin. Lu Sen and the Hong elders now had the impression that Zhang was always one step ahead and taunting them. Meanwhile, in his class, Zhang finished another productive lesson on mastering new techniques. Zhang told his students to go home and practice there, because the teacher evaluation was in 6 months. Zhang told the students that he had no intention of losing, so he hoped that the students would help him. After the lesson, the students gathered in the yard to discuss the events that happened recently. The talk was that Zhang had reached the 6th rank, and even Bai Sen himself wanted to be his student. Zhang said that it was worth using Lu Sen's challenge to vindicate Master Zhang's name, and he urged his colleagues to make maximum efforts during the 6 months to perform with honor. The students were convinced that Zhang was an honest and noble person who had been treated unfairly, and it was time to make amends. Having discussed the plan of further actions a little more, the students sat in the yard and then went to their homes. Meanwhile, Zhang remained in the study collecting thoughts and developing a plan to win before the competition. In his opinion, Zhao Ya and Wang Yin have proven themselves well, and if they follow the instructions, then in half a month their powers will increase. Yang Li and Zheng Yang have good prospects. They are focused and capable guys that Zhang did not worry about. But Yuan caused Zhang concern, because before that he had not trained professionally, and now he had little time. Then Zhang got an idea that it was worth trying to activate Yuan's horned dragon blood legacy. However, Zhang struggled, because although the idea was good, he did not know how to achieve it. In a second, Zhang felt that he was falling into a kind of trance, and this feeling was already familiar to him. Zhang made his way to the Heavenly Path Library, which tried to answer his question. Zhang held a book in his hands that described the method of activating hereditary abilities. The teacher began to carefully study the book and realized that there are 3 different ways to achieve the desired result. The first method consisted of hard training. The second, it was necessary to take special drugs to wake up, but the third confused Zhang. It was the most difficult and dangerous, because it dealt with injuries, poisoning, and the death of a soldier. Zhang decided that the second method was the best, and now he needed the help of the Pharmacists Guild. Zhang went to the Alchemist Guild, where life is usually bustling, because many martial arts masters gather there. Looking around, Zhang noticed a shop where he could get the information he needed. A cute but tired girl was standing behind the counter, muttering something to herself. When Zhang came closer, the girl smiled and greeted the teacher. Zhang said hello in return and asked the girl if she sold books that help reveal hereditary abilities. The girl was still smiling and answered that if the man is looking for books, then he needs to go to another place with the root of which she will help. Zhang asked the girl not to jump to conclusions, because what he was looking for could not be found in ordinary shops. Now the girl's face did not show a happy smile, and raising her eyebrows, she said that there were no books here. Zhang was a little confused to be treated with disrespect, even though he had done nothing wrong. Zhang then assumed that there was a library in this guild and asked if the girl could show this library. Now the girl looked as strict as possible and indeed confirmed that there is a library, but only for employees or at least the apothecary's apprentice. Zhang was confused because he was neither an employee nor even an apprentice apothecary, and because of this, his dream was slipping away. Zhang told the girl behind the counter that he could take the exam to become a pharmacist. The girl asked Zhang if he would really dare to make such a decision, because there is no turning back. The saleswoman, with a displeased expression on her face, explained that the exam was being held in another wing, and she would take Zhang there. On the way, Zhang asked the girl about how the exam is going, what is being tested on it, and how to prepare. It seemed to the girl that Zhang was deliberately pretending to be a fool who wanted to make a good impression on the saleswoman. But she still explained to Zhang that the exam would test knowledge of the properties of more than 1,000 herbs, the history of alchemy, and the origin of the guild. The task seemed very simple to Zhang, so he was ready to start training right now. The girl was surprised that Zhang considers such a process very simple because you need to be able to follow the results of the combination of herbs. So it seemed to the girl that Zhang was just bragging in front of her, because even she, with a wonderful memory, was confused. The girl led Zhang to the examination hall where a plump man named Li stood behind the counter. The girl introduced Li Jiang and told about her intentions to take the pharmacology exam. Li greeted Zhang and told him that here he would find the necessary books to prepare for the exam. Li also said that 2,000 gold coins must be paid for registration, which are returned in case of success, and remain in the guild in case of failure. Zhang agreed to the terms of participation and reached into his pocket for the money he luckily had after the incident with the appraiser. The girl who brought Zhang watched enviously as he counted bills, because she had rarely seen such large sums. Li told Zhang that the exam would start in 2 hours and he could go about his business in the meantime. Zhang thought about returning home, but this option was a failure, because it was a 2-hour journey from Hongtin to the guild. Then Zhang asked where he could find exam preparation books to read. Li pointed to the room behind him and his back and said that everything you need is there, you can just read or buy. Zhang had no need to buy these books, so he decided to just read them. The girl who brought Zhang was still distrustful of him and watched him closely. From the room where Zhang was familiar with the books, there was a constant sound of turning pages. The girl was disturbed by this, and it seemed that Zhang was only pretending to be learning something new. Li advised the girl not to pay attention to Zhang. Perhaps he is just looking for the necessary book. But the girl was convinced that in order to achieve a title in any profession, it is necessary to work hard and not just learn something in 2 hours. Zhang, who had finished reading the last book, came to the conclusion that to succeed in alchemy, it is not enough to simply mix everything. Now it was clear to him why there are so few real pharmacists, and in perfection people have several professions. To the girl who did not believe in Zhang, it seemed that Zhang was very good at pretending for 2 hours. But Zhang had just finished his training and was already walking full of knowledge to pass the exam. When he entered the room where the exam was to be taken, he saw other participants who were actively discussing something and worried. The examiner, together with the assistant, announced the start and warned that if the participant is caught cheating, they will be deprived of the right to take the exam. The examiner said that there are 3 stages of passing the exam, where the first is the test, the second is the identification of the ingredient, and the third is the check of the combat rank. So now that the conditions of the exam were known, the examiner wished everyone good luck and gave permission to write the tests for an hour. Zhang carefully studied the exam papers, which had a large number of tests to answer. The examiner reminded the participants to manage their time and complete everything in time. Zhang was completely calm because he was hoping for help from the books he had recently read. He put his palm to the paper with the tests, hoping to get the answers in his head. Zhang began to have feelings about the quality of the parchment on which the exam was created, as well as information about the ink. Zhang exhaled and decided that he needed to focus on the task at hand, or he wouldn't be able to answer correctly. He reread the question he needed to answer several times and programmed himself to search. He imagined how he rummaged through the boundless spaces of the heavenly library in search of what he needed. Several such attempts bore fruit, and Zhang already had the answer to the exam questions in front of him. He began to jot them down quickly, which confused the examiner a little while all the other participants were still gathering their thoughts. The examiner carefully observed Zhang, considering him another arrogant son of rich parents. Zhang ignored the examiner's scrutinizing gaze and confidently continued to work. In a few minutes, he had used all the paper given to him for the exam and put the pen aside. Zhang stood up, preparing to hand in the work, which surprised the audience when there was still so much time. When Zhang handed in the written work, he asked the examiner to announce the beginning of a new stage. The examiner asked Zhang to wait outside the door. The test results will be known later. The assistant asked the examiner if he would check Zhang's work now, but it seemed that the examiner was not going to do so in order not to spoil the mood. Li and the saleswoman were surprised when not much time had passed, and Zhang was already in front of them. Then the girl assumed that the exam was too difficult and Zhang could not stand the tension, and gave up. Zhang assured me that everything went quite smoothly, and he answered questions quickly. The hour of the exam passed quickly enough, so all the participants stepped into the corridor waiting for the fateful result of the stage. The examiner took the answers of all the participants and began to thoroughly check their level of knowledge. The examiner's brother asked how the examination was going and whether it would be possible to count on new students. But the examiner did not seem to have comforting news, because in his opinion, all the answers did not make any sense. Then the examiner's brother pointed to the work lying on the floor next to the examiner's desk. The examiner looked around and replied that he would not check this paper because the person who passed it did not even read the question. But the examiner's brother was interested in looking at the work, so he picked it up and began to study it. The examiner assured that the participant who wrote this paper did not understand the value of the alchemist profession. But it seems that Uyan's brother had a different opinion and suggested that Uyan read the work himself. Uyan began to read every word, expecting absurd things to be written there. But with each new page, the expression on his face changed from the realization of what was written. As Ouyang reached the last page, he cried out in shock at Zhang's answers. Uyan's brother confirmed Uyan's own reaction, that the work was indeed flawless. The man noted that some questions were so difficult that he was not sure if he could answer them himself. Now Ouyang had changed his mind about Zhang and was anxious to know how Zhang managed to get all the questions right so quickly. Zhang sat in the corridor with the other participants and waited for the test results. A few minutes later, Hua Hua, who was a pharmacist's assistant, appeared before the participants. The girl who brought Zhang to the exam was waiting for Zhang's lies to finally be exposed. Sun Tao from Luiyuan was the first lucky person to score 91 out of 100. Sun Tao couldn't believe that he had succeeded, but his friends congratulated him on his intermediate success. Next was Chun Wenmin of Ji Yun, who scored 90 points out of 100 and was also happy with his result. Hua Hua was ready to announce the third lucky winner, and that was Zhang Huang from Tian Xuan, but the assistant looked carefully at the result. Hua Hua couldn't believe his eyes, but he said that Zhang had scored the maximum 100 points. The other participants began to whisper to each other, how did Zhang manage not to make a single mistake in the tests? Hua Hua announced that the contestants he just named should follow him for the second stage. The saleswoman from the pharmaceutical store was happy that the boy she had brought did not pass the exam. But when Zhang got up, she realized that she hadn't known his name before, and now she realized that he had passed the test with flying colors. Zhang smiled at the girl and waved his hand, indicating that it was time for him to go to the second stage inspection. The girl was very confused that Zhang, after reading the book so easily in a few hours, passed the exam with the maximum score. Now she felt like a fool for being so prejudiced against him from the beginning. The second stage of the exam began, and now 10 different samples were presented to the participants. The task was to write the name of the sample, properties, and application while the incense stick was burning. Oyan said that if the contestants want to get to the next stage, they have to pass this test perfectly. Zhang picked up the first sprout and began to study it, but after a few seconds he realized that it was Greenbeard. The information in the Heavenly Library was the same as in the real library. Zhang only needed to pick up the sample, and he already had the answer. Ouyang carefully watched Zhang, who looked quite confident in the second stage as well. Meanwhile, Zhang described sample after sample, detailing each point as necessary. Not even half of the allotted time had passed, as Zhang had already completed the description and was ready to hand in the work. Ouyang looked at Zhang in surprise again, but he had no choice, except how to accept the job. Now, Ouyang decided to immediately check Zhang's work by reading every word that the teacher had written. When all the participants finished their work, Ouyang was ready to announce the result after checking. Only one participant managed to answer the questions perfectly, and that was Sun Tao from Lu Yuan. Sun Tao's pupils dilated to the size of a gold coin at the happy news. But Zhang did not believe this, because he checked the answers to the questions with the help of the Heavenly Path Library. Zhang decided that he had been treated unfairly, so he decided to ask the examiners about the mistakes. Other participants did not expect such a show of audacity, because in their opinion, the decision of the examiners could not be challenged. The examiners also did not expect such a development of events, and therefore looked at each other. Ouyang explained to Zhang that he had made a mistake in describing dragon-scale grass instead of fish-scale grass. So they wished Zhang to practice more so that he could pass the exams to become a pharmacist next time. They believed that Zhang had potential, so he should not stop studying alchemy. Zhang walked over to the sample rack and took the one he needed from there to prove the examiners wrong. But Ouyang insisted on his point and presented a description from a textbook that distinguished these two plants as evidence. Zhang defiantly took the stem of the plant and assured the examiners that he could prove otherwise. He assured the examiners that they should not make hasty decisions, because they themselves did not know what kind of samples would be on the exam. Zhang then said that the special herb review book in the preparation room would help to verify his words. Ouyang asked his assistant Hua Hua to bring this book to settle the disputed issue. In a moment, Hua Hua brought the necessary textbook, and Zhang pointed out that the necessary information was on page 17. Ouyang was surprised at Zhang's accuracy, as it indicated his excellent memory, but he began to study the textbook. When he finished reading the information, his expression instantly became surprised. Zhang then said that if this evidence was not enough, there was another book, a brief description of rare medicines, to confirm his words. Also, Zhang could practically prove his point. For this, it is necessary to cut the stem of the plant. When cutting fish-scale grass, a milky liquid will be released, and when cutting dragon grass, it will be yellowish, which will dispel the cold. After these arguments, one of the examiners asked Zhang to hand over the stem to him. He tore the stem, from which a warm yellow liquid immediately seeped out, dispelling the cold. After that, the examiners were convinced that in their hands they really had a sample not of fish grass. Hua Hua asked Ouyang if he needed to bring another textbook from the library to check Zhang's words, but Ouyang said that there was no need. Zhang's rivals, who realized the events that had just taken place before their eyes, were very upset. Weian smiled and said that they had indeed made a mistake, and therefore it must be corrected. Since Zhang demonstrated excellent knowledge in the second stage of the exam, he definitely moves on to the next stage. Sun Tao, who had just recently been celebrating his victory, turned pale and fell to his knees in frustration. Ouyan's colleague presented Zhang with an alchemist's badge, which gives access to the basic section of the library and a discount at drugstores. Zhang smiled and lovingly took the well-deserved prize, which should improve his life a little. Now the examiners, ahead of each other, offered Zhang to become their student. They showered him with compliments and promises, but Zhang very quickly rejected their offer. Ouyan put everything down to the fact that after such a difficult exam, Zhang really should think things through. The colleague agreed, but stressed that Zhang should not postpone such an offer for a long time so as not to damage the talent. Zhang asked the examiners where to buy a drug that could help reveal hereditary characteristics. The smile on the examiners' faces was replaced by surprise and confusion at Zhang's question. At that time, Ouyan's colleague said that such drugs do exist, but they have individual characteristics, and you need to be careful with them. Zhang was very interested in the question, so he tried to grab at any straw and inquired about textbooks on the subject. Ouyang assured Zhang that there were many such textbooks, but they were all in the advanced section of the library. Ouyan's colleague added that this is very important information, and only wise specialists have access to it. Ouyang's associate convinced Zhang that if he wanted access to complex books, he should learn from him. The man emphasized to Zhang that if he chose the path of a pharmacist, Zhang would be respected everywhere. Zhang grimaced at such promising prospects, but all he needed was a book on inherited abilities. Ouyan reminded that access to the library is limited, and to get there, you need to become at least a pharmacist. Then Zhang wondered how to become a pharmacist, because he really needed to get the book. Ouyang saw Zhang's curiosity as a desire to learn from him, which upset his colleague. Ouyang knew that he could not lose such a valuable disciple as Zhang, who was endowed with extraordinary abilities in pharmacology. Ouyan began to tell that in order to become a great pharmacist, you need to be able to distinguish and classify different plants. Colleague Ouyan added that only thanks to hard work and time spent on studying, you can reach great heights. Zhang mused aloud that he had to become a pharmacist in 6 months and that other options did not suit him. With such a statement, he stunned the examiners, who exchanged surprised looks among themselves. Ouyang laughed and said that Zhang should be spared, because despite his young age, he still managed to excel in the exam. Zhang sighed heavily and said that he was not willing to spend much time studying, so he would look for another option. Ouyang tried to stop Zhang from taking a rash step, that the wasted years dedicated to alchemy would be erased. Zhang did not know how to react to such statements, because it was not about wasted years. His preparation took hours. So Zhang decided to say goodbye to the examiners, as he had other pressing matters. Ouyang decided to stop Zhang by offering him another way to become a pharmacist. Ouyang began to talk about a method that suited Zhang given his extraordinary memory, but his colleague stopped him. Ouyan shot his partner a look that meant he was sure of what he was saying. The partner was against it because the method was too risky and had terrible consequences in case of failure. But Ouyang insisted, because it was the only way for Zhang to achieve what he wanted. A whole conflict was brewing between the examiners, but Ouyan was extremely persistent in his decision. Zhang was already a little seething from the verbal altercation between the two men, and he did not like the intrigue they had created. Ouyan began that there are 2 ways to obtain the status of a pharmacist, and the first is the traditional one, which requires a lot of time and effort. A colleague told about the second method, and this method did not consist in the preparation of medicines, but in a discussion about them. Zhang scratched his temple as he analyzed the information he had just heard, but he lacked the details to comprehend. Then Ouyan continued that the most respected profession is Grandmaster, which everyone has heard about. The examiner said that the Grandmaster knows several crafts at the same time, but Ouyan emphasized that becoming a Grandmaster also requires a lot of time and effort. Colleague Uyan added that one cannot guide others to the true path without having a significant status. That's why Uyan decided to talk about a quick way called discussion about pills. Grandmasters don't have the time to endlessly craft pills, but they can demonstrate their knowledge through discussion. Such a skill is also not easy, because you need to be able to protect your knowledge from the attacks of 10 alchemy experts. Zhang thought about this proposal, because with the Heavenly Path Library, this method was the best for him. They explained to Zhang that although the discussion method seems easier at first glance, they prefer long-term learning. Zhang wondered why most people choose the long way when there is an opportunity to shorten the training. Oyan explained that there is no way in any profession without practice, regardless of how much time was spent on theory. Zhang thought about his decision, but he also thought that he would never know until he tried. Oyan continued that since the beginning of this technique, more than 1,000 brilliant people have tried their hand and only 5 have become successful. Such statistics scared and saddened Zhang, because he was certain that everything was much simpler. Therefore, Uyan once again emphasized the difference between theory and practice, and many generations did not use this method, and it is considered forgotten. Zhang thought positively. If the people who tried failed, it didn't mean he couldn't either. Therefore, the teacher gathered his will into a fist and announced his intention to take part in the discussion about pills and get the title of pharmacist. With this answer, he stunned the examiners because they had not even had time to tell Zhang about the consequences. Zhang looked at the examiners with a childlike, innocent look, hoping that the consequences would not be too dire. It was explained to Zhang that no one would judge his abilities for nothing, especially skilled alchemists. According to the rules, the student who failed the discussion pays each alchemist about 100,000 gold. Zhang carefully listened to the fact that after the payment, there was also a punishment in the form of divine strikes and a 10-year ban on taking exams. Therefore, the examiner emphasized that only because of such cruel punishments, this method has been abandoned for years. So Ouyang reminded Zhang that with his skills, it was better to choose the traditional path while minimizing the consequences. But Zhang behaved confidently and decided for himself that he would take part in the discussion and was ready to prepare for it. With his desire and determination, Zhang stunned the examiners from whom he wanted help in the organization. Zhang only smiled in response and was completely calm, which gave the impression that he was ready to move mountains. The examiner emphasized that Zhang has just become an assistant and has not even studied the program yet, but is already stepping forward so confidently. Zhang just wondered if he could get into the base section of the library to study the material. The examiners were even more surprised by Zhang's next step, because there are hundreds of thousands of books in the library that cannot be read again. Zhang was still smiling and assured the teachers that he could master such a volume of information. The examiners were even more shocked by such information, because they did not believe that such a thing was possible. Zhang stood his ground that he is capable of mastering the necessary material, and the teachers just need to organize everything. The arguments with which the examiners tried to convince Zhang were exhausted, and they simply accepted his decision. Then Oyan promised that he would take over the organization and manage everything by tomorrow. Zhang thanked the examiners for their help, and then said goodbye to them, and was about to leave. And then he suddenly returned to ask how he could get into the library, scaring the examiners. When Zhang finally left, the men began to discuss among themselves whether it was too risky to reveal the method with the discussion. But Ouyang emphasized Zhang's giftedness and special tenacity that could help him. However, Ouyang's colleague did not believe that Zhang's persistence had any basis, and would he regret it? Therefore, the examiners decided to send someone to the library after Zhang to follow his methods. After a while, Hua, who had been following Zhang in the library, returned to the examiners. When the men asked him what he could tell them, he scratched the back of his head and could not find the words. All he could say about Zhang was that he was just flipping through book after book, much to Ouyang's surprise. Hua said that Zhang was looking at books like Basic Alchemy Techniques or All About Alchemy Cauldrons. After the listed books, the examiners looked at each other and were surprised by this choice. After all, Ouyang understood that these are ordinary basic textbooks that every pharmacist's assistant should know. Then Hua was asked if he had mixed something up, and if Zhang had looked through any other books. Hua assured that he saw everything correctly and made a gesture with his hands to demonstrate how Zhang studied the books. The examiners could not understand exactly what Zhang's technique was, who simply flipped through the textbooks. Then they assumed that perhaps in this way he was looking for a certain book by studying it by its cover. Meanwhile, at the Hongtin dormitory, Zhao Yao sat in her room deep in thought. Thoughts were interrupted by Uncle Yao, who came to say that he was going on business and that the girl would not be disturbed by unfriendly people. The girl was wary and wondered who the uncle was talking about, focusing on unfriendly people. Then the girl realized that it was about the teacher Zhang, whom the girl began to defend in front of her uncle. Yao was convinced that his niece had not yet learned the world and did not see evil in the people around her. Then the girl took the wooden casket and showed it to her uncle, who was very surprised at what he saw. Zhao Yao explained that Zhang gave her this sprout because he knows that her health is not perfect and it could make the girl feel better. Uncle Yao couldn't figure out where Zhang, given his status, had gotten this sprout. The girl was confused by her uncle's insistence and asked if everything was okay with the gift from the teacher. While Zhao carefully examined the plant, the uncle explained that it was extremely valuable and was the ancestor of the ice sun grass. Uncle went on to say that the ordinary ice sun grass did not have much value, unlike the ancestor. The girl was very shocked by the information from her uncle and asked him if he was not confusing anything. Then Yao assured his niece that it was the most expensive herb he had ever seen and he couldn't get anything wrong. The girl carefully studied the sprout, holding it in her fragile hands, which for some reason were now trembling. Meanwhile, Uncle Yao wondered how Zhang managed to obtain such a valuable sprout, and why did he share it with the student? Zhao Yao was warmed by the thought that teacher Zhang not only developed an individual training method for her, but also gave her valuable medicine. The girl got up from the bed and hugged the sprout to her chest, realizing its true value. Then the girl asked her uncle how much money he currently has with him. The uncle rummaged through his pockets and answered his niece that it was not much, namely 20,000 gold. Then the girl asked her uncle if he knew where teacher Zhang had gone, because he had been gone for a long time. Yao replied that he had been following Zhang and had last seen him at the apothecary guild, leading Zhao to believe that he had acquired such a valuable gift there. Zhao Yao closed the box with the plant and walked confidently towards the exit, taking Uncle Yao with her. Zhao Yao and his uncle arrived at the pharmacist's guild, where they learned that Zhang was taking the pharmacist's assistant exam. The saleswoman who had met Zhang before the exam had just passed this information on to Zhao. Yao explained to his niece that it is not easy to do, because an alchemist's student needs to remember the properties of over 1,000 medicines. Therefore, Yao doubted that Zhang would be able to pass the exam without years of training. The saleswoman then added that Zhang passed the first part of the exam and did not make any mistakes. The first test tests knowledge of the properties of medicinal herbs, and a significant number of people fail this stage, so Yao was surprised at Zhang's skill. The puzzle in Yao's mind was not complete, because Zhang had given Zhao a stem worth at least 100,000 gold and demanded nothing in return. It was known to Yao that Zhang had once been a genius, reaching the 3rd martial rank at the age of 16, but that was the end of his progress. The saleswoman pointed out that theory without practice is meaningless, so Zhang needs to go through the 2nd stage by describing the specimens of herbs. The girl added that if it was possible to make several mistakes at the 1st stage, then none at this stage. The conversation was interrupted by the footsteps of 2 boys who were leaving the exam hall, where the exam had already ended. It was Sun Tao and his friend, with whom the saleswoman was wondering how everything went, and if there was any good news. The boys bowed their heads, sighed heavily, and answered that they had failed this stage of the exam. The saleswoman inquired about Zhang because he had not yet left the examination room. Sun Tao informed with a sad expression on his face that Zhang passed the exam and will now be an assistant. The saleswoman did not expect such an answer because she did not believe that Zhang would be able to pass the 2nd stage. Zhao Yao ran to Sun Tao to ask when Zhang would leave the audience, as she needed to speak with him. Sun's partner told the girl that Zhang had gone to the library to prepare for the pill debate. Now the girl was shocked by the fact that Zhang's career is developing extremely rapidly. The boys said that when they were outside the door, they heard that Zhang was offered to take part in the debate, but with certain risks. The saleswoman recalled how she had read about the debate and how complicated it was, almost beyond comprehension. Yao also didn't understand why Zhang was in such a hurry when he became a pharmacist's assistant at such a young age. Sun Tao's associate also did not understand this, but added that he had heard how Zhang needs a book on hereditary powers that only pharmacists have access to. Sun Tao also revealed that Zhang was limited in time and only had half a month to find such a book. Zhao Yao remembered that in half a month there would be a teacher evaluation, and maybe that was why Teacher Zhang was in a hurry. Zhao asked the boys what would happen to Zhang if he didn't pass the pill debate. Sun replied that in that case, Zhang would lose a lot of money, be punished by the blows of God, and be denied the right to take exams for 10 years. Zhao opened her eyes and mouth wide when she heard what was waiting for Zhang in the event of a failed discussion. She assumed that Zhang had made such sacrifices in order to reveal her power, and now she was willing to do anything to thank Zhang. Meanwhile, Zhang breathed a sigh of relief after studying all the books in the library. He was sitting next to a large stack of textbooks and felt a little sad that he had never found anything about inherited abilities. Zhang turned back to the examiners, who were discussing something violently in whispers among themselves. He quietly approached them from behind and saw them making marks on paper against some guesses. Then Zhang realized that the men were voting on why Zhang was learning literature so quickly, and put him first that he was only pretending. Zhang decided to settle the dispute between the two examiners and said that he was just flipping through the books looking for a non-lunch, but found nothing. The examiners felt embarrassed after that and apologized to Zhang for doubting him. Ouyang informed Zhang that everything would be ready for the pill discussion tomorrow. Zhang thanked the examiners for their help and warm welcome and said goodbye to them. He left the examination hall laughing at the fact that pharmacists with such a status argued about such trifles. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Yao falling to her knees in front of him and uttering words of thanks. Zhang approached the girl and asked her to get up, not understanding why she was here and what she was thanking him for. He asked Zhao if she drank the Ice Heart Herb Sprout tincture and if she felt better. Uncle Yao also knelt down and apologized to Zhang for questioning Zhang's skill. Zhang couldn't understand what was happening, because he had just passed the test to become a pharmacist's assistant, and what did he get these honors for? He assumed that the girl came here because she found out that he planned to activate her body. Zhang thought about the fact that before he had seen the disciples as the material from which he would make perfect warriors, but now he understood that they had feelings. Now he felt the deep responsibility of a teacher for what he did for others, because it had an impact on him as well. He approached Zhao and thanked her for her trust, and assured him that he was willing to do anything for the development of his students. After such words, it was as if a new section of sacred knowledge had opened up for Zhang in the Heavenly Path Library. Yao decided to thank Zhang and wanted to give the money for the medicine for his niece, stressing that it was only part of it because he didn't have any more. Yao did not want Zhang to go bankrupt with such generous gifts, but Zhang insisted on selflessness. However, Yao insisted that Zhang accept the money, because he had spent an insane amount of 100,000 gold. When Zhang heard how much the stem was worth, he hesitated for a second, because if he knew the true amount, he would have resold the shoot. Yao seemed to sense Zhang's suspicions and wondered if the teacher knew about the jewel of the gift before giving it to him. Zhang collected his thoughts and assured Yao that he respected his students very much, so the amount of expenses was not important to him. The saleswoman who brought Zhang to the guild watched the dialogue the whole time and scolded herself for being biased towards him. When Zhao Yao returned to the dormitory, the uncle decided to find out more about why Zhang had given this shoot. The girl told her uncle that all this time training was difficult for her. She could not release the yin energy, and sometimes it hurt. The uncle questioned the girl about why Zhang is such a capable teacher, but at the same time has a negative reputation. Zhao revealed that Zhang had passed Yang Li's will detector, where the whole truth about Zhang's reputation had come out. Yao was shocked that Shangbin would dare to tarnish teacher Zhang's reputation. Out of anger, Yao clenched his fist, convinced that Shang was a selfish person and his grandfather was the same. Therefore, Zhao asked that the uncle show respect to teacher Zhang after the truth was known. The uncle laughed and assured his niece that he would not step on the same rake twice. But now Yao was thinking about how to teach a lesson to the Shan family, who had made Yao form a false opinion about Zhang. Zhao Yao asked her uncle to tell people the truth about Zhang from now on, which would not tarnish his reputation. The uncle smiled widely at his niece and promised that he would do everything in the best way. Zhang sat in his small house and watched through the window at the night sky, which was studded with stars. He spent the whole night practicing and easily improved his abilities, finding 20 new points. In the morning, he went out into the yard and saw a company that was eagerly waiting for him. There were 3 boys, 2 of whom were his students, and the third was Zhao Yanfeng, Lu's disciple. Yanfeng bowed to Zhang and said that he had taken the courage to give up his studies with teacher Lu. Zhang now understood why Lu had become angry with Zhang and challenged him to the teacher evaluation. Zhang decided to leave Yanfeng behind so that he could listen to the lecture that Zhang was going to give to his student. So when everyone gathered, Zhang took a notebook with his work and began to tell the students the information. The students were delighted that Zhang was explaining completely new training methods and techniques. The lecture lasted quite a long time, almost until sunset, and when it finally ended, the tired but satisfied students went home. But Zhang had a test ahead of him, a debate that was about to begin. Zhang arrived at the guild, where he heard a familiar female voice calling his name. It was the same saleswoman from the shop who had informed that the masters had arrived for a discussion, but Zhang still had a chance to refuse. Zhang assured the girl that everything was fine and he was determined, so he was ready to participate. The girl smiled back and made an inviting gesture for Zhang. As he walked down the corridor, Zhang pondered the importance of this test, for the success of his students was at stake. When they finally arrived at the examination room, Zhang saw Ouyang with a semicircular table and a large bronze cauldron standing behind him. Ouyang also decided it was necessary to remind Zhang that it was not too late to withdraw from the discussion. Zhang smiled back and convinced Ouyang that there was no turning back. Then Ouyang also smiled and replied that he would not discourage Zhang anymore and wished him success. Ouyang decided that it would be a good idea to call in highly respected pharmacists who would evaluate Zhang's skills. In a few minutes, 10 respectable persons, young and old, tall and short, gathered at the threshold. One of the judges asked Ouyang, pointing to Zhang, if he really decided to participate in the debate at such a young age. The other judges who took their seats at the table also picked up on this, and mockingly said that Zhang had studied alchemy in the womb. Ouyang said that despite his young age, he passed all stages of the exams with honors, scoring 100 points on the test. Such information surprised the judges, but they quickly said that it did not matter now. One of the highly respected persons was convinced that alchemy is not only the knowledge of herbs, but also the understanding of the principles of their work. Zhang was outraged by this behavior of the judges and thought that if age affects knowledge, then maybe it is worth getting a few out of the ground. Gathering his will into a fist, he congratulated everyone present and emphasized that the discussion was not held to discuss his age. Then Zhang tried to discard all prejudices about his age because he was sure that his knowledge was no worse than that of the judges. One of the judges, who was of age, did not appreciate Zhang's narrative and advised him to choose his words better. Ouyang urged all the judges to get down to business, since everyone was here to discuss the pills, not to discuss Zhang's age. Ouyang specified the rules of the discussion, according to which Zhang had to give clear answers to the master's questions. He also added that if both sides are not sure of the answer, then you can find out the truth by making a pill. Ouyang also noted that the questions should relate exclusively to pharmacology without secret information. Ouyang made sure that everyone understood the rules, and all the participants answered that they were ready to start the discussion. Ouyang was ready to start the discussion, but Zhang indicated that he wanted to make some adjustments. The masters laughed at Zhang that it was too late to give up or declare defeat. Zhang smiled at the masters and assured them that he was not at all afraid of their questions. One of the masters didn't like Zhang's behavior and became wary, waiting to see what would happen next. Zhang apologized for his behavior, but added that none of the masters himself would have gone through the discussion properly. With these words, Zhang seemed to stir up a hornet's nest, and the masters were already on the verge of being angry with Zhang. One of the masters advised Ouyang to guide Zhang to the true path, because he could pay dearly for such statements. But Zhang suggested that Ouyang raise the difficulty level of the discussion so that the masters would not have any questions about his competence. Ouyang paled at such a request because the discussion itself is a complex phenomenon, and raising the level could turn out to be negative for Zhang. But Zhang suggested that each craftsman prepare a pill, and he would explain the preparation method and point out the shortcomings of the medicine. One of the masters was extremely displeased that Zhang, as a pharmacist's assistant, was going to point out the master's shortcomings. Ouyang couldn't understand what Zhang was thinking, because even though he showed an excellent result yesterday, he was prudent. Zhang continued to taunt the masters that by pointing out their flaws, he could dishonor their honor and skills. One of the masters decided to start a discussion and agreed to accept Zhang's challenge first. It was Chengjiang who praised Zhang despite his young age for his courage and worthy knowledge that Ouyang had tested. Cheng asked Ouyang to prepare a furnace to demonstrate to Zhang that he was very wrong in his beliefs. The masters noted the skill of Master Cheng, who was quite promising among alchemists, who managed to perfect more than 100 pills in 3 years. Cheng began the discussion with Zhang by saying that he had recently created an alchemical technique that he had named only a few days before. According to the masters, the creation of a new technique deserved respect, because such a master was destined to go down in history. It now seemed to Ouyang that Zhang had already failed the test, because the new method was completely different from the original, and it was impossible to point out the flaws. Zhang remained calm and confident as he waited for Master Cheng to demonstrate his technique. Master Cheng walked over to the kiln, taking out from his pocket everything he needed to demonstrate the authentic technique. He put on the ring of storage and with a few movements summoned 3 blue flower buds. Returning them in his hands, the master whispered some words that resembled a spell, after which he threw the flowers into the oven. Zhang felt somewhat confused as he could barely make out anything from the master's rapid movements. Zhang understood that he seemed odd to the masters because even a skilled pharmacist could sometimes fail to see the flaws. But Zhang knew that what was invisible to the naked eye was like an open book to his library. When Master Cheng finished cooking, several pills fell out of the cauldron through a special sieve. Cheng said, pleased with himself, that his work was complete and ready for Zhang's evaluation. Other craftsmen who watched the process admired Zhang, who managed to make a simple pill in an unfamiliar but exquisite method. Zhang decided to convince Zhang that he needed to name 3 flaws, and then the master would admit defeat. Zhang smiled and assured Zhang that he was a full-fledged pharmacist with a high status and concept of honor. Zhang nodded in response and decided to begin his speech with the name of the technique he christened 10,000 Flowing Rivers. The master began to get nervous, but he tried not to show his excitement to Zhang and continued to listen to him. Zhang then continued and noted that the master had produced the tranquil breathing pill using 12 techniques. Zhang switched to the Qi link, and now only Zhang heard Zhang declassify that the master had copied several techniques from Master Bai Ming and Ling Thumb. Zhang carefully looked at Zhang's eyes, realizing that he was right, which made it difficult for the master to control himself. Zhang put his hand on the master's shoulder and said in Qi's voice that he specifically did not say anything about the techniques in his voice because it would embarrass Zhang. Zhang wondered if he should continue further, but the master understood that this was a defeat, so he allowed him not to continue. The other masters who watched this spectacle could not understand why such an experienced Zhang gave up so easily. The masters were amazed at how easily Zhang managed to guess the name of Zhang's new technique. So the masters realized that Zhang is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Zhang continued to smile and urged the masters not to waste their time, so he invited the next one. One of the masters loudly hit the table with his fist and said that he would be next, and now Zhang would have no transfusions. The master was unclear as to what had happened to Chengjiang, but he could not allow the masters to continue to be humiliated. Meanwhile, Cheng sat holding his head, lost in thought that his reputation now rested on Zhang's silence. The next master suggested that Zhang change the rules so as not to fall into Zhang's trap. So he invited Zhang to observe the cooking technique, but to point out the flaws in the process. It seemed to Yan that Zhang would not get out of such a trap and would definitely fail the test. Zhang noted in his calm pace that it was not worth wasting time and it was better to get down to business. The master was starting to get angry at Zhang's overconfidence, but he was still convinced that Zhang would be defeated. So the master concentrated all his inner energy, and then with a few movements he created hundreds of tongues of fire around him. Zhang, who had been watching Bai Ming closely, guessed that he was using the multiple mountain hands technique. The masters sitting at the table did not hide their admiration for the skill of Bai Ming, who created a pill to numb acupuncture points. Bai Ming let out a long breath and told Zhang that he could begin his part of the test. So now Bai Ming stood proudly and waited for Zhang to list all the shortcomings of the technique. Bai Ming believed that without Zhang's talent, he would not be able to get the desired approval from him. Zhang showed complete calmness and poise and said that the master should mentally prepare himself for what Zhang would say. Zhang began by saying that this is really a technique of multiple mountain hands in which the herbs are placed in a certain order, like rocks. But for Zhang, the drawback of this technique was obvious, and therefore even if the pills are of good quality, it is impossible to achieve the ideal. When Zhang said that this technique was suitable for mass production by low-level pharmacists, the master's face contorted with rage. Such a technique, according to Zhang, is a dead end, and the pharmacist in such a case will bury himself. Ouyang paled after Zhang's words, because Bai Ming is not only a first-class pharmacist, but also one of the most influential people in the kingdom. Bai Ming was furious, but Zhang's words were meaningless to him until the technical flaws were brought up. Zhang moved closer to the furnace and said that he would start the list of defects with the simplest one. Zhang asked the master if he knew anything about the equipment he was using, since pharmacists must have the skills to use it. Zhang assumed that most likely all the furnaces were about the same, so the master was not too concerned about the matter. But Zhang, pointing to the cauldron, said that one technique is for one cauldron, and if this is not taken into account, the recipe will give different results. Zhang slapped his palm on the cauldron and indicated the exact parameters of the cauldron, even noting that it had scratches on it. Zhang continued that the cauldron was smelted under the guidance of a master in a stone workshop more than 7 years ago. After Zhang finished his speech, there was silence for a few seconds, and then the whispers of the masters could be heard. Ouyang was always amazed at the information Zhang gave, especially when he gave the exact parameters of the furnace. Now that Zhang had finished talking about the cauldron, he turned to the flames that were being created by the heavenly coals. Zhang noted that ordinary coal passing through the walls of the boiler gives off only a third of its heat, while sky coal gives off almost half. Zhang smiled at the master and said that it was only the basic knowledge of alchemy that he was reminding Bai Ming of. Bai Ming was seething with rage because if he considered all the factors Zhang listed, he would have been brewing the pill for 3 days. Zhang moved away from the cauldron and moved closer to Bai Ming to continue talking about the process. 47 herbs are needed to make the pill, Zhang noted, and some of them are not compatible with each other. And if you don't follow the process, the pill will lose its properties. And then Zhang gave the example of heart herb, which is heat resistant. Besides the fact that it needs to be cooked over high heat, Zhang also noticed that the master used a young stem, in which all the properties are gathered in the stem. Therefore, Zhang said that it was necessary to change the order and add the split palm herbs slowly down the side of the cauldron. But according to Zhang, the properties of these 2 herbs compete, and to avoid this, the herbal collection of scattered flowers should be added. Zhang continued to list herb after herb, making the master's mouths drop as he talked about each one in succession. It seemed to the masters that Zhang knew absolutely everything that was necessary for the perfect pill. The little things that Zhang pointed out caused admiration among some masters, and an understanding of why they are not improving in any way. Bai Ming turned pale and stood motionless, analyzing every word Zhang said about alchemy. He took hold of his heart and thought that he had wasted all this time valuable herbs on useless pills. Bai Ming became hateful to himself, which made him fall to his knees and start vomiting in the middle of the hall. He sat and said to himself that he saw no point in his own career, because he was a tumor on the body of alchemy. So standing before Zhang on his knees, Bai Ming held up 3 fingers and vowed never to make pills again. With such a statement, Bai Ming stunned all the masters present, who had not doubted his skill before. The masters could not understand how a pharmacist, who was simply pointed out the shortcomings, was ready to give up his life's work. Zhang continued to hold himself dignified, while the others discussed him violently and gave him sidelong glances. Now he was ready for another challenge, but he decided to slow down and choose his words more carefully. One of the masters with blue hair cast a wary glance somewhere to the side. Another master with blue eyes and thick gray eyebrows caught his eye. It was Masters Meng Yan and Chen Dan, rising from their seats to challenge Zhang. Zhang could not yet recover from his round, but the masters decided that Zhang would not be able to face two professionals at the same time. They informed Zhang that they understood that his knowledge was no worse than theirs, so they decided not to ask Zhang about the technique's shortcomings. Instead, they offered Zhang to determine the quality of the meditation pills they had prepared that morning. One of the masters protested this because it meant that the masters had forgotten the pharmacist's honor. Meng Yan and Chen Dan looked around at the not displeased master and pierced him with an angry look and advised him to keep quiet. Zhang said he was willing to look at the pills, especially since the debate was still ongoing. So he approached the masters, took the pills from their hands, for which they thanked young Zhang for his help. Zhang first looked carefully at the pills, then clenched his fist analyzing the flaws. He later said that these could not be called meditation pills because they had negative consequences such as rabies and death. The masters were stunned by Zhang's statement and looked warily at the young master. Zhang noted that it is necessary to remain calm during the preparation of pills, because the preparation of medicines is not only technique, but also emotions. The young man said that one of the pills was prepared by a person with an overly ardent heart, and it had its effect. Zhang suggested that the masters test his statement on the guild's test animals. Master Chen Dan immediately denied such a proposal, much to his colleagues' surprise. Chen Dan had indeed noted that his meditation pills had had a detrimental effect on the test animals recently. Chen Dan told Meng Yan that deep down he had doubts, so he did not regret checking the pills. Meng Yan turned to Zhang and asked if he could tell more about the pill. Zhang touched Yan's shoulder and pointed out that he was really irritable lately due to some mental worries. Zhang was glad that he had correctly used his powers to collect data for the discussion, but he didn't even know that he could retrieve the skeletons from the examiner's closet. Zhang advised Meng Yan to face the problem head-on and draw appropriate conclusions, then everything would be fine. The masters were very polite to Zhang and thanked him for the information and admitted defeat. It seemed to Oyan now that the exam stopped being an exam at some point. Now the masters admired Zhang and wanted to ask him the questions that had worried them for so long. Because of this, a verbal fight arose between the masters, because they could not decide who would be the first. It reminded Zhang of kindergarten that such highly respected people made a mess. But before, Zhang's task was to find flaws in the technique or ingredients, so there were no takers, unlike when Zhang could solve some problems. Some of the masters already regretted that they had called for a discussion earlier, because now they could ask questions to which they had no answers. But Oyan hoped that he still had an opportunity, as an examiner, to ask a few questions after the debate. A loud sound on the table made everyone present turn their eyes in the direction of the person who did it. Master Liu stood up and reminded everyone present that the discussion was ongoing and that questions should be asked, not shy. Master Liu looked at everyone coldly to make sure that no one had any questions to ask. Zhang understood that a serious opponent was waiting for him, because Master Liu was head and shoulders above all masters. Everyone knew that Master Liu was known for his ruthlessness, so they expected Zhang to be unable to resist. The master came closer to Zhang and stopped in front of him, creating an atmosphere of pressure at least with his tall stature. The question that bothered Master Liu was also related to the meditation pill. He agreed with Zhang about the need to have stable emotional energy to make the pill. The master created a certain intrigue with his silence before voicing his question, and then he could not be stopped. He poured out question after question, and all of them were related to the unsuccessful love of his daughter. When the questions finally ended, the master concluded by asking Zhang if he needed to make a meditation pill. There was silence among the other masters at the table, because for a moment they did not know how to react to them. And then they seemed to explode one after the other, reminding Liu that the questions about his daughter had nothing to do with the discussion. Some of the masters began to say that Liu had lost his mind and was only trying to learn something about his daughter. Liu lashed out at the masters that this was bothering him and that he could not prepare a meditation pill. Jiang, who had hoped that the discussion would be about alchemy, was very mistaken because the masters began to quarrel among themselves. When everyone finally calmed down, Ouyang, wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, announced that a new one-star specialist had appeared in the guild. He took out a wooden casket in the middle of which shone a golden alchemist's badge. Jiang took the badge in his hands and looked at it carefully while listening to Ouyang talk about the benefits of the title. When Ouyang finished, Jiang asked if he would show her where the advanced section of the library was. On the way to the library, Ouyang told Jiang that there are about 10 pharmacists in Tianshuyan, and they only come to the library when absolutely necessary. After entering the library, Ouyang noted that it is usually deserted, so Jiang should not be shy and take any book. The library was impressive in its size, so Ouyang advised Jiang to ask for help if the need arose. Ouyang wished Jiang a good time, congratulated him again on his new achievement, and said he would ask a few questions later. Jiang was pleased with himself and was happy that he had finally gained access to the right library. Although the search for the necessary book took him several hours, he still found the necessary material. Jiang managed to find information that once upon a time King Shenling's daughter, Princess Shen Chu, had a yin body, which she successfully activated with the purity-revealing pill. Jiang took the information into consideration, but decided to search for something more about the horned dragon blood. Jiang found what he was looking for, and learned that a single man couldn't unleash energy like this for a long time until he used the blood of the giant rhino. With the help of the Heavenly Path Library, Jiang decided to test all the shortcomings of such methods. The library informed him that only 10% of the power could be activated with the purity pill and the blood of the giant rhino. But for Jiang, it was better than nothing, and besides, he decided to combine these techniques, and now he just needs to find everything he needs. Jiang returned to Ouyang while he was sitting in his office rummaging through various documents. Jiang announced his intentions that he would like to purchase the purity pill, meridian rejuvenation pill, body nourishment solution, and giant rhino blood from the guild. Ouyang replied that everything is possible, but except for the purity pill and rhino blood, but maybe such ingredients are in the main branch. But since the main branch is geographically located quite far away, the delivery will take 10 days. Jiang tensed, because there were 14 days left before the teacher's evaluation, and if the materials were only available in 10, then he needed to get himself together. Jiang accepted Ouyang's proposal and asked him to apply as soon as possible. Jiang also asked how much he should expect and whether he should pay for the product now. Ouyang began counting in his voice, listing the importance and difficulty of obtaining the necessary items. So taking into account Jiang's new status after finishing the calculations, Ouyang announced the sum of 23 million. Such a price was beyond Jiang's pocket, because before that he considered himself rich after the incident with the appraiser, and now he is unable to pay for the goods. Then Jiang decided to trick Ouyang and reset everything to a new status, thanks to which he wanted to pay for the goods later. Ouyang refused this request, arguing that the materials were extremely valuable and the guild could not be in debt. Ouyang combed his beard and thought about how he could help Jiang with the necessary items. Ouyang then suggested that Jiang prepare a meditation pill that has a complex formulation and has a decent price in the market. But Jiang was not satisfied with such an offer, because according to Ouyang's forecasts, Jiang will become rich in 2 months at this rate. In connection with this, Jiang asked Master Ouyang whether he had other offers for earning. Ouyang thought for a second, and it occurred to him that the profession of a Grandmaster who can take a lot of money for his advice is very profitable. Jiang smiled at Ouyang and asked him to order everything he needed for him, and in 10 days, Jiang would pay for everything. Jiang thanked Ouyang for his kindness and help, said goodbye to the master, and quickly ran away. The market was rich in its variety, such as the Sunny House, which could be rented and admired in a luxurious place in the middle of nature. A handsome man approached the seller who was so actively promoting the Sunny House. Zhang, who decided to disguise himself as the Grandmaster, was a little confused when the boy called him a highly respected person. Zhang expressed his intentions to the seller that he would like to rent the house. The boy salesman asked Zhang about his preferences in order to choose something of good quality. Zhang said he was looking for a clean and large home, conveniently located and furnished and ready to move in. The young man seemed to have an answer for every question, so he said he had a house that fit the bill. Zhang replied to the young man that he did not care about the price, and the young man willingly agreed to show the house of his dreams. When they approached the luxurious estate, the seller told them that the house belonged to a rich merchant who had given the house to his son as an inheritance, but the latter was a lover of gambling. Also now, according to the seller, an estate with a 5-room complex, gazebo and lake for sale. Zhang listened carefully and inspected the house with the help of the library, looking for flaws. When the estate was presented, the seller announced that such a luxurious place was rented for 150 gold per month. It seems that Zhang did not like the voice number, and he was already thinking about how to put the cunning salesman in his place. The guy continued to convince Zhang that the estate is luxurious, and the price for such apartments is cheaper than it seems. As the boy continued to ramble on about what a beautiful estate this was, Zhang got as close as he could, much to the boy's confusion. The boy first jumped back, and then asked Zhang why Tay was looking at him so intently. Zhang explained that in this way he needed to make sure of some facts. The boy threw up his hands and asked if Zhang agreed to the terms of the estate's lease. Zhang was in no rush to pay the rent because he told the boy that the previous owner had gone bankrupt and was trying to sell the house quickly. While the boy was panicking, Zhang continued to pour in facts that the house could not be sold, and therefore it is being rented out, although the price is inflated. Zhang talked about all the details of the deal, including when the deal was signed, who was there, what was on the table, and what music was playing. The guy who was trying to rent out the house as soon as possible was very confused by Zhang's facts. Zhang assured the boy that he should not be nervous because he called a spade and wanted to rent a house without lying. So the boy agreed to Zhang's conditions to rent the house for 50,000 and for the other 50,000 to find servants and be a butler. Zhang promised the boy that if he did his job well, Zhang would not skimp on the payments. When the seller saw the money, he immediately wanted to take it for himself, but it was difficult for Zhang to part with such an amount. While the seller was counting the money, Zhang realized that this young man was brave enough to rent out a house for 3 times the price, so he could benefit from it. Therefore, Zhang once again asked the young man if he had changed his mind to serve Zhang for a high reward, and the young man willingly agreed. Zhang informed the young man that he would be staying put for a while, so he would need help. The seller, who had just stuffed the cashier with money, smiled at Zhang with all his teeth and convinced him that he could be trusted. Zhang realized that he still didn't know the boy's name, so when he asked what his name was, the young man asked him to call him Sun Qian. But the boy remembered that his friends sometimes call him Xiao Can, like cockroach, so he offered that option as well. Zhang smiled and told Targan that he had the first task for him, which must be handled responsibly. It was necessary for Zhang that the young man found servants before the evening and also spread the news about his residence in the estate. When Zhang introduced himself to the boy as Grandmaster Yang Xuan, the boy opened his mouth wide and kept his eyes on Zhang. Zhang added that he was looking for a certain thing in this area, so the information about his whereabouts should be spread widely. Zhang also promised the boy to help him move to the 4th level for performing high-quality work. To the cockroach, Zhang seemed like a deity endowed with generosity and wealth. After bowing several times before Zhang, the boy stood up and assured his patron that everything would be done to the best of his ability. When the boy left, Zhang sighed at how hard it was for him to pretend to be a very respectable person. After returning to school, Zhang planned to rest, but a group of students was already waiting for him in front of the classroom. Zhang, holding a piece of paper in his hands, noticed Zhang and decided to come closer first. In Zhang's hands was the list of participants from Lu Sen for the teacher evaluation, which the boy handed to Zhang. Zhang carefully studied the list and realized that, to his surprise, Lu Sen had not sent his best students. According to Jiang, in theory, Lu Sen could send his strong disciples, and it would not count as a violation. Jiang, when Zhang finished studying the list, reported that in the ranking, the opponents were about the same place, but in battle, the forces were unequal. Such a statement puzzled Zhang, and he expected a thorough explanation from his student. Zhang explained that Bai Chao, for example, has better progress in technique and his rank is higher. Then Zhang spoke about Du Lei, who has an advantage in accuracy and sharpness of blows, although he is almost on the same place as Wang Yin. Also, Liu Sen's former student recalled that his friend Mo Xiao, whom he had never defeated, had gotten to Master Wang earlier and more skillfully. Zhang remembered that Bai Chao had accepted Hong Xun as his teacher, and Du Lei had been one of the first to go to Zhu Hong's teacher. Zhang listened to all the suggestions from the students and angrily crumpled up the paper with the list of students. He was angry with Lu Sen, expecting that he had sent a uni with a ranking similar to Zhang's disciples, but Sen had played tricks. Zhang understood that even though Zhu Hong and Zhao Yao were almost indistinguishable from each other, he had seen them fight, and if Zhao had not been tipped, she would have lost. According to Zhang, Wang Yin's legs have not yet gained the necessary strength, and of course a fighter with high speed was chosen against her. Zheng Yang was skilled with the spear, so Lu Sen sent a more skilled fighter in the same field. Kun Jie, who is ranked 300th, is scheduled to face Yuan Tao, but Zhang suggested that he could be an aggressive opponent. Zhang strained at every turn to come up with a plan, because Lu Sen carefully selected the participants so as not to give Zhang's disciples a chance. Zhang got angry and threw the piece of paper on the ground. He was furious that Lu Sen wanted to wipe his feet on him. Now Zhang was aware of the even greater importance of earning money in order to purchase the necessary medicines that would improve the students' techniques. After some time, Zhang returned to the house he was renting and noticed that security had now appeared here. As Zhang approached the entrance, the guards bowed to Zhang and welcomed him back. Walking through the yard, Zhang noticed several servants, and this pleased him, because the seller turned out to be a capable young man who fulfilled all his wishes. Meeting the salesman, who was now a butler, Zhang thanked the boy for doing the job. Cockroach informed Zhang that he had spread the word about his whereabouts, and was confident that word of mouth would work properly. Zhang asked his butler to tell him how the information was spread. The boy said that he had sold his shop and told everyone in the trading block that he now served the Grandmaster. Zhang asked the boy if he still had the money he had given him, and the boy assured him that people had agreed to serve willingly after hearing about the Grandmaster. Zhang liked that, but he was a little amused by the idea that people didn't verify the information. After hearing all the information from the butler, Zhang asked him to make tea for him while he waited for customers. For some time, no one appeared in the estate, so Targon suggested Zhang hang a sign that the Grandmaster lives in the house. Zhang declined such an offer, instead suggesting that the butler take a walk in the surrounding areas. But before going for a walk, Zhang asked Dovretzky, so that the security does not let anyone in while they are on the walk. And then he asked Targon about the richest person living in the city. According to the butler, it was Lord Lin Tianyu, the owner of a trading firm and a real billionaire. Zhang thought that the purpose of his pretense was to earn a good fortune, and therefore Lin was a suitable candidate to achieve the goal. When Zhang asked the butler where this rich man lived, the boy said he would take him there. Walking through the noisy streets of the town, where everyone was bustling about in search of solutions to their questions, Zhang and the butler came to the Tianyu trading firm. The house was impressive for its expensiveness, having several floors and decoration made of precious materials. Zhang and his butlers walked closer to the lord's estate, looking at the lions made of green southern jade at the entrance. Zhang thought that with 1,000,000 gold in his hands, he was incredibly rich, but compared to the wealth he saw, he felt like a pauper. The butler suggested to Zhang that he could inform Lord Lin of his arrival, but Zhang refused. Zhang came close to the lion and touched it with his hand, so to speak, to study the area. When Zhang finished with his assessment, he offered the butler to sit somewhere while he asked Zhang why they didn't go to the Lord. The cockroach immediately said that he did not mind Zhang's orders, but Zhang told the butler to speak his mind freely. The butler was surprised, because Zhang was a famous Grandmaster for him, and therefore the Lord would not refuse a meeting. Zhang agreed that he would not be refused a meeting, but he wanted to force the Lord to come on his own. According to the butler, it sounded like something impossible, because the Lord is a very respectful and concerned man. The butler told Zhang that the Lord had built a large trade network on his own, and some princes and ministers were unable to meet him. Zhang calmly sipped his tea and said that he would demonstrate that the Lord would come to him himself. But in order to implement such a plan, the butler must do whatever Zhang says without objection. The boy agreed, and Zhang asked the boy to take off the head of the precious stone lion. The butler was shocked when he heard Zhang's wish and almost fainted. He knelt before Zhang and began to say that every lion was worth millions, and for such a prank, the boy's head would be blown off. Zhang looked at the boy with a stern and cold look that reflected the boy's mistrust. The boy did not know what to do, but Zhang convinced him that if he smashed the lion's head, he would protect the boy. The boy sat on his knees for a few more seconds, and then gathered his strength and accepted Zhang's request. The cockroach took the sledgehammer lying nearby from the construction site and approached the lion, daring to take a brave step. Swinging with all his might, the boy delivered a powerful blow that blew off the stone lion's head. Passers-by noticed that something was wrong and began to discuss what happened to the boy. A company of 5 guys with red armbands decided to stop the riot. They ran up to the butler, who looked extremely frightened and confused. They knocked Zhang the butler to the ground and began to beat them heavily with their feet. Zhang hadn't expected such a quick reaction, as he had assumed that they would go complain to the Lord first. Therefore, while the boy was being kicked, Zhang decided to stay away so as not to get hurt himself. Hearing the commotion, Lord Lin went out into the yard to find out what was happening. One of the boys told the Lord that he was patrolling the street with his friends and noticed a boy who had injured a precious lion. The Lord leaned towards the beaten boy, recognizing him as Sun Qian, and began to wonder why the boy did such an act. All bruised and with a bruised eye, the boy could barely speak, but still said that this was the order of his patron. Zhang was sitting with his back to the Lord and the others, but he could feel the Lord's penetrating gaze on him. The Lord ordered the boy to stand up and walked over to Zhang, who was still sitting motionless. When the Lord came closer to Zhang, the first thing he was interested in was why he gave the order to crush the lion. The Lord didn't know anything about Zhang, so to get to know him better, Zhang offered to sit next to him. The Lord listened to Zhang's suggestion, but was still puzzled as to why he had smashed the lion. Zhang was in no hurry to explain his predicament, and calmly sipped the fragrant herbal tea. The Lord insisted that Zhang provide a reasonable explanation for his impulsive actions. The butler approached Zhang and informed him that in front of him was Lord Lin himself, who was a businessman. Zhang sat in silence for a while, then smiled at the Lord and inquired about his family. The Lord got angry at such a question that he even broke the corner of the wooden table with force. The butler, who was given the order to crush the stone lion, did not understand why Zhang calmly inquired about the Lord's family. The Lord was angry and did not want to answer Zhang's question while holding the table fragment. But Zhang insisted on his point, so after begging the Lord, he repeated his question about the family. The Lord angrily replied that Zhang should not worry about his family's condition because it was none of his business. After taking a sip of tea, Zhang said that he was obliged to help the Lord save the life of his relative. The Lord still looked confused, while Zhang calmly placed a cup of tea on the table and began talking about southern jade. He talked about how this jade has a noble effect on a person, but the southern red jade, which absorbs life energy, is another matter. After adding a few more negative facts about red jade, Zhang stood up and asked the butler to leave the scene. As Zhang got up and was about to leave, the Lord stopped him to explain in more detail what he meant. The Lord was especially interested in the information about the southern red jade, which could have caused Yu Ju to fall ill. Zhang stopped, and standing with his back to the Lord, said that his wife was just an ordinary person with a second rank. The Lord was now even more puzzled that Zhang knew about his wife's rank and occupation. Zhang reported that the red jade was able to absorb ki energy, and the power of the second rank was unable to resist it, which was why his wife's condition was deteriorating. Therefore, Zhang, passing by, saw a stone and decided to prevent a disaster by breaking the stone. Zhang said that he was in a hurry, so with the connections that the Lord had, it wouldn't be difficult to find Zhang when needed. The street guard asked the Lord if Zhang should be stopped, but he denied it. Instead, he asked the guard youth to call appraiser Chen Yuan to the estate immediately. The assessor came to the scene as soon as possible and was interested in what the immediacy was. The Lord pointed to the fallen head of the lion and asked the appraiser what material the statue was made of. The appraiser sighed heavily and replied that he appraised the monument a long, long time ago, but he clearly remembers what he said. But when he took a closer look at the lion's head, he was frightened by the realization of new information. The Lord ordered the appraiser not to intrigue and to tell the whole truth about the material from which the lion was made. But the appraiser looked confused and could not find the right words, but Lord guessed the truth himself. He gestured with his hand to use one of his fighting techniques and smashed the lion's head into small pieces. The Lord came closer and took one piece of stone in his hands, realizing that even the master himself did not guess about the origin of the stone. The Lord was interested in whether red jade is really able to absorb vital energy, to which the appraiser replied that there are legends in which it is said about the negative influence of the stone. The Lord turned to the street guard, asking if he knew anything about Sun Qiang. The guard scratched the back of his head and remembered that Sun Qian had sold the shop, saying that he was going to serve the Grandmaster. The guard thought that Sun Qian was bragging, so the boy was laughed at when the famous Grandmaster took him into service. The Lord was upset that he missed the opportunity to make amends with the Grandmaster, who could have helped the family. The guard, understanding the sadness of the situation, asked the Lord how he could help. The Lord ordered the guard to immediately find out where Zhang was staying and then to prepare a transport to his estate. Walking through the streets of the city, the butler did not understand why Zhang, who pretended to be the Grandmaster, was returning home. After all, not long ago, Zhang asked the boy to arrange a meeting with the Lord, and after the broken lion, they spoke very briefly. When the sun was almost setting, Zhang returned to his estate, where he was kindly greeted by the guards. Zhang told the guards that he was tired and planned to rest, so he ordered that no one be allowed into the estate. The butler, who was still coming to his senses after being kicked, heard someone calling him. It was the Lord's guard who brought word to Qian that the Lord desired an audience with him. The butler was very surprised that Lord Ling Tianyu had called him for a dialogue, considering the recent events. He ordered the guard to call the Lord immediately, while he himself wanted to go find Grandmaster Zhang. But the butler suddenly stopped the guard and changed his mind to call Zhang, because he had gone to rest. Now the butler was tormented by doubts, because his Grandmaster had given an order not to let anyone into the estate, but from the other side the Lord came to meet. Therefore, struggling with fear and anxiety, the butler decided to meet the Lord on his own. When the butler stepped outside the estate, he saw that not only the Lord had arrived to meet with Zhang, but also the appraiser Chen Yuan. The Lord informed Sunya to arrange a meeting with the Grandmaster, who impressed the Lord with his revelations. The butler did not understand what was happening because he thought that the Lord had come to take revenge for the gutted lion, but instead he was in a good mood. But the butler realized that the Lord had changed his mind about him because he learned that the boy served the Grandmaster. The butler pretended to be serious and informed the Lord that he had to decline his offer because Zhang was resting. The Lord was surprised at such a statement because he started looking for Zhang as soon as he left and was there 5 minutes later. The Lord now felt that he had angered Zhang, but he did not want to miss the chance to speak with someone who could heal his wife. The Lord took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket that would help the butler quickly recover his strength. And then the venerable man took out a stack of money and asked him to tell Zhang the news of his arrival. The butler, who saw in front of him a full bottle of panacea worth tens of thousands and a pile of money in denominations of 5,000. But in a moment he was enveloped by the conscience that he could receive such gifts thanks to Zhang's service. Therefore the butler again made a serious appearance, and clearing his throat, informed the Lord that he could not influence the situation in any way, and advised him to come tomorrow. The Lord, who seemed never to have been turned down because of his status before, was surprised by the butler's statement. The Lord still hoped that he would be able to communicate with Zhang, whom he mistook for the Grandmaster. Even the appraiser turned to the butler for help so that he would facilitate the meeting. But the butler was unassailable in his convictions, so he refused all requests. After that, the butler decided to return to the estate and asked the guards to close the gate behind him. The lord who remained outside the gate did not lose hope of getting inside and meeting Zhang. The appraiser tried to calm Lord, who was upset that he had missed a great opportunity to talk to Zhang in the market. Together with the evaluator, they did not have a proper plan of action to solve this unfortunate situation. Lord dared to take a decisive step, and therefore informed the appraiser that he would wait as long as necessary, even the whole night. Meanwhile, the butler, who was on the other side of the gate, leaned against it, feeling his heart pounding and his legs shaking. He couldn't believe that he had managed to refuse the request of the richest man in Tianshuan City. He hurried to inform Zhang of the Lord's arrival, and was glad that he had quit his office and decided to become a butler. When the butler came to Zhang with the news, he calmly sipped fragrant tea. The butler revealed that the Lord wanted an audience with Zhang, but Sun followed Zhang's order and did not let the Lord in. Zhang, who continued to sip tea, praised his butler for a job well done. Zhang was so calm because he understood that the red jade was not capable of causing serious damage in a short period of time. After finishing the tea, Zhang told the butler to tell the Lord that if he refused to wait, he might not return, and Zhang himself went to train and rest. In the morning, Zhang leisurely went out into the yard, enjoying the wonderful sunny weather, where the butler was already waiting for him. The butler immediately informed Zhang that the Lord was waiting for a meeting all night at the gates of the estate. Such news did not surprise Zhang at all. On the contrary, he felt elation inside from the realization that he would soon become rich. So Zhang asked the butler to prepare a delicious breakfast for him, after which he would meet the Lord. Zhang's behavior seemed extremely strange to the butler, because the owner of almost the entire market in the city had waited all night, and Zhang decided to have breakfast first. While Lord was talking about various important things with the appraiser, a man passed by and noticed Lord. A man whose hair was gathered in a bun, dressed in a yellow kimono, asked his servants who the Lord was waiting for. The man was also interested in the name of the owner of the luxurious estate, which was empty until recently. One of the servants informed the man that Lord Lin had been waiting at the gate all night, and it seemed that was not enough. The man was surprised. What madman made the venerable Lord wait all night and is still making him wait? According to the man, although the Lord was only a merchant, he had powerful connections and annually made a donation to the treasury, and this deserves respect. One of the servants of the unknown man noticed that the gates of the estate were opening and someone was coming out. The man and the servants recognized Sun Qian, but now the mystery was what Sun was doing in the estate. Sun Qian came out to the Lord with the good news and said that his Lord was ready to speak with the Lord. Even though the Lord had been waiting all night, he looked quite cheerful and smiled back at Sun Qian. The Lord took out a wad of money from his pocket and handed it to Sun Qian as a heartfelt thank you. A man passing by opened his mouth at what was happening because he could not understand why the Lord was paying Sun Qian. Having finally met with Zhang, the Lord sincerely apologized for his behavior and for not appreciating his good intentions. Zhang, sitting on a luxurious wooden chair, assured the Lord that there was no need to apologize, because Zhang did not hold a grudge. But Zhang still asked the Lord if he understood why he had to wait all night outside the gate. The Lord thought it was because of the misunderstandings that happened in the market, but after hearing that Zhang did not harbor evil, the Lord was now confused. Zhang picked up a cup of tea, the aroma of which wafted throughout the estate, and said that the Lord's night behind the gate was for good intentions. The butler standing nearby did not understand how a night spent in the cold and without sleep could be for good intentions. Zhang understood that the Lord had come to him because the Lord's wife was seriously ill, and in Lord Zhang's opinion, Zhang could help. In order to help the Lord's wife, Zhang needed her to come to the estate, but the way the Lord was in contact with the red jade, he could cause harm. Therefore, Zhang explained that during the night while he was waiting for the meeting, the aura from the red jade had dissipated. The Lord realized how stupid and blind he was to have so mistaken the intentions of the good master that Zhang pretended to be. The butler now also understood how much sense Zhang's actions made, because he really did not take offense at the Lord, but only acted in his interests. The Lord knelt before Zhang, bowed low, and thanked him for his extraordinary kindness. Zhang said that the Lord needed to bring his wife to the estate so that Zhang, as the Grandmaster, could heal her. Zhang advised the Lord to hurry up so as not to waste the precious time that was so far against the Lord's wife. And while the Lord went to fetch his wife, Zhang offered the butler to help him raise his battle rank. Dvoretsky was confused and argued that since he was injured after the events in the market, he was not in the best shape. Zhang reassured the butler and said that the reason the boy couldn't advance to the next rank was because of dirty qi not circulating in the body. The boy listened carefully to Zhang, who said that such power can only strengthen the body, but the spiritual energy remains the same. Therefore, in order to move to the next rank, it was necessary to fill each organ with pure qi, and after yesterday's fight, the qi passages were shaken and the settled energy began its path again. The butler was shocked to realize that yesterday's fight in the market was a calculated move by Zhang. Zhang was pleased that the boy had caught on quickly and asked him if Lord Lin had given him the medicine yesterday. The boy was ashamed that Zhang cared about him so much, and he accepted gifts from others. Zhang seemed to sense the boy's sadness and said that he should not be ashamed because he does his job well. So Zhang asked the boy to drink the medicine and demonstrate the strike. But the boy was worried that the training would take too long, and Lord Lin would have to wait a long time. Zhang assured the boy that the training would not take long and would last 5 minutes at most. So Zhang hurried the boy before he changed his mind. Otherwise, he would lose a great opportunity to raise his rank. The boy was a bit fussy, but still agreed to a generous offer from the highly respected Grandmaster. Zhang said that the boy needed to sit on the floor, take the medicine from the Lord, and release the maximum qi energy, and Zhang promised to take care of everything else. As the boy followed the instructions, Zhang reasoned that with the library, he would be able to clear the boy's points, and then he would advance greatly. Zhang took out a silver needle from his pocket and aimed its sharp end at the top of the head of the butler, who was as focused as possible. The boy felt an immense warmth that filled every organ, and it all happened extremely quickly, which seemed like a moment had passed. Blue streams of qi energy were visible around the boy with the naked eye, and he himself felt himself moving into another stage. The boy could not believe that he had finally overcome the obstacle, which was like an immeasurable barrier that he managed to jump over. The butler immediately ran to Zhang, bowing to him countless times for helping him gain new power. Zhang said that everything was fine and advised him to get up and get ready to meet Lord Lin. The man who passed Zhang's estate was still puzzled over who lived in this house. Suddenly, the gate opened and Lord Lin and the appraiser rushed out of it. For the man from the street, there were even more mysteries now, because he did not understand why Lord Lin was in such a fuss. He gave his servants a cage that was covered with a white cloth and intended to find out who lived in the estate. As soon as the Lord left for his wife, a butler came out of the manor yard who could not be happy with his new rank. He noticed a man walking around Zhang Manor and recognized him as Du Yuan, so he decided to inquire what he was looking for. Du Yuan said that he was just passing by and wondered why Song Qian wasn't at the market. With a smile on his face, Sun Qian announced that he was now a butler in the service of a glorious master. Du Yuan was very surprised at such a statement, so he immediately asked Song Qian who exactly he was serving. Sun Qian proudly declared that he was in the service of the generous and prudent Grandmaster Yang Xuan. Yuan was shocked by such a statement, but now everything fell into place for him, and now he was anxious to meet the Grandmaster himself. Yuan was surprised that he didn't know anything about Yang Xuan, so he asked Sun Qian as much information as possible, including how long the Grandmaster planned to stay here. Sun Qian pretended that his lord didn't like too much attention, so he briefly answered all of Yuan's questions, but advised him to keep his mouth shut. While the boys were talking, the clatter of horses' hooves signified that Lord had returned with his sick wife. The butler approached the Lord and informed him that everything was ready to examine his wife and help her heal. While the Lord's servants carried the infirm woman on a stretcher, Yuan carefully observed the course of events. But he could not understand why Lord Lin felt such elation and was so sad for his wife, if all the other doctors put a cross on her. When the Lord entered the estate, his wife was laid before Zhang, who listened to the Lord's pleas for help. Approaching the unfortunate woman, Zhang noticed that the situation was much worse than he had imagined, because the woman already had one foot in the other world. Zhang thought deeply, because he assumed that when he crushed the lion, a book capable of treating such an ailment would immediately appear in the library, but this did not happen. But the Lord did not let Zhang gather his thoughts, because every second he asked Zhang if he would help. Zhang, who had been touting his abilities before, couldn't hit his face in the dirt, so he said he needed to do a thorough inspection. As he walked from one end to the other, Zhang pondered how not to tarnish his reputation and lose all that he had achieved. Then suddenly an epiphany came to him that he even exclaimed in his voice, which surprised Lord Lin. He bent down to the woman and asked the Lord for help to touch the woman, a woman who was destitute and exhausted by the disease. The Lord reacted rather violently to such a request from the Grandmaster, because it seemed somewhat unacceptable to him. Even the butler was shocked at such a sudden request, but tried not to show his surprise. Zhang noticed that there was no initiative from the Lord to help, so he decided to take matters into his own hands, literally. The Lord was already visibly enraged that the Grandmaster wanted to commit complete atrocities on his wife, who was unconscious, without his consent. The Lord was already about to interrupt Zhang's actions, but when he noticed that he was only touching his wrist, he changed his mind. In a state of tension, the Lord twisted himself with various shameful thoughts, while Zhang only checked his pulse. The butler also exhaled, because after Zhang spoke quite bluntly, everyone froze in tension. Zhang smiled to himself as he groped the woman, as he finally had a clear plan on how to help the weak woman. Zhang recalled that when he competed against appraiser Mo Yang, he was able to learn information about an item just by touching it. But now Zhang doubted whether such a trick would work with the Lord's wife, because the objects he was evaluating were inanimate, but the library quickly found the necessary book. Zhang began to study her to learn more about the Lord's wife's weaknesses, and found information that she had weak meridians. For Zhang, this was what was needed, as the protective energy shell had been destroyed by the red southern jade, causing the meridians to be blocked. The Lord, who had been closely watching Zhang's actions, was always worried and wondering if Zhang would be able to help her. After Zhang finished his analysis, he let go of the woman's hand, stood up, and assured the Lord that his wife's illness was quite easy to cure. The Lord began to make low bows, saying various prayers and supplications aimed at saving his wife. Zhang, brushing his fake beard, informed the Lord that he was here to help. The Lord was ready to give Zhang everything he had, was ready to become a pauper, but the health and life of his wife was a priority. Zhang advised the Lord to calm down and explained that his wife had been suffering from the effects of jade for too long, so she could not be cured in a short period of time. She needed to take medicine for 10 days. The Lord was ready to obtain everything necessary for the preparation of medicines so that they would only help his beloved. But the Lord immediately understood that it is better to trust the Grandmaster in such a matter, and therefore decided to trust him completely and completely. Zhang nodded in agreement and took out a silver needle from his pocket and announced that he was going to perform the initial procedure. Zhang stuck a needle into the top of the sick woman's head, and blue streams of light appeared around the needle. Within a second, the woman came to her senses, taking a loud and deep breath, which scared the Lord and Zhang a little. The woman was disoriented, but Lord hugged her reassuringly and assuring her that she was in safe hands. Meanwhile, Zhang was already beginning to regret that he had healed the woman so quickly, because he had planned to carry out the treatment for much longer in order to get more money from the Lord. However, the Lord was very happy with the healing of the woman and could not help but admire her, rejoicing that now everything will be all right. The Lord pointed to Zhang and told his wife that Zhang is the Grandmaster, and it was he who healed the invalid. The Lord thanked Zhang again for his help, and Zhang added that in order for the effect to take hold, he would have to take the medicine for a certain period of time. Zhang called his butler, Sun Kun, to see off the distinguished guests properly. The woman could barely move, but she was happy with this effect, because her body became numb during the illness, but she did not lose her desire to go for a walk. When the guests left, Zhang was very sorry that he solved the problem so quickly, but he planned to do it for 10 days to get rich. The butler, after seeing off the guests, turned to Zhang, who was now sadly sitting on a chair that resembled a throne. The butler praised Zhang for healing the lord's wife, and now the whole town would rejoice at this news. Zhang, who was lost in the sadness of his thoughtless act, asked if the butler wanted to tell him anything else, and if not, then he could be free. Dvoretsky added that before leaving, Lord Lin left money, namely 10,000 bills. Zhang was often glad for such gratitude, but he was still oppressed by the fact that he had overdone it with the women he was treating. Meanwhile, at the Du clan residence, old Du Miao Xuan went out into the courtyard and was sunbathing. He settled into the rocking chair thinking about his life, which was at times embarrassing and at times beautiful. The old man's relaxation was interrupted by his son, who suddenly appeared in the yard, which the old man was not happy about. The son was confused by the fact that he had disturbed his father, apologized, and decided that he would come next time. Father continued to drink his freshly brewed tea and stopped the boy as he was in a hurry with some news. The boy said that there was a Grandmaster in the city who healed the Lord's wife in 10 minutes, so the young man assumed that maybe he would help his father as well. The old man who heard the news about the Grandmaster put the cup away and asked his son to repeat what he said slowly. The boy repeated everything, and when he got distracted for a moment, he saw that his father's trail had gone straight. He saw how his father was at the gate and was already pinching somewhere, urging the boy to follow him. While the news of the Lord's wife's speedy recovery spread through the city, Zhang pondered how he could improve his technique. So Zhang came up with a theory that he wanted to test on his butler and ordered him to lie down on the floor. The butler was frightened by such an unexpected offer from Zhang, but on the other hand, it was difficult for him to contradict someone with more power. Zhang urged the boy to stop muttering, then assured him that the procedure he wanted to perform was completely safe. The boy obeyed his master and lay down on the floor, shaking all over while Zhang touched him and got no result. The butler was frightened when he noticed that Zhang was unhappy with something, so he hoped that this would be the end of it. Zhang said that in order to carry out his plan, he needed the boy to be unconscious, so he warned the young man he was going to cut down. Now the butler was even more frightened when he heard from Zhang that he did not like it when the young man was conscious. Zhang asked the boy to be quiet and slapped him several times, causing the boy to lose consciousness. Zhang touched the boy's wrist again, and now gained access to the library, concluding that when people are unconscious, the library perceives them as inanimate objects. While Zhang was performing a kind of ritual, a guard came and informed him that Du Miao Xuan had come to the manor. Zhang gave the order to let the distinguished guest in and began to bring his butler to consciousness. While the old man was waiting for the audience with Zhang, he thought about the fact that due to his illness, his abilities had weakened and no one could help, but now there was hope for the Grandmaster. Standing in front of the entrance to the manor, the old man asked his son whether he had brought him here if he had not messed anything up. The boy convinced his father that Sun Qiang had reported the news about the Grandmaster, and besides, the young man had seen the Lord's wife healthy after the visit with his own eyes. The old man thought about why the visit of the Grandmaster did not make a noise among the locals, and was he a charlatan? After a few minutes, Sun Qian regained consciousness and informed the guests that Zhang was ready to receive them. Following Sun Qian, the old man assessed the area around the estate, which in his opinion was not impressive, and this made him wary. The old man and his son got to a rather luxurious room, where Zhang, in the role of Grandmaster, was already waiting for them, sitting on the throne. The old man carefully studied Zhang's appearance, assuming that he was in his 40s, although his skin was much younger. Meanwhile, Zhang calmly and casually sat on the throne and drank fragrant herbal tea. He then turned his gaze to the old man and saw that he was studying him carefully, which Zhang was not happy about. Their eyes met, and for some time with a serious expression, they drilled each other. The old man's son took the initiative to start a conversation and told that his father was seriously ill and needed help. Zhang was a bit angry that he was now being positioned as a healer. Besides, he didn't really want to help the old man who looked at him like a traitor. The young man was confused by what Zhang said and did not know what to say, so he asked his father to tell him everything himself. The old man smiled and apologized for the misunderstanding, and said he had a few questions about the fighting style. Such a conversation revived Zhang, and now he was more interested in listening to the old man to understand what was going on. The old man talked to Zhang in riddles because he did not trust him completely, because it seemed to him that his son had succumbed to deception. But Zhang was convinced that with the Heavenly Path library, he would be able to uncover any technique without even having time to think about it. The old man said that he recently learned a new style, but did not master it well enough. That is why he asked for help. After that, the old man decided to demonstrate the level of his skills in front of Zhang, who pretended to be a Grandmaster. Zhang carefully followed the old man's movements, trying to notice all the flaws in the technique and how they could be avoided. And as soon as the old man made a few moves, Zhang stopped him, because looking at the old man's posture, one could say that the old man had been familiar with the technique of a quick fist for quite some time. But Zhang noticed something else, which was that the old man was having a hard time controlling the power he was endowed with. And Zhang assumed that the old man was not who he claimed to be. Zhang even thought that the old man was not human. Zhang's butler and the old man's son were stunned that Zhang had called the old man a non-human. The old man's son told Zhang that maybe his father was being disrespectful, but to call him a non-human is too much. Zhang just smiled and advised the boy to ask his father if he was offended by what he said. The boy looked at his father with surprise, expecting some logical explanations from him. But the old man was just silent for a while and didn't seem like he was going to explain anything, and then he fell to his knees. He began to bow before Zhang, begging him for help and saying that Zhang was his last hope. The butler was surprised at the behavior of Du, who had just been cocky and cruel, but if Zhang called him not human, he fell to the ground. Zhang heaved a heavy sigh and asked the butler to lead the distinguished guests out the door. The butler immediately began to carry out Zhang's order to the shouts of the old man, who relentlessly begged for forgiveness. Zhang was angered by this behavior of the guests, because his words should not be empty sound for them. Dvoretsky called for the help of the guards, so that they would help to remove the respected Du from the estate. 2 guards took the old man by the arms and dragged him behind the gate, while he shouted that he was ready to wait as long as needed. If only they would help him. Now the old man sat on his knees outside the estate thinking about the big mistake he was about to make. The son did not understand why his father was going to wait under the estate for at least an eternity, and why Zhang's words did not offend him. The old man told his son to sit next to him and explained that he had disrespected Zhang, whom he now believed to be the true Grandmaster. Son Du did not understand why he should also kneel next to his father, but the old man insisted on it in a pointed tone because he wanted to apologize to Zhang for his behavior. Now the old man was 100% convinced that only Zhang, in the role of Grandmaster, could heal him. The situation became even more confusing for Du's son, but he couldn't argue with his father, so he knelt next to him. The butler, who had just shown the guests out the door, also did not understand what was happening because Zhang's behavior seemed somewhat superior to him. Son came to Zhang and informed him that Mr. Du was kneeling in front of the entrance to the estate, which Zhang advised the boy to ignore. The butler then asked Zhang what he should do now that the last visit had failed. Zhang sighed heavily as he pondered only one problem: money, 23 million at that. Then he stood up abruptly and told the butler that he was going to settle certain matters and that the boy should stay at the estate. But before leaving, Zhang told the butler that he had a separate important task. He came closer to the boy and began to whisper instructions in his ear, even though there were only 2 of them in the estate. When Zhang finished, the butler was very surprised, but Zhang assured the young man that everything was fine and that he trusted him. Meanwhile, old Du sat under Zhang's estate and told his son that he was not doing this for any show, but only because he was truly sorry for what he had done. The guards of the estate passed by, gossiping that Lord Lin had given 1,000,000 gold coins for the sake of his wife's health. Old Du began to listen carefully to every word and heard from the guards that they were somewhat jealous of such a gift, because it was quite a large sum. After hearing this, the old man ordered his son to immediately return home and take all the old man's savings over the years. The gossipy guards began to talk even more actively, and it was already said that Zhang was dissatisfied with such a gift. because the Lord valued Zhang's prestige too cheaply. When Du's son was already walking home following his father's instructions, the old man shouted after him for the young man to grab the precious pills and sell them, taking with him all the skins of wild animals and doing the same. The servants couldn't be stopped anymore, and they discussed that Master Yang, who Zhang was, cured the Lord's wife only because she was on the edge. Such words seemed to pierce the old man, and he ordered his son to sell the sword, and to the elder of the Du clan to sell the business that he had long wanted to appropriate. The gossipers also started talking about old Du, who, according to their version, was completely healthy and just wanted to make fun of the master, not even thinking to take a few coins with him for decency. Such words simply destroyed the old man, and he ordered his son to take all of his mother's savings and come as soon as possible with the money to this estate. Zhang took off all the makeup he had worked so hard on, and which helped him make his dreams come true. The large amount of clothes and other trinkets that had been on Zhang for more than a day had somewhat exhausted him. In addition, he remembered that the Meridian Rejuvenation Pill and Body Nourishment Healing Solution had arrived at the Pharmacist Guild, which he gladly took. Zhang inquired from Ouyang about the Pure Breath Pills, and also if the guild had any information on spear skills. Ouyang thought about it and said that the spear is not as popular as the sword, so not many people try to master this skill. Ouyang added that most would throw up their hands at such a request, but he knew one person who had practiced this skill all his life, much to Zhang's amusement. Ouyang said that this is his close friend who usually stays at home, and it is difficult to get to him from the street, and besides, he does not willingly share information. Therefore, Ouyang suggested that Zhang visit an old friend now, which Zhang gladly agreed to. When they arrived at the manor of a man who was good with a spear, his servant informed them that the master was a little busy, so they would have to wait. While the men waited, Ouyang told that his friend's name was Wang Chun, and that man had been in the world of spearmanship since he was a child, so there was no better master to be found in the entire city. Ouyang added that even the emperor himself had personally praised Wang Chun's skill, so for Zhang, it was a true indication of perseverance and talent. In a few minutes, a man in a white kimono appeared in the yard with a spear spinning in his hands like a propeller. Ouyang stood up to greet his old friend, exchanging sarcastic but well-meaning compliments. Wang Chun looked in Zhang's direction and asked Ouyang who this young man was, or not the youngest son of the time. Ouyang then said that Zhang was a new member of the First Star Pharmacist Guild, a very capable and talented young man. Wang Chun was surprised by the fact that such a young youth was already a star alchemist. Ouyang continued to praise Zhang and revealed that he had successfully passed the pill debate, where all 10 pharmacists recognized his talent. The information about the discussion shocked Wang Chun, but Zhang awkwardly said that Ouyang was too fond of him. Ouyang decided that it was time to get to the point of why he and Zhang had come here. Ouyang said that Zhang also admired spearmanship, so he would appreciate it if Wang Chun could give some lessons. When Wang Chun heard the information about the spear, he perked up quite a bit and began to show more interest in Zhang. But Zhang decided to admit that he had never actually held a spear in his hands. Such words surprised Ouyang and Wang Chun, because before that it seemed to them that the young man had quite a knack. Zhang revealed that he actually had a student who was interested in the spear, and Zhang would like to give him more knowledge. Now the smile on Wang Chun's face disappeared, and he looked quite serious, not understanding how you can teach something to a student when he himself lacks knowledge. Wang Chun didn't know what to do to help Zhang and his student now, because the skill of wielding a spear cannot be mastered in a short period of time. Zhang then offered an alternative, which was that if Wang Chun had books on the skill, then Zhang wouldn't mind looking at them. Wang Chun said that the books had enough theory and needed to be read, but it was not enough, but he would gladly show them to Zhang. Zhang was extremely grateful to Wang Chun for his help and immediately followed him to the library. When they arrived at the library, Zhang noticed a spacious room with many shelves where information from all over the kingdom was collected. Wang Chun told Zhang to make himself at home, while in the meantime, he invited Ouyang to drink tea so as not to disturb the boy. Zhang was overjoyed to have a few hours of access to the important information he could find on the grounds of the library. While Zhang was studying thousands of martial arts textbooks, Ouyang and Wang Chun, like good old friends, chatted about events they felt they needed to share. Opening book after book, Zhang marveled at how large and informative Wang Chun's library really was. Serving Ouyang with tea, Wang Chun once again asked about Zhang's abilities, to which Ouyang briefly replied that Zhang was a true genius. Wang Chun liked this, but in his opinion, if a boy has a talent for herbs, it does not mean that he has the same talent for martial arts. Ouyang smiled and agreed with Wang Chun that mastering the spear was quite difficult, unless there were some secrets in Wang's library. Wang Chun assured Ouyang that all the important secrets are only in his head, and only the chosen one can learn about them. Wang Chun added that his library only contains the basics to help beginners, and after reading the books, Zhang can discard the naive thoughts about his students' education. Wang Chun continued to tell Ouyang that Zhang was young and did not realize the full importance of life. Ouyang only smiled and was happy that if Zhang discarded his thoughts about martial arts, he would return to alchemy, where he would be able to reach great heights. Ouyang was about to say something else, but Wang Chun became wary and turned to the side, sensing some danger. In the direction of the gazebo where the men were calmly talking, a flaming spear flew at insane speed. Wang Chun seemed to leap from his seat as he grabbed his spear to parry the powerful, life-threatening attack. With considerable effort, Wang Chun tried to deflect the sharp spear flying straight at him somewhere to the side. The spear exploded into the building behind the gazebo where the men were spending their time peacefully. The speed and power with which the spear flew gave a complete picture of the picture, when the men looked back at the wall in which they could see a huge hole. Ouyang, lying on the floor, fearfully asked Wang Chun what it could be, and he explained that it was a spear of great strength. Wang Chun clarified that it was a resolute spear, similar to the resolute sword that swordsmen achieve with phenomenal swordsmanship. Wang Chun smoked his spear in his hands and said that whoever fired it was in the estate. Zhang was standing in the middle of the library, and now his vision was broadened by the fact that there was a huge hole in the shattered wall in front of him. But Zhang was partially satisfied with himself because he achieved what he wanted, although he made a lot of mistakes. Wang Chun rushed to where the spear shot was supposed to come from, seeing the mutilated wall in front of him. When the men arrived at the scene, they saw a confused Zhang in front of them, who promised to reimburse the costs for the damage caused. Wang Chun was surprised at such a statement, because to him it meant that it was Zhang who used such a technique. Therefore, Wang Chun once again asked Zhang if he had really just released the decisive spear. Zhang was surprised at first, and then decided to demonstrate what he had been doing before, and within a second, a huge fiery spear appeared behind him. Wang Chun was truly convinced that it was Zhang's resolute spear, so he asked the boy to go over the technique so as not to harm anyone. Ouyang, who was standing nearby with his mouth agape, couldn't believe how Zhang had managed to reach the top so easily when his friend had been learning spear skills since childhood. After what he saw, Wang Chun was reluctant to believe Zhang that he had never held a spear before, but Zhang insisted. Zhang was smiling and assured that he understood everything from the textbooks, and he used the resolute spear accidentally without knowing it. Wang Chun fell into a slump because he spent many years to improve his skills. On the other hand, the boy who read the books was able to do it in a few hours. Weian tried to encourage his friend and said that not everyone is born with the same talent. Meanwhile, Zhang tried to find out more about the resolute spear, which he released with ease. Wang Chun explained that the resolute spear is the result of understanding the spear, where it becomes like an extension of the arm and has more power. Zhang was happy that now he would be able to share this knowledge with his student, who would surely win the duel. Elated with happiness that he was able to learn a powerful technique from the book, Zhang intended to take a few more lessons from Wang Chun to improve his technique. Wang Chun didn't expect Zhang to want to do anything after this, but Wang Chun was curious to look at Zhang practically. Wang Chu led Zhang out into the courtyard and threw a spear into Zhang's hands for Zhang to demonstrate his skills. After getting into a fighting stance, Zhang and Wang Chun prepared for a duel where he had to demonstrate all his skills. Zhang made a sharp kick to gather all his strength for the upcoming strike. When Zhang was ready, He charged into battle like an enraged fire dragon ready to destroy everything in its path. Wang Chun flinched from such a blow and crouched in place in fear, waiting for the inevitable. It seemed that Wang Chun's soul had left his body to protect himself from the powerful blow that Zhang was about to deliver. Zhang's spear stopped millimeters from Wang Chun's face, who caught his breath in a fraction of a second. When the match was over, Zhang was a little disappointed that Wang Chun had managed to withstand the full force of the blow. Wang Chun was still standing silently, recovering from Zhang's punch. If Wang hadn't trained for many years, he wouldn't have reached the 7th rank, and who knows if he would have survived such a thing. Meanwhile, Zhang stood there with a smile on his face, saying that he would like to teach his student a similar technique, so he would appreciate advice from Wang Chun. Wang Chun smiled a little and replied to Zhang that he wasn't sure if any advice was needed here, as Zhang was very good with the spear. Zhang was happy that he had mastered the skill in the shortest possible time, and therefore now his student Zhang Yang would definitely be able to win. Wang Chun reflected on the fact that just an hour ago, he had refused to teach Zhang something because he thought it was something irrational. But now he understood that he himself had not reached the heights of the likes of Zhang. Wang Chun hesitated for a few minutes, but then decided to ask Zhang to teach him some lessons. With a smile on his face, Zhang was surprised at such a request, but willingly agreed to share the secrets he managed to learn in the library. Ouyang, who was watching the men, did not understand why Zhang was giving advice to Wang Chun when he had come to learn from Wang Chun himself from the beginning. Wang Chun was not used to listening to Zhang's advice, because usually masters of their craft do not share secrets with the first person they meet, but such actions formed a noble picture of Zhang in Wang Chun's eyes. Wang Chun was very grateful to Zhang for his help, but he couldn't just take it for granted. So when Wang Chun learned that Zhang lacked the funds to buy some medicines, Wang Chun decided to pay for his tuition from Zhang. Wang Chun handed Zhang a wad of money, emphasizing that it was a modest payment for the knowledge Zhang had shared. Zhang was very surprised at such generosity, because he had come to Wang Chun to learn, but he himself became a teacher and also made a profit. After Wang Chun handed Zhang the money, the man bowed low, but Zhang thought it unnecessary as the payment was quite enough. Zhang asked Ouyang to look after the pills that had already arrived, as he planned to return for them later as he was on his way to school. After leaving the guild, Zhang was extremely pleased with himself because the plans he had conceived were coming to life. When Zhang returned to the school, he met only Wang Yin in the courtyard, whose husband asked about the other students. Wang Yin looked confused and upset, unable to form 2 words to explain something to the teacher. Zhang was a little angry, because he had hoped that all the students would come to the training he had planned. Another disciple burst into the courtyard, calling for Wang Yin to immediately run after him, as the battle would soon begin. The boy was in such a hurry to bring the news to Wang Yin that when he finally saw Zhang, he was confused. Now Zhang wasn't going to let the disciple go until Tay explained why all the disciples were skipping training and what battle was it about. Zhang was angry because his students have not yet received the proper knowledge and skills, but are already participating in unknown duels. The boy mumbled something for a long time, trying to find words so as not to anger the teacher anymore. However, he still dared to tell that the Education Bureau distributes funds to help teachers, and, in the opinion of the Bureau, Zhang does not deserve these funds. Now Zhang was furious, because the Bureau had endangered the existence of Zhang's class with its baseless act. In the neighboring yard, a real mess was taking place with the participation of a large number of students and other unknown people. Zhang's students defended the honor and dignity of their teacher, who was unfairly slandered. The man who was responsible for the distribution of financial aid was convinced that he was doing everything properly, because he did not have any documents that would justify Zhang. The man emphasized that since there is no other accurate data other than the results of the exam, in which Zhang received 0 points, there is no point in spending money on him. But the students were outraged by such statements, because Zhang remained their teacher as long as he had followers, and that was more than enough. The man who was supposed to allocate the funds agreed with this statement, But he also emphasized that the charter states that if the student is not worthy of the administration's expenses, then assistance is not foreseen. Zhang's students lacked the words to express their emotions censoriously in response to such statements. However, the man who was responsible for the distribution of financial aid for students offered them an alternative. He invited all of Zhang's disciples to the lower arena to duel with his disciples, and if Zhang's disciples won, they would be able to receive the valuable pills. Zhang's students understood that the lower arena exists to settle conflicts between students, and if they win, the teacher apologizes to the students. Zhang's students were all convinced that this was their only chance to defend their honor and dignity. In their opinion, Teacher Zhang had done many useful things for them, so the moment of thanksgiving had finally arrived. Zhang may not need the pills that can be obtained as a victory, but for the sake of honor, a duel is inevitable. All as one, burning with anger, were ready to defend the valiant name of Zhang, no matter what it cost them. Therefore, all of Zhang's students agreed to a duel and were ready to fight to the end in order to preserve their existence and clear Zhang's name from slander. The man who offered the students this option warned the young people with a sinister smile that they would not regret it later. And then he called his disciples, who were to teach a lesson to Zhang's disciples and who were greatly outnumbered. When all 47 of the man's students went out into the yard, he happily introduced them to a bunch of rivals. Zhang's trio of disciples were extremely frightened, as they had not expected to have to compete with such a large number. But they quickly mastered themselves, because there is no turning back, because now the honor of their class is at stake. On the way to the courtyard, another part of the students told Zhang that Zhou Tian, whom Zhang did not see as an enemy, had set up the ruckus. Zhang was told that Zhou Tian was formerly a disciple of Elder Chen, who later made him a disciple. Zhang was worried that his reputation might now be tarnished by Zhou Tian's whims. Meanwhile, the duel between Zhang and Zhou Tian's disciples was in full swing, and each was defending himself as best he could. Due to the lack of experience and certain techniques, Zhang's students found it difficult to defend themselves and held on with their last strength. Zhou Tian's disciples sensed this weakness, so in addition to their normal fighting skills, they used mocking psychological pressure. The maneuvers of Zhou's students were more graceful and powerful, where you never know which blow might be the last. With his last strength, Zhang's disciple held on, but he understood that he would not be able to stay in a defensive position for long. When it seemed that the whole world froze and the blow could become decisive, Zhang appeared on the field and intercepted the blow with only 2 fingers. Zhou Tian was angry when he saw such a mess, because Zhang's students themselves agreed to the duel voluntarily. Zhang calmly looked into the eyes of his opponent, as if preparing for an irreparable blow. But Zhang understood that Zhang Yang and his other disciples were too injured and were not ready to continue the duel, so he broke the staff with the 2 fingers he was holding to protect his disciple. Zhou Tian shouted that the students who agreed to the duel on their own should continue the duel to the end. And then Zhou had a wicked smile on his face and offered Zhang to stop the match if his students conceded defeat. Zhang Yang, despite his numerous wounds, was enraged by such a proposal and was not ready to surrender for anything. Zheng grabbed the spear and was ready to defend himself to the last because Zhang, in his opinion, deserved more. Zhang put his hand on the boy's shoulder to calm and encourage the young man, who was also not going to admit defeat. Zhou Tian roared with rage and demanded that the duel between the students be fair so that Zhang should leave the arena. Zhang calmly smiled back and said that he really did not accept the defeat of his students, but he did not want them to continue the duel. Zhou Tian insisted that the duel had started without Zhang, so it must end without him. For Zhang, the decision of his students remained unchanged, and he did not regret that his students decided to participate in the duel. That is why Zhang suggested Zhou Tian move to the upper arena, because the lower arena is quite boring. Zhou Tian's disciples were stunned by Zhang's statement, and some began to say that Zhang had a problem with his head. Zhou Tian thought for a second, as moving to the upper arena meant that Zhang's disciples would have to challenge Zhou Tian himself. Zhang, who was waiting for an answer, urged Zhou Tian to accept the challenge, otherwise it would indicate that he was scared. Zhou Tian laughed as he replied to Zhang that he was burying himself, so Zhou didn't mind watching the sight, so he accepted the challenge. Zhou Tian offered Zhang that if Zhang won, Zhou would give 10 pills of any kind, and if they lost, Zhang would bow down to Zhou. Zhang readily agreed to these terms and hoped that Zhou would not take back his words after the duel. In the past few days, Zhang's students had indeed become stronger. Many had realized certain things about themselves, but Zhang's decision to have the students fight against the teacher looked like a defeat. Zhou Tian gave the go-ahead to his students that they could be free, and he himself asked Zhang about the details of the match. Zhang scratched the top of his head and pretended to do some complicated calculations, then replied that the match would be one-on-one. Zhang patted Chen on the shoulder and said that no one but him entered the match, so it would be fair if Zhang continued it. Zhou Tian was incredibly furious, not knowing what Zhang was up to in sending the young, inexperienced apprentice to the duel. Meanwhile, Chen was startled by Zhang's decision, but Zhang quickly encouraged the boy to hold back his smile. Before starting, Zhang announced that he wanted to teach Zhang a trick that would help him win. Zhou Tian tried to thwart Zhang's plans, but Zhang insisted that Zhang still learn a technique that would allow him to win. Zhang approached the student and asked that he give him his spear so that the teacher could demonstrate the skill. Zhang tightly wrapped his hand around the spear and asked Zhang to carefully watch what he was about to do. When the boy was concentrating as much as possible to absorb some information, Zhang waved his spear in front of him like children in a kindergarten on the playground. Zhou Tian was surprised that Zhang's childish spear swings were considered some sort of winning technique. In a second, Zhang already handed the spear to the student, wondering if he had time to remember everything. The boy thanked Zhang for the lesson, but he was almost in tears when he realized that he would not be able to properly fight against the teacher. Zhang wished the boy good luck and hope only for himself, and patted his shoulder encouragingly again. After Zhang slapped the boy on the shoulder, he felt his body fill with warmth and unstoppable energy. Zhang, with the help of Qi energy, told the boy not to resist the new power, but instead to synchronize with it. He was explaining to the boy that he was going to teach the boy the breathing method of spear art. Chen listened to the teacher's advice and now felt how each of his potential blows could become many times stronger. When Chen finally regained his composure, he heard Zhang's voice again, asking him to continue pretending to be weak. And it seemed to work, because Zhou Tian mocked the boy for barely holding a spear in his hands. Chen decided that there was no need to pull the cat by the tail and took a defensive position, showing his full readiness. Zhou Tian was furious that Zhang was going to put him in an awkward position with a disciple, let alone teach a useless technique. Zhou Tian shouted threats at Zhang and promised that Zhang would pay for his behavior. Disciple Zhang wanted to replace Chen as he looked tired and weak, but Zhang insisted that he continue the fight. While Zhou Tian prepared for the duel by rolling up his sleeve, Chen professionally acted as the weak competitor. Zhou Tian said that he was not going to show mercy to the boy because Zhang had decided his fate himself, to which the boy agreed and added that he was ready to fight with all his might. Zhou Tian rushed into the battle first, concentrating all his strength as he prepared to deliver an irreparable blow. Holding the spear in his hands, Chen was in no rush to attack or defend because he was synchronizing his breathing, which Zhang emphasized. When the boy felt that he was ready to deliver a decent blow, his eyes, full of energy, opened wide. He swung his spear sharply towards Zhou Tian, and the spear seemed to wrap around a fiery snake that was ready to pounce on anyone who opposed it. Zhou Tian did not expect such a turn of events, so he was very frightened when he came face to face with the merciless snake. Choking with fear, Zhou Tian did not immediately understand what was happening, but in a moment dozens of spears attacked his body. Each blow left its mark in the form of a bruise or wound, and with them came the realization that Chen was not such a weak opponent. The last blow was so strong that it sent Zhou Tian's battered body flying several meters up. When Zhou Tian finally landed on the ground, barely alive, the disciples gathered around him, not understanding what had happened. Zhang was glad that Chen had managed to adjust to his new power in such a short period of time. Some of Zhou Tian's students helped him to his feet while Chen stood motionless in front of his teacher. Chen reminded Master Zhou that if he won, he would have to give 10 breath beads. Through anger and hatred, covered in bruises, Zhou ordered his disciples to bring these beads. The students asked Master Zhou if he was sure of his decision, but he was persistent and asked not to repeat it twice. When the beads were finally brought, Chen took them and went to brag to Zhang about his gains. When Zhou gave the beads to Chen, he knew that Zhang would never be able to accept them, because they were won only by students. With a look of surprise on his face, Zhang carefully opened the box and carefully examined each bead as if studying it. Zhang turned back to his students, as if surprised that the match had been arranged for such an unnecessary gain. So the next moment, Zhang threw the casket to the ground and crushed it with his foot, shocking his students. Zhou himself was no less stunned, for whom the box was extremely expensive, with each pill worth at least 1,000 gold coins. Zhang took out a small bottle from his pocket and asked his students not to act hastily, because although the beads help to gather energy, they also harm. That's why Zhang handed the students a bottle with pure breath pills in the middle. One of the students could not believe such generosity from the teacher, for which they were infinitely grateful to Zhang for the valuable gift. Zhang smiled back and asked his disciples in the future not to get involved in such petty squabbles. After the words of thanks, Zhang began to distribute a pill to each one so that the students could recover faster from the recent events. As Zhou sat devastated after the duel, his students began to discuss Zhang's generous gift. Such conversations were killing Zhou even more from the inside, tearing his fighting spirit and self-belief to shreds. Zhang decided that time was not worth wasting, so he called his students back to school. When they finally returned to school, the students couldn't help but feel that Zhang had given them such expensive gifts. Zhang reassured them again and assured them that if they helped win the teacher's evaluation, he would take it as a worthy reward. It was a big responsibility for the students, so they promised the teacher that they would do everything in their power. Zhang was very happy that he had such devoted disciples, and after thanking them, he decided to speak to Zhang alone. Zhang took Zhang to a quiet room where he told the boy about the spear technique he had recently discovered. But before telling the secrets, Zhang asked the boy that no one knew about it except the two of them. Zhen was filled with emotions from the realization that what he did in the duel, maybe it looked silly and maybe it was exquisite, but the boy didn't care. Zhang emphasized that all strong techniques contain simple elements, and this should be kept in mind, especially with 10 days left before teacher evaluation. When Zhang was telling the boy all the secrets, Zhang asked the teacher what he called this technique, and since Zhang didn't have time to name it, he left it to Zhang. After a few training sessions, Zhang told the students that he was leaving the school, and that until he was gone, the main task was constant training. Meanwhile, where Zhang was considered a Grandmaster, the city discussed his exploits, and some even watched over the estate. Du Miaoxuan and his son waited patiently under the manor for Zhang to invite them to an audience. Eventually, the moment came, and the butler invited the guests to the estate, informing them that the Grandmaster was ready to talk. Meanwhile, an unknown man was watching these events from around the corner, trying to understand what was happening on the other side of the gate. Old Du, as soon as he arrived at the estate, fell to his knees before Zhang, begging for help. Zhang, who had already put on the Grandmaster's clothes, sat casually and assured the guest of help. Zhang decided to first check if he had made a mistake in his judgment when he called the old man a beast. This time the old man did not object. Zhang began to analyze the problem in detail, explaining that it all started when the old man was not making progress during his training. According to Zhang's version, the old man took the blood of the white wolf, and now this blood takes over the old man's body every noon. When Zhang began to tell the details of how the old man was covered with animal fur every time, but at the same time he was neither animal nor human, the old man snorted, but agreed with everything. The son was saddened by the fact that his father tried to hide it from him, when the usual routine habit of staying alone in the garden turned out not to be a habit. Zhang took a sip of the hot tea and continued with the story of the wolf, who in strength corresponds to the 7th human rank. While stirring the tea, Zhang explained that wolf blood was one of the main ingredients for making the Tongshuan pill, which had the effect of unblocking the meridians. The old man admitted that he was young and naive, and therefore simply believed that wolf blood would make a man much stronger. Zhang put the cup down and asked the old man not to jump to conclusions, because blood really has such properties. The old man was shocked to hear such information, but at the same time he could not understand why he had been suffering for so many years. Zhang got up from his throne, and pacing continued to explain to the old man that the information he read in the manuscript was incomplete, and the old man simply did not complete the reincarnation process. Therefore, Zhang suggested completing the process right now with acupuncture. Zhang understood that the old man's meridians were blocked, due to which wolf's blood could not circulate normally in the body. So the man took out some silver needles, whispered something over them, and pointed them straight at the old man. One by one, the needle, enveloped in a blue, noble glow, reached its goal in the old man's body, freeing him from ancient suffering. When the release process was over, the old man thanked Zhang and hurried to leave the estate when he was suddenly stopped on the street by an unknown man. The old man looked at the young man and recognized him as the well-known Master Lo in the area. A man named Lo asked the old man who owned this estate, to which the old man kindly replied that the Grandmaster lived in the estate. The old man was full of praise for Zhang, calling him an intelligent and extremely capable man. However, he emphasized that the Grandmaster did not like frequent guests. The old man told Luo that the Grandmaster valued his time very much, so he should be paid well, at least 3 million. Luo thanked the old man for the detailed information. In a few minutes, Luo Chun was already at the estate and greeted by Zhang, who immediately knew that the man was a blacksmith. Zhang, in his luxurious and relaxed manner, asked the man what brought him here. The man complained that lately he has not been able to make powerful weapons like he did before. Zhang immediately asked the blacksmith to show him a weapon that Tay considered strong enough. Zhang took the sword out of its scabbard, examined it carefully, and realized that it was an ordinary sword that did not even require the use of spiritual techniques to create. Zhang immediately understood what the problem was, as if it was red in his eyes, which made the blacksmith very nervous. Zhang seems to have specially inflated his price due to an artificial intrigue, which he stretched out and savored. But he still told the stocky man that he was eating a lot, which caused the blacksmith to drop his sword on the ground. The man even tensed up from such statements because for him they sounded humiliating. Even the butler was shocked by Zhang's insolent remarks towards a respectable person who spoke about his problems. Zhang hurried to reassure the blacksmith because he did not intend to offend him with his words. Koval admitted that he really likes good food lately, especially emperor shrimp. Zhang took the kettle to add tea to his cup and told the blacksmith that it was all about the shrimp. But the blacksmith still did not understand what shrimps had to do with making weapons. Zhang, who calmly continued to brew tea, emphasized that shrimp are directly related to weapons. He explained to the blacksmith that the emperor prawns are grown in cold waters. They are a product of yin energy, so a person who consumes the prawns reduces yang. But Zhang stressed that shrimp before and after spawning are completely different products. Zhang continued to drink tea and said that the shrimp is becoming weak as it transfers all its energy to the new generation. Zhang looked up at the blacksmith and noted that in addition to the shrimp, the blacksmith was constantly irritated, and thus the energy could not be properly concentrated. Koval understood that he really couldn't concentrate lately, and it was difficult for him to clear his mind, but he didn't know that the whole thing was about shrimp. Zhang explained that the shrimp weakens after giving birth and thus tries to protect itself, although the taste does not change. The blacksmith fell on his knees in front of Zhang so that he could help solve his problem, which he had no idea about before. Zhang, who knew what this man's problem was, really didn't know how to solve the problem. The case of the blacksmith is different from the previous ones, and the library only points out the flaws. Therefore, Zhang couldn't think of anything better than to advise the blacksmith to stop eating the shrimp and release the caught ones. It would seem that an extremely simple advice brought incredible relief to the blacksmith. The blacksmith was extremely pleased with Zhang's work, who just looked at the weapon and realized what it was all about. The blacksmith then asked Zhang if he could help set up the blacksmith business. Zhang looked at the blacksmith with a scrutinizing look that read that the blacksmith was crossing the line. The blacksmith read Zhang's emotions quite quickly and immediately apologized for his impudent behavior. Zhang decided it was time to end the audience, so he asked Sun Qian to lead the guest. Sun Qian explained to the blacksmith that Grandmaster Zhang was wishing to rest, so it was time to end the conversation. When everyone left, Zhang sat down on the soft bed, thinking about how difficult it was to pretend to be a Grandmaster. Zhang was aware that he was now at the Grandmaster level only because he was receiving help from the library, and without it, he was nothing. But for Zhang, this was not a big surprise. He understood that every craft required considerable energy expenditure. In order to maintain a decent standard, Zhang needs to constantly replenish the library and absorb its knowledge. Otherwise, he will not be able to use it effectively. While Zhang pondered this, the library seemed to hear his needs and offered a new book unknown to Zhang. The book flew towards Zhang as if it had invisible wings, emitting a warm light around it. Zhang took the book to the ear, examining the golden binding. The man opened the book to examine its contents. When Zhang began to rustle the pages of the book, he saw that there was not a single word or letter in it. So Zhang closed the book and decided that he would not study it for now, because there was nothing to study. But the book seemed to want to be read, so it opened in Zhang's hands, shining on its own with a bright, warm light. The book rose up and illuminated the room with bright rays that scattered in different directions. Zhang, frozen in place, lifted his head up and watched this spectacle with his mouth open. At some point, the book closed abruptly and hovered over Zhang's head, as if waiting for something. By the time Zhang realized what was going to happen in the next second, it was already too late to run away. The book shot at Zhang with a bright and powerful shaft of light like lightning in the middle of a clear day. Meanwhile, in the estate of a rather famous master, there were rumors that the old man had recently started to feel bad, and the last discussion in pills had generally exhausted him. The old man put aside the quill, the tip of which was still dipped in the ink of the black cuttlefish. The old man raised a letter above him and announced a new rule that everyone had to follow, otherwise they would be exiled. People who gathered to listen to the old man's new prescription tried to calm him down and dissuade him from rash decisions. Suddenly, a thin boy with long hair, who was the man's son, appeared behind the old man. He informed his father that the last hope that could improve the situation was the Grandmaster, who appeared in the city. When the old man heard the memory of the Grandmaster, he sharply turned to his son and asked him to repeat what he said once more. Sun confessed that he had sent a ward who told him that a Grandmaster named Yang Huang had not only solved the problem of Ling Tianyu's wife's illness, but Du himself was waiting at his door. The old man carefully listened to every word spoken by his son, expecting new details with every second. Sun continued that Du Miaoxuan out of the Grandmaster after 10 minutes and raised his rank from 5th to 7th in that time. While the son was telling his father that there was another visit from the blacksmith Luo Chun, the old man grabbed his son by the skins and begged to take him there. The son was surprised at his father's behavior, because a few minutes ago the old man wanted to sell all his property. The father scolded his son for his inactivity and advised him to sell his head, because now the most important thing is a visit to the Grandmaster. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the capital, Elder Tsang tried to make sense of the recent events of the 2 weeks he had spent on business. The servant gave the elder a report for the past 2 weeks and told about the important and those that need the least attention using the gradation of stars. When the elder looked through all the events, he noticed one that did not have a star rating, so he asked the servant how it happened. The servant explained that the event happened recently, and they could not assess it, because the servant wanted to discuss some details. The elder tensed, waiting for the information that the frightened servant was going to tell him. The servitude began since 3 days ago. A man named Yang Xuan arrived in the capital, calling himself Grandmaster and healing Lord Lin's wife. At this, the elder stopped the servant, saying that he was aware of this case, so he rummaged through the records of the kingdom and found no such Grandmaster. When the elder finished the conversation with 1 star, the servant wanted the elder not to jump to conclusions, because there were still details about old Du and his promotion. The elder's opinion changed after hearing the details. He now gave the event 2 stars. The servant also reminded the elder about the case with the blacksmith, which was also crowned with success for the latter. The elder scratched his long beard and decided that the event deserved 3 stars. The servant decided to put the icing on the cake and recounted Ouyang Chen, the leader of the apothecary guild, and Chen Xiao's apothecary to this Grandmaster, but he did not let them in yet. The elder came to his senses and said that such a development deserved 4 of his respected stars. The servant either pretended to be deaf or really was, decided that the elder rated the event 5 stars, but accidentally blurted it out loud, which greatly annoyed the elder. While Zhang slept, the events around the Grandmaster's skills were gaining a frantic pace, because some people were outraged that it was necessary to pay insane amounts of money for the entrance, while others considered it a necessary measure. After moving from a lying position to a horizontal position, Zhang took hold of the back of his head, which hurt a lot, trying to remember what had happened. His head began to crack every second as if someone was squeezing a ripe watermelon with all their might. In front of him, hieroglyphs began to form in rows, which did not fit into words or sentences, and then, when the delirium stopped, the headache stopped with it. Zhang began to remember what had happened to him, so he looked up at the ceiling to see that the golden book was gone. Meanwhile, the morning sun lit up every corner of Zhang's luxurious estate, which he had rented to carry out his grandiose plans. When Zhang leisurely went out into the courtyard, the butler informed him that while he was sleeping, the leader of the pharmacist guild, Ouyang Chen, and pharmacist Chen Xiao had arrived. Zhang still didn't quite understand what was happening, and the butler added that the guests had been waiting for about 2 hours. The butler also added that the distinguished guests had paid 3 million to enter, so Zhang ordered that they be let in. The visit of the head of the pharmacists guild ended rather quickly and caused a flurry of various rumors, but Zhang was already hurrying to his students. When Zhang returned to the school, he was told that Huan Yu had arrived and was waiting for him. Huan Yu waited for Zhang in the middle of the class, causing great admiration among the male students. The girl was very happy when she noticed teacher Zhang entering the classroom with the students. He called the girl to the yard so that they could calmly discuss the issues that interested the girl. The girl had the honor of informing Zhang that he was being invited to Master Lu's residence. Zhang had already been happy that Lu wanted to show Zhang the royal library, but the girl interrupted Zhang's premature joy. In fact, Zhang's visit was to act as a judge for Bai Shun and Huan Yu. Zhang was not very happy about such news, but Huan told Zhang how much Master Lu valued him for his deep knowledge of painting and calligraphy. Zhang didn't know how to turn him away from this offer, considering that Huan had helped a lot during the detector, although he himself couldn't pass up the chance to get into the library. Zhang smiled at the girl, said that it was not worth wasting time, and asked when the tests were to be held. The girl was a little embarrassed and answered that the test was supposed to start at noon, but if you hurry, you can still make it. So Zhang immediately jumped up and went with the girl to the exam, trying to learn at least some rules along the way, but Huan assured her that she knew nothing. The only thing the girl knew was that the exam was completely designed by Master Lu and Master Yuan Yu. The latter was a doctor, and Zhang did not understand what it had to do with painting. Huan said that Yuan Yu is not only a master of medicine, but also of painting and calligraphy. Zhang was stunned by the fact that Yuan Yu had recently painted a painting of the Crow River, and the birds had mistaken it for a real landscape. So this time, Master Lu decided that the exam was being taken by 3 dignitaries that Zhang did not consider himself to be. When the couple arrived at Lu's courtyard, the butler they met at the entrance was nervous that the guests were wandering around for so long. Zhang immediately apologized for his ignorance because he understood that respectable people have respectable affairs. When Zhang walked inside the building, he saw Master Lu kindly waving at Yuan Yue. Noticing Zhang, Lu stopped his conversation and immediately introduced his close, talented friend Yuan Yu to Zhang. In turn, Lu praised Zhang before Yuan Yuem for his high achievements despite his young age. Zhang felt out of sorts and assured Yuan Yu that Master Lu often exaggerates when talking about talents. But Yuan Yu replied to Zhang that there was no age in skill, so if Lu was describing human talents, then he was right. Lu decided that since everyone had gathered, it was time to start the long-awaited examination for young talents. Before starting, Lu decided to announce some important points. In particular, the main prize is a painting of Master Lu himself. Since the participants are focused on painting and calligraphy, it is not appropriate, according to Lu, to ask them to write something. 3 masters will write their pictures, which the participants have to evaluate. The winner will be the one who does it as accurately as possible. Zhang was shocked when he heard that he would have to write something because he didn't even know how to hold the bone properly. So he decided to offer the other members of the jury his refusal of such an exam format. Lu reassured Zhang, because the hidden purpose of the exam is the ability to instill a love of art in young followers. Such statements did not reassure Zhang, and he tried in every possible way to avoid such an event. When it was time to start work, Zhang panicked more, and no amount of reassurance worked on him. Lu ordered Huan Yu and Bai Shun to closely follow the movements of the masters and take in what they would see. If Zhang had known all the details of the exam, there was no way he would have gone, because he couldn't even draw with a pencil. The honor of being the first to paint the picture fell to Yuan Yu, who promised that he would work at half strength. The master unrolled a long papyrus scroll and dipped the bone in cuttlefish ink. He closed his eyes and scratched his long beard, thus preparing himself for work. When the man finally caught a wave of inspiration, his eyes opened wide and he began to create a masterpiece. Smears of paint flew in all directions, falling on the papyrus in whimsical spots while Master Yuan Yu completed his masterpiece. Lu, together with the young participants, carefully watched the actions of the master, and it seemed to them that the third-level intention picture would soon appear before them. Zhang was even more disappointed, because he thought that if the picture was realistic, then it was beautiful, but it turned out that it was the lowest level of painting art. Finally, after several minutes of painstaking work, the master put the brush aside and announced that he was ready to demonstrate the work. The master apologized for working on the picture for so long, because he had not painted anything for a long time. Although in the master's opinion the picture was not quite successful, but Huan understood that it was a work of at least the 3rd level. Master Lu advised Huan not to rush to conclusions, because the picture barely crossed the threshold of the 3rd level, and why this was so, the students were to tell later. Now that Master Yuan Yu had finished his masterpiece, it was Zhang's turn to show off his skills. The threat was already literally hanging over Zhang, because his inability to draw could destroy him in an instant, because he couldn't just draw a chicken with a halo and call it a divine phoenix. Before starting to paint the picture, Zhang asked if he could read a little. Master Lu was surprised by such a request, and for a split second did not know what to answer. He asked Zhang what caused his strange desire, because it looked as if the man lacked knowledge. Zhang laughed nervously and said that it is still difficult for him to reach the proper state for painting, so he reads every time to improve the quality of the result. Yuan Yu noticed that a really good state of mind and working capacity are closely related, and considering Zhang's age, it is really difficult to immediately catch harmony. Yuan Yu asked Lu to allow the young man to read the books on painting that were probably in the master's study. Lu had flashbacks of a past reading like this and remembered that it caused some difficulties. But he still allowed Zhang to read a few books, pointing with his hand to the study, which Zhang already knew the way to. On the way to the office, Zhang pondered how he could get out of the water dry, because the golden book he found made all the knowledge of the reviewed books Zhang's knowledge, but it didn't work like that with art. As Zhang walked towards the library, Huan pondered Zhang's wish in surprise. Lu explained to the girl that it was a rather individual question that was difficult to study, so Zhang's wish was somewhat strange. Yuan Yu did not see anything strange in this, because he perceived it as a kind of ritual. In his memory, there was one expert who, before becoming famous, was engaged in selling firewood. Bai Sen immediately understood who Yuan Yu was talking about, because it was Elder Lu Chai. Yuan Yu confirmed the boy's guesses, and said that the elder had a rather difficult time, because before each match he chopped firewood to defeat his enemies. Yuan Yu could give many similar examples that Zhang actually fell under, but the master had some doubts. Lu asked his friend not to hold back in his judgments and to voice them boldly. Yuan Yu said that when he finished painting, he looked at Zhang, who seemed confused, as if he did not understand what level it was and what strokes were used. Lu noted his friend's attentiveness, but added that Zhang immediately guessed the secrets of Lu's paintings when no one else could. Yuan Yu smiled and said that he could be wrong in his judgment, so it was better to wait for the result. Lu decided to ask his friend where Tay was in such a hurry, because earlier Yuan Yu had said that he intended to pay another visit. Yuan Yu said that he had heard about the new Grandmaster Yang Xuan in the city, who had solved many problems. Lu couldn't believe his ears when he heard that it was Grandmaster, so Yuan Yu offered to keep him company. Huan Yu and Bai Sen also heard the news about the Grandmaster, and they were very anxious to know the true purpose of his visit, and even better, to get to know him. Yuan Yu and Lu chatted for a few more minutes, and agreed that after the exam they would visit the Grandmaster together. Zhang's students learned several new techniques and practiced with each other while he was at the exam. While two students competed in a friendly match, others watched carefully and placed bets on victory. There were rumors among the students that Teacher Wang had taught Mo Xiao some secret techniques. Some were wary of this, while others did not believe such nonsense and ignored the information. It was known that there were two Wang families in Qianshuan, one of which was one of the four great families, and the other was the Wang Chun family known for its spear skills. Wang Chun is known as a skilled spearman. Even the emperor recognized his talent, and his secret techniques are unique and inimitable. Zheng and Wang's former student Mo Xiao were supposed to compete in a friendly match, so most people bet on the latter winning. But some believed that the fight was unlikely to be so clear-cut, because after Zhang's help, Zheng became much stronger. Master Wang imparted some of his knowledge to his student, which the students thought was very generous. Mo Xiao had indeed boasted that Master Wang had taught him the 3rd, 7th, and 18th techniques, so the boy felt confident. Mo Xiao decided that it was not worth pulling the cat's tail, so he dared to start a duel. The boy sped up and swung his spear at full speed, thus demonstrating his 3rd cold flash onslaught technique. The blow could have seriously damaged Zheng if he hadn't dodged in time. Zheng was pleased with his dexterity, energy, and strength raging in his body as he prepared to strike back. It was unclear to Zhang's students why Mo Xiao, who had achieved great success, was showing it now instead of at the teacher's assessment. But the fact was that Mo Xiao and Zheng Yang had grown up together, and therefore had no desire to fight against each other, so Mo came to show his friend what he had learned. And indeed, in the eyes of others, it looked quite noble because the guy listed all his techniques. The girls in Zhang's class truly admired the sincere friendship between the boys. Spears crossed in the battle. In the fight, the guys bravely stood side by side, making decisive blows. The boys engaged in spear combat with impressive skill and determination, causing a great commotion and dust all around. Finally, Mo Xiao reached his final trick, spinning the spear above his head. The boys, fighting with spears, fought with great skill, showing skill and strength. Zheng barely managed to block the last receiving blow and remained on his feet. The boy was thrown back, but he stood firmly on his feet, not giving in under the blows. The match seemed to be coming to an end, and Zheng praised his comrade for making significant progress. Zheng was now preparing to show off the skills Zhang had taught him to his friend. The boy was determined and was preparing for an impressive reception, which he wanted to show off. The boy touched the ground with a spear, and in a second the atmosphere changed. It seemed that the young men were standing in the middle of the sea. Mo Xiao was momentarily frightened by what he saw, as he had never encountered anything like this before. Zheng focused all his strength, although it was sometimes difficult for him, because his technique was not yet perfected. And then, Zheng made a motion with the spear, from which a gigantic water dragon poured out, charging towards Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao was extremely frightened, because the giant dragon could swallow him in a split second. The boy defended himself with all his might, but he felt that he lacked them, because the blow was extremely strong. In a moment, the boy felt that he was unable to control the force of the blow, which caused him to be thrown back. Zheng was very afraid for his friend, which made him drop the spear from his hands and ran to help him. Zhang's other disciples were also surprised that Zheng was able to use such a powerful blow that was not at the level of the Wang clan. Zheng tried to help Mo Xiao up and apologized for causing serious harm. As Mo Xiao moved away from the blow, Zheng bragged to him that it was Master Zheng who had taught the boy such a technique. The reception turned out to be stronger than the receptions of the Wang family, at least 2 times, considering that Zheng was not a master in this craft. Zheng reassured the friend that Master Zheng spared nothing for his students, again emphasizing his generosity and mercy. Mo Xiao was so impressed by Zheng's reception that he was extremely eager to learn his name. Zheng scratched the back of his head and admitted that the technique did not have a name because it was created by Zheng recently, and he did not have time to come up with a name. Mo Xiao was stunned by this fact because the technique is much better than the secrets of the Wang clan, but still has no name. Zheng suggested that Mo Xiao choose the name of the reception by himself, but Mo Xiao was against it because it would be disrespectful to the teacher. Zheng laughed and then explained to Mo Xiao that the teacher had allowed the boy to come up with the name of the technique himself. Mo Xiao's jaw dropped, especially when Zheng revealed that this was common practice for Zheng. Meanwhile, Zheng was rummaging through Lu's office looking for books that could save him from his shameful situation. Zheng looked around the spacious study, where there were many books of various categories that improved various skills. He closed his eyes for maximum concentration, asking the library to select the best option. Lu, who was already tired of waiting for Zheng for 3 hours, decided that it was time to hurry up the man. Zheng sat with his eyes closed and concentrated on painting and calligraphy, which are very helpful in overcoming impatience. Lu sneaked up close to Zheng and couldn't understand what he was doing. It seemed to him that the boy might even be moving to a new rank again. When he leaned extremely close to Zheng, their eyes crossed for a second. Both Zheng and Lu came to their senses and were frightened by the unexpectedness, so they immediately adopted a defensive position. Standing at the counter, Zheng asked Master Lu why he was here and why their eyes met in such close proximity. Lu, in turn, worriedly asked if Zheng had been promoted to a new rank, as had happened last time. Zheng immediately reassured the old man, causing the man to let out a calm breath and explain to Zheng that he had been in the office for quite some time, so Lu decided to make sure everything was okay. Zheng laughed and said that no one gets a new rank as quickly and easily as Lu imagines. Lu was surprised by Zheng's laughter, because last time the new rank was quite simple for Zheng, albeit with consequences. Old Lu decided it was time to get down to business, so before returning to the exam, Lu asked Zheng if he was ready, to which the man nodded in approval. Zheng thanked the distinguished guests for waiting for him and was already ready to write a masterpiece. Now there was nothing stopping Zheng from getting down to business, his worries greatly reduced after the books. Zheng walked over to the table with 4 brushes and tried to choose one of them at random, the best one, so to speak. Everyone was filled with emotions from waiting. Everyone was eager to look at Zheng's artistic skills. Zheng took 4 brushes in his hands at once, looking at something on them and feeling each one. He took one of the 4 brushes and dipped it into the ink, as if observing his behavior. Then he decided that wasn't enough, so his next step was to lick the tip of the knuckle. Observers were frankly shocked by such actions of Zheng, because from the outside it looked as if the child was just playing with brushes. Either with the help of the library or simply intuitively, Zheng picked up a brush, twirled it in the air, and began to paint a picture. Unfolding the scroll, Zheng made a sharp stroke with his left hand and then grabbed another bone in his right hand and brought it to meet the first one. While one hand was drawing, the other seemed to have a life of its own, because with the other hand, Zheng managed to show off tricks and also draw. One by one, the strokes merged into a single one and already resembled certain images, while the enraptured Zheng was enjoying himself. Old Man Lu, who had been closely following Zheng's movements, guessed that the boy was using the flying dragon technique. Bai Sen asked Yuan Yu what kind of technique it was, and he explained that it was one of the great methods for improving the quality of painting. Lu added that during this technique, the brain is divided into 2 parts, and with the help of 2 brushes, the artist draws images directly from his imagination, and when the puzzles intersect, the picture is ready. Yuan Yu noted that despite the speed of this method, the complexity also increases. Lu noted that it is necessary to have a clear idea of the future picture, to divide the mind in half, and to understand the colors of the picture extremely finely. Lu admitted that it was an extremely complex technique that even he and Yuan Yu were unable to replicate properly. It is necessary to be absolutely confident in the ability to complete the picture, Lu believed, because without several dozen years of practice, it is impossible to implement such a technique. Yuan Yu advised the viewer to postpone his surprise for the time being, because this method required perfect reunification in the center, otherwise such a work would be difficult to call successful. The man repeated this and kept a close eye on Zhang's every move, who was enthralled by the process. Yuan Yu noted that it is necessary to remember that painting is very closely connected with the artist's consciousness. Without a clear concept, a picture, no matter how beautiful it is equally useless. Now Yuan Yu felt that Zhang was a braggart and really wanted to impress the audience, but such a picture would hardly make it to the third level. Yuan Yu explained that the dragon technique is really spectacular, but is more suitable for street artists. While the masters pondered Zhang's talents, Bai Sen exclaimed that the moment of truth had come, the joining of the parts. Zhang had almost completed his painstaking work, and when the reunion was a few millimeters away, the man felt a slight anxiety. But everything worked out for Zhang, so when Lu looked at the picture, he couldn't believe his eyes. Zhang managed to paint people on one side and nature on the other, where one side depicts calm and the other movement, and in Lu's opinion, this is a true synthesis. For Yuan Yu, it was a kind of miracle when just one touch changed the whole composition. Zhang, satisfied with himself and his work, announced the completion of the work with a smile on his face. Everyone present came closer to the table where Zhang was painting to study it carefully. Only Yuan Yu and Lu did not express their joy. On the contrary, their emotions resembled sadness. Bai Sen and Huan Yu were worried by this reaction of the masters because in their opinion the painting was complete. Yuan Yu said that although the work is done and perfect, but the context picture is not followed, although such a technique is difficult to perform. Lu agreed with his friend and reassured Zhang that he was still young and would eventually paint a third or fourth level painting. Yuan Yu praised Zhang for his display of talent, but advised him to remain humble. Zhang laughed and apologized again for being late to such an important event. Yuan Yu told Zhang that he now had a good foundation, so a little practice would help Zhang not waste his talent. Lu agreed with his friend's statement, because in order to create a true masterpiece, you need to have a broader understanding of the world. Bai Sen, who was still admiring Zhang's painting, noticed that some of the creatures had no eyes. Everyone was surprised at this remark, but Zhang took it with a smile and decided to rectify the situation. Taking a brush in his hands, the man painted the eyes of all the people and animals in the picture. Before he had time to put the brush aside, the painting blinded the man with a bright light. Everyone present froze in anticipation. What will happen now? The figures of girls, a man and an antelope began to appear from Zhang's newly finished painting, which looked like ghosts, but good ones. Huan Yu asked Lu if this picture corresponded to the fourth level, but the man, whose mouth was open in surprise, said that it was the fifth. The fifth level is so rare that few people know about it, because it is a real miracle. The images of a man with girls and an antelope made a low bow as if in thanks for giving them life. Yuan Yu couldn't look away, because he thought that such paintings were legends, but now he saw it with his own eyes. Bai Sen was ready to do anything to get the picture that Zhang painted. Zhang was surprised at such a request, but Bai Sen did not want to miss the opportunity to get a masterpiece. Huan Yu lashed out at Bai Sen because in her opinion, Zhang put a lot of feelings into the painting to just give it away. But Huan Yu scolded Bai Sen because she also wanted the painting, but offered Zhang money for it. The boy and the girl got into an argument, where everyone explained why he needed the picture. Lu was not happy about the young people's argument, and it was already visibly annoying him. At one point, he yelled for them to stop bickering and show Zhang some respect. He explained to the young people that each picture of the fifth level is endowed with an incredible value that cannot be measured by money. Bai Sen and Huan Yu immediately apologized for their behavior in front of Zhang. But Zhang, who heard the information about the money, asked Lu if it was really possible to sell the painting. Lu was embarrassed, but replied that it was real, because a painting of this level would cost at least 2 million. Zhang's eyes sparkled with joy, and in the air he could smell the money he so desperately needed. So in the next moment, Zhang offered Bai Shun to buy the painting for the previously announced price. With such a proposal, he offended Huang Yu, who also wanted a painting, but the teacher reassured the girl that she could paint another one. Yuan Yu fell into a depression when he heard Zhang's intentions, because painting pictures is not cabbage to sell in the market. Lu didn't expect this either. There isn't a single person in Tianshuan who would draw level 5 paintings. But Zhang had already entered the excitement, especially when it came to money, so he quickly painted another picture. Satisfied, Bai Shun and Huan Yu promised Zhang that they would settle with him as soon as possible. Zhang was happy with his achievements, that in such a short period of time he had earned a considerable amount, and now he had almost achieved what he wanted. Lu also informed Zhang that the emperor was arriving in the evening, and that a messenger would soon announce his desire to visit the library. In this way, Lu made Zhang happy that the teacher would finally have access to the royal book depository. The men talked for a while, and then Zhang said it was time for him to go home. When Zhang left, Lu said that it was too late to visit Grandmaster today, so he advised Yuan Yu to do so tomorrow. And then Lu switched again to discussing Zhang's talents, whose eyes sparkle with fire and passion for painting. While Lu praised Zhang, Yuan Yu asked a friend about Zhang's background. Lu turned to Huang Yu, who was at the academy, and could tell more about the teacher's background and reputation. Huang Yu confirmed that she knew some facts, but she was in no hurry to voice them so as not to upset Lu. Lu told the girl to feel free to tell everything because he has nothing or anyone to be angry with. The girl timidly began to tell that Zhang is known in the academy as a loser, who is constantly bullied. When the girl recounted all the details, Yuan Yu could believe that Zhang was a loser, because in front of his eyes, the teacher painted a picture of the 5th level. The girl assumed that Zhang fell victim to the arbitrariness of the administration. Yuan Yu did not expect such a thing from Shang Chen, whom he met quite often and considered a good person. When Yuan Yu asked the girl to intervene in the matter as the Grandmaster's assistant, the girl replied that the matter had been resolved. Lu also expressed his concern about this situation and planned to hold talks with the leader Hong so that he would better monitor the affairs of the academy. Huan looked confused because there was something else she had to report. It was about the fact that someone is calling Zhang to the teacher's evaluation. The men were surprised to hear that someone had questioned Zhang's skill. The girl chose her words very carefully and said that the teacher who challenged Zhang to a duel was quite famous. Lu tensed up when he heard this and demanded that the girl name immediately. The girl paused, took a breath, and said that this was Master Lu Sen, the son of Master Lu. Master Lu was at a loss for words after hearing this, and Yuan Yu barely restrained his friend. While Lu was trying to curb the aggression, a servant came and announced that he had received a letter from the emperor. The emperor's letter made Lu sober up with anger because he could not understand what the matter was. The man took a scroll in which a message from the emperor was written. When Lu unfolded the scroll, he was stunned by what he read. He immediately handed the letter to Yuan Yu so that he could read the contents as well. The letter required an immediate response, so Lu ordered a crew to be prepared for the journey to the emperor. The crew with Lu and Yuan Yu arrived at the emperor's luxurious estate. Lu and his friend quickly got out of the carriage and immediately ran to the estate, where the guard stopped them, informing them that the emperor had not yet arrived. Lu began to discuss with Yuan Yu the importance of the visit to the emperor, because the matter concerned the chief elder's negative state of health. Yuan Yu scratched his long beard as he contemplated some really bad things. In a moment, the sound of hooves and the sound of a cart could be heard in the street, which meant that the emperor was returning home. The carriage stopped near the estate, and a whole delegation of servants met the famous emperor. When Lu and Yuan Yu saw the emperor, they bowed low to him as a sign of respect. The emperor was also glad to see such distinguished guests on the territory of his estate. He invited the honorable men to go inside, because the rest of the guests were waiting there. When the emperor entered the estate, he immediately apologized to the Grandmasters for his delay. There were 3 handsome Grandmasters in the manor, among them the green-haired Liu, the red-bearded Zhuang, and the tallest among the men, Zheng. Grandmaster Zheng was honored to be at the emperor's estate, as they had all gathered to celebrate Elder Tian's birthday, and Zheng was also interested in a young man. The emperor immediately understood that he was talking about the teacher Lu Xun, whom the Grandmaster wanted to take as his apprentice. The emperor, pointing to his seat, Lu noted that Lu Xun was his son. The Grandmaster was very happy to hear, but suggested to move on to the matter, namely the state of the elder's health. The emperor had already hoped that having gathered such a significant number of Grandmasters, he would finally help the elder. Grandmaster Liu expressed his deep concern for the elder's health and said that he was unlikely to be able to help. Zhuang agreed with his colleague. Unfortunately, the elder's years were beginning to take their toll. Grandmaster Zheng was of the same opinion. Even though the elder had done a lot for the kingdom for decades, eternal peace would be a kind of rest for him. The emperor looked upset because he had hoped that by gathering the three grandmasters he would be able to solve the problem, but he heard nothing new. Grandmaster Zheng was quick to reassure the emperor that he and his colleagues only had 1 star, so it was worth looking for a 2-star grandmaster. Yuan Yu decided that he had information that might interest the emperor. Yuan Yu told the emperor that a grandmaster who seemed to have more than 1 star had arrived in the city a few days ago. The emperor listened intently to the information about the grandmaster, assuming that this was the same 5-star incident in the report. Yuan Yu told the emperor about all the feats of the grandmaster that were known at that time. The other grandmasters were also interested in this information, so Zhuang decided to find out the name, because maybe he knew this man. Yuan Yu said that grandmaster's name was Yan Xuan, and he knew almost nothing about him, Zhuang thought, because he was unfamiliar with this name, and he knew many grandmasters with 2 stars and several with 3. So in Zhuang's opinion, it could be a fraud who only thought about his own enrichment. Grandmaster Liu assured everyone that it was actually easy to verify whether a pseudo-grandmaster was pseudo or not. The men nodded approvingly and agreed to make it a reality the next day. The next day, when Zhang completed his transformation into the Grandmaster, he asked the butler not to let anyone in until Zhang arrived. The smile did not leave his face because soon he will be able to visit the royal library and move to the next rank. When the teacher came to Liu, he immediately noticed the gloomy expression on the master's face. Zhang had already been afraid that he would not be able to enter the library, but Liu wanted to talk about something else. Old Liu was troubled by the fact that his son had challenged Zhang to the teacher evaluation. Zhang looked at old Liu in surprise, and realized in a second that his sworn enemy was the son of such a good man. Liu sighed heavily, but answered that he was telling the truth, because he and his son had a fight 3 years ago and he left home. Zhang reassured the old man that he should not worry about this matter, because Zhang was confident of his victory. Liu thanked Zhang for listening to him, and then took him to the library where he presented him with the Order of the Golden Dragon. With the Order of the Golden Dragon, Zhang had unfettered access to the Imperial Library. Liu was in a hurry, so after saying goodbye to Zhang, the man advised him not to be shy to read the books he needed. When Zhang entered the library, he saw an endless number of shelves with textbooks to study. Yuan Yu and the Grandmasters arrived at the residence of Master Yang, who was pretending to be Zhang. Yuan Yu asked the guard to tell the Grandmaster that they had come to him. The gates of the residence opened, and a butler came out to the guests, who informed them that 3 million must be paid before getting inside. Yuan introduced himself to the butler, and announced that the purpose of his visit was to pay his respects to the master. The butler poked Yuan and said that he didn't care who he was, so it would be better if Yuan paid. Dvoretsky was incredibly pleased with himself, that thanks to Zhang he began to value himself highly. Grandmaster Zheng interjected and said that they were just passing by and really wanted to see Grandmaster and were willing to pay. The butler was already nervous from these repeated phrases, so he grabbed the Grandmaster by the beard. The butler was already persistently informing the man, while the others were shocked by the events, that it was time to pay money, or no Grandmaster. Venerable Zheng took out Grandmaster's jade token from his pocket and wanted to explain for him, but he didn't have time. The butler snatched the token from the hands of the Grandmaster and slammed it on the ground, which shattered the token into small pieces. Yuan handed the butler the money, and insisted that they were finally allowed inside. Dvoretsky laughed at the men why they poked him with pitiful jade when they had money. The boy asked the men to wait while the master was away, and when he returned and had time, he would definitely invite. Yuan's patience was at an end. He was ready to tear the butler to pieces. But after regaining his composure, Yuan once again asked to convey information about the guests to the Grandmaster, but the butler could not understand why they were in such a hurry. Yuan assured the boy that the matters were quite personal, so he would not discuss them here. The butler was not satisfied with such an answer, because he considered himself quite advanced and had learned a lot from Zheng during the receptions. Grandmaster Zheng decided to check on the boy and asked him about himself. What was wrong? The butler asked the Grandmaster how his family was doing, but he was stunned and didn't know how to respond to such nonsense. Then the butler decided to reformulate his question and asked if the family was still alive. Yuan and the other Grandmasters were overwhelmed by the audacity of the butler who asked stupid questions. The butler himself understood that something was wrong, because when Zhang asked the question a second time, the situation changed, so the boy decided to try again. The butler expressed to the Grandmaster his desire to touch his wife. The boy was already getting nervous because the situation was getting out of control, but he did not lose hope and assumed that the venerable Jung was a being. Grandmaster Jung's anger knew no bounds. It seemed to boil from within, and if the other masters did not calm him down through the chi connection, disaster could happen. Zhuang took control of the situation and told the butler that the Grandmasters were standing before him. When the butler heard who was in front of him, he almost lost consciousness on the spot. Liu asked the boy to inform his master about the visit of the Grandmasters as soon as possible. The butler did not know how to put words into sentences, but he himself felt extremely bad and did not know when Zhang would return. Dear Zhang almost exploded with rage and was already one step away from smearing the butler. Liu handed the butler a scroll that looked like gold and asked him to give it to Zhang. So the Grandmasters left, but promised to return soon and meet with a famous colleague. The butler simply froze for a few minutes and contemplated one point, and then his legs buckled and he fell to his knees. From the wave of awareness of the situation, the young man felt as if his soul was leaving his body and would not return. Venerable Liu, riding in a carriage with his colleagues, noted that the Grandmaster really lives in the estate, who is definitely not weaker than them. Yuan didn't understand how the Grandmaster could figure this out if he hadn't even seen the man. Grandmaster Zheng said that it was enough for them to look at the butler, who was hopeless at first glance, but the body structure caught their attention. Zhuang agreed with his colleague, because to be honest, under normal conditions, his limit is the 3rd rank. Yuan understood what the Grandmasters were leaning towards, that the boy had no less than the last stage of the 4th rank. Liu assumed that since the boy had been a merchant for a long time and was now in excellent physical shape, Grandmaster's intervention was inevitable. For the Grandmasters, it was a real miracle, not only that the butler had reached such a rank. If the Grandmasters understood correctly, Mr. Butler used his ki to clear the young man's meridians. According to the Grandmasters, the ki for such a reception must be the purest, otherwise such a thing is impossible. Therefore, the masters decided to behave rather cautiously until they find out the whole truth. Yuan still did not understand the next plan of action because the main bet was placed on a meeting that did not take place. But this was not an obstacle for the Grandmasters. They could check the colleague even in his absence by gathering people who were with the Grandmaster. Meanwhile, Zhang was happy that he was finally able to approach rank 7. The man concentrated and began to reincarnate into a new rank. Zhang was extremely surprised that he was able to open all 108 acupuncture points. If Zhang did something wrong, he would only be able to open about 40 points, and then move to the next rank without getting hurt. But he succeeded in everything, and he was incredibly happy because now his strength is equal to the average degree of the 7th rank. Zhang regretted not finding anything about the 7th rank in the library, although it was not surprising since such knowledge was not easily accessible. But the man still had the opportunity to look at new combat techniques. Zhang came across a book that described quick recovery techniques, so he mastered the technique. The man absorbed knowledge one by one and rejoiced at his achievement. His Heavenly Path library was replenished with new knowledge every second. He decided to look at another textbook that caught his attention. But looking through the book in the library, Zhang realized that only basic knowledge was written in it. Next, Zhang studied a book that described a technique that was similar to teleportation. Meanwhile, the imperial servant was surprised to see the apothecary Chen Xiao outside his house. The apothecary himself did not understand why the emperor summoned him, but he assumed that it was somehow related to Grandmaster Yan. Therefore, the servant decided not to detain the apothecary and led the man inside. Meanwhile, conversations raged around Zhang's activities as Grandmaster, with some condemning his activities and others approving them. The emperor was told all the rumors about the Grandmaster, and although some information needs some clarification, the fact that he is capable is a fact. Therefore, the emperor ordered someone to wait outside the Grandmaster's estate as soon as he appeared. Rumors about the Grandmaster that Zhang was also reached Lu Sen's class, where the teacher felt that he should not miss the chance to meet the Grandmaster. Teacher Lu's colleague inquired about Zhang's plans. For Lu Zhang, he was only a stepping stone on the way to mastery, because his students are constantly training and will easily win. Therefore, the colleague decided to congratulate Teacher Lu in advance on the victory. Zhang himself already lacked the strength to master new knowledge, but the man did not think of stopping, even though he spent 5 days in the library. He reached for the last book he hadn't had time to master during his stay. Through sleepy eyes, Zhang realized that he was holding a book about poisons in his hands. Although he did not see much need for this knowledge, Zhang still decided to study the textbook. After spending 5 days without sleep in the library, Zhang went outside and remembered that there was sunshine. It blinded him with its bright rays, and tiredness fell from his legs. But the man was not going to rest, because the medicine should arrive soon. Therefore, struggling with fatigue, Zhang walked into his Grandmaster's estate to finish things there. 2 famous thieves of the kingdom, Zhang Liao and Zhang Mo, were roaming the streets at that time, robbing the rich to help the poor. The boys wandered around looking for estates to rob. Walking through the winding streets, the young men decided that Du Chao's residence would be their goal. When they arrived at the estate, they were surprised at how many people had gathered nearby. The boys noticed in the queue the 8-armed warrior Lu Kaiwan, who according to the latest rumors seemed to have disappeared. Also in the crowd was the stone dragon, Feng Jun, Iron Fist. The boys knew he was the #1 expert in town. They said his fists could break walls. Many other notables stood in the crowd, such as the Pale Surgeon, Hu Xiaobai, Long-Armed Li Longshu, and Divine-Eye Duan Zhujiang. The guys decided to watch the events from the corner, because even the weakest of the crowd could beat them. But the boys did not understand why these famous people sometimes ignored the emperor's invitation, but lined up in front of this estate. However, on the other hand, the boys were upset that their plans were cut short in an instant. The boys couldn't figure out where they had miscalculated in their plans. They sat down and began to think about how to correct the situation and finally realize what they had planned. Now, it was extremely dangerous for them to approach the estate, because they would be released from the spirit on the way. Although the boys didn't know who lived in the estate, they stayed nearby for a while to find out more information. The sound of horse hooves and carriage wheels attracted the attention of the thieves. When they looked out, they saw that the emperor had arrived at the estate, and therefore the situation was extremely important. Everyone present congratulated the emperor and gladly met him, informing that they had taken the queue in advance. The robbers were shocked that even the emperor had to wait patiently in line with the others. After some time, 3 more men in elegant clothes came to the crowd. These were the 3 Grandmasters that the Grandmaster had gathered earlier. The emperor happily bowed to the Grandmasters and informed them that they would have to wait for some time. The robbers were frightened by the course of events, but were glad that they did not dare to approach the estate closer. The crowd was furious that the emperor and Grandmasters had to wait so long to meet, and then suddenly the gates of the estate opened. Butler Sun Qian opened the gate and looked scared and confused. The emperor asked the young man if he could go inside to finally talk to the owner of the estate. The butler apologized, but he had to say that his master had not yet returned. Grandmasters and emperors reacted calmly to the words of the butler and said that they would wait as long as necessary. The butler wanted to go back and close the gate behind him, but something caught his attention. His eyes filled with tears, and the butler was speechless when he finally saw what he had been waiting for so long. More precisely, the one he was waiting for, because Zhang applied the Grandmaster's makeup and returned to the estate. With a tired look, the man assessed the situation around him and could not understand why there was such a long queue. The robbers, who had been watching from afar, finally saw the one they had all been waiting for. The butler fell at Zhang's feet and did not want to let them go, rejoicing that Zhang had finally returned. While Zhang inquired from the butler about recent events in his absence, the emperor began a conversation with Zhang. But Zhang immediately stopped him because he had not yet finished talking to the butler. The robbers who were watching the events were shocked by the audacity of the new Grandmaster, and the butler admired her, because his master was not even afraid of the emperor. Therefore, Zhang again gave the floor to the butler so that he could explain everything clearly. Dvoretsky said that while Zhang was gone for several days, a queue gathered. In particular, the emperor and Grandmasters arrived. Either Zhang pretended not to see the distinguished guests, or he really did not see them right in front of him. The emperor, who had already tried to talk to Zhang, tried to introduce himself and his Grandmasters once more. Zhang looked at all the masters in surprise, and did not know that there were so many of them, and he still did not know why they had gathered here. The Grandmasters duly greeted Zhang, and expressed their deep respect for him. In a few seconds, the men exchanged glances as if they had noticed something unusual. Zhang decided to invite the guests to the middle to discuss the details of the meeting. Walking towards the estate, the Grandmasters exchanged thoughts with the help of Qi connection. They noticed that Zhang was wearing makeup because if you looked at the skin, it was obvious that someone young was hiding behind the makeup. The Grandmasters also noticed Zhang's tired appearance and did not understand how he had proven himself to be like this. Sitting comfortably on the throne, Zhang immediately asked what he could do to help such distinguished guests. Grandmaster Zhang started first and talked about his problem with advancing to the next rank. For a tired Zhang, these were empty words and no specifics, so he asked not to waste his time on such trifles. Grandmaster did not like Zhang's behavior. Now he understood why the butler was so defiant. Grandmaster Zhuang decided to take the initiative and began to talk about his problem. He told Zhang that he had already reached the peak mark of rank 7, but was now one step away from making a breakthrough. The man said that he had tried various methods to achieve the goal, but everything was in vain. Zhang tensed at what he heard, because he himself was far from the 7th rank, so he did not know if he would be able to help. Zhang decided to start with the simplest, so he asked the Grandmaster to demonstrate his kick. Grandmaster listened to Zhang and began to gather all his power before striking. The man made a sharp blow in the air, which sent a shockwave through the entire estate. Reaching the wall on the street, she stopped, leaving behind cracks. Everyone was shocked by such a powerful blow from the Grandmaster, and Zhang even hung around for a while looking for information in the library. After a few minutes, Zhang found the answer and said that the problem was simple enough that they might not even believe him. So Zhang asked the master if he really wanted to know the truth about his problem. The Grandmaster, who had spent an extremely long time trying to overcome the rank he had been stuck at for so long, eagerly awaited the explanation. Zhang took his time pouring himself some freshly brewed tea and said that he could solve the problem in 10 minutes. Master couldn't believe his ears when he heard such a statement from Zhang. Other Grandmasters who repeatedly examined their colleague came to the conclusion that this is impossible, and now they hear an incredible statement. Holding a cup of tea in his hands, Zhang continued to create intrigue around the situation. If what Zhang said was true, then Master Zhuang was ready for anything, otherwise he would be able to lead Zhang to the clear. When Zhang got Zhuang's consent, he ordered the butler to gather some guards and find the bag and sticks. The faces of the Grandmasters and the Emperor were surprised at Zhang's pretension. In a few minutes, the butler did everything as Zhang asked, and guards with clubs and sacks were standing in the estate. Zhang stood up and explained to the guards, pointing at Zhuang, that this man intended to advance to the next rank and needed help in doing so. Before proceeding with the promotion, Zhang asked Master Zheng to seal his colleague's acupuncture points so that qi could not move his body. Master Zhuang did not understand why this was needed, because in such a case, a breakthrough would not be possible. Zhang advised the man to listen to him if he wanted to advance to the next rank, otherwise he could leave. Master Zhuang was a persistent man, so he decided not to back down and continue the procedure further. Therefore, Zhang repeated his request about blocking the qi energy points. The masters were still suspicious of Zhang's words, but still followed his instructions. So Master Zheng placed his fingers at the level of Zhuang's collarbones and blocked the acupuncture points. Zhang then asked everyone present to do nothing regardless of what would happen next. Everyone present agreed, and Zhang took the bag in his hands and approached Master Zhuang. He threw the bag over the man's head while he offered little resistance. The Emperor was frightened and wanted to intervene, but the other Grandmasters stopped him. Zhang turned to the guards with sticks and ordered them to start beating the Grandmaster. The guards were frightened by Zhang's order and began to say that they did not want to die after such actions. Zhang reassured the guards that the master's head was in a bag, and he would not see who was playing with him. This did not calm the guards, but on the contrary made them even more upset, because the master saw them when they came. The Grandmasters and the Emperor continued to watch patiently, although they had never heard of such a technique before. Zhang had already raised his voice at the guards for delaying the master's breakthrough through their inaction. The guards hesitated for a second but decided that an order was an order, especially when it came from the Grandmaster. Therefore, in the next moment, sparing no effort, several guards pounced on the Grandmaster in the bag. Zhuang, who was under the cover of the bag, was seething with rage that such a technique would not help. Zhang seemed to enjoy the process and ordered the guards to hit harder. One of the guards asked Zhang how long they should beat the master, to which Zhang replied until he dies. Although Master Zhuang's eyes could not see anything, either because of anger or because of the sack, his ears could hear everything. Therefore, Zhang's words released a powerful energy in him that tore the sack into pieces and scattered the guards in different directions. Zhuang was twisted with anger and vowed to kill Zhang for such remarks. Standing calmly in place, Zhang yawned and advised Zhuang to check his rank first. The man came to his senses for a split second and looked at his hands, not believing that he had finally succeeded. The masters and the emperor were shocked that Zhang managed to achieve a result with such a barbaric method. Zhuang, not knowing what had happened to him, asked Zhang if he really managed to achieve the desired result. When Zhuang did realize his progress, he began to apologize profusely to Zhang for his ignorance. Zhang explained to the master that the strike he demonstrated was not effective, but neither was it a failure, so it meant that the master had trained thoroughly since childhood. Zhuang agreed with Zhang because he was taught by his father, who was a Grandmaster of 1 star. The man explained to Zhang that unfortunately he was not decisive or self-confident, and if Zhang was right, then the master's father had never reached the 8th rank, because it was all about confidence. Zhuang was stunned by such revelations from Zhang, because it was a secret that no one knew about. Zhang noted that this kind of fear is not visible in movement and cannot be cured with pills or techniques. That was why the only way was to make the master angry and then use that emotion to quell the panic in his heart. According to Zhang, the fear of not being perfect and going beyond the boundaries of learning dictated from childhood is what hindered the master. Zhuang fell on his knees before Zhang to express his deep gratitude and respect. The master swore to Zhang that he would never forget such an act of kindness. Zhang smiled back and asked the man if he trusted him now. The master was puzzled by the fact that Zhang knew everything from the beginning, but still did not refuse to help. The other Grandmasters also recognized Zhang's skill and intelligence while talking to Qi. Although Zhang's method was not traditional for the masters, it showed everyone that Zhang was much more powerful than themselves. When everyone present was convinced of Zhang's power, only the emperor remained in the estate, trying to persuade Zhang to help the elder to recover. But Zhang was impregnable and refused the emperor's request, arguing that he had come to Tianjuan to rest. In fact, Zhang did not want to take up this matter because he was unsure of his knowledge, and with the Grandmaster he was simply lucky. The emperor did not back down before Zhang and promised anything in exchange, if only he would agree. Zhang was not in need of anything, which he told the emperor immediately. But he remembered something and asked the emperor to help him collect at least 1,000 7th-rank secret martial arts books. The emperor was surprised by such a request, because a second ago Zhang did not need anything, and now he is talking about books and in such a quantity. Noticing the emperor's hesitation, Zhang said that if it was difficult for the emperor, then they could part ways. The emperor solemnly promised that he would fulfill Zhang's promise in 5 days. On this note, the men said goodbye and agreed to meet at the specified time. When everyone finally left, Zhang began to dance around the estate in joy that he had solved the problem with the books. While dancing, he was caught by a butler who at that moment wanted to tell something. He handed Zhang the golden ring left by the Grandmasters as a token of gratitude. Zhang picked up the thing and realized it was a ring of accumulation, so he quickly put it on his finger. The ring transported the man to a vault containing treasures, money, and other valuables. After getting to the vault, Zhang saw how much the Grandmasters had left for him. The butler also reported that while Zhang was away, Ling Tianyu came and brought 5 million, and the butler had a list of other contributions. Zhang took the list and asked the butler how many people had signed up. The young man reported that 27 people had paid the entrance fee for a total of 81 million. Zhang's jaw dropped when he heard the number the butler called out. Zhang asked the butler to tell everyone at the door that if they paid, then let them come tomorrow. Everyone else should be chased away, and no one would be accepted from now on. When the butler was about to leave, Zhang stopped him so that he would receive a decent reward for his work. When the boy saw that Zhang was giving him 1 million, he was shocked, because the boy would not have earned such money in his entire life. The butler accepted Zhang's generous gift and promised that he would make even more efforts. Lu Sen was told that the emperor was coming to the Grandmaster's estate with 3 other Grandmasters, who were very pleased with the visit. Lu Sen also learned that the Grandmaster that Zhang was had demonstrated the Qi skills inherent in 2 stars. Therefore, Lu made it his goal to meet and like the Grandmaster in order to finally spread his wings. Colleague Lu tried to stop the teacher due to the fact that the news spread extremely quickly. So many people wanted to meet. Also, for the visit, it was necessary to pay a contribution of 3 million, otherwise you cannot get to the middle. Although Lu Sen was a famous teacher, with a salary of 3,000, he did not have that kind of money. However, Lu Sen bet on reputation. If you behave politely, you can do without money. The colleague thought that Lu was proposing to trick the Grandmaster and get inside with the others. But Lu Sen had something else in mind. He hoped that with his fame in the kingdom, it would be difficult for him to refuse. Therefore, Lu was going to demonstrate his abilities in front of the Grandmaster, and then he would definitely take him as a student. Lu Sen didn't care if he had 3 million. He was convinced that he would get the visit with his abilities. Liu Sen also planned to recruit his disciples as a positive resume. However, Lu also had a backup plan. He wanted to invite the Grandmaster to the teacher evaluation, where he would definitely prove his flawlessness. The colleague agreed with Lu. What he was telling him made sense given the training of the students, so the men decided to carefully prepare for the visit with the Grandmaster. Meanwhile, in the Guild of Alchemists, Uyan and a colleague raised their eyes to the sky, observing something unusual. A giant bird flapped its wings above the guild, from which a man jumped. The man's name was Hun Yun, who was welcomed by the masters upon his arrival at the guild. The man was very serious and was only concerned with one question. Where was Zhang? The guild masters assumed that Zhang was most likely out of town, which was why he didn't come. Hun Yun was very displeased because he had come to evaluate Zhang's knowledge. The man wanted to review the crystal recording the day of the pill debate to rule out bias and otherwise punish the culprits. Ouyang quickly handed Master Hun the blue spherical crystal with the inscription. Hun took the crystal in his hands and once again emphasized that if something was not to his liking, then the culprits would be severely punished. The man activated the crystal and it began to emit a bright blue light. Crystal showed the master the image of a smiling, calm, and young Zhang. The first question from Hun Yun was addressed to Master Ouyang as to why he allowed such a young man into the discussion. Without waiting for Ouyang's answer, Hun listened intently to the conversation from the discussion and was displeased with Zhang's arrogance. And then he realized that Zhang's knowledge could be equated to that of a high-level alchemist who knew the ins and outs of his craft. Ouyang said that the guild had checked absolutely all of Zhang's words and they were found to be true. Zhang accurately pointed out the errors in the manufacture of the boiler, as well as the number of breaths required to heat it. Every word Zhang said was something like a defeat for Hun Yun, because the man was convinced that Zhang was right. Colleague Ouyang gave Hun Yun the notes they made during the discussion, where no mistakes were found. The man cast a skeptical glance at the master's research, but after unfolding the records, he noticed that Zhang was able to analyze the properties of each of the herbs, the time of their addition, and the reaction between them simply by observing the process. While Hun was studying the records, the guard at the guild announced that Zhang Huang had arrived. Hun didn't expect this news, so he dropped the crystal on the ground, causing it to shatter into small pieces. Zhang, looking like a zombie after spending hours in the Imperial Library, greeted everyone present. Ouyang noticed Zhang's tired and neglected state and was extremely alarmed. Hun Yun decided not to waste his time, so he asked Zhang if he had a few minutes to spare. Zhang looked at the man everywhere half-closed eyelids and wondered who he was. Hun didn't introduce himself, only saying that he had some doubts about Zhang's alchemical knowledge. Due to his fatigue, the only thing Zhang wanted was a good night's sleep, so he curtly replied that there was no time for that right now. Ouyang explained to Zhang that in front of him was a 2-star alchemist, Hun Yun, directed by the central headquarters. Zhang, barely on his feet, sighed heavily and agreed to answer a few questions. Ouyang panicked, because the man had come to inspect Zhang for knowledge. Therefore Hun talked about the problem he had while making the breathing recovery pill. The pill turned yellow. Zhang sarcastically said that the 2-star alchemists should know that although the white grass that was included in the composition is white, it turns yellow when it comes into contact with a person's qi. Therefore, while quacking, Zhang pointed out that the problem is not in the ingredients, but in the qi of the person who makes the pill. The situation can be solved by adding qingyang flour. Master Hun now asked Zhang another question, this time about pure lobster, which as the main ingredient is very bitter. And when licorice is added, the mixture becomes unstable. Zhang had an answer to this question as well, because he knew that it was all about the seeds of the flower, which should not be added to the pills. Zhang was extremely tired of these questions and did not understand why the 2-star alchemist did not know the elemental. Zhang hoped that this was the end of his inspection, so he advised the master to read books to refresh his knowledge and intended to collect his order. But Master Hun had one more question, which he said was the last. The master will even promise Zhang that he will give the order for free if the teacher gives the correct answer. When Zhang heard that he had an opportunity to keep the money, it seemed as if he had a second breath and was full of energy. The question from Master Hun was that when he creates the vitality recovery pill, his cauldron explodes. Uyan and his partner were perplexed by such a question, because not everyone can make such a walk. Zhang tensed because he did not find information about such a pill in the library. Therefore, he suggested that the craftsman take a look at the manufacturing process to find out what the problem was. The master was prepared with everything necessary, and he began the process of preparing the pill. The master took the necessary ingredients for the pill and tossed them into the cauldron, and Zhang felt his tiredness leave him, because the pill, even in the preparation stage, made him feel better with its smell. After some time of preparation, the cauldron began to rumble, and then it completely exploded, and as a result, only ashes from the ingredients lay in the compartment where the pill was supposed to be ready. Pointing to the smoky cauldron, the master emphasized to Zhang that this happens every time. Zhang came closer to the cauldron to smear the ashes, and rubbing between his fingers, Zhang studied everything carefully, and once again asked the master if he was sure of his 2 stars. The master, who was covered in soot and the tips of his whiskers were smoking, waited patiently for Zhang's explanation. Now Master Hun was not asking the question, but Zhang was asking the master about the ingredients of the pills. He did this in order to lead the master to the true path by adding certain instructions in parallel. The master reacted with displeasure to Zhang's behavior because he already knew all this very well. Zhang smiled and remarked that he was not in any way reprimanding the master for the wrong sequence. Zhang will explain that it is not a matter of consistency, but even more of a technique where there was no mistake. Then Master Hun was completely confused, because he did not understand what the matter was, so he waited for an explanation. Zhang replied to the master that he was just special and asked the man if he had consumed the purple flower herb as food before. The man told Zhang that he was allergic to this plant and therefore could not consume it as food. Zhang told the man that since the man was refining himself using the rapid flame formula, and qi in its essence carries the property of fire, there was an overload. Zhang continued that the overload occurs because the purple flower herb has other properties. Thus, Huan cannot use this herb. The man was shocked that Zhang had learned about the rapid flame formula, as it was a technique that was only known to the Huan clan. Therefore, the man asked Zhang if it was possible to somehow influence the situation during the production of the pill. Zhang again scolded the master that he was an alchemist of the 2nd star and could not find a way out of the situation. It was difficult for Zhang himself, because his library could tell about the shortcomings, and not the solution of the issues, not the case. Huan thanked Zhang and concluded that he would look for another plant that would not conflict with his qi. Uyan and his partner were shocked that a 1-star alchemist was teaching a 2-star alchemist, but Zhang was pleased with himself because now he got the goods he needed and didn't even pay a penny for them. As he walked, completely exhausted and sleepy, Zhang didn't even notice Teacher Lu walking past him. But Lu noticed Zhang and was not happy that he didn't even show minimal respect to say hello. Lu's colleague encouraged the teacher by saying that Zhang was probably extremely shocked now, looking for a way to win the assessment. Lu Sen laughed because in his opinion, such a loser as Zhang could only defeat him in the dark. Lu Sen's unsteady gait due to fatigue looked as if Zhang was extremely drunk, but the men decided not to focus more on Zhang, because they were in a hurry to meet the Grandmaster. Struggling with fatigue, Zhang thought about how he could get to class sooner and finally get some sleep. When Zhang finally got to the classroom, he saw students he hadn't seen for 5 days, so now they needed to be evaluated. Zhang was pleased with the results of the quick assessment, as his students had made significant progress. The teacher wanted to discuss some more matters with Zhao Yao and Yuan Tao, so he asked them to follow him. In his office, Zhang handed Zhao Yao a pill that destroyed yin and could awaken the characteristics of the girl's body. After that, Zhang turned to Yuan Tao, asking him if he knew what he was studying in this class. Zhang put his hand on the boy's shoulder so that he wouldn't get nervous, because Zhang wasn't going to scold him. Zhang saw the potential in the boy, which needs to be constantly improved in order to reach the top. The boy was confused because no one had ever spoken such comforting words to him, but Zhang assured the boy that he was sure of this because the teacher was not wrong. However, Zhang talked about the boy's negative side. He lacked talent, so he would have to work hard. The guy promised that if it wasn't difficult or painful, but he was ready to try. Zhang handed the boy a bottle of medicine, the contents of which would need to be carefully applied to his body, no matter what. Despite the difficulty, The boy was ready to get better if he didn't have a hard time in the process. Therefore, Zhang handed his student a bottle of medicine and ordered him to follow the instructions. The boy carefully held the medicine in his hands and promised that he would not let his teacher down. Zhang turned to Zhao Yao and warned the girl that after taking the medicine, she might develop a dissonance between her yin and yang energies. But Zhang was certain that under the pressure of yang, the yin body should activate. Zhang let those two go and asked them to invite Wang Yin and Liu Yang to his office. While Zhang was waiting for his other two students, he fell asleep for a while because it was quite difficult to fight the fatigue. But the knock on the door woke him up, and he saw that the students he had called had entered the office. The teacher asked the students how they were doing, to which they happily replied that they were fine. Zhang led the students to a table and showed them books that detailed new techniques for strengthening the body. The students took the writing in their hands and began to study them in detail, page by page. The disciples bowed low to Zhang as a sign of deep respect. Zhang was pleased with the success of the two and wished them well in their further training. Before she left, Wang Yin wanted to give Zhang some money from her father as a sign of gratitude and at least cover a little of the teacher's expenses. Smiling, Zhang accepted the money from his student without hesitation. The girl was extremely satisfied with the teacher's methods, so she once again thanked him for it. Zheng Yang entered the office next, to whom Zhang also wanted to show something. Zhang took out a yellow bottle of medicine for Zheng that was supposed to help the boy move to the second rank. The boy was extremely grateful to the teacher for his help and unprecedented generosity. Zheng, who could barely hold back a yawn, praised the boy for his achievements and advised him not to slow down. When all the students received gifts from Zhang, they gathered in the courtyard to brag to each other about their achievements. Zhao Yao, who had some questions for Zheng, decided to look into the teacher's office. Opening the office door, Zhao wanted to say something but stopped. When the girl saw the teacher, she covered her mouth with her hand so as not to make any sound. The girl returned to the yard to her friends and looked upset. For some reason, she burst into tears when the others asked how the teacher was doing, but Zhang simply fell asleep. It was not surprising for the other students because they also noticed the tired look of their teacher. Zhao told everyone to do their best so as not to disappoint Zhang at the appraisal, and everyone swore together that they would do everything to the maximum so that Zhang would not be ashamed of them. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhao was in the dormitory conducting his own investigation into his beating. The facts he received pointed to Zhang, and this made him very angry because Zhang as a teacher cannot just beat people like that. But on the other hand, his niece Zhao received a precious herb from him, which he did not even pay attention to. A servant came to Yao who brought him certain news from a respectable gentleman. The letter said that the master was going to pay a visit in the near future, and he also gave advice on activating Yin Zhao. It was about a pill that was worth millions, so the master wanted to enlist His Majesty's help, and Yao himself had to prepare something for the master's arrival. The servant handed Yao another envelope containing money for Zhang as a thank you. Yao barely had time to hide the envelope when his beloved niece Zhao entered the room. The girl asked her uncle what he knew about the pill that destroys yin and how much it costs. Yao hastened to reassure his niece and assured her that her father was already dealing with the issue. The girl took out a wooden box and told her uncle that there was no need to look for this pill, because teacher Zhang had already given her one. Yao couldn't believe his ears, because he had just read a letter from Yao's father about the high cost of the pill, and now it was in the girl's possession. The uncle asked his niece if he could take a closer look at Zhang's gift, to which the girl did not object. Opening the casket, Yao saw in front of him a blue pill that resembled a pearl. The girl slammed the box and said that it was time for her to take the pill, and in the meantime, the uncle had to make sure that no one entered her room. The uncle told the girl that even her father would not be able to buy this pill, so she advised the uncle to thank Zhang for the opportunity. The girl prepared a warm bath for herself and climbed into it to begin the process of reincarnation. She put the pill in her mouth and waited for it to start working. Yao closed her eyes and enjoyed the process as she followed teacher Zhang's instructions. After waiting for the night, Yuan Tao took out the medicine that Zhang had given him and also began the process of reincarnation. First, the boy applied the medicine to his hands, carefully lubricating his wrist. As soon as the liquid touched his skin, the boy felt excruciating pain, as if his skin was dissolving. In pain, he fell to the ground and began to twist in different directions, hoping that this would help. The pain was unbearable and nothing could ease it, which made the boy cry. He was already thinking about leaving everything as it is, training gradually and moving forward slowly. But the boy remembered Zhang's words, who finally took him seriously, unlike the other teachers, so the boy could not let the teacher down. The boy understood that the teacher also sacrificed himself by creating techniques and methods to improve the condition of students. Therefore, the boy gathered his will into a fist and was going to endure the pain in order to prove to everyone, and first of all to himself, that he can do anything. He took the medicine bottle in his hands again, convincing himself that it was a necessity. Having poured all the medicine on himself, the boy was ready to endure the pain for good, rather than regret it later. The boy was like a beast after he poured the medicine on himself. It seemed that lava was flowing in his body instead of blood. He could not control his body, which was undergoing a metamorphosis stage. Due to the intense pain and the transformation, Yuan Tao lost consciousness for a while, and when he regained consciousness, he saw that his body was covered with strange protrusions. Yuan Tao approached a tree that seemed to him to be quite strong, and decided that he would test his strength on it. The boy warmed up before delivering a simple blow to the trunk of a tree. Accelerating with all his might, the boy struck the tree he had chosen as his target. The thick trunk was split in half by Yuan Tao's blow, like a dry branch, and the tree fell to the ground. The boy did not expect such a result, but he understood that he succeeded in everything, and his strength increased. Meanwhile, Uncle Yao, who was guarding the door to his niece's room, heard a strange sound. The sound that sounded like an explosion scared the man, so he asked if everything was okay with his niece. The girl was sitting in the middle of the collapsed bathtub, and at first she also did not understand what had happened. But in a few seconds, she realized that thanks to Zhang's recommendations, she had broken through to the second rank. The next day, after a long sleep, Zhang woke up in his room and did not understand how he ended up here. He looked at the table that stood on either side of his bed and saw that there was food on the table and new clean clothes lying next to it. The realization came to Zhang that it was his students who had taken care of a comfortable rest. Looking out the window, Zhang saw that it was already noon, so it was time to work as a Grandmaster. In a few minutes, Zhang returned to his rented estate, where he was ready to work off the 80 million he had earned. The butler lined up all those who wanted to see the Grandmaster and let them into the estate one by one. People left satisfied after the visit and spoke positively about the skills of the Grandmaster. When the butler was about to invite the next person on the list, someone interrupted him. It was teacher Lu Sen and his colleague who finally reached the estate where Zhang worked. Dvoretsky was adamant in his decisions, so he pointed to the men in line. He couldn't let men pass just because they were teachers, because rules are rules. Lu's colleague wanted to tell the butler everything he thought about him, but Lu stopped him and emphasized that they were star teachers from the academy. Dvoretsky thought about it when he found out who these men were, and then he panicked at the realization that he had brazenly engaged with the teacher who was prophesied to be the Grandmaster. Lu Sen handed the name scrolls to the butler and said that he would be extremely grateful if he could get inside. The butler took the scrolls and asked the men to wait a few minutes while he discussed the matter with Zhang. While the butler went to the estate, Lu Senya's colleague spoke negatively about the young man who had been corrupted by the government. When the people in the crowd heard about Lu Sen's arrival at the estate, they immediately greeted the man and expressed their sincere admiration. In a few minutes, the butler returned with news for everyone who was waiting for his turn. He informed the crowd that the Grandmaster was extremely busy at the moment, so it would be best to come tomorrow. All the men from the academy were still hoping that Zhang would accept them today, so they tried to get inside. Dvoretsky stopped the teachers and told them that they had a choice: either pay the entrance fee or leave. Lu Sen's partner became angry and told the butler that the Grandmaster could not chase away the outstanding teachers. But the butler calmly answered the man that for the Grandmaster, all levels are behind the door. The crowd was also outraged when they learned that 2 teachers wanted to skip the line to get in, so they supported the Grandmaster's decision. The butler waited for the men to leave, but they were in no hurry, so he wanted to call the guards for help. Lu Sen apologized to the butler for his behavior and thanked him for the information. When the men left the estate, they began to think about where they could get the round sum needed for entry. There were no options where you could accumulate 3 million gold in a short period of time. Lu Sen was in despair because he could not ask his father, with whom he had quarreled, for money. Then the partner offered Lu Sen a loan from the emperor, hoping for friendly relations with the man. And it will be possible to return the funds as soon as Lu Sen becomes Grandmaster's disciple. A few minutes before the events with Lu Sen, an unknown masked man made his way to Zhang's estate. When he threw off his disguise, One could easily recognize the emperor in his facial features. The emperor came to the estate hiding from prying eyes to ask Zhang for help. Zhang was surprised that the emperor appeared before the specified time, because they had an agreement. The emperor apologized for his actions, but he took a risk for the well-being of an elder whose health had deteriorated sharply. He noted to Zhang that the elder's state of health is kept a complete secret. Zhang understood that he was the last hope for the emperor, so he agreed to help him. Zhang ordered the butler to tell the crowd outside the door to disperse and return tomorrow. The emperor wanted to keep the elder's health a secret, so he suggested leaving the estate through the black exit. The men moved across the roofs of the houses with extraordinary speed, and the emperor noticed that Zhang seemed not to be running at all. Zhang assumed that the rapid movement was related to the elder's urgent condition, so he could not hit his face in the dirt. Zhang remembered that a few days ago he had learned the heavenly movement technique, but it required high concentration. So if it wasn't difficult, you should do everything possible to be on a level with the emperor. As Zhang moved like the wind, he contemplated ending his activities as a Grandmaster, as it was becoming dangerous. In a few minutes, the men moved to the elder's estate and were about to go inside. Inside, Zhang was met by a trio of Grandmasters already well known to him. When Zhang approached the elder, at first glance it seemed that the man was sleeping, but his emaciated body indicated that he had been ill for a long time. Zhang now understood why the emperor was in such a hurry, because the elder's condition was really sad. Zhang took the elder's wrist, trying to understand what was wrong with the old man. But Zhang didn't like that the Heaven's Path library didn't activate after he touched it. Zhang thought about the alternatives, because the elder could not demonstrate the blow in this state either. The emperor restlessly asked Zhang whether he could help the elder to recover. Zhang grabbed his beard, trying to find the words to explain, because nothing was clear to him yet. Therefore Zhang asked the emperor for help. He wanted to put the elder into an unconscious state. For the emperor and the Grandmasters, such a method was a strange thing, because they did not understand how it would help the man recover. But fortunately, the emperor had a similar powder in his bosom. When inhaled, a person loses consciousness. Zhang wondered why the emperor would specifically carry such things with him, to which the man said that there were different situations depending on his political status. Zhang held the powder up to the elder's face for Tay to inhale its contents. The Grandmasters were shocked by Zhang's unusual methods in trying to heal the elder. The emperor advised Zhang to be careful with the powder because it was extremely strong, and he feared it would harm the elder. Zhang thought about the emperor's words, because he did not want to harm the elder in any way. Zhang then asked the Grandmasters if they had anything that would help increase the elder's vitality for a short time. Grandmaster Zhuang asked his colleague Lu through the Qi connection to see if he knew anything about such things. Lu is surprised by Zhang's method, because he was convinced that patients are usually examined in consciousness. The emperor informed Zhang that the elder had been taking all the necessary medicines, but unfortunately, they were not working. Master Zhang opined that he knew something that could enhance vital functions for a while, but he warned everyone present that this is not a pill, but a poison that will have its consequences. The emperor and Zhang were stunned by such a statement, because it was a serious step. Master Lu was opposed to the poison-making profession, but he also noted that if it had survived for centuries, it must have its own values. Master Zhuang knew that it was difficult to prepare such a poison, because the result had to be a solution with a perfect ratio. According to the Grandmasters, the profession of poison maker was rare, but in first-class kingdoms, one could find the necessary person, so the decision was up to Zhang. Zhang was not happy with such an idea, because he knew little about the properties of poisons. But still, he asked the Grandmasters if they don't carry similar things with them. Master Lu said that the poison required is unique. It must be prepared without storage, otherwise it becomes toxic. Zhang then concluded that in that case, they needed a master poison maker. Zhang desperately needed the poison to cure the elder, so he didn't even hear any objections from the emperor. But the emperor still brought the information to Zhang that there was no such master in the kingdom, and wondered why Zhang, being a Grandmaster, did not know about it. Zhang panicked for a second. He couldn't think that he would make a mistake in such obvious things. Therefore, he pretended to have confused the kingdoms in which a specialist was needed. The Grandmasters looked at each other and came to the conclusion that there was no necessary master in the nearby regions either. Zhang asked the Grandmasters if they knew what was included in the poison, and if everything was needed, it should be brought immediately. Master Lu assured Zhang that the recipe was quite simple and consisted of 10 ingredients, but the difficulty was in the proportions. Zhang sighed heavily and asked to be told the recipe and start preparing the poison himself. Master Lu had no choice, so he listed all the necessary ingredients to prepare the poison. Zhang truly understood that all of the ingredients were extremely poisonous, and an ordinary person could die in an instant, not to mention a weak elder. Therefore, Master Lu saw no rationality in preparing the poison without the necessary specialist. Zhuang supported his colleague because the risks in his opinion are extremely high. But Zhang was confident in his abilities, so he insisted on doing everything necessary for the sake of the elder. The Grandmasters were frightened because none of them knew how to properly prepare poison. Zhang asked the Grandmasters to bring all the necessary ingredients and was ready to start cooking himself. The men were excited, because in their opinion Zhang had not chosen the best time to experiment. Even the elder, who was not feeling well but heard everything they were talking about, shed a tear from the information he received. After a few minutes, Zhang was brought everything he needed, and he began to carefully study each ingredient. Master Lu tried to warn Zhang because the slightest mistake could be fatal. However, for Zhang, everything was for nothing. He was confident in his actions and knowledge. So he began to prepare the poison that was so necessary for the elder's recovery. Zhang carefully searched for the necessary book in the library to help him prepare. In a few minutes, he found the ideal option and began to study it. The masters carefully watched Zhang's every step, praying that he would not make a mistake. After reading all the necessary information, Zhang was now as calm as possible. Meanwhile, the elder's condition worsened, and the emperor begged Zhang to do something. Zhang replied that this was exactly what he was doing, and the emperor fell to his knees and begged the man to hurry. Master Lu still doubted Zhang's abilities and did not believe that he would succeed. After all, according to men, it is necessary to observe the correct proportions, and you cannot do such things at random. But Zhang finished preparing the poison, which was green in color, and placed it in a test tube. The masters were surprised how Zhang managed to prepare the poison so quickly without detailed instructions. The emperor, who was desperate, had no choice since the elder was already 1 foot in the other world, so he gave him the poison prepared by Zhang. So the emperor opened the elder's mouth to give him poison to drink. The emperor poured out the contents of the test tube to the last drop in the hope that it would help the elder. After a few seconds, the elder coughed, spitting out the remains of the poison from his mouth. The man began to convulse, his face turned crimson, his eyes blank. The Grandmasters found Zhang's poison a failure because it was impossible to choose the perfect proportion at random. The emperor appealed to the Grandmaster to step in and do something, but Zhang just watched. However, Zhang still decided to intervene and slapped the elder to make sure he swallowed all the poison. And miraculously it worked. The elder came to his senses, cleared his throat. First of all, the elder reprimanded the emperor for wanting to kill him. And then the man turned back to Zhang and thanked him for his help. But Zhang wasn't done yet, so he asked the old man to demonstrate his punch. The old man began to tell Zhang that while he was in this state, he learned a certain truth. The old man admitted that he was too weak to even think of a breakthrough, but he was happy. Grandmaster Lu supported the elder's statement because no matter how beautiful life is, it limits the elder's abilities. The elder spoke about the same thing, and the only thing he regretted was that he realized the truth too late. Zhang could not stand the elder's temper and slapped him so deliciously that he jumped out of bed. Zhang explained that the poison had a time limit equal to the burning of 1 incense stick. The Grandmasters and the Emperor were shocked that Zhang had hit the elder, but continued to spoof. Zhang approached the elder to take his wrist again and analyze the problem. Zhang tried to find the problem with the help of the library, but so far only received general information. The Emperor asked Zhang if he could help the elder heal. Zhang assured the Emperor that there was still hope, but now the elder needed to be awakened. When the elder was woken up, he said that he saw a dream in which he learned the true life. Zhang advised the old man not to waste his time, so now the elder had to choose. Either he is treated, or he calmly lives out his moments. At first, the elder did not believe that his healing was real, but when he realized, he begged Zhang for help. Zhang ordered the old man to follow all the instructions he would give, otherwise nothing would work. The old man agreed to fulfill Zhang's every wish without question, because he firmly believed in his power. The Grandmasters heaved a heavy sigh, because the situation was very similar to the one in Zhang Manor. Zhang asked the Emperor to invite dancers with graceful figures to the room. The Emperor, who tried to understand Zhang's methods, was obviously confused but had no other choice. A few minutes later, 3 attractive girls with a thin body were standing in the room. Zhang needed something else, which he informed the emperor in his ear. The emperor turned pale at Zhang's request and thought that the request was extremely indecent. The elder threw a pillow at the emperor and ordered to immediately carry out everything that Zhang asked. The Grandmasters were curious as to what exactly Zhang had asked for, but only Master Lu heard Zhang's request because he was standing closest to everything. Zhang's method was really exotic and even spicy because he needed an aphrodisiac. The emperor still brought an aphrodisiac, and Zhang asked to tie the elder to the bed with a rope. The emperor apologized to the elder, but hoped that it would be for the good. Now that everything was ready, Zhang gave the emperor an aphrodisiac pill and asked the elder to take it. The situation became more and more strange, and the Grandmasters thought about what to stop Zhang, but still continued to watch. When the elder took the pills, Zhang ordered the girls to do their best dance. The girls diligently performed their work, trying in every possible way to attract the elder. But the elder, despite his age, was no longer able to feel attracted to such attractive girls. However, in a few minutes his body was covered with sweat and his heart was beating at a crazy speed. The elder asked the emperor what Tay had given him, and the emperor reluctantly replied that it was an aphrodisiac. The elder was furious, and now in his eyes the grandson looked like a complete traitor. The emperor tried to calm down the grandfather, because he was only doing what the Grandmaster ordered him to do. The elder called his grandson various shameful words and accused him of dishonoring his good name. Now the emperor was not a grandson for the elder. He did not want to see him in front of him. The emperor asked Zhang to look at his grandfather, but Zhang took his time and assured him that it should be so. Grandmasters whispered among themselves, discussing Zhang's strange technique, which they had seen for the first time. The men already wanted to stop this farce, but Master Zhuang insisted on continuing the process because Zhang had helped him in his time. The elder behaved like a real savage, and if it weren't for the ropes, he would have pounced on one of the girls a long time ago. Moving to the 8th rank is a difficult process, so the Grandmasters still hoped that such actions would help the elder. The elder literally boiled. Saliva dripped from his mouth, and sometimes it seemed that smoke was coming out. At one point, he tore the ropes restraining him and screamed like a savage to the whole room. The emperor and Grandmasters could not believe their eyes after what they saw. The man, who had been bedridden for several hours, was full of strength and energy and moved to the 8th rank. The elder immediately chased the frightened dancers out of the room while the others were still in disbelief of what had happened. The elder knelt before Zhang to express his words of thanks for his help. The emperor tried to find out from Zhang how he managed to do the impossible. Zhang explained that Shen Hong's vital functions had reached their limits, and at that moment his will to live had evaporated, which was why he was in such a dire state. Therefore Zhang, thanks to an aphrodisiac and attractive reasons, gave the old man good reasons to want to live, and under the influence of strong emotions, the man made a breakthrough. The old man confirmed Zhang's words. He felt after the aphrodisiac that spark he had long forgotten about. The Grandmasters had to admit that Zhang's method was truly incredible, albeit unusual. Zhang explained that there are many different techniques, but he wants to implement and try new techniques. But in reality, Zhang managed to infuse his pure qi into the pill to open the blocked meridian, but Zhang chose not to tell anyone about it. A servant knocked on the room and informed the emperor that teachers Lu Sen and Wang Chao from the Hongtian Academy wanted to meet with him. The emperor was surprised by the visit of the teachers, but asked the servants to take them to the office, where he would soon receive them. Zhang also wondered why the 2 men had come to meet the emperor. The elder released his grandson to the audience because now everything was fine with him, and the trio of Grandmasters will take care of everything else. Zhang asked the emperor if he could attend the meeting with him, to which he did not object. When the teachers were led into the office, Zhang recognized the 2 men he had seen yesterday, when he had barely made it to the classroom struggling with extreme fatigue. The emperor's office was quite spacious and exquisitely decorated. The emperor asked the teacher for what purpose they had come to him. Lu Sen told the emperor that he had come to ask for help, namely to borrow 3 million. When the emperor asked why the man had such a sum, Lu Sen said that he planned to spend the money on a visit to the Grandmaster, whom everyone was talking about. The emperor glanced at Zhang, who was sitting next to him, waiting for him to say something. Zhang asked the teachers why they were so confident that the Grandmaster would accept them and how the men were going to repay the money if the visit was unsuccessful. Lu Sen did not like that Zhang was interrupting the conversation while he was having a dialogue with the emperor. Zhang was not concerned about Lu Sen's honest name, but he was still curious as to how the men were going to pay back the borrowed funds. Wang Chao stood up for his colleague and advised Zhang to choose his words more carefully. Lu Sen assured the emperor that if his visit was not successful, he would return the funds as soon as possible. Zhang informed the men that he had heard that the Grandmaster no longer accepted outsiders, even if they had money. Lu Sen believed that this was already his personal problem, and he was trying to take a loan from the emperor and an unknown man who was giving unnecessary advice. The emperor, in order to avoid quarrels, agreed to help Lu Sen because of his good relations with his father. Lu Sen and Wang Chao were extremely grateful for the generosity and promised to return the funds. The emperor ordered his servant to immediately collect the necessary amount for the teachers. When the money was finally with the teachers, the men once again thanked the emperor for his help. Lu Sen decided to give Zhang some advice before leaving, despite the fact that the man could be sitting next to the emperor. Lu Sen advised Zhang that while others were speaking, it was not polite to interrupt or interfere. Lu Sen tried to find out from the emperor's servant what kind of man was sitting next to him, but he had no answer. The emperor asked Zhang why he didn't admit that he was the Grandmaster, but just calmly observed. Zhang assured the emperor that he was carrying out a kind of educational work, because men at that age are a bit hot-tempered. So Zhang said goodbye to the emperor and waited for the ordered 7th-rank books from all over the kingdom. On the way to the Grandmaster, Lu Sen asked Wang Chao not to blurt out anything unnecessary and to behave discreetly in the presence of the Grandmaster. Wang Chao looked back and noticed that Zhang was following behind them and was somewhat confused by this. Lu Sen advised not to pay attention to him, but also not to provoke him, because if he can sit next to the emperor, then he is unlikely to be the last man in the kingdom. In a few minutes, the men were already at Zhang's estate, giving him money to get inside. Butler remembered that he had forgotten to say that the Grandmaster does not accept new visitors, even if there is a fee. Wang Chao couldn't hold back his emotions and cursed at the butler because he didn't know what he was doing. Lu Sen quickly reassured his colleague and apologized for the delay, but he really needed to meet with the Grandmaster. Meanwhile, Zhang simply walked past the men towards his estate, infuriating the teachers. Now Lu Sen was also furious, because he did everything as the butler said, but he did not get to the estate when some outsider just happened to pass by. The crowd standing nearby looked down at Lu Sen and condemned such behavior. Lu Sen asked the butler who was this man who walked unhindered to the estate. Dvoretsky proudly announced that this is the Grandmaster, whom the men are trying hard to get to. The teachers were shocked when they learned this information and did not know what to do. But Zhang was the least worried about Lu Sen's visit. He was thinking about the unique poison he had prepared for the elder. There was no information about this poison in the royal library, so Zhang couldn't figure out how it got to him. Zhang even speculated that perhaps his predecessor had even died from a similar poison. Zhang was relatively calm, because his qi was restrained by the poison for now, but it was still worth looking into this situation in more detail. Sitting in his room, Zhang thought about the fact that it was time to get rid of the Grandmaster's makeup. Meanwhile, the trio of Grandmasters changed into their normal clothes to look at the work of teachers Lu Sen and Zhang. Such a disguise was necessary so that Zhang would not recognize the men as respectable persons. When the men came to the class, they were upset by the size and realized that Zhang was being treated as mediocre. But the Grandmasters knew that Zhang put his professional ethics above humiliation, so that was commendable. The men came closer to the class to listen to the students' conversation and find out what he taught them. The men managed to overhear some students discussing the ability to tame spiritual energy. The Grandmasters were delighted that Zhang was capable of such deep thought. So the masters continued to listen further to find out more information about the students and Zhang himself. In 10 minutes, the men came to the conclusion that Zhang has a rather serious store of knowledge and teaches students well. They even managed to find out that Zhang knew the enlightenment technique that true sages possess. Master Zhang admired Zhang's skills because he managed to combine theory and practice and create perfect conditions for his students. In the eyes of the Grandmasters, after hearing that, Zhang looked like a real diamond. Therefore, the men were sure that if someone trained according to Zhang's method, the skills would definitely improve quickly in less than a year. The disciples who continued to discuss Zhang's techniques were dissatisfied with only one thing, that they were only free listeners. The masters fell into a trap when they heard that the two boys were only at joint classes. Student listeners envied those who had the opportunity to receive individual lessons with Zhang, because they could quickly achieve a breakthrough. The masters were stunned when they heard that some students had reached the second rank in 10 days. Master Zhuang knew that at the first rank, everyone gathered spiritual energy and spread it throughout the body for the future foundation. Master Zheng recalled that it took him 2 years to break through to the second rank. Master Lu mused that if Zhang's disciples were able to make a breakthrough in such a short period of time, then Zhang's teaching level could be higher than their own. A few minutes later, the masters heard some rumbling coming from the classroom yard. They decided to take a closer look at the source of the noise and find out what the matter was. Barely emerging from behind the high fence, the masters saw Yuan Tao trying to crush the huge boulder. The masters recognized that the boy had quite a strong defense, that if a 6th-rank master tried to break through it, it would be difficult for him. Later, their attention was drawn to a girl who was training with wooden columns. The girl easily, one by one, crushed the columns as if they were paper. Masters noted her powerful footwork and the coordinated movements she demonstrated. There were girls passing by Zhang's class wondering why the 3 elderly men were spying on the class, but the masters didn't pay any attention to it. After some time, it reached the masters that the girl who was crushing the columns was Wang Yin, who had recently injured her leg. Therefore, they wondered how she recovered so quickly and mastered a powerful technique. The next thing the masters saw was a boy holding a spear and practicing his new technique. When Master Zheng realized what the boy was doing, he almost shouted at the top of his voice that it was the confident spear technique. The masters quickly hid behind the fence so as not to expose themselves to Zhang's students. They asked their frightened colleague if he was convinced of his statements, but the man had no doubts. Master Zheng couldn't believe his eyes that a teenager, even at a basic level, had mastered such a technique. Master Lu assumed that the boy who was Wang Chao's former student had the basics, but he was still amazed at how the youth had achieved such a remarkable result in such a short period of time. The masters had to admit that Zhang was a true treasure among teachers if he was able to teach students like this. After getting rid of the Grandmaster's makeup, Zhang finally exhaled calmly and wanted to return to the classroom to look at the achievements of his students. On his way to class, he met Huan Yun and Bai Sen, who were extremely happy to meet him. Huan Yun understood that Zhang had some things to do, but she still wanted to bother him with something else. Zhang was happy to listen to the girl and help her if it was in his power. The girl told Zhang that she planned to give a picture painted by Zhang to someone for their birthday, but she understood that as soon as the noun received the picture, she would like to meet the author. Zhang had no burning desire to attend such an event, no matter who the nouns were, so he refused the girl. The girl insisted that Zhang agree, because it was about Elder Tian, where the emperor would also be. Huan Yun added that their teacher, Grandmaster Lu, who had invited Zhang, would be at the banquet. Zhang panicked for a second when he heard Grandmaster's name and was surprised that he knew about him. Zhang's panic was based on the fact that he thought Grandmaster had guessed who he was. Bai Sen added that other masters like Zhuang and Zheng knew about Zhang, so they would like to meet the teacher. Huan said that it was a great opportunity for Zhang to become Grandmaster's assistant. Zhang became wary and began to question the girl in more detail about the assistant's profession. The girl explained that in order to become an assistant to the Grandmaster, you need to have an auxiliary profession, which Zhang already has. Now Zhang understood why there were so few Grandmasters, and why the exam was so difficult. Zhang already had the rank of a 1-star alchemist, so he wondered if he could pass the exam when he became an assistant. The personality of the Grandmaster is a formidable weapon, so the man became obsessed with the idea of getting the rank as soon as possible. The girl explained to Zhang that in order to become a Grandmaster, you must first become an assistant, and for this you need a mentor that Zhang can choose. Zhang was shocked by such a proposal and did not know what to say to the girl. After a few days of interacting with the masters, Zhang was not impressed with them, but he also couldn't pass up the opportunity to obtain the title of Grandmaster and learn more about poison. So Zhang still agreed to attend the banquet that was about to begin. In a few minutes, the carriage brought Zhang to Tan Manor, where many people had already gathered. The girl said that probably the distinguished guests have not arrived yet, so we will have to wait for them in the side hall. At the entrance to the estate, Bai Sen noticed his acquaintance Yui and entered into a verbal altercation with him. The green-haired boy was the master of the house and stood at the entrance to greet guests. Huan and Zhang moved on while the 2 young men continued to figure out their relationship. A few minutes after Zhang, Huan, and Bai Sen settled in the hall, Yu proposed tea using a special technology. He ordered that tea be prepared for the guests, and he also took up his position in the hall because he wanted to greet Grandmaster Lu in person. Huan introduced Yuya Zhang as a capable teacher from Hongting Academy. The girl also recommended Zhang Tianlong, the elder's only grandson. Tianlun was familiar with Zhang's name, and he asked the teacher if he would sometimes take part in the teacher evaluation. To Tianlu Sen, the famous teacher at Hongting Academy, was incredible, but Zhang also looked undeniably courageous. Bai Sen was seething with anger when he heard Yu talking to Master Zhang, who was a rather modest but talented man. Yu, when he heard Bai Sen calling Zhang master, advised Bai not to exaggerate. Master Yuan arrived at the estate and was immediately greeted politely by Bai Sen and Yu. When Yu saw Zhang, he approached him to express his sincere pleasure in seeing the master at the banquet. Yu was puzzled when Master Yuan called Zhang a master too. Yuan praised a painting that Zhang had recently painted, and Zhang modestly replied that he would be happy to teach the technique. Yu was completely depressed when he saw Master Yuan acting like a disciple in front of Zhang. Bai Sen was now satisfied that Yu had finally calmed down on Zhang. Yu could not understand how such a young man with a shameful reputation in the academy could be a master of calligraphy and admired by all. Yuan chatted with Zhang a little longer, but then decided to go to the general meeting place. Yu was angry that Master Yuan had personally approached Zhang to greet him. A few minutes later, Yu noticed the familiar figures of Master Lu Sen and Wang Chao in the courtyard. He happily greeted the men while Wang Chao glanced sideways at Zhang. Wang Chao asked Tian if he had carefully checked all the invitations and how he had allowed Zhang to be here too. Tian assured that everything was carefully looked over, but as for Zhang, he could not refuse him, since the teacher was a guest of Bai Shun and Huan Yu. Wang Tao did not believe that a teacher with a low level of education could make it to Elder Tian's day celebration. Lu Sen apologized for Wang Tao's behavior, but he was convinced that Zhang really didn't belong here. Huang Yu was seething with anger when she heard such remarks towards Zhang, but Lu Sen stood his ground because he was convinced that Zhang's presence could anger the Grandmasters. Zhang could not understand why then a star teacher like Lu Sen would challenge a worthless teacher. Lu Sen repeated the same thing, that for him, Zhang was just a stepping stone to climb higher. Wang Tao was also convinced that teacher Lu Sen would show his true strength at the assessment that would take place tomorrow. Yu told Grandmaster Lu's secret that he wanted to take Master Lu Sen as his apprentice. At that moment, 3 Grandmasters in elegant clothes were just walking towards the estate. Everyone sincerely welcomed the masters upon their arrival, expressing their deep respect for the distinguished guests. Master Lu was puzzled to find Zhang and wondered if he had been invited to the banquet. When Huan said that an honored guest was standing next to her, Master Lu pushed Lu Sen out of the way and ran up to Yu, mistaking him for Zhang. Other Grandmasters also approached the boy, expressing their sincere admiration. But Huan said the men had made a mistake and approached the elder's grandson and pointed to Zhang. Master Lu cursed at the elder's grandson. Why didn't he immediately admit that he was not Zhang? And in a moment, the masters gathered around Zhang, expressing the best words to him. Zhang tried to understand why the 3 Grandmasters were looking for him, but Master Lu wanted to talk about it alone. Lu Sen tried to approach the Grandmaster a second time, but this time too he was unsuccessful. Wang Tao, who wanted to protect his friend, was angry that Grandmaster was not favorable to Lu Sen. Meanwhile, Master Lu couldn't get enough of his conversation with Zhang, expressing his most sincere praise. Zhang and the Grandmasters headed to the elder's house, where they were greeted by a polite servant at the entrance. Fragrant, freshly brewed tea was poured into small cups from an exquisite service. The elder sat at a small table and prepared fragrant tea. When Zhang and the Grandmasters entered the house, the aroma of tea simply enchanted them. The old man smiled back and asked the Grandmasters who they had brought to the lodge. Grandmaster Lu introduced Elder Zhang as a young and outstanding teacher at Hongting Academy. The elder was surprised when he heard that Zhang was outstanding, as he believed that this title belonged to Master Lu Sen. Grandmaster Lu agreed with the elder, but in his opinion, Zhang was not even slightly inferior to Lu Sen. In fact, he was even ahead of him in some ways. The elder was surprised by such a statement, because in the letter the Grandmaster wrote something completely different. Therefore, he offered to pass the test so that you could taste his exquisite and unique tea. Zhang did not understand what the test was about, but the Grandmaster insisted that it was a great opportunity. It was explained to Zhang that Tian tea is special. Many people dream of tasting this tea, because tea allows you to reach the tranquility of water for a short time. Zhang thought about these words, because thanks to the tranquility of water, one can concentrate on anything without succumbing to emotions. Even though Zhang had already reached this state at the basic level, he still didn't mind trying this tea, so he waited for the details of the test. Before starting the test, the elder invited teacher Lu Sen to the room. When Lu Sen entered the house, he greeted the elder and was ready to listen to him carefully. The elder said that he had heard that the teachers were quite outstanding at the academy, but unfortunately, he only had 1 cup of tea, so whoever passed the test would get it. The elder asked the Grandmaster what he thought about this, and he was looking forward to the start of the testing. Zhang understood that the old man was not too interested in testing him, and what he was about to do would give Lu Sen a great opportunity to show off his skills. The old man said that since all those present had gathered for tea, the subject of the test would be mastery of the tea ceremony. Master Lu expressed his concern, because Zhang had not studied the way of tea. He is a painting master, so it would be unfair to him. The elder also expressed his admiration for painting, and Lu Sen has been familiar with this craft since childhood, so it will be more interesting than the tea ceremony. Therefore, the old man offered the boys to evaluate the picture. Whoever wins will receive a cup of tea. Zhang basically didn't care what to rate, although he would have to rummage through the library for tea. The old man went to the testing place and was about to show the painting that Master Lu had given him. He unfolded the picture and was going to hang it in a prominent place so that the boys could appreciate the master's work. The picture was truly a masterpiece. It depicted a deer in the middle of a forest clearing. When the Grandmasters saw the picture, they realized what was the matter, but decided to watch how events would develop in the future. Lu Sen was a little nervous when he saw the picture, because it was level 5. The elder also confirmed that the picture was of the 5th level, but the author did not leave a signature. While the elder said that together with the Grandmasters, they would be the judges, Zhang also recognized the picture. Therefore, Zhang decided to invite Lu Sen to evaluate the painting first and give recommendations. Lu Sen was confident in his knowledge and hoped that Zhang would run out of excuses when he lost. Lu Sen stood up and walked closer to the painting and immediately announced that since it was a 5th-level painting, he did not dare to fully understand it. Despite the fact that the master did not leave a signature, Lu Sen believed that the painting had a deep artistic concept. Lu Sen guessed that the master was in the clearing when he caught the inspiration and used the double-hook technique to write. Zhang did not miss the opportunity to frame Lu Sen and opined that the painting was painted with the double dragon technique. Lu Sen thought that Zhang was a fool if he didn't know that a similar technique was used by street artists. Lu Sen looked carefully at the lifelike details, so he believed that the artist had spent at least 2 days painting the picture. So it was only through slow drawing that the artist achieved a flawless result, and Lu Sen believed that the painting had no objections. And Lu Sen will try to guess the author of the painting, referring to his many years of experience. There were only 7 prominent artists in nearby kingdoms, but in Lu Sen's opinion, Yun Shaoqin, who painted the painting, was still alive. The elder applauded Lu Senya for his insightful and thoughtful analysis of the picture. Now it was Zhang's turn to evaluate the painting that had been given to the elders. Lu Sen was impatiently waiting for Zhang to come out and embarrass himself in front of the distinguished guests. But Zhang didn't know what to say. He wanted to evaluate the painting with just 4 words. Before starting the assessment, Zhang asked Master Lu if he really received this painting from his student, and Master confirmed that he had. Then Zhang stopped plotting and admitted that he was the author of the painted picture. Lu Sen laughed at Zhang's statement and advised him to admit defeat rather than invent nonsense. The elder also did not appreciate Zhang's act, and thought that the man was too boastful for his age. But Master Lu confirmed Zhang's words that he was indeed the author of the painting. Lu Sen could not believe it, because in order to write such a masterpiece, it was necessary to study painting in the womb. Then Zhang approached the painting, touched it, and the deer standing in the forest clearing came to life. Lu Sen, who witnessed the spiritual connection, knew that only the authors of paintings had such a connection. The elder also knew that paintings usually contain the sweat of the author, and it is undeniably connected with him. So when the author touches the painting, it reacts in a special way. Zhang explained that the painting was painted a few days ago in Master Lu's house, not on the lawn, and he used the double dragon technique. Zhang also corrected Lu Sen that he did not spend 2 days on the painting, but only about 10 breaths. Lu Sen was angry that he had made a mistake in his judgment when evaluating the painting, which Zhang had also painted. Therefore, Zhang asked the elder if he could call himself a winner. The elder had no choice but to accept Zhang's victory, because the author could not lose, so he offered Zhang some tea. Zhang thanked for the hospitality, but refused the tea because he thought it was wrongly prepared. The elder looked sharply at Zhang, waiting for an explanation about such judgments. Zhang said that the brewed time was a waste of valuable material because the effect was short and only lasted for 12 breaths. The elder knew that his tea had a short-term effect, but he did not understand how Zhang knew this. Zhang explained to the old man that the tea set from which the tea is drunk is also important, because it was a set of diamond radiance. The old man was stunned that Zhang knew such details. Even true tea ceremony masters could not always notice such things. The Grandmasters were also shocked by Zhang's knowledge and suggested that he might also be a master of the tea ceremony. The old man fell to his knees and asked Zhang for help, so that he would not transfer the valuable product to the next person. Zhang reluctantly agreed to give the old man some advice for the future. The whole thing was in the service, which was endowed with the attribute of heat, and heat causes irritation that cannot be combined with peace. And the second point, according to Zhang, was that the tea was not prepared at the right time, because now there was a banquet, where everyone was bustling. Therefore, Zhang advised the elder to remember these important details that would be useful for progress. As a sign of gratitude, the elder handed Zhang a wooden box for his valuable advice. The Grandmasters were shocked by such generosity, because the box contained enough tea leaves for 2 teapots, when only 3 could be collected from the entire kingdom. Master Zheng was amazed by Zhang's talent, who had not even tasted the tea but had identified the mistakes in the preparation. Zhang accepted the gift from Master Qian and thanked him for his extraordinary hospitality. While Zhang and Lu Sen were being tested, the others were discussing the banquet. Zhang was the first to leave the elder's house, followed by the elder who said that he had many things to think about, so all the guests could be free. Wang Tao tried to find out from Lu Sen what was happening inside, but the man did not say a word. Stepping out of the estate, Lu Sen hit the first stone he saw with all his might. Lu Sen was angry because he thought that the elder's birthday would be a great opportunity for him to meet the Grandmaster, but Zhang ruined everything. Wang Tao tried to reassure Lu Sen and believed that his colleague would win the teacher's evaluation. Lu Sen had some plan. He remembered that Wang Tao had an alchemist acquaintance, so the man needed some pills. Wang Tao was worried about Lu Sen's decision, because the pills in question are capable of harming health and have a short-term effect. But there was no turning back for Lu Sen. He wanted extremely badly to defeat Zhang and become Grandmaster's disciple. Meanwhile, every resident of the town was doing nothing but discussing the teacher evaluation, which was about to take place soon. Zhang decided to go into his classroom to check what his students had achieved. On the way to class, he met his students who were carrying buckets of something unknown. Zhang greeted the boys and asked them what they planned to do with the buckets. The boys explained that there was ink in the buckets, but Zhang did not understand how the ink helped the young men train. The fact was that as soon as the yin energy appeared in Zhao's body, she became even more attractive, and many cast ambiguous looks in her direction, and the boys did not like it. Zhang still didn't understand why boys needed ink if they could just kick suitors. The boys said that they had already been kicked out, but for 2 days, 3 strange elderly men walked around the class. To the boys, they looked as if they could not be defeated, so the young men decided to cover them with ink. Zhang thought when it came to the 3 elderly people and wondered if they were sometimes teachers. The boys were sure that it was not the teachers. Their object of interest was the girls of Zhang's class, with whom they probably imagined various dirty things. Zhang agreed that such actions were unacceptable, so he gave the go-ahead for the boys to be splashed with ink. The boys smiled and were glad that the teacher supported their initiative and did not scold them for it. Therefore, Zhang told the boys to return to the classroom for individual instruction as soon as they finished dealing with the abusers. Zhang sighed heavily that any stranger could walk into his class, and it confused him. Within seconds, Zhang heard shouts and commotion coming from the street. The teacher immediately ran to the source of the noise to find out what was the matter. The guys did get their way and poured ink on those they considered wrongdoers. When Zhang saw who was under the cover of ink, he immediately recognized the trio of Grandmasters who confessed that they had been disguised in ordinary clothes and had therefore been misunderstood. Zhang was embarrassed when he realized what had happened, but he did not understand why the 3 men were secretly spying on his students. But the boys still did not believe that these were Grandmasters, because in their eyes they were shameless grandfathers. After that, Zhang gave the boys a big kick to make them think before doing something. Zhang took the Grandmasters to his room, where he gave them a chance to wipe off the ink and apologize to the men. The Grandmasters reassured Zhang that it was not his fault because they themselves had provoked the students. Now Zhang was trying to figure out why the three respectable men were still spying on the class. Master Lu didn't know what to say, but he was preceded by Master Zhuang, who said that he had a friend whom they hadn't seen in a long time, and the atmosphere in the classroom was also good. Zhang did not believe that the Grandmasters had come to his classroom for the sake of the atmosphere, because the classroom did not look the best. Master Zhang still decided to get down to business and asked Zhang if he had any idea why they had come. Zhang immediately understood what was being said, because the Grandmasters wanted to take him as a student. The masters even offered Zhang to choose anyone among them as a mentor. Zhang smiled and asked if he had the option to refuse such an offer. The Grandmasters did not expect such a statement, because they were already ready to fight for Zhang. Master Lu decided that Zhang needed time to think before making such a serious decision, so he gave it until the next day. The Grandmasters convinced Zhang that he should not lose the talent he was gifted with, so the path of the Grandmaster was destined for him. Zhang assured the masters that he would definitely consider their proposal and report his decision. The Grandmasters will be waiting impatiently for Zhang's reply, so they decided to visit him tomorrow. Before the Grandmasters left, Zhang decided to ask them where he could find poison books. The Grandmasters pondered and remembered that in the field of poisons, no one could surpass the Poison Hall. Zhang did not know what it was about, because he had not come across such information among the books of the kingdom's libraries. Master Lu said that the Poison Hall belongs to the Poison Master Guild, where poisoners are able to make people defenseless. Master Lu continued that the Poison Masters were expelled by the great powers of the continent, and when the guild was destroyed, many Poison Masters died. As a result, those who managed to survive secretly formed the Poison Hall and hid among the mountains and rivers. Zhang was stunned by the master's story, but in the end, the master's words made no sense because it was unknown where this poisonous hall was. Master Zhang warned Zhang that poisoners often test powerful drugs on themselves, so one should be careful. When the master asked for what purpose Zhang was interested in this, Zhang assured that he was just curious, without any extra details. Master Lu said that although he did not know the exact location of the poisonous hall, he had heard that the edge of the hall was located in the Red Lotus Ridge. Master Zhuang added that in addition to the Poison Hall, the Grandmaster's library also had books on many professions, including some information on poisons. In this way, the masters hinted to Zhang that when he became a Grandmaster, he would have unhindered access to the library. Zhang thought about it because he needed the information, so if he couldn't find the poisonous hall, then the Grandmaster's library was his only option. The Grandmasters once again reminded Zhang to think about their proposal, and then said goodbye to the teacher. Zhang thought about how he should be, because he did not want to recognize any of the three masters as his teacher. And then the teacher had the idea that he himself could become a teacher in the role of Grandmaster Yan. Already on the street, the Grandmasters pondered why Zhang did not agree to their proposal. Master Zhang suggested that Zhang's thoughts were now occupied by the upcoming teacher evaluation. Therefore, the masters decided to attend Zhang and Lu Sen's match after solving their questions. The masters agreed that it is impossible to have one teacher for a lifetime, so they wanted to become students of Grandmaster Yan. After all, according to the men, Grandmaster Yang was much more powerful than themselves, and thanks to him they could make a breakthrough. Zhang, having changed into the Grandmaster's costume, hastened to his estate. At the entrance, he was met by a butler who informed him that 3 Grandmasters were already waiting for a meeting. Zhang considered the question of who to send for the masters, but now there was no need, because the men had arrived on their own. Therefore Zhang asked the men for what purpose they had come to his estate. The men informed Zhang that they hoped to become his disciples if he did not refuse. Master Lu said that even though they were not as talented as Zhang, they were still willing to share their experiences. Zhang suggested that the reason men wanted to become disciples was that they could not make a breakthrough for a long time. The men agreed with this assumption and really hoped that Zhang would help them. Zhang poured himself freshly brewed tea and told the Grandmasters that he preferred a quiet life and did not like to reveal his identity. Nevertheless, Zhang revealed that he still revealed his identity in the Tianshuan kingdom and even helped others. The Grandmasters listened carefully to Zhang, but did not understand what he was leading to. After brewing some tea, Zhang said that during his journey he happened to meet a talented young man whom he accepted as his disciple and direct heir. Master Lu was stunned by the Grandmaster's statement and assumed that his disciple was Master Zhang Huang. The Grandmaster confirmed the assumption, so if the masters wanted to become disciples as well, then Zhang would be an older brother for them. The Grandmasters were stunned by the Grandmaster's statement and did not know what to say. But in a second, they realized that the Grandmaster had agreed to take the masters under his care. The masters knelt down and began to express thanks for the unprecedented generosity. After the words of thanks, Zhang informed the masters that he travels a lot, but everything will help the masters anyway. And Zhang, in the role of Grandmaster, asked the masters to support and help his student Zhang in every possible way while he was absent. Master Lu assured Grandmaster not to worry about it, as they would do their best to help Zhang succeed. Therefore, Zhang asked the masters to demonstrate a few strokes so that he could give them the necessary advice for improvement, after which they thanked him and were led away by a butler. When everyone left, the butler informed Zhang that while he was away, the emperor had delivered a large number of books to the estate. Zhang was pleased and did not expect the emperor to fulfill his promise in such a short time. Zhang informed the butler that he would be gone for a while, so those who wished could leave a letter. Meanwhile, in Lu Sen's classroom, Wang Tao announced that he had managed to obtain the necessary pills. Wang Tao worried about Lu Sen and questioned whether this was really necessary, but Lu Sen did not back down from his plans. Zhang, meanwhile, was studying all the books that the emperor had delivered in order to create one perfect book about the 7th rank. He carefully read every word to open the acupuncture points and connect the meridians to allow the qi to flow smoothly. After a few hours of painstaking work, when it was already night outside, Zhang managed to reach the peak of the 7th rank. But Zhang noticed that the pace of his development slowed down. The more powerful he became, the harder it was for him to move on. However, he was satisfied with his progress, so he went to bed in a good mood to get a good night's rest before the assessment. In the morning, people from every corner of the kingdom flocked to the arena where the assessment was to take place. Even the king was going to attend this event, because in his opinion it was 3-star. But his son tried to convince otherwise, that it was just a 1-star event. However, the king stood his ground. For him it was an unusual teacher's assessment. When the king arrived at the arena, he showed his son that he was not the only one here, but the head of the Wang Hong clan. At this time, Wang Hong was just greeting the head of the alchemist guild, Yan, in the nearby box. The king's son was surprised that such famous people took the time to attend an ordinary competition. Then the king pointed somewhere with his finger so that his son could see that not only those two had come to the event. Nearby, Elder Tian and his grandson could be seen chatting with the kingdom's physician Yuan and Master Lu. The king also asked his son to look in the direction of the main places that were to their left. A trio of grandmasters were about to enshrine themselves there, and next to them was the emperor and the head of the city, Lord Zhao Feng. The king's son thought that such distinguished guests would not come to such an event, and was no longer certain that this was an ordinary duel. The king pointed to another place where Suyan Qian, the butler representing Grandmaster Yang, was spread out. Therefore, despite the fact that the event is qualified as a 3-star event, the king considered that it is actually a 5-star event. The king's son did not understand why so many nobles had gathered in one place, and assumed that it was all because of teacher Lu Sen. But the king thought differently, because all his thoughts were tied to the second person. And that person was Zhang Huang, who was just entering the arena with his disciples. When Zhang came out, he looked around and also did not understand why the nobles and a large number of other people decided to attend their duel with Lu Sen. While the participants were preparing for the duel, 2 girls were discussing something at the entrance to the arena. The red-haired girl expressed her displeasure to her friend at the expense of Zhang, who agreed to a duel. The girl believed that Zhang managed to get rid of the burden of shame only recently, and now he got into a new mess. The girlfriend of the red-haired girl asked why she is so concerned about Zhang. Because it seemed that the red-haired beauty Shen had fallen in love with teacher Zhang. Then the girls discussed among themselves who can win, taking into account the weaknesses and strengths of the participants. Shen noticed that Zhang's disciples had become much stronger and were likely to move to the 2nd rank within a short period of time. Shen's friend turned her attention to Lu Sen's disciples, who were just entering the arena at that time. Lu Sen and his male team appeared in the arena quite confidently. Only Mo Xiao looked sad. Shen noticed that Lu Sen's students were no less than the Zhangs, and perhaps even better. Fierce discussions also began among the spectators of the arena that Zhang's students had no chance of victory. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of the grand event, which should show who is really worthy of the title of teacher. A man who was a judge entered the arena and announced that the match would begin in a few minutes. Zhang was supposed to choose the first disciple for the duel, but gave the choice to the disciples to choose on their own. Yuan Tao took the courage to go first, because he had been eagerly waiting for this opportunity to show himself for a long time. Lu Sen, unlike Zhang, chose the disciple himself for the first round, and it was Kun Jie. Lu Sen hoped that his student would knock all the spirit out of Yuan, and that he and Zhang would finally learn their lesson. Kun Jie scoffed at Yuan and Zhang's decision to let out a cheer to compete first. Wang Tao, who had been observing the course of events, also believed that Zhang's disciple would be defeated in a flash. The elder standing next to Wang Tao was analyzing the situation, and was glad that the advantage was not on Zhang's side. For some time, the boys stood opposite each other and just looked into each other's eyes. Yuan then asked Kun to treat him as gently as possible, as Yuan pretended to be a weak warrior. Kun laughed at this and said that he never gives up in a fight, so Yuan will have a hard time. Yuan was also not going to give up, so he was ready to put in his best effort to win. Therefore, Yuan smiled at his opponent and stood up, showing readiness for a duel. Kun decided to attack first, so he gained momentum for his upcoming attack. With all his might, he kissed Yuan's face and hoped that this would be the end of it. Yuna stood in his place. Touching the place of the impact, he joked that the impact was like a mosquito bite. Kun was shocked because Yuan didn't even try to block his punch, which was quite strong. Kun then decided to attack again and use the 18 strikes of the market this time. Punch after punch pelted Kun Yuan, but there was not even a scratch on the boy as Lu Sen's disciple rattled off techniques that resembled the names of dishes. The last one was Solera's iron palm, but Yuan gripped Kun's hand tightly. Yuan didn't like that Kun had become a vegetarian because Yuan didn't like that kind of food. Kun looked scared and didn't understand what Yuan was talking about, who was forcefully holding the hand of Lu Sen's disciple. Kun screamed for Yuan to let go of his hand as the pain reached its peak. However, Yuan was not going to let go of his opponent just like that, but on the contrary, grabbed his other hand as well. Kun was already extremely nervous and scared because he didn't know what to expect from Yuan. Fear flashed in his eyes because at any moment Yuan could attack, and Kun was unable to defend himself. Yuan seized the opportunity and used the fiery head kick technique, hitting Kun right on the bridge of his nose. It seemed that Yuan had entered the excitement and was about to leave only a wet spot from his opponent. The beaten Kun could barely hold on and realized that he had underestimated Yuan, who had changed a lot. Zhang knew that even though Yuan had only recently activated his abilities, he could handle his opponent with ease, and Zhang imagined the following picture. Yuan did not agree to Kun's offer to surrender, because he did not want to let Zhang down. Yuan offered Kun to strike several times before those who surrendered, and for this Yuan would pay 500 gold coins. Kun was greedy for money, so he accepted Yuan's deal. If only he had that amount. Yuan reached into his pocket to get all the money he needed and hand it to Kun. At the moment when Yuan grabbed Kun's hand with his other hand, he pushed the money into his palm. And while the Kun is enjoying the profits, Yuan will deliver a crushing blow with his fist, from which Kun washes himself with soup and flies up several meters like a fluffy feather. The battered Kun landed with a thud near Lu Sen and his other disciples. Lu Sen was angry at his student's failure, and if he had known that such a disappointing result would happen, he would not have given him the pill. A day before the duel, Lu Sen gathered his disciples to give them a pill that would enhance their abilities. The box contained pills that would overnight help Lu Sen's students reach the 3rd rank and win the appraisal. But Lu Sen also warned his students about the negative effects of the pill, as once they reached the 3rd rank, their development rate would decrease by 70%. Lu Sen promised to remove this side effect after he became Grandmaster's disciple. Zhu Hong was unhappy with the result and accused Yuan of a sneaky attack, but Yuan believed that everything was honorable, because the referee announced the start of the match. Zhu Hong was furious and considered Yuan a coward who was incapable of striking directly, but the referee confirmed Yuan's words. The match had really started, and it was necessary to be careful. Mo Xiao tried to somehow help the wounded Kun, but Lu Sen sent the boy to the arena. Zhang, on the other hand, chose the capable Zhang Yang from among his own, who had recently achieved considerable success in mastering the spear. Yuan was leaving the arena, and Zhang was proud of him for the fact that the boy had used a cunning tactic. Wang Tao was now rooting for Mo Xiao, who was to defeat Zhang's Zheng Yang. Mo Xiao specialized in the art of wielding a spear and had many techniques in his arsenal. Although Wang Tao did not consider Mo Xiao's movements to be extremely powerful, they were endowed with impressive power. When Mo and Zheng met in the arena, the referee said that the boys could attack each other as soon as they were ready. Zheng immediately went into a fighting stance, but Mo Xiao was in no rush to attack his friend. Zheng was surprised by Mo Xiao's behavior, and did not know why he chose not to defend himself. Zhu Hong shouted at his classmate not to disgrace the honor of the class and attack like a rat. Mo Xiao had been thinking about how to win all the time after comparing forces with Zheng. Everyone in the lodge was also puzzled by Mo Xiao's actions, but Wang believed in the victory of his capable student. Mo Xiao couldn't think of anything better and released the spear from his hands, admitting that he was not Zheng's level. The boy shocked Lu and Wang with his actions, and Zheng couldn't believe that his student had won again, but this time much faster. Shen, who was watching the match, noticed a pleasant trend that Zhang is still talented. Lu Sen was furious with anger, as he had spent a great deal of resources to make his disciples better. Wang also shouted angry words at Mo Xiao that he had let everyone down with his defeat. Mo Xiao knew that the technique that Zheng possessed revealed the very essence of the spear, and Mo could not resist Zheng's disciple, so he decided to surrender. Mo thanked Zheng for the duel and advised him to cherish Zheng, who taught him powerful techniques. Vaughn couldn't fathom how an ordinary disciple could master a spear so perfectly when he was only a second rank. It was the turn of the next contestants to enter the arena, and Lu Sen decided to release Duel. While Zheng was thinking about something, his thoughts were interrupted by Wang Yin rushing into the arena. Zheng had doubts about winning this round, but reassured himself that Wang Yin had been practicing for a long time. Ouyang was also worried about Wang Yin entering the arena and asked Wang Hong about the girl's injury. Although Wang Hong knew about the girl's injury, he invited many doctors to her, but he behaved quite calmly. The judge announced the start of the third round of teacher evaluation. When Wang Yin took a defensive stand, she noticed that her opponent was literally dissolving into space. The guy possessed lightning-fast movement techniques and was like a hurricane. He quickly struck the girl, thinking that she was too slow to react. While Wang Yin lay on the ground, all the spectators chanted the boy's name, which made him bathe in the rays of glory. The boy returned to Lu Sen to show off that he had won this victory for him. But it seems that Lu Sen was not happy at all, and Zhu Hong was actually shouting that the boy was getting on his feet as quickly as possible. Du did not understand what these appeals were for because he was already standing firmly on his feet. And then the picture began to acquire vague outlines and seemed to float, as after a large amount of alcohol. In a few seconds, Du opened his eyes and did not understand what was happening when he saw Wang Yin standing in front of him. The boy hallucinated for a few seconds from Vaughn's punch and thought he had won, when in fact the girl put him on the floor with one punch. The boy quickly gathered his strength and jumped to his feet to continue the fight. The girl apologized for her blow. Since she has recently mastered the technique, she does not yet have complete control over her blow. The boy was still a little inhibited after this, and did not understand what Wang Yin was talking about. Ouyang was shocked by the girl's speed, and the uncle did not regret coming to see this spectacle, because Zhang managed to heal the girl's injury. When Ouyang heard that Zhang could also heal, he couldn't believe his ears. Zhu Hong urged Du to be quick and not distracted by all sorts of trifles. But Lu Sen was worried about Wang Ying's skill, as she was far superior to Du in shadow technique. With just one kick, the girl was able to stop the boy and cause serious injuries. Du was also angry, because Lu Sen had taught him the technique and he couldn't let him down, otherwise he wouldn't be able to look him in the eye. Therefore, the boy did not think for a long time and quickly wanted to strike Wang Yin. But the girl was much more agile and faster than the boy, so she seemed to dissolve in the air. She stopped a few meters away from the boy, who simply punched the space. He couldn't believe that she had managed to jump so far in a second. Lu Sen tensed and understood that the technique the girl possessed was definitely not the style of the Wang family. So Lu Sen couldn't believe that such a hopeless teacher as Zhang was able to teach the girl an incredible technique. Zhang, who was watching the match, understood that Wang Yin's character was still weak and would have to be worked on. While the boy and girl were rushing around the arena from one corner to another, Zhang understood that Wang Yin's technique was dangerous, because if it was used often enough, a lot of strength would be lost. The girl was really already exhausted and could barely keep up, so she really needed a new plan of action. Du was already annoyed by this, because the match was like a cat chasing mice. And he also understood that if he continued at this pace, he would use up all his strength and would not be able to fight anymore. So in the next moment, Du dared to attack Wang Yin by surprise to finally win the round. But the girl was ready for a blow, and waiting for the right moment, decided to repel the attack with her foot. Due to the impact, Du's face was distorted and he again flew down to the ground, unable to do anything. Du, covered in blood, knew that this was his defeat, but he could not lose like this. At the last moment, he grabbed Wang Ying's wrist and pulled her along. The girl did not expect such a despicable act, but Du did not care, because if he did not win, it would be a draw. And both participants flew out of the ring, and therefore Du still managed to realize his plan. Disgruntled spectators began to shout that it was not fair, because Wang Yin should have won. Du's act looked worse than Yuan Tao's. Yuan Tao was angry when he heard such words directed at him, because he had won because of his strength. The referee declared a draw, but both fighters fell outside the ring at the same time. Vaughn was extremely furious that his niece had been humiliated in this way and ordered his servants to write down the offender. Wang Yin returned to the meeting place of her class, where everyone tried to support her, because the girl was very upset. Zhang also reassured the girl, and said that his fault was that he did not notice how the girl lacked confidence. He asked the young and clever student not to make similar mistakes next time. The Grandmasters were impressed by the match, and no matter what happened, they believed that Zhang's chances of victory were quite high. Lu Sen tried to collect his thoughts because he had no chance of making a mistake. While Lu Sen was thinking about who to send to the arena, Bai Chao took the initiative. Lu Sen looked at the boy and agreed with his wish, reminding the boy to use his strongest punches. Zhang decided to release Liu Yang into the arena, whom he also advised not to hold back. Wang Tao was no longer completely sure of his student, although he had been studying fist-fighting techniques for a long time. When the guys were in the arena, the judge gave permission to start the fourth fight. Bai Chao used the steel skin technique and wanted to offer Liu Yang something interesting. Bai wanted to fight Liu exclusively in hand-to-hand combat to see what Zhang had taught him. Liu thought for a second about such an offer from his opponent, and the next moment, Liu rushed to attack Lu Sen's disciple, so that he would not talk too much and fight for real. Bai appreciated Liu's enthusiasm and also rushed to meet the boy in order to win over him. Their fists collided with an insane force that could destroy everything around them. Liu noticed that Bai's steel was not that strong, but still some effort would have to be made. Bai also had to admit that Liu's punch was also quite good and compared it to his steel fist. Their eyes met, and it seemed that there was a tension between them that would destroy everything in its path. The boys threw a lot of punches at each other, but Bai felt that he was inferior to Liu in strength. Liu took the opportunity and decided that it was time to end the fight, that the audience had finally seen the winner. So the boy swung with all his might to finally show what he had learned from Zhang. Bai's eyes were full of fear that made him freeze in place and probably accept his fate. Liu hit his opponent in the shoulder joint, which cracked so that every spectator could hear the sound. Zhang was even a little upset, because in his opinion, Liu Yang still limited himself in strength. Bai's arm was twisted to the other side, and he himself grabbed his shoulder, grunting in pain. The audience was shocked that Zhang's disciple managed to break through the steel armor. Liu himself wondered how he managed to do this, and asked his opponent if he had really studied this technique. Bai shouted that he had studied everything and could not be considered weak. It was just that Liu was too strong. Liu then offered to fight again after recovery, but Bai refused the offer because he did not want to be beaten a second time. Bai asked the referee to accept his defeat and end the fight. The judge warned the boy that if he surrendered now, the teacher evaluation would end there. But the guy didn't care about the rating. It's better to be defeated than scored. The referee accepted Bai Chao's defeat and declared the evaluation over, with teacher Zhang winning. The friend had teased Shen for showing such interest in Zhang. Now everything was clear. Shen frowned as her friend contemplated going to Zhang's in the evening for a couple of lessons. The Grandmasters analyzed the evaluation and understood that Lu Sen's students treated the competition as a normal task, taking care of their own safety. For Lu Sen's masters, the relationship between students was at the level of a contract. When they developed their skills, they treated it like a trade. It was obvious that Lu Sen's intentions were not pure, so he was unable to give the disciples the proper influence. But the masters admired Zhang and his students, who really love him and are ready to make sacrifices for him. The masters had no doubt why Zhang had managed to win the attention of Grandmaster Yang. Meanwhile, Lu Sen decided to enter the arena before anyone understood why he was doing it. Lu Sen began to address Zhang, admitting that he had lost the assessment and that Zhang was capable of teaching his students. But for Lu Sen, strength mattered, and no matter how good a teacher Zhang was, Lu Sen challenged Zhang to a duel. Zhang was surprised by Lu Sen's proposal because he thought that he was already finished. Zhao Yao, who was determined, suddenly jumped into the arena where Lu Sen was standing. The girl was furious, and everyone looked away in anticipation of how the events would unfold. Zhao became angry with Lu Sen when it was already obvious who was the winner and who was the loser. The Lord and Emperor watched the sight and saw the girl reveal her yin body and make a breakthrough. Her eyes burned with anger, and her body underwent new transformations, making the girl stronger. Spectators were amazed that the girl made breakthrough after breakthrough extremely quickly. The anger and desire to fight anyone who insulted teacher Zhang helped the girl transform to the 5th rank. Lu Sen was stunned by the breakthrough of the girl who had been suppressing her cultivation all this time. Before Zhang could look back, his other students were no longer by his side. All of them stood proudly in the arena, ready to protect Zhang's interests because no one dared to insult him. It was now up to Lu Sen to decide whether he would dare to accept the challenge from the disciples. The Grandmasters were shocked by the students' behavior, because they risked their lives to protect their mentor. Grandmaster Lu could not believe that Zhang had managed to reach the highest degree of relationship with students. An honest and just mind and actions consistent with morality, these are the qualities that, according to the masters, a teacher should possess in order to earn high respect. Rumor has it that only 4-star Grandmasters can achieve this level of trust, but Zhang seems to have succeeded. The masters had to admit that they had really underestimated Zhang's talents and skills. Now they understood why Grandmaster Yang accepted Zhang as a student, because the masters themselves would not give Zhang anything new. Lu Sen did not expect such a turn of events, and if he retreats, then people will consider him a coward, and otherwise, if he participates in the duel, then the teacher will be the offender. But it was not the victory that was important to Zhang's student, because they were competing to protect the teacher's honor. Zhang did not believe that the students he had taken in, so that he would not be kicked out of the academy, were ready for such feats for his sake. Zhang assumed that if even Lu Sen had not challenged him, then the disciples themselves would have thrown him to Lu Sen. Even though they were not afraid to compete with Lu Sen, Zhang could not allow them to take such a risk. Suddenly, Zhang found himself in the Heavenly Path library, not understanding why, because he hadn't asked for it. The golden book was approaching Zhang, which puzzled the teacher even more. Zhang didn't know how the book was created the first time, but now it appeared when his students were taking risks for him. Zhang's disciples made a decision and hoped that Zhang would not interfere, because they wanted to show what they were capable of. All of them could not allow Zhang's honor to be dishonored, so they were ready to defend themselves. Zhang was extremely pleased and agreed to the terms of the students, but asked them to protect their lives, and in any case to admit defeat. When Zhang displayed his 7th rank peak, Shen recognized that he was simply hiding his power and didn't want to show it. Wang Tao could not believe his eyes, because even the head of the academy had not reached this level of strength. Lu Sen could not fathom how Zhang had become the strongest warrior in the entire kingdom. But the disciples were eagerly waiting for Lu Sen to finally accept their challenge. Lu Sen still agreed to fight Zhang's disciples and was not going to spare them during the battle. Zhang's disciples were determined and loved that Lu Sen was not going to hold back. Yuan Tao threw his formidable body into battle first to show his true strength. He struck a blow at Lu Sen, and Lu Sen barely kept his defenses to avoid collapsing under the pressure of the disciple. But Yuan Tao managed to dislodge Lu Sen, and he braked against the wall of the arena. Lu Sen was angry, because in the entrance exams, Yuan had barely reached the initial stage of rank 1, but now his power was beyond belief. Yuan Tao covered himself with protrusions that resembled scales and asked Lu Sen if he was willing to hold back any longer. Wang Tao and the elder sitting next to him were shocked when they saw the ancient dragon blood technique. The elder thought about how this kind of equipment got into the kingdom. He abruptly got up and hurried off, ordering Wang Tao not to tell anyone about their deal with Lu Sen. Yuan Tao, meanwhile, taunted Lu Sen, who could avoid tears and injury if he conceded defeat. But Lu Sen was not going to back down and had to admit that they were really worthy opponents to fight. Therefore, Zhang's disciples decided not to leave even the slightest chance for Lu Sen. They performed a combo attack where Zhang rose high into the air to make full use of his spear. Zhang threw it with all his might, and the spear flew straight at Lu Sen, who had seconds to make a decision. Lu Sen swerved to the side, but the spear managed to catch his face and left a small scratch. Lu Sen jumped to the side to avoid being finished off by the spear. Taking the opportunity, Wang Yin decided to attack Lu Sen from behind and aimed a blow at his head. But Lu Sen used the butterfly bolt technique and did a backflip and dodged the blow. He was hoping for the slightest respite and understood that Du really didn't keep up with the shadow technique. As soon as he thought this, Liu Yang wanted to punch the teacher hard, but Lu Sen dodged it as well. After that, he was going to counterattack the boy, who had not yet managed to change his position. However, Wang Yin rushed to the boy's aid so that Lu Sen would not hurt him. She was going to punch the teacher in the diaphragm so that he would lose his balance. But Lu Sen managed to analyze the coming blow and grabbed the girl's leg. He spun it in the air and threw it at Liu Yang, thus neutralizing both opponents. The teacher then landed a few meters away from Zhang's students who were lying on the ground. He noticed a strange blue mist enveloping the arena and realized that it was Zhao Yao releasing his aura to narrow the teacher's field of vision. Yuan Tao suddenly jumped out of the thick blue mist, who did not let himself be forgotten. Lu Sen concentrated all his energy and flames began to appear in his hands. He created a shield of fire in front of him using the flying dragon palm technique. But Yuan Tao did not give up the hope of breaking through it and striking at Lu Sen. Old Lu was angry with his son for using the family's secret technique against the disciple. Shen knew that such a shield was quite strong, as it created a sphere of qi outside the body that was able to protect against any attacks. Liu Yang twirled his spear with all his might to try and break down Lu Sen's strong defense. Yuan Tao fell to the ground so that his classmate could execute his intended attack. Liu used the ice dragon flight technique against the teacher, which was supposed to destroy the fire sphere. Lu Sen concentrated all his energy to counter the disciple's technique. But every second he realized how difficult it was for him to do something like that, because Liu was no weaker. Eventually, Dragon Liu broke through Lu Sen's fire defenses and the master was thrown back by the blast wave. Wang Tao was shocked that the disciple's strike was able to break through Lu Sen's defenses. The man standing next to Van said that the boy's spear determination was quite powerful, and he would achieve great success in this technique if he continued to practice. When Wang Tao turned around to look at the man, he saw that it was his father, who, as it turned out, had come to meet his brother Zhang Yang. He also explained that teacher Zhang is half his teacher, so the son should call Zhang uncle. Wang Tao couldn't believe his ears and couldn't fathom how it was that Zhang was his uncle. While catching his breath, Lu Sen realized that all of his disciples were doomed to defeat in advance, and such thoughts angered him and provoked him to anger, because he really underestimated Zhang's students. Zhao did not want Lu Sen to take too long to recover and decided to attack with the ice fern technique. Lu Sen, who had not yet really recovered his strength, knew that he would be followed by another attack. He tried to block the girl's blows, but such actions were given to him with difficulty. The teacher grabbed the girl's hand, and her attack hit the ground next to Lu Sen. Without giving the girl a chance to move, Lu Sen was about to launch his attack. But Zhang's students worked in harmony and protected each other despite everything. Liu gave Lu Sen a blow under his breath, causing him to become disoriented, and didn't immediately realize what had happened. Anger filled his eyes, and Zhang's snarls were already visibly annoying Lu Sen. Meanwhile, while Lu Sen recovered from the blow, Zhao tried to get out of his trap. But Zhang's disciples were in no hurry to leave Lu Sen without surprises, so they attacked every second. This time, Wang Yin took the initiative and gave the teacher a good kick on the shin. Taking the opportunity, Zhao decided to finish what she had started and used ice fern again. This time the technique was successful, and the girl managed to cover half of the teacher's hand with ice. Liu Sen's eyes became bloodshot with anger and veins began to appear on his face. He was so angry that he had to defend himself all the time that he scattered Zhang's disciples to the side. Shen's friend did not understand that Lu Sen could be so mean to the students because she always thought that he was kind to them. Shen tried to shout at Zhang to stop this nonsense, but the teacher didn't even hear her. Lu Sen, with hundreds of wounds, was not going to give in to Zhang's disciples and wanted to teach them. He tore off his cloak and shouted that he was a star teacher and would not allow such a thing to happen. While Lu Sen was focused on his own ego, large hands crept up from behind his back. Yuan Tao grabbed the teacher from behind and pressed him against him, preventing him from making any movement. Zhang's students were happy that they were able to achieve what they wanted and already felt the taste of victory. A few days before the assessment, Zhang's disciples secretly thought of a plan to teach Lu Sen. Zhao knew that Lu Sen possessed the dragon defense technique, and it would not be easy to break through such a shield. Zheng decided to take it upon himself to solve this problem with his spear, and Yuan Tao agreed to restrain Lu Sen for as long as it took to make things work. Liu shouted to Yuan that now was the best time for him to use his technique. Yuan Tao listened to his friend and immediately covered himself with scales similar to dragon scales. Lu Sen understood that the boy was extremely heavy and could not move even a millimeter. Zhang immediately understood what his student was up to. He used the rooting technique and stood firmly in one place thanks to it. Lu Sen tried to undermine the boy's fighting spirit with all kinds of shameful remarks, and he hoped that this would help him break out of the embrace, so he tried to realize what he had planned. But the attempt was not successful, and the teacher remained trapped in the boy's arms. Yuan Tao remained unperturbed as if he did not use any extra strength for his actions. But Lu Sen was incredibly furious and tried in every way to break free from such shackles. He saw that he couldn't do anything, so he hit the boy in the face with the back of his head with all his might. Yuan Tao cried out in pain, but continued to hold his abuser tightly. Zheng understood that no matter how strong his classmate was, he would not be able to restrain the teacher for long. So the boy rushed to help his friend to finish what he started once and for all. Zheng swung his spear to launch his decisive attack on the teacher. Zheng's spear flew towards the offender with determination and ruthlessness to show his true intentions. The sharp end of the spear stopped a millimeter from Lu Sen's chin. Zheng, who held his spear at the ready, demanded that Lu Sen concede defeat. But Lu Sen was not ready to admit defeat, especially in front of Zhang's disciples. He pushed Yuan Tao and used the boy as his shield to avoid the attack. If Zheng wasn't so good with the spear, he could have hurt his friend, but he came to his senses in time. Therefore, Zheng decided to attack the enraged Lu Sen from behind to help Yuan Tao. The audience was shocked by Lu Sen's act that the star teacher had fallen so low. Lu Sen pushed Zheng away, and he lost his balance and fell, dropping the spear from his hands. Yuan Tao, who was still holding the angry Lu Sen, was worried about Zheng and wanted to help him. Lu Sen seized the moment and tried to break out of Yuan Tao's arms again, but Wang Yin could not allow this to happen and came to the rescue to finally defeat Lu Sen. Wang Yin understood that Lu Sen was too persistent, but she was not going to back down either. So with all her might, she kissed Lu Senyu's face from her leg while Yuan Tao held him. Liu also decided to use the opportunity to charge Lu Sen with his fist. The blow landed squarely on Lu Sen's face and he winced in pain. Zhao was not going to forgive Lu Sen for his prank on Yuan Tao, who he used as a shield. The girl used the ice fern technique and was already rushing towards Lu Sen to finish him off once and for all. Wang Tao held his breath, because in a few minutes, something he had never even imagined could happen. Ouyang and Wang were also preoccupied with the events in the arena and were numb in anticipation of how the events would unfold. Zhang suddenly appeared in the arena and stood in front of his student to block her attack. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, but Zhang ordered her to stop immediately. Yuan Tao, who was still holding Lu Sen, did not think that Zhang would feel sorry for Lu Sen. When everyone stopped, Zhang ordered Yuan Tao to release Lu Sen from his tight embrace. The boy listened to the teacher and let go of Lu Sen, who also looked confused. Zhang admitted that his students must have trained for a long time for such attacks, but there were certain nuances. Zhang turned to his students for someone to explain to him exactly what he meant when he intervened and stopped the duel. Lu Sen's disciples were frightened, as they only now realized the risk they had taken when they agreed to the duel. The emperor, who was trying to figure out what was going on, turned to the Grandmasters for help. The Grandmasters did not have a concrete answer and believed that Zhang was too strict with his students. Lu Sen, who was catching his breath, could not understand what was happening because the combined attack of the disciples almost overcame him. Zhang noticed that none of the students could explain to him why the match had stopped, so the teacher decided to do it himself. Zhang began to tell everyone about the mistakes that had been made in the duel with Lu Sen. Lu Sen was shocked to see how Zhang was detailing every movement of his students, showing great knowledge as a strategist. The Grandmasters were shocked by the fact that Zhang talked about the correct construction of techniques and strikes, which are capable of creating miracles by multiplying the strength of fighters several times. When Zhang finished making his corrections, he inquired if everything had been absorbed by his students, and they nodded in agreement in response. Zhang liked that the students memorized information quickly, so he now gave the go-ahead for them to continue the duel until Lu Sen conceded defeat. The students were stunned by Zhang's decision because they believed that the duel was long over. Lu Sen also did not expect such developments and was shocked that Zhang stopped the duel just to point out the student's mistakes. A man appeared in the arena asking for mercy for Lu Sen, and therefore the match should not be continued. The man turned out to be Lu Sen's father, who came to kick his son for his shameful behavior. He also ordered Lu Sen to refer to Zhang as uncle, further humiliating Lu. The emperor and the lord also did not expect to hear such a thing, and thought that they had heard something wrong. But old Lu slapped his son so that he would finally show respect to Zhang, because he addresses Zhang as a brother. Old Lu was angry with his son and almost leveled him to the ground if Zhang hadn't intervened. Lu Sen rose to his feet and shouted to Uncle Zhang that even though he had won the grade, he would not become Grandmaster's apprentice. In order to achieve such a thing, one must first become a star teacher, and in Lu Sen's opinion, he was still a second-rate teacher. Old Lu took his son by the ear and dragged him away from Zhang, apologizing for bothering Zhang. Zhang reassured the old man that everything was fine, as Lu Sen just wanted to become Grandmaster's disciple, and being single-minded was a great trait. Zhang turned and saw 3 Grandmasters walking towards him, whom he gladly welcomed. He made a request to them about Lu Sen, who had not been behaving quite properly, but Zhang believed that Lu Sen was the perfect candidate to be the Grandmaster's apprentice. Lu Sen did not expect Zhang to show such mercy to him despite the competition. The Grandmasters folded their hands and bowed to Zhang in agreement with elder brother's words. The emperor was stunned that Master Zhang was older than all 3 Grandmasters. Zhang explained to everyone that he was Grandmaster Yang Huang's disciple, and also the only disciple. Lu Sen was depressed when he heard that, because all this time he had been competing with Zhang for the opportunity to become Grandmaster's apprentice. But for Zhang, it was already a past level. Grandmaster Lu agreed with Zhang's words and spoke positively of Lu Sen, offering him to become his disciple. Lu Sen knelt before the Grandmaster and gladly accepted his sincere offer. Lu Sen also apologized to Uncle Zhang for his actions because he was stupid and blind in his intentions. Lu Sen begged Grandmaster Lu for one request that he needed help with. Master Lu was willing to listen to the teacher, so he advised him not to be shy in his statements. Lu Sen admitted that he gave his disciples the crazy demonic breakthrough pill for the sake of victory, but he knows the negative consequences that he cannot fight against. Lu Sen's students were shocked by the teacher's confession and believed that his reputation would deteriorate after this. Master Lu also did not expect such a confession, because he understood that such a pill was forbidden to use. The other Grandmasters explained to Lu Sen that this would negatively affect the student's achievement in the future. Master Lu did consider Lu Sen to be a fool and had great doubts about helping to solve the matter. Lu Sen was in despair that even the Grandmaster was unable to help solve the problem. Zhang pondered that no matter how incredible the toxins were, he could still help Lu Sen's disciples by infusing his own ki. Therefore, he offered his help to Lu Sen, surprising the man with unprecedented generosity. Zhang promised that he would later prepare a medicine that would neutralize the residual poison in the students' bodies. Lu Sen fell at Zhang's feet and thanked the new uncle profusely for his help. But Zhang quietly asked Lu Sen if he still had those pills and could he tell where he got them. Lu Sen didn't know what to say to him because on the one hand he was indebted to Zhang for his help, and on the other hand, he didn't understand why the teacher was forbidden from taking the pills. Zhang's students were proud of their teacher and were finally satisfied that Zhang was being recognized as he deserved. Ever since Lu Sen had summoned Zhang, the disciples had been filled with anger, and that anger had motivated them to finally get Zhang respect. The judge decided to sum up the results of the competition and finally announced Zhang's victory. A few days after the evaluation, all the students in the academy seemed to have lost their minds and could no longer contain themselves, wanting to become Zhang's students. Zhang even had to ask his loyal disciples to go out and disperse the crowd, because Zhang could only hold joint lectures. Grandmasters praised their older brother, who himself did not expect such popularity. Zhang had a certain request for the Grandmasters, which they were willing to listen to. He said that his Grandmaster traveled a lot and had not made any record of Zhang's position, so the man wanted the Grandmasters to help him pass the Grandmaster exam. The Grandmasters accepted this request as an honor and were ready to help Zhang obtain the title. But the Grandmasters warned Zhang that there are certain requirements to obtain Grandmaster status. 2 things are required from the person himself, and the first of them is the achievement of the 7th rank, and the second is the mastery of the state of enlightenment of the serene water glade. Zhang knew that the second stage of mind cultivation was called serene water glade, but he had never heard of the state of enlightenment. The Grandmasters explained to Zhang that the state of peaceful water glade is when a person is able to concentrate and no one can distract them. The Grandmasters were about to explain in more detail, but Zhang stopped them because he was interested in something else. He wanted to learn from the masters how to develop the state of insight necessary for Grandmaster status. Master Lu was surprised by Zhang's question and didn't know what to answer for a while. But later, other masters explained that this state cannot be developed because it is a gift that a person is endowed with by nature. Zhang did not understand why he was not gifted with this gift, as he had already succeeded in the serene water glade. Master Lu rummaged in his pocket and handed Zhang the Stone of Insight, which would help to know Zhang's level. In order to be a Grandmaster of 1 star, the indicator on the stone must be 3, but the Grandmasters assumed that Zhang's indicator was much higher. But they also considered Zhang's young age, which could still affect the outcome, so the masters handed the stone over to Zhang for him to use at a convenient time. Zhang asked the masters where exactly he could pass the exam to obtain the title of Grandmaster. Grandmaster Lu said that the next exam was held in the Tianwu Kingdom, so as soon as Zhang reached the serene water glade state, he could go and try to achieve what he wanted. When the Grandmasters left, Zhang decided to try to test his skills on the stone to see if he had reached the serene water glade state. Zhang gripped the amulet tightly in his palm and waited for it to show the required result. But he was extremely disappointed when he saw the result on the amulet was much smaller than the desired one. After listening to Grandmaster Lu, Zhang believed that he could score more than a 4, and his value had not even reached the 1 mark. Zhang did not believe this result and assumed that the stone was in a bad mood, so the teacher decided to try again. But his result was not crowned with success. If the first was within tenths, then subsequent attempts reduced the indicator to hundredths. With such a score, Zhang didn't even want to become a Grandmaster, so he decided to ask the masters more about mind cultivation techniques next time. Zhang decided to deal with the golden book from the Heavenly Path library while he had time. Zhang noticed that the title, Heavenly Path Book, appeared on the book, which most likely appeared after the disciples' gratitude. Zhang tried to study the book in more detail and try to use it to create a mind cultivation technique. He closed his eyes and concentrated all his energy on the book, hoping that it would help him. Zhang expected some change, but nothing happened, so he opened his eyes. Zhang opened the book and was disappointed to see that the pages were still blank. He hoped that whoever came up with this book had created at least some kind of instruction for it, but there was nothing of the sort. He decided that it was time to stop working on the book and pay attention to it later. As Zhang walked down the corridors of the academy, he was stopped by Zhao, who looked sad. She found out that Zhang was leaving the kingdom and hoped that she was wrong, but Zhang was really going to travel to Tianwu Kingdom. The other disciples, when they heard this from Zhang, begged him to take them with him. Zhang warned the students that there were many dangers ahead of him, and he could not risk the students' lives. But the students were determined and persistent in their desires, so they did not back down from the idea of traveling with Zhang. Zhang agreed to take the students with him, but they would have to take different routes. The students were extremely happy at such a generous offer from Zhang and thanked the teacher. Zhang also returned to his estate as Grandmaster to give instructions to the butler before leaving. He ordered the boy to find Zhang and serve him while the Grandmaster was away, and handed the boy a book of strength enhancement techniques. The boy could not understand the Grandmaster's generosity for such an incredible gift. Time passed quickly, and Zhang was already returning to his classroom in the evening to prepare for the morning lecture. Hundreds of young people gathered to listen to Zhang's lecture at the arena where the evaluation was held recently. People were crazy about Zhang, who was recognized by 3-star Grandmasters at once. Zhang entered the arena and began his lecture by thanking those who chose to listen to him. Zhang told the young students the basics of combining the energies of yin and yang with each other. People immediately started using Zhang's techniques and noticed how easily they managed to break through. Of course, they did not succeed without Zhang's special technique, because the teacher used the skill of transmitting the will of heaven and turned the power of his words into energy. The masters were once again convinced of the uniqueness of Zhang, who was capable of such things. Although Zhang only explained the basics of the first 2 ranks, his words were extremely profound, and hearing his words, those present instinctively followed the instructions. At the end of the lecture, the masters approached Zhang and admitted that the lecture was impressive. Master Lu was curious and went to check Zhang's soul depth. Zhang didn't really want to show off his performance and started pretending to be a humble teacher. But Master Lu assured that if Zhang is capable of lecturing in this way, then his skill is at a high level. Zhang did not believe what Master Lu was saying to him, and was somewhat nervous about it. Other masters also assured Zhang that the indicator was high and they were very interested. Zhang pondered, and suddenly, thanks to the Heavenly Path book, he managed to raise his score. He clenched the amulet in his palm as tightly as he could to determine his level. When he looked at the result, he intrigued the masters who were standing next to him even more. Zhang got a result slightly higher than 5, although yesterday his performance was measured in hundredths. Master Lu told Zhang that with this score, Zhang was close to passing the 2-star Grandmaster exam. While Zhang and the Grandmasters were talking, their conversation was interrupted by Lu Sen, who wanted to show something. Lu Sen wanted to brag about the fact that he had made a breakthrough and had succeeded in mastering the Serene Water Glade technique. Master Lu inquired about Lu Sen's profound level, and Lu Sen was happy to show off the level. Lu Sen scored 1 hole and 8/10, which greatly increased his chances of becoming a Grandmaster. But it seems that no one was as happy as Lu Sen himself, so the man was praised, and the topic of conversation changed. The masters returned to discussing with Zhang again while Lu Sen was out of business. Zhang was holding a medallion on which Lu Sen could clearly see Zhang's result. The result, which exceeded Lu Sen's result by 5 times, simply smeared the man on the ground. Finally, Zhang traveled to a neighboring kingdom, instructing the Grandmasters to deliver the disciples, and he himself went with Shenbing. 3 days ago, the girl suddenly asked when Zhang was going on a trip. Zhang, who had not spoken to Shen for a long time, did not expect to see the girl again. When the girl heard that Zhang was holding a route to a neighboring kingdom, she asked how he was going to get there. Zhang decided that his journey would go with the wind and he would ride an animal. The girl could help Zhang because she was known about the Hall of Animal Breeders, which is nearby in the mountain ridge. Zhang asked Shen about the Hall of Animal Keepers so that she could tell more about the place. The girl told that in this place, people have tamed a large number of animals that serve them, helping in various fields. Zhang was delighted to hear stories about tamed beasts that helped people with their affairs. Zhang and the girl made their way through the thickets, and sometimes it seemed to him that they were walking in circles. The girl encouraged Zhang that the people who live here have tamed flying beasts that can cover large areas. Suddenly, Zhang and Shen were stopped by 2 young men who blocked their way further. Zhang realized that it was most likely robbers. He was used to this kind of thing, and such things happen quite often in this kind of area. Shen tried to explain to the boys that they do not have any evil intentions, but they are just keeping the road to the animal hall. The older man was not ready to let Shen and Zhang go further because this road belonged to the robbers. Some man suddenly appeared from the bushes and threw a stone in the direction of Balabal, and it fell to the ground. The man introduced himself as Yun Tao, the 7th prince of the Hanyu kingdom, and could help Zhang and Shen with their affairs if they waited a bit. Shen was indignant that their road was blocked and demanded an explanation why. The prince assured the girl that he had no evil intentions. He just needed to tame a beast of the 6th rank in order to successfully pass the exam to become a master animal breeder of 1 star. He explained that there was a golden panther living in this area that needed to be tamed, but it was extremely fast and timid. Shen looked at Zhang to see if he would mind waiting for a while, but Zhang was in no hurry, so he would have liked to watch the hunt. Shen and Zhang talked to the prince, who was interested in the purpose of their journey, and when he learned about the beast hall, he promised to help them. Shen was grateful to the prince for his concern, but it seemed to her that they could manage on their own, even though the prince was persistent. While the prince's servants were building a primitive trap, the prince still tried to convince Shen of the need for his help. Zhang carefully studied the traps and couldn't believe that such primitive things would help to catch a predatory beast, so he assumed that it wasn't that simple. Therefore, I decided to ask the prince directly about these traps so that he would tell in more detail. The prince was convinced that his trap was incredible and perfect because it was based on formations. The prince was well versed in this, because he studied not only to be a beast hunter, but also studied the formation in his spare time and was an assistant to the construction master. The prince explained in detail that the flags placed around are capable of radiating the spiritual energy of 8 different elements. When all the flags are set, then the prince will start hunting, and if he succeeds, then the panther will fall into a trap. After saying that, the prince waved the last flag in his hands with all his might. The surrounding meadow lit up like a Christmas tree, and in the middle of the ground a blue unknown sign was visible. Zhang watched the prince's actions with great admiration and was extremely impressed by this. Yun Tao was a construction worker, and just like alchemist workers or fighters, their work process was capable of summoning the book in the library that Zhang was about to peruse. Flipping through the pages, Zhang learns about many new techniques that were invented 3 centuries ago. When the prince finished, he rubbed his palms together and waited for the beast, but Zhang wanted to make adjustments. The prince did not like that Zhang showed even the slightest doubt about the strength of his formation. The servants also almost stoned Zhang for daring to judge the prince's formation. The prince was convinced that even a master of the 7th level would not be able to get out once he got to her, not to mention a beast of the 6th rank. Shen advised Zhang not to interfere, but Zhang wanted to explain something else to the prince. The prince did not want to hear anything from Zhang, so he advised that it would be better to see the result as soon as the beast was trapped. Suddenly there was a sound in the bushes nearby, reminiscent of the crackling of dry twigs underfoot. The prince became alert and realized that the panther was approaching the appointed place. The prince ordered his servant to set fire to something immediately until the panther appeared. The servant listened to his majesty and took a small device, removed the cap from it and began to blow. Shen explained to Zhang, who was interested in what they were setting fire to, that it was female pheromones to attract a predator. From the thickets of the forest appeared a large red beast with massive paws, sharp fangs, and attractive green eyes. The prince ordered his servants to be ready to activate the formation. The beast began to stir around as if it felt that it was in danger. The prince gave the order to enrage the beast and attack it to finally achieve the desired result. The archers drew the string on their bows and prepared to shoot in the direction of the beast. The alarmed panther saw that she was in danger from several positions, so she instantly ran away from where the archers were aiming to save herself. The prince ordered his servants to continue firing their bows to trap the panther. The panther ran everywhere, trying to hide from the arrows. The prince liked this course of events, because everything went according to the plan he had conceived. When Panther ran into the area where the trap was set, the prince activated it. Zhang watched this incredible sight with admiration and understood that one had to be careful with the builders. The prince approached the angry beast and looked into his eyes, enjoying his own success. The prince turned his back on the beast and was proud that he had finally managed to tame the panther. But the servants who looked at the prince looked frightened and warned the prince against the inevitable. One of the ensigns that supported the formation system suddenly fell and destroyed the barrier that restrained the panther. The prince was still engrossed in his own victory and ignored the fact that the panther was leaving the trap. When he felt her breath on him, he turned back and was shocked that the beast was freed from its bonds. The panther was even more enraged, and the servants scrambled around trying to save the prince. The panther swung its massive tail and several servants flew away from its blow. Panthera then turned towards Zhang and Shen's ambush, where she spotted a boy and a girl. She ran up to them, which scared Shen, but not Zhang, who behaved quite calmly and tried to calm the beast. But the beast did not succumb to any appeasement and wanted to destroy everything in its path. Zhang did not wait for the beast to harm him, so he quickly counterattacked the panther without any weapon. Shen and the prince were shocked that Zhang managed to fend off the angry panther with his bare hands. The teacher's blow sent the animal flying several meters away, and if it weren't for the nearby tree, the distance could have increased. Zhang was wiping his hands and trying to tell Panther that he hadn't attacked her, so it was her own fault for attacking him. The prince was still digesting in his mind what he had seen, how Zhang easily handled the 6th-rank beast. The panther scowled after Zhang's last blow and glared in his direction again. She opened her mouth and released her sharp claws, jumping straight at Zhang. Zhang realized that in the end, this was a wild beast, with whom there was no point in negotiating anything. Therefore, Zhang grabbed the panther tightly by the tail and spun it with all his might. The panther didn't expect Zhang to do something like that to her, so she was probably scared. Zhang tossed the panther from side to side as if it were some kind of toy and weighed less than a feather. The prince looked at this sight and wondered what kind of power Zhang possessed to be able to do such things. At some point, Zhang decided that it was okay to make fun of the animal, and left it to come to its senses. He turned to Shen, who was huddled against a tree in fear, and said that they should move on. The girl pointed her finger somewhere behind Zhang's back and looked confused. Zhang turned around and saw that the panther got up quite quickly after such kicks. The prince held his breath as it seemed that the golden panther was about to voluntarily submit to Zhang. The prince was a little upset that he had tracked down the beast for so long to complete the exam, but the beast chose to obey Zhang. So the prince explained to Zhang that if he was willing to take the panther into his service, he should pat her on the head, and she would serve him for the rest of his life. Zhang wondered why the beast obeyed him after Zhang had beaten him, so Zhang decided that such a task was quite easy for him. With his judgments, Zhang knocked down the prince who had put in a lot of effort to catch the panther. Zhang decided to directly ask the panther if it could fly, but Shen was not surprised by Zhang's question, so she decided to explain to him that the beast cannot fly. Then Zhang understood that the beast was of little use because he needed to reach the Tianwu kingdom, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Although if the beast still showed a desire to obey Zhang, then he did not stop him and asked the panther to take them to the Hall of Beasts. The prince explained to Zhang that the animal had suffered severe injuries and therefore needed at least half a month to recover. When Zhang found out how long it would take for the animal to recover, he was upset. Therefore, he asked the prince, as a student of the beast tamer, if he knew any methods of quick healing. The prince began to talk about the first method, which had several nuances, but Zhang interrupted him and asked him to tell about the only quick method. The prince said that there is a method that is available only to Grandmasters, that is, to help the panther break through, and then she will be as good as new. Zhang thought that when the panther was attacking him, Zhang didn't try to find out any information about her, so he should try now. So the man came closer to the beast, admiring its striking beauty. He tried to gain the panther's trust by stroking her and scratching behind her ear. And then, out of all stupidity, he taped the panther on the face so that it would turn off like that. The prince was shocked when he saw that Zhang was breastfeeding, but Shen reassured the boy that it was necessary. When Zhang examined the panther and got all the information he needed about it from the library, he tried to wake up the beast. When the panther woke up, she immediately hid behind a tree in fright so that Zhang would not maim her again. Zhang looked at the beast and explained that all the actions were based on good intentions, as he wanted to help the beast recover from its injuries and move to a new rank. Therefore, Zhang gave the panther a choice. Either she approaches him and he helps her, or everything remains as it is. The panther rubbed against the tree trunk and purred as she expressed her affection for Zhang. And in a few minutes she got out of hiding and moved in the direction of Zhang. Zhang looked at his hand, which was pouring out blue streams of chi energy, and asked the beast not to move. And then he put his hand on the panther's head, and it seemed that the forest clearing was illuminated by thousands of lightning bolts. The prince couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Zhang pouring his energy into the panther to help her break through. Shen was no longer surprised by Zhang's strange methods, because before he had produced such things, the panther, which seemed to have grown new muscles and new shiny fur, was able to make a breakthrough. The prince did not believe that it was so easy to make the beast break through, when even a 2-star master would have to spend several years on it. Zhang admitted that because of the panther's huge size, he had to expend more ki than a normal human would, but he was satisfied with the result. And now that the matter was done, he could move on. Zhang called Shen and thanked the prince for meeting him and wished him success in the future. The prince decided to detain Zhang for a moment longer so that he could explain one thing to him. The prince asked Zhang how he managed to understand that he had made a mistake when preparing the trap. Zhang said that the prince's mistake was quite simple, because he did not take into account the mountain range on which they were standing. The prince explained that he had never faced such a problem, because before that he had succeeded without a doubt. Zhang explained that there are deposits of metal in the rock, and this element is able to resist the wood, which is so necessary to restrain the beast's power. The prince understood that Zhang never ceased to amaze him with such lightning-fast knowledge. Now Zhang and Shen had saddled the panther and were ready to go, when the prince asked if they could go with them. Zhang said that a third person would easily fit on the panther. But what about the prince's servants? Zhang didn't know. The prince assured Zhang not to worry about them, as they would get there on their own, but the servants seemed to have only just found out about it. In this case, Zhang did not object and invited the prince to travel. They raced at breakneck speed through the thicket of the forest, not even having time to enjoy the scenery. But Zhang understood that 3 people still had a convincing weight, and it was taxing on the beast, so he needed to rest. Zhang was pleased with the beast, because thanks to it, he would be able to reach the hall in a few hours. Suddenly it dawned on Zhang that since he had tamed the panther, the prince had failed the exam. But the prince did not care about this, because if Zhang had not tamed the panther, then everyone would have died. Then Zhang became interested in what was needed to pass the exam and began to question the prince. The prince said that there are several stages. It is certain that first there must be a perfect theory about the beasts, and then after some training, the hunt begins. Zhang drew a parallel that the prince's exam is similar to the alchemist exam, which also has theoretical and practical parts. Zhang agreed to help the prince pass the exam and tame some new beast. The prince was overjoyed at Zhang's initiative and jumped to the heavens with happiness. He understood that if a master like Zhang helped him, then he would definitely succeed. Zhang tried to calm the boy down to find out what beast he had in mind to tame. The prince began to go through all the known animals and remembered which one he would like to tame. According to the prince, it was a bird, and when Zhang heard that it was a flying beast, he thought. But the prince explained that the bird he was going to hunt was small, a little bigger than the palm of his hand. Shen noted that a bird of this size is not considered a flying carrier, so it should be treated simply as a bird. The prince explained that the bird is not a fighter, but just very fast, and its strength is at the initial level of the 6th rank. Zhang understood that if the bird was small and also fast, it would not be easy to catch it. The prince told that somehow he destroyed the nest of this bird, and it haunted the team for several days, causing inconvenience. Zhang was amused by the story the prince told him, and he decided that the bird was quite stubborn. The prince said that after the incident, the bird dropped its droppings on his head right in flight. Every time it hits a target, it flies away several meters to continue provoking. Therefore, the prince did not know how to catch her, because she was quick with arrows. Zhang couldn't come up with any plan yet, because he didn't know what kind of bird it was and what its speed was. Shen advised Zhang that when the bird is close to the ground, you can try to catch it, but the prince insisted that the bird is faster than human reaction and cannot be caught with bare hands. The bird seemed to have heard the prince's conversation and was approaching the meadow where they were standing. The prince immediately recognized the winged defender and pointed out her speed to Zhang. In a split second, Zhang was able to make out the bird and see its brown coloring combined with its red beak and long tail. The prince was already visibly nervous and waited for Zhang to do something to catch the feathered one. The bird, as always, in her style, did not miss the opportunity to mock the prince and pecked him in the forehead with droppings. Zhang looked at the bird, and it was clear to him the trajectory of the flight, which could easily be calculated. The prince tried to convey something to the bird, but it didn't look like an agreement, more like swearing. Zhang instantly appeared behind the bird, and before she noticed him, he reached out to catch her. The prince was stunned by Zhang's transfer technique, who was by his side just a second ago. It seemed to the prince that Zhang was like a warrior from a legend, who had the strength of the 9th rank. Zhang held the bird in his hands, thinking that he had easily managed to catch it while it raged. Shen was surprised at Zhang's speed that even such a fast bird did not have time to react. But for Zhang, everything was not important, so he called the prince so that he could finally tame the bird. The prince took the bird in his hand and literally began to chirp to it, speaking in the language of birds. Shen explained to Zhang that it would take 4 days to make a contract with the beast. Zhang did not like this term, so when he asked the prince about taming, the young man replied that he managed to arrange with the bird for 2 days. But it seems that the bird did not know about this, because when it heard the term, it began to chirp loudly and peck at the prince's hand. Zhang was fed up with all this and wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. The prince could not speed up this process because he was worried that if he started to trade again, the terms would be delayed by a month. Zhang did not like this turn of events, so he decided that he would help the prince tame the bird in 10 minutes. The prince did not believe in this because it is impossible to tame a beast of the 6th rank in 10 minutes. Zhang assured that he would succeed in everything, so he asked to hand over the bird. While Zhang was working on the bird, the prince asked Shen if Zhang was also a tamer, but the girl replied that there was no such profession in their kingdom. Zhang took the bird in his arms and looked at it with a menacing gaze, offering 2 possible developments, one of which coincided with the bird's interests. And the second was that Zhang showed the panther bird sleeping sweetly and promised to put it in the beast's mouth if the bird did not obey. The expression of the bird was such that it seemed to have understood everything and thought about its decision about taming. Zhang praised the feathered for making a good choice and for making a decision so quickly. Zhang waved to the prince that the bird was ready to sign a contract, so he should hurry. After several hours of travel, Zhang and his company finally arrived at the Hall of Beasts. The first thing Shen felt was how powerful the aura was next to Zal. The prince explained that before it was only a hall, but over time it turned into a real city where merchants began to live. Walking along the paths of the picturesque city, Zhang asked the prince if the beasts could not escape from the hall, but the prince assured that there was a special guard for this. The prince talked about how many people come from other kingdoms to see the beasts, but the flying beasts are in particular demand, where queues can reach weeks. Zhang was upset that he would have to wait so long, but the prince promised to reserve a place for him once he became a tamer. Then Zhang wished the prince good luck and advised him to hurry because his excitement was fueled by the poison that could strike at any moment. The prince led his new friends to the hall where the exam took place, telling various interesting stories along the way. There they were met by a man with short hair who mocked the prince who could not tame anyone. The prince introduced a man who was also a prince, but the sixth in the kingdom of Baikan, and his name was Zhu Jin. Zhang knew about this kingdom, which was almost indistinguishable from Hanwu, but the prince assured them that they were not rivals because of the kingdom. Another young man appeared in the hall, who noticed the big panther and was certain that now the prince would still pass the exam. But the boy, whose name was Zhou Xuan, and he was the ninth prince of the Qianyuan kingdom, was not completely sure that this was the panther prince, because he was also in the counters with him. The princes continued to mock Yuntao and did not believe that he had managed to tame the beast, rather he borrowed it from someone in order to pass the exam. Yuntao was very angry that the other princes underestimated his abilities and advised him to pass the exam first before saying anything. But this did not affect the princes, and they continued to mock the young man and would have looked with interest at his grade for the exam. Zhang believed that the princes were quarreling because they could not share possessions, when in fact their quarrel was over a girl whose attention they wanted. At that time, a red-haired girl flew up to the hall on a large, fiery bird, and when the bird landed, you could see its likeness, which resembled an eagle. Poets who praise nature, and the moon pale against the background of how beautiful the princes thought a young lady named Mo Yu. Zhang didn't care about the girl. He looked closely at the beast and noticed that the eagle had reached the last step of the 7th rank and was much stronger than Zhang's panther. The boys approached the girl and began to praise her eagle, which, in their opinion, only Mo Yu could handle. Moreover, the boys believed that with the talent of the girl, she was able to subdue any beast. The girl chatted with the princes for a while, and then approached Zhang and Shen to find out the purpose of their visit. Zhang noticed that Shen was talking quite freely with Mo Yu, to which Shen replied that she had met Mo when they were together last time Han Qiang. It was rumored that Mo came to the hall not to become a tamer, but to develop moral fortitude and take the Grandmaster exam in her kingdom. Now Zhang's attention turned to the girl, whom he also considered talented, that at such a young age, she is already a student of the Grandmaster, and also a 1-star alchemist. A man with a scar on his face came out to the young people, who said that the head of the estate and other elders would join later, and in the meantime, he would evaluate the skills. The princes and Mo recognized a man named Hong who was respected in the Beast Hall, but was a 1-star tamer, which meant the man was not qualified enough to take the exam. But the man began to announce the rules, which said that for the exam, it was necessary to tame a beast that should be stronger than the tamer, and depending on this, 3 ranks would be awarded. The man continued that depending on how advanced the beast was, as he trusted the tamer, the more chances to get a higher rank, and since no one objected, Hong suggested to start the exam. The first to display his beast was Zhou Xuan, who managed to tame the fanged wolf at the initial stage of the 6th rank, and with a result on the scanning crystal of 20. Zhang was surprised to see that the crystal used to test Luo Yang's trust was also used for beasts. Hong took a close look at the contestants and decided that they had done well in 2 months, earning them the 2nd rank. The second prince also decided to show off his achievements with the tiger beast, where the result of trust on the crystal was no worse than the previous prince. Mo Yu, who was next, had tamed a celestial beast that was much more difficult, and the bird was rank 7, and the golden eagle's subjugation level had reached the 30 mark, which earned the girl the 1st rank. The princes knew that the girl was quite capable and talented, but they were still shocked by her result and began to envy her. Finally, it was Yuntao's turn, assisted by Zhang, to demonstrate his achievements in taming the beast. The princes mocked the young man, that the first two ranks definitely did not shine for him, and if he received the third rank, then it would be a shame, and in the worst case, he would simply not pass the exam. The Golden Panther had not been tamed by Yun Tao, so the tamer with the scar on his face waited for the young man to show off his beast. The boy was embarrassed, and did not know how to tell him that he tamed the little bird. When everyone heard who the boy had tamed, they fell into a depression, and no longer expected any outstanding results from the young man. The princes laughed out loud at the audacity of the boy who dared to voice such a thing to the tamer. So they continued to taunt him that Yun had not tamed anyone, but was flaunting some unknown bird. But the tamer was a formidable judge, and advised the princes to keep their mouths shut until he made an official decision himself. He looked the boy in the eyes and asked him to repeat whom he managed to tame during his travels through the forest. The boy understood that his statement sounded ridiculous, but still assured that he had tamed the little bird, and he did not have time to check the level of trust on the crystal. Therefore, the young man decided to demonstrate his prey by calling the bird with a loud whistle. The bird heard the call of its owner, and in a few seconds flew to the hall, flying around it several times. The bird ended its flight by perching comfortably on Yun's finger. The princes did not expect to see this because they considered Yun a liar, but now their faces showed surprise and curiosity about the bird. They didn't know that taming such a tiny beast was also considered taming, and still thought that Yun had bought her from the market and let her out of the cage. Tamer Hong reminded Yun that the tamed beast must be stronger than the tamer, and the bird the young man was holding could be killed with his fingers. But Yun insisted that it was possible that the bird, although small and strange-looking, could fly at such an incredible speed that even sixth-rank warriors could not catch it. Hong was angry with Yun and thought that the young man wanted to trick him with his stupid prank. Hong poked his finger at Yun and said that the other members had brought beasts that were worthy of advancing to the next stage, unlike Yun's songbird. But Yun insisted that although the bird was strange, it was the sixth rank, and he was definitely no match for her. The princes also tried to tell Yun that he should not argue with Hun, who made it clear to the boy that he was not allowed to take the exam. Yun tried to convey something else to the examiner, but the man was stubborn and did not want to explain to the boy a third time. Zhang intervened in the matter, who advised Yun to not worry about this exam, because there are only unenlightened fools around. Participants who heard such statements from Zhang were shocked, because with such statements, Zhang was digging his own grave. Yun's eyes were already wet, because he hoped to try his hand next year, but after Zhang's words, he no longer believed in such a miracle. Hong stopped short and glared at Zhang to explain what he meant. Zhang didn't go back on his words, and still thought Hong was a fool because his words had nothing to back them up, because he didn't check, and thus ignored all the rules. No one expected Zhang to start lecturing Hong, who was seething with anger at Zhang's words. Hong Feng considered himself a beast tamer with almost 40 years of experience in the business, and he demanded an immediate explanation from Zhang, otherwise he would not be well. Shen tried to calm Zhang down so that he wouldn't say too much, but Zhang didn't back down and insisted that Hong refused to admit his mistakes. Shen was already noticeably nervous, because she understood that the hall was surrounded by a large number of beasts that were about the 7th rank, and in the event of a conflict, it would be difficult for them to get out of the situation. Suddenly, 3 more men appeared in the hall. 2 of them were beast tamers, and a stout man named Feng was the master of the hall. Yun panicked when he saw the men, 2 of whom were 2-star beast tamers. The princes were convinced that Zhang was creating trouble for himself every minute, defying the wrath of the beast hall. Master Hall turned to Zhang to explain his words, because with such statements, he had actually questioned the competence of the 1-star tamer. Zhang believed that when someone makes a mistake, they should take responsibility for it, and wanted one of the masters to tell him about the bird that Yun tamed. Hall Master carefully looked at the bird, which was sitting calmly in Yun's arms all this time, and assumed that it was an ordinary bone bird that was not worth attention. Hun agreed with the master, because he had come across a description of a similar bird in textbooks, where it was said that the bird has an additional bone on the back that supports the body. Another master explained that there are 3 feathers on the back that emit a characteristic sound during flight, and thus her melodious singing does not come from the throat, but from the feathers on the back. Zhang was still not convinced by the master's statements, so he waited for another explanation that could refute his claim. Hallmaster assured Zhang that it was the bone bird, as she clearly had the same extra bone on her back. Then Zhang phrased the question differently, because everyone saw how the bird made several circles before landing. But did anyone present hear a sound during the flight? Hoon agreed that the strange bird had indeed flown several times, but that it had done so almost silently. Zhang took the bird in his arms and began to carefully examine every detail. In particular, it had golden claws, and not one but 3 extra bones, and there were no feathers on its back that could make a sound. Then Master Zalu thought that if it was not a bone bird, then what kind of bird could it be in such a case? Zhang believed that an ancient beast, the lightning sparrow, was sitting on his hands. Everyone was stunned by how Zhang had focused on the ancient beast. Master Zalu knew that there were many different kinds of wild beasts, and they were the ones with one of the strongest bloodlines. But he was also convinced that it was an extinct species, so it was unlikely that Yun would catch such a rare beast. Hun repeated Master Hall's words and could not calm down, and believed that this was exactly the rare beast in question. The master, whose height was about a meter, was also convinced that most of these species had disappeared, and those that remained had most likely reached the level of spirit beasts. The princes still did not miss the opportunity to sneer at Yun and think that in that case their beasts were indeed primal beasts, but Zhang was completely indifferent to empty chatter. He knew that the Hall of Beasts had the opportunity to check the pedigree of the beast, and only then would he be sure that he was wrong or not. In ancient times, spiritual energy was cruel and harsh. It is far from now. If the strange bird is really an ancient beast, then only a drop of its blood can destroy the current ordinary beasts. Therefore, Master Zalu ordered to prepare a test animal in order to test the bird. And if it is confirmed, it will be a real sensation. In a few minutes, the master was brought an experimental rat, which only needed to taste a drop of the bird's blood. Zhang took the bird closer and extracted from it the very drop of blood necessary for the purity of the experiment. He gave it to a rat to try it, which at first did not understand anything, but in a few seconds its eyes were bloodshot. Thick foam came from its mouth, and the animal died. Master Zalu could not believe his eyes, because the experimental rat was immune to the ordinary blood of high-level beasts. Everyone was waiting for an explanation from Master Hall, but he had no choice but to confirm that the bird that Yun had caught was indeed an ancient beast. Yun was glad that Zhang had just saved him from an embarrassing failure, while the others were still trying to digest the information. Hun became nervous and did not know what to do, because he had made a serious mistake. The princes also understood that they might be in trouble because of their inappropriate taunts towards the rare bird. Mo looked at Zhang and tried to figure out how he could understand what the one-star tamer couldn't. Hallmaster looks at the dead rat and realizes that the blood of ancient beasts is like boiling water, and ordinary beasts cannot withstand such a load. Zhang informed everyone that the ancient lightning sparrow has the ability to absorb lightning to awaken the bloodline, and after reaching the 7th rank, it can cause devastating damage. Now Zhang wanted to hear an explanation from Hong, who hastily fired Yun without checking and admitting his mistake. The man sighed heavily and now understood that he had made a serious mistake for which he would be severely punished. Zhang was confident in his knowledge, because on the way to the hall, he had stunned the bird and created a book about it in the library, so he put so much pressure on Hong, who did not want to admit his mistake. Master Zalu recognized the mistake and decided to give Yun one more chance to pass the exam, and as for Hong, he will be sent to the Beast Forest for 3 years. The princes were shocked by such a severe punishment and understood that it could not be appealed. Zhang quickly found out information about the animal forest from Yun, and found out that it was something like a pigsty that only students usually go to. Hun was led out of the hall while he pondered how he had made such a blunder. When everything was settled, Hallmaster announced that he was ready to take Yun's exam. Zhang encouraged and wished the boy good luck with the exam he had to pass. While Yun was taking the exam, Mo decided to ask Zhang how he knew so much about the bird, assuming that Zhang was also a tamer. But Zhang denied the girl's assumption, which puzzled her, and now she was even more interested in how he managed to tame the bird. Zhang smiled back and said that the bird probably liked him, and began to serve him faithfully. The girl did not force the truth out of Zhang, but offered him a jade brooch from the 2-star Grandmaster Jian Shu in exchange for information. Shen was stunned by the girl's offer, because she knew how valuable the brooch was, even though it had a short-term learning effect. Zhang did not even listen to Mo's proposal to the end, because he was not interested in such a proposal. Meanwhile, the crystal showed that the subjugation level of the Yunyu bird was 40, which meant that the young man had reached an advanced level of taming. At an advanced level of domestication, there was a special bond between the master and the beast, and they entered into a contract. Reaching this level of domestication was already a big indicator. It meant that the bird was far from just following Yun. They had a special bond. Hallmaster tried to find out from Yun how he managed to reach this level, but Yun struggled to find the right words for it. At some point, the boy blurted out that all this was thanks to Zhang, who simply threatened the bird, and it agreed to everything. The masters were shocked by such a situation, because they did not know that the beast could be tamed in such a way. The master began to reconsider that perhaps it is necessary to tame wild animals in a different way, to treat them with violence, and not with caution and care. The master immediately asked Yun where he could find Master Zhang, who helped the boy tame the bird. Yun smiled and assured the master that there was no need for that, as Zhang was standing by ready to ask questions. Yun assured that even though Zhang is still young, he has quite strong abilities to tame beasts. In particular, he tamed a panther in 10 minutes. Hallmaster was shocked by such a statement, and could not believe that a wild beast could be tamed in such a short time. The master began to ask Yun what technique Zhang used to cope so quickly, or did he use something out of the ordinary? But Yun assured the masters that he did not notice anything strange, only that Zhang had beaten the panther, and after that she began to trust him. The masters did not know how to answer such a question, because they had never used such a technique in their practice. Yun also admitted that he tried to tame the panther himself, but underestimated its power and was saved from imminent death by Zhang. The masters still did not believe in such a thing, because they had put a lot of effort into learning the theory of taming and practiced a lot. But Zhang did it so casually. The master looked at Zhang mysteriously, but did not yet dare to approach him to talk. Master asked Yun if Zhang was a tamer who knew some new techniques. But Yun denied this, and said that Zhang hadn't even passed the exam. Maybe he was just a novice who was learning such techniques as an amateur. Master asked Yun if he could ask Zhang if he was ready to become a tamer and take the exam right now. The master already had plans for Zhang, seeing him as a treasure that could help advance the tamer branch among the others. Yun approached Zhang and told him everything Master Zalu had told him. Zhang weighed all the pros and cons of this proposal, but he understood that he came for something else. He was confused by the poison in his body, which could negatively affect his health at any moment. But Yun tried to convince Zhang that after passing the exam, Zhang would have many benefits, including choosing any beast for free. Zhang was fired up when he heard that after the exam, he would have the opportunity to choose a beast, and all for free. So Zhang decided to change his plans and try his best to pass the exam. Mo thought that Zhang was some kind of reckless fool who agreed to take the exam so quickly as if it were some kind of game. Shen also didn't know how to explain Zhang's behavior, but she hoped that he knew what he was doing. Master Zalu dared to speak to Zhang, telling in detail about all the advantages that await him. But to get all these advantages, Zhang will need to pass the exam, including the theoretical part. Before agreeing to the exam, Zhang asked if the master had any taming books so he could look at them. The master was surprised by Zhang's desire, but allowed him to use this opportunity because Zhang assured him that he was nervous and needed to read the literature. The hallmaster asked his colleague Liu to take him to the library so that Zhang could look through the necessary books. The princes also did not understand Zhang's desire and thought that he was obsessed and would not pass the exam. Shen tried to figure out what Zhang was up to, because she had already witnessed a similar situation and assumed that Zhang had a photographic memory. When Zhang got to the library, he couldn't believe what volumes he needed to look through. In order to understand all the information in the library, Zhang will need at least 3 days, and this is provided that he does not lose his mind. Zhang tried to come up with a plan that would allow him to get the information he needed as quickly as possible and combine it into one book in the library. Zhang understood that he could get information by just touching an inanimate object, so he assumed that this could be done with bookshelves. When he opened the book, he saw how the information was extremely structured, but not about the animals, but about the material from which the cabinet was made. Zhang got angry and threw the book at his feet, because it was not what he needed. Zhang sat down by the wall to make notes on how he could solve this problem in a short time and pass the exam. It occurred to him to try to touch the books, and perhaps in this way he might find out something about taming. He stood up and walked over to the first bookshelf, hoping that this time he would succeed, and Zhang finally got the desired result. At this rate of reading books, he managed to absorb large amounts of information. Meanwhile, Master Hall together with Master Feng were preparing for Zhang a list of questions to which clear answers had to be given. Hall Master was convinced that Zhang was extremely skilled because he was able to recognize the ancient lightning sparrow, so the man did not want to miss out on Zhang's talent. The master would also benefit from the fact that if Zhang successfully passes the exam, then perhaps the master will be promoted to 3 stars. Master Feng said that he watched Zhang for a while he was in the library and noticed that he was darting from shelf to shelf very quickly. Master Zalu was very surprised at this level of training because he had never seen or heard anything like it. The master was also concerned that Zhang would not cause mischief in the library because valuable tomes were kept there. But the master did not have time to reach the library because Zhang had already finished his training and was ready to take the exam. The princes understood that Zhang had received a special honor because he did not pass the apprentice exam and was immediately admitted to the tamer exam. Even Mo had not received such an honor. Zhang looked a bit tired after several hours of tossing around the library, and Yun suggested that he rest if he wasn't ready yet. But Zhang insisted that he was fine and could continue. However, he was not happy that the hall master was offering him a written exam. He understood that he could not hold a pen in his hands now, so he offered to pass the exam in the format of a discussion. The masters convinced Zhang that although this was a fairly quick way to pass the exam, it was also more difficult. Yun also told Zhang that he wouldn't have a chance to think about his answers, and one mistake could be fatal. Master Zalu also explained to Zhang all the risks of this format, because thoughts and answers must be clear and understandable without the right to correction. Zhang grew even more tired of this chatter, but assured that he understood all the risks that lay ahead of him, but this format was the most convenient for him. Then the master did not contradict Zhang, and since he clearly understood all the consequences, he decided to give Zhang an oral exam. No matter what question the master asked, Zhang answered it quickly and comprehensively, which made it clear to the masters that he was extremely talented, and it was no wonder that he was able to recognize the lightning sparrow. Zhang had taken the first stage of the exam with ease, so he was looking forward to the next one so that he could get it over with and get down to business. The master assured Zhang that he had successfully managed the first stage, so now it was time to move on to the second, where he had to tame the beast with half a month of time to spare. But Zhang didn't like this course of events, because it was too long for him, so he asked the masters if they had any untamed beast that could be tamed quickly. The princes were shocked by Zhang's statement and thought he was crazy because he did not understand what he was saying. Master Fen assured Zhang that each beast was extremely valuable, and there were no untamed ones among the hall, because such a beast could wreak havoc. Then Zhang looked at Eagle Mo and asked the girl if he could borrow her beast to tame it. The girl was outraged by Zhang's request and did not understand how such a thing could come to his mind, because a tamed beast is something like a second half for a tamer. Mo yelled at Zhang that it was very impolite to ask such a thing, and it was the first time she had ever heard someone ask such a thing. But one of the princes tried to convince the girl that letting Zhang tame her eagle was not such a bad idea. After all, the prince considered Zhang a narcissistic and arrogant man who believes that the theory and practice of things are similar. Besides, a high level of trust was developed between the girl and the eagle. Another prince was convinced that Zhang should be taught a lesson not to be so arrogant, because even experienced masters are not capable of such things. Mo thought that it was almost impossible to tame a tamed beast, so this was a good opportunity to look at Zhang's methods. Therefore, she agreed to this adventure and gave permission for taming, and if Zhang succeeds, he can keep the eagle for himself. Zhang asked the masters if he would be credited for the exam if he did tame Eagle Mo, and the masters assured him that this would allow him to pass the exam. Mo wanted to say something to Zhang about what she would do to him if he failed to tame Eagle, but Zhang didn't listen to her because he was busy with Eagle. Zhang told Oral that he was not willing to mess with him for long, because his mistress had borrowed Oral for an exam, and Zhang hoped to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Zhang assured Oral that if he obeyed him, Zhang would help Oral break through to the next rank. But Eagle defied Zhang and attacked him, but Zhang managed to dodge the blow and jump to the side. Oral was furious, and everyone who watched it was pleased that Oral would put the narcissistic Zhang in his place. Zhang did not put up a fight for long, and realizing the eagle's disobedience, decided to strike back at him so that the beast would understand who he was dealing with. He slapped the bird hard, causing it to fall to the ground with a thud. The masters were shocked that Zhang hit the bird so easily and the blow was able to stop such a formidable beast. Mo was angry that Zhang would allow such things to happen to her beast, but Yun tried to calm the girl down, explaining that it was a form of taming. Mo didn't understand how to tame a beast like that, but Yun explained that this was the method Zhang had used to help him in the forest. The girl panicked that Aurel might take offense and fly away and did not trust Zhang's method very much. The princes were stunned that Zhang managed to take down the eagle with a single blow, who had an essentially phenomenal level of defense. Mo remembered the efforts she had to make to tame the beast, feed him, and even after that he did not willingly agree to serve her. The princes tried to reassure Mo that after the beating the eagle had a moment of weakness, and in a few seconds he would return to his usual state. But Yun insisted that this is just an effective technique that Zhang works on, and it is bearing fruit. The masters assumed that Aurel still gave up in this fight, but they did not understand how it happened, because they also repeatedly used brute force on the beasts, but to no avail. Zhang stood contentedly next to the eagle and waited for the masters to confirm his success in the exams. The masters assured that for an accurate result, they need to check the level of obedience of the eagle, and then they will be able to make a final verdict. Zhang and Aurel touched the crystal and waited for the result to appear, confirming or disproving Zhang's victory. One of the princes also tried to reassure Mo, because she already had a high level of trust from the bird, so it was unlikely that Zhang would be able to surpass him. Another prince also assured the girl that he would hardly be able to achieve anything with such a barbaric method. However, Mo was even more enraged by such reassurances, and she kicked the princes to stop them talking so much. The guys tried to do their best, and waited together with everyone for the results of the crystal. When the result of 45 appeared on the crystal, they could not believe their own eyes that such a thing was really possible. The master looked at the crystal carefully and pondered how Zhang had achieved such high scores, so the master had no choice but to acknowledge Zhang's absolute victory and declare him the tamer of 1 star. But Mo disagreed with this decision because, in her opinion, Zhang did not fulfill all the requirements of the exam. She explained that in order to successfully pass the exam, Zhang needed to tame a beast that should surpass the tamer in rank. Although Zhang managed to tame the eagle, but the bird was definitely not up to Zhang's level, which is why he was able to achieve his desired result so easily. The master agreed with the girl's words, and the man wondered whether in such a case it is really possible to credit Zhang with the result. Zhang resented that he was not considered a tamer, since he had done everything the hall master asked him to do. But Mo insisted. She believed that the eagle should be a higher rank than Zhang, so the fact that he had tamed him could just be considered a gift. Zhang was not confused, looked at the eagle and told him that now it was his turn to show his strength. The eagle wrapped its wings. A strong wind blew around, and the bird began to make a breakthrough. Hallmaster was stunned that the bird was making a breakthrough, and not just a breakthrough, but the evolution of the pedigree. Everyone looked with admiration at the bird, which became even stronger every second. Master Fen couldn't believe his eyes, because such a breakthrough is unique and quite rare, more like a mutation. The princes were no longer so negative about Zhang, who was able to achieve unique things with just 1 hit and made a powerful breakthrough for the beast. Mo couldn't believe that the beast she tamed hadn't been given any herbs or things like that to help make such a powerful breakthrough. But unlike Mo, Yun did not hide his admiration for Zhang's skill, who was still showing off his greatness. The bird that had completed its transformation looked incredibly majestic and even more powerful than before. Zhang looked at his new protege and wondered if he could be considered to have passed the exam in this case. The masters were stunned and speechless. After only a few minutes they recovered and had to admit that Zhang was indeed a master of his craft. Master Zalu hesitated for a long time, but still decided to ask Zhang about something that was bothering him. But Zhang seemed to have read the master's mind, and knew that he was interested in how the golden eagle had succumbed to the evolution of the bloodline so quickly. According to Zhang, it was quite simple, as he used the golden sparrow's blood essence and fed it to the eagle to achieve the desired result. Although the method looked rather strange and incomprehensible, Zhang had known cases where an ancient beast absorbed the essence of another ancient beast and reached the evolution of the bloodline. The masters thought about Zhang's words, but the result stunned them, So they decided that they should try things like this in the future. When Zhang finally passed the exam, he asked the masters which air beast was best to use to reach the Red Lotus Ridge. The master pondered and explained to Zhang that the ridge was thousands of kilometers away from the Tianwu kingdom, and if Zhang used even the eagle, he would reach his destination in about half a month. Zhang was upset by such long deadlines, and he also knew that there were lightning air beasts in the hall that could cover long distances in an extremely short time. The masters confirmed Zhang's information, but emphasized that they only had 2 such beasts, one of which was currently on its way. The other beast had a serious illness, so it was necessary to send a person to the kingdom of Beiwu, who brought Grandmaster Qingyang from there, who might be able to cure the beast. Zhang did not expect that the kingdom he was in had the same doctors for humans and beasts. Therefore, Hall Master promised Zhang that as soon as the beast recovered, Zhang would definitely be able to use it, but at a high price. Zhang did not expect to have to pay for this and hoped that he, as a tamer, could use the beasts for free. The master explained to Zhang that a 1-star tamer can ride beasts below the 8th rank, but to use stronger beasts you need 2 stars. Zhang didn't expect that there would be such a reason that no one had warned about, but he quickly got over himself and decided to pass the exam to get 2 stars. Mo couldn't believe how big Zhang's ambitions were, because the girl had put in a lot of effort, and a lot to achieve the recognition she has now. Hall Master was about to explain to Zhang what was necessary for the exam, but his speech was interrupted by a young man running to the hall. The servant wanted to inform the master that the Grandmaster had arrived and was waiting for an audience, and that things seemed to be very bad. Everyone present went to another hall where there was a sick animal, and waited for the Grandmaster to say his word about this situation. When the Grandmaster arrived at the hall, he examined the beast, and realized that it had a fever. But from time to time, the beast looked up at the sky, as if looking for its mate. But Qingyang was informed that if this is indeed the case, then it is unlikely that it will be possible to find the other half for the beast that died, because it will take a long time. Qing understood that if he did not find a mate for the beast, it could end badly for him, so he needed to solve the problem in an alternative way. Qing suggested in such a case that the animal be castrated in the hope that this would help solve his problem. But Qin's words awakened the beast, and it looked at him with an angry look. The beast hit Qin with all his might, causing him to fly towards the wall and crash into it, leaving behind a thick trail of dust. Hall Master still hoped that Qin had a solution to this problem, as the beast needed to be rescued immediately. Zhang cautiously approached the infirm beast and scoffed at Qing's treatment methods. Qing was furious when he heard Zhang dismiss his offer and waited for Zhang to offer some other options. Zhang believed that when it came to the doctor who was called to help the beast, some experienced man would come, but in reality the opposite is true. Therefore, Zhang was categorically against Qing's recommendations, because after doing so, the beast would surely die. Qing was very nervous and angry that his experience and words were being questioned by some unknown man. Zhang didn't care what Qing thought of him, because he was more concerned about the beast, who by the way was also undergoing the bloodline evolution. The masters were stunned by Zhang's statement, as they had not yet departed from the previous evolution, and now another one awaited them. Zhang picked up the beast's paw and explained that usually such beasts have a thick layer of flesh covering the claws, which should be greenish gold, but now they are pale. The signs listed by Zhang were direct evidence of evolution, but why and how the beast does this Zhang did not know. Master Fen assumed that this was due to the recent trip in which the beast participated. Qing was indignant at Zhang's statement and argued that he knows and understands everything perfectly. But if the beast underwent evolution, then why is it suffering so much? It occurred to Zhang that the yin and yang energies in the beast's body had clashed due to the medicine, and he was also angered by the statement about castration. Yan tried to justify himself to the hall master, but it seems that he did not listen to him anymore and was waiting for Zhang's offer to treat the beast. Seeing Zhang's knowledge, hall master was convinced that he was capable of healing the poor beast. Zhang assured that as long as the male yang energy was moving in the beast's body, everything was fine, but Zhang needed an alchemist. Yun pointed a finger at Mo and said that she was a professional alchemist, and the girl in turn promised to do her best. Zhang asked the girl if she knew how to create the pills needed to heal the beast. The girl was indignant at Zhang's question, because she was an alchemist of 1 star, and it was certain that she could create pills. Zhang apologized to the girl because he didn't want to offend Mo with his question. He just assumed that she passed the exam with the help of discussion. But Mo still didn't understand what Zhang was getting at, because the people who pass the exam thanks to the discussion have an extraordinary level of knowledge in the field of alchemy, and they can also create pills. Zhang pointed at himself and told Mo that he too was gifted with extraordinary talent and had passed the discussion exam, but he couldn't create pills. The girl was already losing faith in her strength and capabilities, because Zhang appeared so suddenly and every time flaunted his knowledge, preventing the girl from showing herself. Zhang asked the hall master to prepare for him a list of the necessary herbs to prepare the healing pill. Mo, who was listening attentively to what Zhang was dictating, was putting together a puzzle in her head about the pill that the man wanted to prepare. She realized that Zhang had decided to prepare the burning sun pill and became nervous about it. Zhang confirmed the girl's assumption, but she assured him that such a pill was prepared by the masters of 2 stars, and she was only an alchemist of 1 star. Zhang reassured the girl that he would give her instructions, and if she knew how to use the cauldron and control the temperature, everything would be quite simple. But this did not reassure the girl, because controlling several processes at the same time is not simple arithmetic, so the girl could not understand where Zhang had so much confidence. Zhang then told Mo that if she wasn't confident in her abilities, it would be better to find a skilled alchemist who could do it. The girl was touched by these words, and her anger pushed her to agree to such an adventure, but she did not believe in ultimate success. The couple agreed between themselves that Zhang would give instructions that should be strictly followed and not contradicted. In a few minutes, everything was ready and the girl started to light a fire to prepare medicine. No one believed in the success of these two, and each of the observers considered the worst scenario of the development of events, especially Hong. He thought it was complete nonsense that a 1-star alchemist would follow the instructions of an unknown man. But while everything was going according to plan, Zhang gave Mo clear instructions in which order she should add the ingredients, and the girl obeyed him. Zhang asked Mo to use the 1,000 illusory clouds technique to add the main component of the burning sun herb. The girl was now apprehensive about Zhang's recommendation, because if she made a mistake even for a fraction of a second, then everything would go to pieces. Although there was no reason to panic, half the process was over, and there were no signs of instability. But for a split second, Mo still panicked and her movements became chaotic. The cauldron started bubbling and Hoon panicked that it would explode and harm everyone around. Everyone held their breath and were confused in anticipation of the worst possible development. For a hall master, a cauldron explosion is the worst thing that can happen, because at the moment of the explosion, all the healing herbs in the cauldron are destroyed, and people around can be seriously injured. Zhang tried to calm Mo, who was very nervous, but if she left the cauldron now, the situation would definitely get worse. Although the girl was not very amenable to Zhang's reassurance, and was getting more and more nervous with each passing second, so Zhang wondered if he had done the right thing by choosing her as an alchemist. The girl was very angry and shouted at Zhang, but she was not going to leave the cauldron and was still waiting for Zhang's instructions. Zhang marveled at Mo's nervous system, but continued to instruct her and told her which ingredients should be thrown into the cauldron next. But the girl was shocked when she heard that she had to throw the sun leaf and the sun whip at the same time. She thought that Zhang wanted to finish her off. Zhang insisted that she not go against his instructions and do as he says, so despite her fear, the girl listened to Zhang. The situation became more and more dangerous, because the cauldron began to boil even more and more and could explode at any moment. Although everyone was panicking, Zhang remained calm and continued to instruct the girl to add more fire to the cauldron. The girl did as Zhang said without any objection, and hoped that he knew what he was saying. In an instant, the cauldron became uncontrollable and exploded with insane force, blowing everything around. The masters and princes tried to hide from the fiery debris that flew in their direction, and took care of Mo, who did not have time to dodge. The girl sat in the middle of the flames, covering herself with her hands, not knowing whether she had survived or whether it was already the end. But when she opened her eyes, she saw that Zhang was sitting in front of her, who had protected her. The girl did not expect that Zhang would show such bravery to protect her. When the flames died down and the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Zhang and Mo were all right. Hallmaster was glad that everyone was alive and assured that he did not expect any extraordinary results from the preparation of the pill, so he would involve other alchemists. The princes ran to Mo and accused Zhang that because of his arrogance, he could destroy the poor woman. But Mo was angry that she failed to make the pill because of her mistake and wanted to try again. The girl stood up, shook off the dirt, and thanked Zhang for saving her life. But Zhang told Mo that she was wrong. He stood in front of her just to catch the ready pill. When Mo saw the finished pill in Zhang's hand, she couldn't believe her eyes that she had managed to create it. The princes also did not believe that the pill was still lucky to be created, despite the fact that the cauldron broke into pieces. The masters also couldn't figure out how Zhang still achieved the desired result, because the explosion of the cauldron meant that the pill didn't work. But Zhang explained that the cauldron is only a tool for making the pill. It may not remain whole. According to Zhang, who was standing bare-backed, the explosion was caused by Mo's untimely addition of the medicinal herb, which led to an explosive reaction. Therefore, Zhang explained that he stepped in front of Mo in order to protect the finished product, not to protect Mo. But Mo insisted that she was a person of honor, and Zhang could forgive her in exchange for anything. Zhang was happy that he had an opportunity and rushed to get closer to Mo, but she stopped him and asked him not to come closer. Yun held the spare clothes in his hands and explained to Zhang that the part of his body behind was naked, and he should change. While Zhang was changing his clothes, he asked that the pill be dissolved in water and given to the beast that had moved from the 8th rank to the highest rank. Mo tried to find out from Zhang how he realized that the pill could be completed even after the explosion. Zhang, who was reluctant to share his secret, assured the girl that he was just lucky, but Mo did not believe in such luck, so she hoped to learn something from Zhang. Zhang realized that the girl would not let go of him just like that, and he would have to explain certain things. The girl looked into Zhang's eyes and waited patiently for him to finally explain something to her. Zhang explained that there are many factors that can affect the creation process, including the material from which the cauldron is made, the number of preparations in it. Based on this knowledge, Zhang set out to calculate the process of creating a pill and achieve the desired result. Mo thought that Zhang knew some incredible technique, but he actually talked about simple things that should always be taken into account. Zhang hoped that the girl didn't have any more questions, but she wouldn't let him go so quickly, and heard that he was going to find the poison temple. It seemed to Zhang that the girl knew where this temple was, so he continued to listen to her with interest. Mo assured her that no one knew where the temple was, but the girl knew the dangers on the way to it, so she assumed that Zhang would need help. Zhang smiled back and assured Mo that if the temple was there, he would definitely find it, and everything else was minor. But Mo insisted on her help, so she wanted to keep Zhang company during the adventure. She also added that she knew someone who could help get inside, and in exchange, Zhang would teach Mo alchemy. Zhang decided to accept such a proposal, and decided that he and Mo would go on a journey at dawn. Zhang didn't miss the opportunity to joke with Mo that she didn't have a flying beast, so they would fly at him. But Zhang warned the girl that she would have to pay only 38 stones for the transportation services. The girl was angry that Zhang made fun of her, but she tried not to show him her emotions. The next morning, Zhang said goodbye to all the masters, received the Tamer mark, and left the Golden Panther with Shen Bin as a token of gratitude. Together with Mo Zhang, he saddled the beast, which he had recently cured of an ailment, and together they set off in search of adventure. Mo said that first they need to get to Red Lotus City and find the Herb King there. The girl told Zhang that the Hall of Poisons is a state secret, and according to rumors, the only way to find this hall is to talk to the King of Herbs. Zhang listened intently to Mo as she explained that there were 13 such kings living in the Red Lotus City, but they would try to get to the most powerful one. The girl told Zhang that she will show where this king lives, but does not promise to meet him, so Zhang should be afraid. But Zhang reminded Mo about paying the beast, and the girl quieted down. They landed a few meters away from the city, so that the heavenly beast wouldn't be noticed and wouldn't cause trouble. Mo led Zhang through the streets of the city, which looked quite busy, with people hurrying somewhere, buying and selling. Zhang decided to ask Mo what she knew about the man she wanted to introduce Zhang to. Mo said that the man is sick now, and she thinks that Zhang will be able to cure the man as well, since Zhang was like a doctor. Zhang was not happy with such a proposal, but he had no choice, so he suggested that the girl wait while he got ready. Zhang decided that if he wanted to use the library for treatment, it was best to disguise himself. The girl was stunned when she saw Zhang's masking technique. Zhang looked even younger now, The hair color was white, and it was shorter and pulled back into a ponytail. Overall, he looked quite similar to the butler from the estate where Zhang was the Grandmaster. Mo could not understand why Zhang decided to disguise himself, but he explained that it was his medical methods. After a few minutes, Zhang and Mo witnessed a dialogue between two men who looked upset. Mo immediately understood who they were talking about and informed Zhang that they had come to where they needed to go. Mo, together with the reincarnated Zhang, went to the door of the estate and announced that she had brought a doctor to the king. Before letting Zhang go, the servant asked how many stars he had in his specialty. But Zhang did not lie and admitted that he was not really a doctor yet. Mo tried to fix the situation somehow and assured her that even though Zhang was not a doctor, he had excellent medical skills and could easily treat the beasts in the beast hall. The servant was interested in the information, and he still decided to let the guests into the Tsar's estate. When Zhang and Mo entered the estate, they saw an emaciated old man sitting in a cart. Zhang came closer to the Tsar and looked him straight in the eyes, but the old man did not want to start a dialogue. The butler asked if Zhang had managed to see anything, but Zhang did not jump to conclusions. Afterwards, while the old man expressed his distrust of Zhang, the teacher said that he had one secret method that could heal the Herb King. Dvoretsky was excited by the fact that there was hope for saving the Tsar and was ready to cooperate. But Zhang assured him that he didn't need anything while the old man continued to express his displeasure. Zhang slapped the old man on the head and he lost consciousness, which infuriated the butler. Zhang hastened to reassure the butler that for his method, the person must be unconscious in order to diagnose the disease. Mo also couldn't understand what Zhang was doing because she had read many medical books and had never heard of such a method. The butler lowered his ardor and decided to rely entirely and completely on the actions of Zhang the doctor. Zhang reported that the great Herb King was leaving the world of the living because of his own sins. The butler got angry again and advised Zhang to choose his words more carefully. Mo was already panicking too, because it seemed that Zhang was not helping much yet, but rather harming her. The butler was already ready to crush Zhang like an ant for such shameful behavior. Meanwhile, the old man came to his senses and Zhang was about to tell him something important. Zhang looked the king in the eyes and spoke only the treaty of Gu, which touched the old man to the core. The butler looked at Mo in the hope that she would explain something, but the girl did not understand anything either. Zhang explained, "The Gu contract is very similar to a death contract between a tamer and his beasts." So Zhang believed that the Beast King had become a victim of the Gu treaty and accepted his submission. Recognized someone as his master, his life was no longer in his hands. The old man was frightened and could hardly utter words but begged for salvation. Zhang agreed to save the old man, but before doing so he put forward a condition. Zhang emphasized that he needed to get to the poison hall, and he hoped that old Zhang would be taken there after he recovered. But the butler reported that there was great chaos. The gate was closed and even his master could not get there. The butler advised Zhang to wait at least a year when it would be safer to visit the place. Zhang was stunned by such terms and did not want to accept it at all, because he had come too far. That's why he insisted on being taken there, and whether he survives or not is up to him. The butler looked at the Tsar and at Zhang, hesitating between a decision but still agreed to Zhang's terms. Zhang was happy, and a smile appeared on his face. Now he was ready to treat the infirm old man. The butler suggested moving to another room where there was a bed, but Zhang asked to stay put. Zhang took a needle from his pocket and threw it at the old man, and it flew away like a comet, leaving behind a trail of fire. The old man sat patiently and watched the treatment process, hoping for a miracle when the needle hit his body. Zhang tensed because the needle did not hit the worm that was poisoning the old man's body. Therefore, Zhang emphasized to the old man that he could cure him only if he was unconscious. Zhang slapped the old man again and Tay fainted, while Mo and the butler were shocked. It turned out to be much more difficult to destroy the worm than it seemed at first glance, and Zhang poked needles all over the old man's body. Zhang held a dozen needles in his hands and was already very angry that he could not achieve what he wanted. Needles were sticking out from everywhere, but the worm continued to migrate and was now on the old man's bald spot where Zhang was trying to drive another needle. The old man regained consciousness in a few seconds and hoped that Zhang had finally put him out of his misery. Zhang slapped the old man again so that he lost consciousness again and ordered the butler that as soon as the old man regained consciousness, he should be silenced. While Zhang was freaking out that he couldn't finish off the worm, Mo advised him to use soul-numb powder, which allows you to put a person into an unconscious state without harming the body. When Zhang heard talk of the powder, he wondered if Mo had it to use. Dvoretsky was shocked that Zhang did not know about such a basic pain reliever that was used quite often. The butler took out the powder and gave it to Zhang, who was angry that no one had done it sooner. Zhang held the powder up to the old man's nose, and Tay inhaled the required amount of powder. Zhang noticed how the old man's body relaxed and was now able to work much better. Finally, when the worm appeared on his arm, Zhang thrust a needle into it with all his might. The worm did not like this procedure, and the blue larva broke out. Butler and Mo were stunned when they saw the same goo worm that was harming the old man. Zhang reported that now the cause of the great herb king's illness had been neutralized, and he would soon get better. The old man began to regain consciousness, and the butler immediately ran to him if he needed help. The old man grabbed his head, which probably hurt a lot after the slaps, trying to figure out what was the matter. The king was afraid that he would be beaten again, but Zhang assured him that there was no need, because the worm had already been removed. Such words seemed to cheer up the old man even more, and he felt how much better he felt. The king got up and immediately fell at Zhang's knees, thanking him for saving his life. The old man could not thank him, because the worm had been eating away at his body for a long time, and now his strength was exhausted, so the king hoped that Zhang would help him recover. Zhang rubbed his beard as if pondering something, but agreed to help on one condition. The old man did not allow Zhang to negotiate a condition, saying that he himself understands everything perfectly. The Tsar took the slap of his head with a full swing and leaned back on the floor, which surprised those present. Zhang was disappointed that the old man had fooled himself, because now he had no one to negotiate payment with. Dvoretsky apologized for the old man's behavior and assured Zhang that he could confidently voice all suggestions. Then Zhang decided that he wanted a similar powder for himself, but for a long time he could not figure out the amount. Still, when 10 servings would be enough for Zhang, the butler wondered why it was for Zhang if such things were sold in the market for pennies. Zhang decided to change his mind quickly and asked the butler if there were any books on the 8th rank, the more the better. Dvoretsky said that over the years it was possible to collect several hundred secret manuals of the 8th rank, so finding them is not a problem. Zhang was happy at this news, and while the butler was busy looking for manuals, Zhang helped the old man restore resources. In a few minutes, Zhang managed what the 3-star doctors could not do, and now the old man was completely healthy. Zhang wondered why someone like the Herb King would accept the Goo Treaty and allow himself to be manipulated. The old man did not willingly answer Zhang's question, saying that it was a long story and that the person with whom he made a contract was the master of the Hall of Yads. The old man emphasized that he was not the only one who had fallen into this trap, as each of the great herb kings of previous generations had also contracted and become puppets. Zhang understood that the only reason the Goo Treaty would work was because the master had died. The old man confirmed Zhang's words and informed him that the master had been dead for a long time. Dvoretsky was not lying when he said that there is an internal conflict in the Yadiv Hall, because at the moment, 3 candidates are vying for the main position. The old man wanted to thank Zhang for his help, but also tried to warn him of the danger and wait a certain time. But Zhang could not wait long. Then the old man told the teacher that there was another way. The confrontation in the Hall of Poisons can end with the arrival of a special ambassador from the headquarters of the Poison Hall. Zhang was very interested in this information, and he tried to find out as much as possible about it. The old man scratched his bald head and tried to remember if there had been anything similar in history, although he believed that the ambassador could resolve the conflict in half a month, or else he would have to wait. Zhang understood how badly he needed the books from the Poison Hall to get rid of the poison in his body, so he couldn't wait that long. But the old man advised Zhang to wait, but if this option does not suit him, then the Tsar will show the way to the hall, but does not guarantee safety. Zhang paused for a few seconds to think and weigh all the risks that awaited him. Still, he decided to set off after the Tsar had finished collecting the books on the 8th rank. In his 3 days at the Emperor's manor, Zhang had been able to show Mo several alchemy techniques and was half a step away from rank 8, and now he wanted to go to the Poison Hall. Zhang also came up with a plan that allowed him to play big, so he decided to use the idea of a headquarters. The old man was surprised at such an idea and warned Zhang that if the headquarters really sent someone, then the teacher would have problems. But Zhang assured that he had thought everything through, and instead of waiting for an ambassador who might not even come, it is better to become this ambassador. The Herb King looked at his butler, who was no less surprised than his master. It seemed pretty simple to Zhang, because no one had seen an ambassador before anyway, so no one would say that Zhang wasn't a real ambassador. The old man was shocked with every word Zhang said, because Zhang's idea was even more dangerous than a simple visit to the hall. But Zhang reminded the old man that he had given him a promise, and besides, the old man did not have to enter the middle of the hall. The old man was torn between the choice, because Zhang had indeed saved him, and now he needed to be thanked for it. So the men set off. On the way to the hall, through eerie routes, Zhang and the Tsar came across wetworms, which were a curse to this area, but their corpses had many useful substances for medicinal herbs. And the old man also told Zhang that there is a volcano under the Red Lotus Ridge, which is capable of heating the surface, which is why there is no greenery in the region, and a poisonous fog creeps tens of meters high. Zhang now understood why no one could find the poison hall, and why many doubted its existence. After a few minutes, the Grass King and Zhang finally came to the cave, at the entrance of which was a huge spider. The old man asked Zhang again if he had changed his mind about entering the hall as an ambassador, but Zhang did not give up on his idea. Zhang advised the old man to stick to the version that they met by chance on the way to the hall. The old man tried to go through all the options that could indicate them and asked Zhang what he knew about poisons. With a smile on his face, Zhang assured the old man that he had learned about the poison hall 6 months ago. The old man did not understand what Zhang said at first, but when the meaning of the words came to him, he hoped that Zhang was joking. Zhang decided that there was no use in just standing and thinking, so he set off in the direction of the hall. At the entrance, Zhang and the Tsar were met by 2 men who immediately inquired about the purpose of the visit. The Herb King immediately recognized the men as Poison Masters Zhou and Liu and greeted them. The masters immediately noticed that the Poison Master had brought an outsider with him. One of the masters approached Zhang closer, handing him a bag of poison, which he offered to try voluntarily. The Herb King wanted to assure the masters that this was the ambassador, but he did not have time to do so because Zhang kicked the insolent master. The second master was confused by such an action and was already ready to attack in return, but Zhang tried to calm the master because he emphasized that he was an ambassador and should be met by the elders with all honors. Suddenly, a man came out of the hall and advised everyone to calm down and explain what was happening. The master explained to Elder Black Eyes that the Herb King had come with an ambassador sent from the main poison hall. Black Eye looked at Zhang and said that the ambassadors are divided into red, white, gold, and green, so the elder was wondering what kind of Zhang. The Herb King had no idea of such a division, and when he heard about it, he began to panic that they would be exposed. Zhang asked Black Eyes if he was the deputy hall master and advised him not to talk nonsense. Zhang decided to read off Black Eyes, emphasizing that the previous ambassadors were extremely kind, and because of that, everyone here relaxed. The elder decided that it was necessary to somehow correct the situation and ordered to immediately call the deputies of the Poison Master. In a few minutes, Zhang was greeted by 3 deputies who showed at least a drop of hospitality. Liao Shun, one of the deputies, decided to ask Zhang about the possession of the golden poison heart brooch, as required by the rules. Zhang understood that if he admitted that he did not have such a brooch, then everything would go to pieces, so he decided to bluff and inquired whether the porters were worthy to see the brooch. Yao Qin entered the dialogue and introduced himself as the first deputy master, and said that he had a high rank that made him worthy. Zhang emphasized that he had come to the hall to appoint a new master, so at this stage everyone was equal until they demonstrated their skills. Zhang confidently stepped towards the hall and said that he wanted to elect a worthy leader, not a bunch of slobs. Zhang wanted each of the deputies to prepare the poison, and he would watch the process, and the one who successfully completed the task would be able to see the brooch and become the master of the poison hall. Otherwise, Zhang threatened to destroy the place to the ground, because there is no point in wasting money on the worthless. The Herb King silently admired Zhang's ability to deflect any suspicions. But the old man was aware that Zhang was going to test the 3 deputies, and for that he needed to know a lot about poisons, and if he couldn't do the test, all the plans would fail. Liao Shun tried to find out more from Zhang about the inspection he had planned. Zhang said that the exam will be held in 2 stages. The first is the preparation of a strong poison, and the second is the preparation of a poison that the deputies came up with on their own. The more complex the poison, the better. Zhang gave the deputies 2 hours to prepare so they could think of a strategy. Meanwhile, Zhang turned to Black to show him the storehouse of books, because he seemed to have an order to find a certain book. The elder was surprised at such a request, but decided to take Zhang to the library, but Zhang assured him that it was enough to tell him about the place. He would find the way himself. When Zhang got to the library he had dreamed of for so long, he could not believe that he would be able to realize it so easily. Therefore, he had no reason to worry, and he decided that now is the time to read books to deal with the poison in his body. Meanwhile, Liao Shun and Black Eye were trying to figure out if Zhang was really the ambassador. Liao Shun was sure that it was unlikely that a mere outsider would want to break into the formidable poison hall just like that. Black Eye agreed with this, but at the same time did not rule out the version that Zhang was an impostor, although he did not understand the motives. Liao Shun thought about it and understood that there was nothing valuable in the poison hall except for poisons, so it was unlikely that anyone would risk their lives for poison. But Black Eye reminded Liao of one thing, and the boy understood that it was about what was hidden under the volcano. Black-Eyed suggested that perhaps the news of this thing could have reached the outside world. Liao decided that the best way to find out at least some information was to ask the Herb King. Therefore, in a few minutes, Liao and Black-Eye questioned the Herb King about how he met the ambassador and why the old man looked so cheerful. The king explained that it was the ambassador who saved him from his illness and ordered him to be taken to the Hall of Poisons. Liao was surprised, because even his mentor could not get the goo contract placed in a human body. Suddenly a servant burst into the hall with urgent news that the ambassador had arrived and was requesting an immediate audience with the master's deputies. Liao and Black Eye were surprised, because it seemed to them that the ambassador had already arrived. Liao tried to ask the Herb King what was going on, but the old man turned pale and seemed to swallow his tongue. When everyone went outside, the Tsar noticed that Lu, his butler, was standing next to the ambassador, who remembered the road from only one word. Liao greeted the stranger and asked him to show the golden brooch, as the rules required it. The man smoked a pipe and put his hand in his pocket to reveal the brooch, and introduced himself as Gu Mu, a 3-star poison master, representative of the headquarters. When Liao saw the brooch, he realized that before him was the real ambassador of the headquarters, but he now did not understand who had come to this. Gu continued to smoke his pipe and saw Liao's nervous look, so he asked if he was okay. Liao said that before Gu arrived, another ambassador had arrived, and now Liao did not understand anything. Gu explained that the head of the Yadiv Hall only sent him to choose a new master and to take away a certain thing for a certain time. But Liao tried to convey to Gu that 2 hours ago a man had arrived at the hall and had gone to look through the books in the library. Gu assured that this was absurd, and the ambassador could not be without the brooch, so he demanded to be taken to this impostor. Liao gave an immediate order to the black-eyed elder to fetch Zhang, who was in the library. Zhang entered the hall and asked if the deputies were ready for the inspection he was going to conduct. Liao told Zhang that the ambassador had arrived and showed his brooch, so Zhang needed to confirm his identity. Gu looked at Zhang and said that it was some kind of bad luck, to which Zhang reacted aggressively and told Gu that no one allowed him to open his mouth. The Herb King almost gave his soul to God when he saw how Zhang behaved defiantly with Gu. Gu was offended by Zhang's words and became extremely angry and was about to teach a lesson for such audacity. Gu took a puff of smoke from his pipe and was about to show the true anger of the ambassador. Zhang tensed and understood that bad things were waiting for him, so he needed to react quickly. Gu blew out a thick gray smoke that flew straight at Zhang at great speed. Zhang cleared the thick smoke with just one wave of his hand and warned Gu that he was making a big mistake attacking him. Gu was even more angry and did not think that the impostor he was about to teach would be so insolent. Gu's hand came extremely close to Zhang's face as he asked why Gu was still alive. Gu jumped back and was shocked that Zhang knew his name since he hadn't introduced himself to him. Zhang poured out all the information he knew about Gu Mu, how he reached the top and who he studied with and why he came to the poison hall. Gu seethed with anger because only close people knew about the information that Zhang told, in particular about the order to the poison hall. Zhang wasn't going to stop and told another secret of Gu consuming the green snake herb to increase potency. Zhang also knew that Gu was applying bone-corroding powder to his Shenhong acupuncture, and regardless, Gu had reached the limit and could die at any moment. Gu was furious to the core. He tried to understand how Zhang knew so much about his life. Zhang told Gu that he was his teacher's elder, but Gu had never heard that his teacher had an elder. The Herb King and his butler were as stunned as the ambassador, for they knew nothing of such information. Zhang explained that he likes to travel and often lives outside the hall, so teacher Gu could not have known about the elder's existence. Gu was extremely puzzled and could not believe his ears that such a thing was possible. Meanwhile, Zhang offered to cure Gu, who had lost his life force and only Zhang could fix everything. Gu knelt down and begged Zhang to cure his illness so that Gu could finish off his enemies in peace. Liao and Black Eyes opened their mouths as they listened to the dialogue between Zhang and Gu, unable to believe that such a thing was possible. Zhang agreed to help Gu, but warned the ambassador that there were certain rules that the Herb King had to tell him. The old man said that for treatment, it is necessary for the patient to be unconscious, because the Tsar was convinced by his own experience when he recovered after the Treaty of Gu. Gu was surprised when he heard that Zhang, who he thought was the elder, had managed to get the Herb King to his feet. The Herb King assured that this is exactly how it was. A few days ago, the old man was saying goodbye to the world, but Zhang saved him. Zhang understood what Gu was worried about, because he would be unconscious and entrusting his life to another person. Zhang quickly rushed to Gu's side to tell him something in secret. Zhang approached the ambassador and assured him that if he wanted to finish him off, he would not use such cheap methods. Sweat began to appear on Gu's face, because seeing how quickly Zhang moved towards him, Gu knew that there was an extremely powerful man in front of him. Zhang looked into Gu's eyes and smiled as his plan worked, and he managed to trick Gu. Gu prostrated himself in front of Zhang and began apologizing to him for being disrespectful. Zhang, on the other hand, emphasized his good intentions, that when he cured the Tsar and learned about the conflict in the Hall of Poisons, he could not bear it. First Deputy Master, Elder Black Eye, and Gu finally understood Zhang's good intentions. Zhang decided that since the real ambassador had arrived at the hall, there was no point in him staying here any longer. Gu inquired from Zhang when they would begin the healing process and what it would take, but Zhang assured him that nothing was needed and that they could begin now. Before Zhang could even proceed with the treatment process, Gu began beating himself until he passed out. Zhang assured the ambassador that there was no need for this, because there was a special powder, and within 10 minutes all the poisonous aura disappeared from Gu's body. Gu was about to thank Zhang for his help, but Tay assured him that Gu's condition was more serious than it appeared, so 3 procedures would be needed. Zhang was glad that now the ambassador is in a state of shock, so he is safe for now, and Zhang has time to analyze the knowledge from the library. Gu admitted that the fact that the headquarters had sent him to appoint a new master was just an excuse, as Gu had come to collect the crimson flame lotus seed that had ripened. It was known to Gu that the lotus grows in the depths of a volcano and absorbs the power of the earth's bowels for its growth. Thus, a practitioner who absorbs the seed has an increased chance of overcoming the 9th rank. Zhang understood that the percentage of breaking through to the next rank was not high, but it was still better than nothing. Gu emphasized that he only needed 1 seed for his breakthrough, and he was willing to give the rest to Zhang as a token of gratitude. Zhang decided to leave the lotus seed matter to Gu. After all, he is an ambassador, so there is no need to interfere in this matter. Finally, after several hours, Zhang had time to analyze his knowledge of poisons. When Zhang delved into the Heavenly Path library, he realized that the understanding of poisons was an extremely deep and broad concept. Meanwhile, Gu tried to announce his intentions that he would hold an exam to select a hall master in the near future. Gu also reminded of his intentions regarding the lotus, the seed of which he was going to take away, and the leaves and flower he would leave to Zala. No one in the hall disputed Gu's intentions, but the first deputy reminded that the seeds would take at least 3 days to ripen. Gu then ordered that the best resting room be prepared for his elder during this period. Meanwhile, Zhang analyzed all the information and was in despair, because he learned that inside him was not poison, but a poison germ that merged with the soul and blood and made treatment impossible. Zhang cried because he just wanted to be happy, but instead he only had about 10 years to live. But suddenly, Zhang realized something else. that for such poisoning there must be someone who knows poisons with at least 7 stars. But Zhang is an ordinary orphan, and someone wishes him harm. Zhang did not give up hope that there must be some solution to this problem, and that perhaps the poison is simply not studied enough. Therefore, Zhang decided to call Gumu into his room, who knew more about poisons. Zhang asked Gumu if he had ever heard anything about the innate poison germ. Gumu knew something about it, specifically that it was a lethal poison that implanted itself in a woman's womb and fused with the fetus. Gumu assured Zhang that it was almost impossible to cure this poison, and Zhang wondered why almost. Gu had heard rumors that Heavenly Kun suffered from an innate poison seed. No one knew how he got rid of it, but he lived to be 10,000 years old. Zhang remembered how Huang Yu had once talked about Heavenly Kun, but Zhang had not expected such a majestic person to suffer from such a poison. Gu stressed that it was just a legend spread among civilians. If Zhang wanted to know more about it, it would be best to visit the Grandmaster's tent. Zhang decided to change the subject until Gu started asking him too many questions and inquired about how things were going in the hall. After several rounds of exams, Gu decided to appoint Liao Xun as the new hall master, and tomorrow it would be possible to go for the lotus seed. The next day, Gu, Zhang, and the new hall master Liao Xun descended into the volcano dungeon. When the branch was built, the formation master suggested building a formation to wall off the volcano and collect the underground flames to feed the lotus. A huge red lotus was growing right in the center of the volcano, and thanks to the lava, it seemed impregnable. All 3 men puzzled over how to reach the lotus to collect the seeds. Liao said that his teacher, when he saw that the lotus was nearing maturity, burned himself to death trying to harvest it. Gu knew that the lotus seed matured once every century, and each time someone managed to harvest it. So why couldn't the master do it? Liao said that they had one way, but they no longer use it. Liao bent down to pick up a pebble and threw it into the mouth of the volcano, surprising Zhang and Gu. When the pebble bubbled into the lava, a huge red beast broke out from its depths. Gu immediately recognized the lava beast that had been reported to the main hall more than once. The lava beast had a unique scale around its body that gave it resistance to high temperatures and allowed it to live in lava. Liao explained that he doesn't know when or where the beast came from, but it carefully guards the lotus and attacks everyone. Gu understood that even though the beast had reached the peak of the 9th rank, just like the man himself, it was risky to fight him in the ranks, so Gu suggested using poison. Liao said that none of the poisons would be able to withstand the high temperature, and until the beast was tamed, there would be no other choice. Liao didn't want to invite tamers to the hall either because it could cause unnecessary problems. Zhang thought about it and thought that he might be able to help solve this issue. Zhang said that it was only a small beast, which was a certain thing that was not his level. But Zhang was actually aware that the beast was quite powerful, and if he met one somewhere in the field, he would run away from it in an instant. Zhang explained to Gu and Liao that it was not easy to find a beast that had reached the 9th rank, so it would be a shame to kill it. Zhang turned to Gumu and gave the man the opportunity to tame the beast and then take the lotus seed with ease. Gu panicked, because even on solid ground it would be difficult for a man to defeat such a giant, let alone lava. Gu wanted to shift the responsibility to the new hall master, but Zhang reassured Gu that he would give him advice. Zhang tried to encourage Gu that this was a great opportunity to tame such a powerful being. If Gu follows Zhang's instructions on taming, he will easily achieve the desired result. Gu was excited that he had a great opportunity to prove himself, so he asked how best to prepare. Zhang said that there would be no preparation, as the beast probably preferred the lotus and the time spent on preparation might not allow for the seed to be collected. Zhang assured Gu that it was quite simple. Just jump down and hit the beast and then follow the instructions. Gu began to sweat. He thought that it was necessary to gain the trust of the beast first and not just jump down from where you can never come back. But Zhang tried to reassure Gu that he would be nearby and could intervene at any moment. Gu collected his spirit, and since he understood that poison is useless in this case, only physical strength remains. Gu took out swords from his sheath to properly defend himself against the lava beast. Gu took another deep breath before charging into a duel with the dangerous beast. Gu swung his swords with concentration, leaving trails of glowing energy behind him. Gu managed to knock the sharp stones from the ceiling of the cave, distracting the beast and approaching him. Gu first struck the lava beast's tail, but immediately felt strong resistance. Gu realized that the beast had thick armor, and his weapons were unable to break through it. So Gu quickly jumped away from the beast to reconsider his tactics. The man managed to jump to one of the walls of the mouth of the volcano, where the beast was clearly visible. The beast was enraged and also decided to attack in response, releasing fireballs from its mouth. Gu didn't expect the beast to be capable of such a thing, so the man had to quickly dodge the attack. But the beast wasn't going to stop and fired a volley of fireballs straight at Gu. Gu managed to stay safe, but he knew he might not last long, so he asked Zhang for help. But Zhang could not say anything yet, and advised to continue the battle until the right moment. At some point in the battle, Gu didn't notice the beast disappear from sight, and the man panicked a little. The beast suddenly broke free from the bench and scrambled up the rock straight towards Gu. Gu managed to block the beast's attack by crossing his swords, but with each passing second it was getting harder and harder to hold back the beast. Zhang decided to enter the game, and with the help of Qi communication he gave instructions not to resist and to hide the sword in the ring. Gu was surprised at this decision because if he removed the swords, he would die from the beast's attack. But Zhang insisted and Gu did as he wanted. If Zhang wanted to finish Gu, he would have done it long ago. The next piece of advice from Zhang was no less surprising. He asked Gu to tilt his head forward. It seemed to Gu that Zhang was sending him to his death, because in front of him was a healthy open mouth of the beast. Gu pushed aside his doubts and decided to trust Zhang's instructions, so he stuck his head forward. The beast did not expect this from Gu and stood back, watching the events in surprise. Gu did not understand what had happened or why the beast retreated, but Zhang was already giving a new instruction to grab the beast's tail. Gu obeyed the instruction and quickly rushed to the tail before the beast realized what had happened. The man clung tightly to the beast's tail and waited for Zhang's next instructions. Zhang ordered to hold the beast tightly by the tail and not let go no matter what. After a few minutes, the beast's body went limp and he stopped resisting, and then completely lost consciousness. Gu did not understand what had happened, because when he fought with the beast he was full of hatred, but now he did not resist. Zhang, who calmly observed this spectacle, advised to drag the beast to land. Gu did so, and within a few minutes the giant lava beast was lying unconscious on the rock. Zhang told Gu to order the beast to obey, and if he agreed, then Zhang would help him reach a new level of development, or the beast would die. Gu leaned towards the beast, who had a choice, but the beast was very quick to agree to Zhang's suggestion. Liao couldn't believe that such a strong beast would give up so easily, because the boy had seen others taming beasts, but not in this way. Gu turned to Zhang, hoping that he would explain what had happened, why the beast had surrendered so easily. Zhang explained that the beast had spent his entire life in lava and had never met other life forms, so he was afraid to touch anything unknown. Despite the fact that the lava beast has no combat experience, since he fought in his native environment, he cannot be defeated. But when Gu put down his weapons, the beast was frightened. Gu now understood part of the situation, but he didn't understand why, after he grabbed the beast's tail, he suddenly calmed down. Zhang pointed to the holes on the beast's tail and explained that the breathing organ is not on the face, but on the tail. That was why Zhang advised to grab hold of the tail, especially when the beast had expended a lot of effort and its stamina was greatly reduced. Gu now understood that Zhang wasn't playing with him, but was observing the lava beast's abilities and coming up with a plan for Gu to tame. Now that the lava beast was tamed, Zhang gave the go-ahead for Gu to harvest the lotus seed. Gu rushed into the mouth of the volcano and gracefully flew up to the lotus to collect such a valuable seed. When the seeds were collected, Gu gave Zhang 9 lotus seeds as a thank you for his help. Zhang took out 2 seeds from the casket and handed them to Gu, saying one for him and the other for the lava beast. Zhang decided to leave another seed in the poison hall, for which Liao was extremely grateful. Zhang was pleased with himself, as he had read all the books in the Hall of Poisons and obtained the lotus seed, which he highly valued. Gu wanted to inquire where to look for Zhang if he wanted to say thank you, but Zhang didn't specify an exact location, only that the whole world was his home. Gu advanced Zhang a brooch that could send Zhang's disciple or loved one to the Xuanyuan realm poison hall, and Gu would help solve the problem. Zhang thanked for such a generous gift, and said that he was in a hurry on other matters, so it was time to say goodbye. Meanwhile, Zhang's disciples, accompanied by Grandmaster Lu, arrived at the Tianwu Kingdom. The students were delighted with what a huge city opened before them. Everyone was wondering if Zhang had arrived at the kingdom, but it seemed that Zhang had not made it yet. Master Lu suggested that everyone go to the city where they can wait for Zhang. Meanwhile, Liu Sen expressed his desire to pass the exam in the painting hall and become a student. Liu Sen really wanted to become a Grandmaster, and therefore for this he must have an auxiliary profession, so the teacher also chose the path of painting for himself. When Liu entered the painting hall, he was met by a salesman who was happy to consult about the paintings. But Liu Sen was not interested in shopping. He came to the hall to take the exam to become an artist's apprentice. The shopkeeper was surprised at Zhang's request, because usually people like Liu Sen come once a month, but today the teacher was already the second. While the salesman was leading Liu Sen down the corridor, the teacher noticed how many men were actively discussing a painting and its author. Liu Sen heard how the author managed to create a painting with the help of some beast. Liu asked the salesman what was going on, and he said that everyone was discussing the competition. Not long after, a master painter appeared before Liu, who painted a picture with the animal's paw prints. The seller also said that the picture was of the 3rd level, and Liu remembered how he learned from his father and how difficult it was to paint a picture of such a level. But the seller assured that this was not all, because after that, with the help of fire, the artist raised his painting to the 4th level. And then he splashed water, and the man managed to raise the picture to the 5th level. Liu Sen admired the salesman's words and already dreamed of how he became a student of this master and achieved significant success. Therefore, Liu immediately asked what the master's name was and whether he was recruiting students for the class. The salesman thought for a second, then remembered that the master had introduced himself as Zhang. Liu fell into a slump, because wherever he went, wherever he was, there was always Zhang whom everyone praised so much. But Liu quickly got over himself and decided that he just needed to pass the exam so that he could brag to others. Meanwhile, Zhang calmly stretched himself in the yard when he finally studied all the books on painting. Before, Zhang could draw a picture of the 5th level, but he did not understand many things, but now his knowledge has increased several times. Zhang realized that he had collected a lot of books in the Heavenly Path Library while he was in the Beast Hall, the Poison Hall, the Artist Hall, but now he needed to navigate among them somehow. If he had the golden page, it would make things easier, but Zhang didn't understand why the first one appeared and the second one appeared when his students defended themselves. So Zhang assumed that the golden page appeared because of the disciples, so he decided to try to take a few more under his tutelage. While walking through the streets of the city, Zhang noticed that he was being followed by a group of men who were at various stages of the 7th rank. Zhang had been practicing for quite some time, but had yet to fight, so he decided to practice on men somewhere outside the city. The men noticed that Zhang was leaving the outskirts of the city and decided to follow him. The leader emphasized to his followers that Zhang must be alive, because they could have problems. When Zhang and the thieves found themselves in the forest, the men began to suspect that Zhang had set them up on purpose. Zhang stopped in the middle of the clearing and said to the men that he had seen them all the way, so it was time to show up. The leader came out first and said that together with the boys they wanted to ask for some paintings. Zhang was surprised, because he thought that the group of robbers wanted to rob him and not ask for a picture of the 5th level. One of the thieves took out a knife and threatened Zhang not to talk too much because it might end badly. So the next moment the man rushed towards Zhang to teach him a lesson. Zhang, calmly standing still, almost pushed the robber aside with his little finger. Zhang looked at his hand, because he didn't expect such strength from a 9th rank, so he decided to be careful not to finish anyone off. One of the robbers was afraid of Zhang's strength and did not want to attack him anymore, but the leader insisted that their advantage was in numbers. The bandits couldn't think of anything better than to attack Zhang not alone, but together, to increase the chances of victory. Zhang prepared to defend himself to see what the robbers who dared to challenge him were capable of. The leader looked up excitedly, because his attention was somewhat distracted, and he wanted to understand what was happening. Zhang was also surprised when he looked around and saw the creature's familiar outline. The heavenly beast whom Zhang once saved in the hall flew to Zhang's aid. The bandit leader was frightened when he saw the beast, which was half a step away from the 9th rank. The beast did not spare anyone. His anger was unrelenting. The robbers flew to the sides as if they were made of cardboard. The leader underestimated Zhang because he did not know that he had tamed such a deadly beast. Zhang was furious because he wanted to deal with the robbers on his own, but the beast ruined his plans. Instead of words of thanks, he shouted at the beast, which stunned the 2 robbers and prevented Zhang from testing his strength. Only the leader remained, who begged for mercy and asked to be released for all the money in the world. Zhang pretended not to notice the man and continued talking to the beast. Afterwards, Zhang reluctantly returned to the leader and admitted that his plan to compete had failed. At first, the man did not understand that Zhang was addressing him, but there was no one else on the lawn besides them. Zhang offered the leader a deal. Since he had spent a lot on renting the beast, he wanted the robber to cover these expenses. When the man heard that Zhang demanded 100,000 from him, he burst into tears, because it was all his savings. But the robber had no choice, and he agreed to give Zhang the money so that he would not test his strength on him. Zhang heard the sounds of fighting coming from another corner of the forest, so he wondered what was going on there. After mounting the heavenly beast, Zhang went in search of the source of the noise coming from another corner of the forest. At that time, a certain man was fighting a healthy bear, which did not spare its opponent. The man did his best to fend off the attacks of the bear he was trying to tame. The man grabbed the bear by the paw and was about to throw it over him to momentarily stun the beast. Zhang, who was observing from a bird's eye view, noticed that the man and the beast were of the 8th rank. The man noticed Zhang and asked him why the elder was watching this spectacle. Zhang realized that the man was very observant, but since he assumed that Zhang was an elder, the teacher decided not to reveal his persona. Zhang transformed into Grandmaster Young and gracefully descended to the ground to greet the man. Zhang explained that he was just flying by and happened to notice a fight with a bear, and it fascinated him. The man couldn't judge Zhang from the outside to say anything about the rank, but Zhang's beast made the man believe that he was a respectable person, so the hunter happily greeted Zhang. The man said that he tried to tame the bear, which is essentially the king of the forest, but because of his greed, the man wanted to achieve what he wanted. Zhang promised the man that he would help with the taming, which made the man very surprised and wanted to thank Zhang for his help. Zhang offered the man a deal. He would help him tame the bear, and he would become his apprentice. Zhang noticed that the man was thinking about why he had decided to take him on as his apprentice. The man was embarrassed and waited for Zhang to explain his generous gesture of help. Zhang said that he watched the battle with the Crimson Tiger as the man combined various techniques, but was unable to demonstrate them to their full potential. Zhang assumed that the man was a Grandmaster and combined the incongruous despite the injury. The man tensed. How did Zhang manage to understand his status, because he didn't look like one and didn't even have a Grandmaster emblem on him? But it was enough for Zhang to watch the man fight the tiger, anticipating the enemy's deadly blows and dodging them. The man thought about the fact that in front of him was not just an elder, but also a Grandmaster. Zhang confirmed the man's assumption and said that he was traveling the world, and it had been years since he had been approached for a title. The man understood that Zhang was at least a 9th rank, so he was most likely a 3-star Grandmaster. The man expressed his deep respect for Zhang and informed him of the honor of becoming such a strong elder's disciple. Zhang said that the bear the man was fighting had not yet reached its peak, so if the man managed to increase its development level to the top of the 9th rank, then the matter would be solved. The beast hunter said he was aware of this and had tried more than once, but could not find anything to enhance the beast's development. Zhang handed the man a red pill that would help with this, and to begin with, the bear had to be stunned. The man took the pill and began to look at it skeptically, wondering how an ordinary healing pill would help solve the problem. But the doubts disappeared in an instant, because the Grandmaster was standing in front of the man, and 30 minutes later, the man was expressing his respect to Zhang for his help. Zhang introduced himself to the man as Yang Huang, who was passing by and decided to stay for a while, and after leaving everyone would be left to themselves. The man asked where his teacher lived in order to express his respect in the future. But Zhang said that he does not have a fixed place of residence at the moment, so as soon as he finds one, he will definitely send a message. The man thanked Zhang and went on his way, while Zhang pondered how difficult it was to act as an expert, especially in front of another Grandmaster. Zhang realized after a second that he wanted to ask the man where the Qianwu Academy was in order to recruit some students, but eventually forgot about it. Therefore, Zhang decided that he needed to return to the city to finish his business there. Meanwhile, Liu Sen was trying to figure out if Zhang really managed to pass the 3-star artist exam. But Zhang's ability to create 5th-level paintings spoke for itself, so there was no doubt. Zhang's students were very happy about their teacher's achievement and really wanted to see him to congratulate him in person. One student offered to look for Zhang in the city because she couldn't wait to meet him. Grandmaster Lu gave the go-ahead for the search, but on the condition that if they were unsuccessful within 2 hours, the disciples would have to return. As soon as the students entered the courtyard, they were met by a smiling Zhang, who was happy to see everyone. Zhang was the first to be greeted by the butler, who served him as Grandmaster, with the news that he had found a wonderful home. Grandmaster also congratulated Zhang and noted that during his absence, Zhang was half a step away from rank 9. The students and other members of the delegation were devastated when they heard that Zhang had reached such a rank. Zhang shyly assured everyone that there was nothing special about it, and he was just lucky. Grandmaster Lu also had some good news for Zhang about his students. During the time Zhang was away, his students reached certain heights and made breakthroughs. Zhang wasn't surprised at the news, but he was happy because it meant the students were following his instructions. After talking for a few minutes, Zhang decided that he needed to go to the Grandmaster's tent. Zhang hadn't expected that there would be so many people in the tent, but Master Lu explained that there was a symposium going on in that place today. Zhang did not understand what was being said, so the master explained that it was a formal procedure for the Grandmaster title. Zhang also learned that the Qianshuan kingdom didn't even have a 1-star Grandmaster, when Qianwu had as many as 13 1-stars and 3 2-stars. When Zhang walked into the middle, he saw an unknown man on the stage wearing a white caftan. Master Lu explained that it was examiner Mo Hongyi, known as the first genius in the Tianwu kingdom for thousands of years at the age of 26. Zhang realized that the talents he had encountered in the past were now worthless. Master Lu added that the young Grandmaster's spiritual development had reached the 6 mark. With a mental state of 3, you can pass the exam for a 1-star Grandmaster, but 2 only with a state of 6. Princess Mo Yu entered the hall and all the attention of the guests was now focused on her elegance. She smiled at Zhang when she saw him in the crowd, confusing the teacher a little. Mo Hongyi saw that everyone was gathered, so he announced that it was time to start the symposium. Zhang became curious about the details of the exam and asked Master Lu how it all happened. The master said that there are 5 tests, and one of them is the Ring of Ancient Wisdom, where the candidate gives a general lecture on a random book, and if there is no ring, the test is failed. Now Zhang was even more confused and did not understand the involvement of the symposium in all stages of testing. Lu smiled at Zhang and said that this was more of an official and formal event to introduce the new Grandmaster to everyone. While Zhang was talking to the master, cheers for Mo Yu, who had become the Grandmaster, could be heard from the stage. The girl was presented with an emblem that gave her the right to proudly wear the title of 1-star Grandmaster. After presenting the award to the girl, Mo Hongyi decided to leave to deal with some business. Zhang and Master Lu then approached the girl to personally congratulate her on her great achievement. The girl thanked for the greeting and also expressed her respect for Zhang as a mentor. Mo Hongyi, who saw that Princess Mo, the second majestic genius of the kingdom to reach the rank of Grandmaster at such an age, was paying respect to a certain young teacher. Zhang's disciples were also stunned to see that Zhang, who had only recently arrived in the kingdom, managed to do so much. A man with slicked-back hair was approaching the princess, who wanted her to introduce him to Zhang. The princess gladly introduced Zhang Chun to Zhang and told Zhang that thanks to Zhang, she was able to create a second-grade pill, so now Zhang is a mentor. Zhang was suspicious of Mo, considering some young teacher as his alchemy mentor. Grandmasters who were nearby and heard that Mo considered Zhang his mentor began to discuss what unusual talent the boy must have. Zhang Chen decided to express his respect for Zhang and thank him for helping to mentor Mo. A member of the guild, Alchemist Hong was a friend of Zhang's and had recently passed the 3-star alchemist exam, so Zhang advised Zhang to get to know him. Zhang thanked him for the offer and told himself that he was only a 1-star alchemist. The Grandmasters were surprised that a 1-star alchemist was teaching Princess Mo how to create a grade 2 pill. Zhang expressed his admiration for Zhang, because to reach 1 star at Zhang's age, it is certain that the boy is gifted with talent and will definitely reach greater heights if he puts in the effort. Zhang told Mo that he had prepared a banquet in her honor to celebrate the rank, but Mo refused because she wanted to consult with teacher Zhang. But Zhang wanted Mo to come, because the banquet was organized in her honor, and besides, Zhang could be invited to the celebration. Zhang was angry when he heard Zhang's refusal as well and advised him to reconsider his decision because misunderstandings could arise because of such nonsense. Zhang ignored Zhang's words and asked Princess Mo to lead him to the venue for the Grandmaster exam. After a few minutes, Mo introduced Zhang to Grandmaster Wu and explained Zhang's intentions to pass the exam. Wu listened to Mo and told him that before taking the exam, Zhang must have the Grandmaster's recommendation, help profession, attain the state of serene water glade, and rank 7. Zhang showed Wu his Grandmaster Apprentice and 1-star Alchemist badges, which Wu accepted. Zhang still couldn't control his emotions and became angry with Zhang while his comrade tried to reassure him that Zhang was unlikely to be allowed to surrender. Zhang understood that Zhang might not pass the Soul Profound test, because despite his experience in making the pill, Zhang was still not up to par. Zhang handed Wu the badge used to evaluate soul depth, and when the master saw the result, he was stunned. Zhang was also impatient to know the result, because he did not believe that such a simpleton as Zhang could compare with him. Master Wu announced that Zhang's score was above 5, and he was just a genius among geniuses who could take the exam right now. Zhang was just devastated by Wu's words, because he was the only one who was throwing crap at Zhang. How did he show such a high score? On the way to the exam, Wu said that there were 5 tests waiting for Zhang: public trust, holding a position, a hall of dolls, an ocean of development techniques, and a tent of infallibility. Zhang arrived at the hall where the first part of the exam was to take place, which required students to test their confidence level. Zhang said that the 5 young people outside the door are his disciples, so you can safely invite them. Wu was worried because the age difference between Zhang and the students was not big, so it is difficult to talk about the trust level of over 50. Wu decided to ask Zhang how long he had been teaching his students in order to understand the full extent of the situation. Zhang scratched his chin and said that he was often absent for about half a month, so he had been diligently studying the students for about 6 days. Wu and Mo fell into a slump. Usually when someone passes the Grandmaster exam, they take care of their students for years. Wu dared to ask Zhang if he had any students he had been teaching for a longer period of time. But Zhang denied the existence of other disciples, and if they suddenly did not fit, then Zhang pointed to Princess Mo, who was also a disciple. Wu decided not to drag out the process and allowed Zhang to summon his disciples, but reminded him of the terms of the trust level. Zhang looked out the door and called to his disciples, who assured Zhang that they would not let him down. Once again, Zhang resented that Zhang had brought such young disciples and did so little to educate them, so Zhang looked forward to Zhang's failure. Mo dared to ask Zhang if he was joking when he said that he spent so little time on the students, but Zhang admitted that in all seriousness, he spent about 8 hours on them. Mo was shocked and didn't understand what Zhang hoped for when he spent so little time with the students. Wu left the room to report that the result of the trust had manifested itself quite quickly. Mo and Zhang entered the room, and when Mo saw the result, she couldn't believe that such a thing was actually possible. The level of trust between the students and Zhang had reached 85 marks, a result usually seen in students studying with a Grandmaster. Wu was surprised at the result, because the ratio between parents and children is about 60, and Zhang has a trust level where both parties trust each other unconditionally. Zhang was also shocked that Zhang had managed to achieve such a large score in such a short period of time. Zhang was already angry and trying to figure out who this Zhang was after all, which was more and more surprising with each passing minute. Mo guessed that Zhang would pass the test, but she didn't expect him to do so with such an impressive result. The students bowed their heads and apologized to Zhang for not being able to live up to his expectations, but he assured them that everything was fine. Grandmasters and Mo were shocked that the disciples were dissatisfied with such a high level of trust. Wu told Zhang that with this level of confidence, the teacher had passed the first test, so now it was time to move on to the second. Wu explained that Zhang needed to create a first-level pill, but that it would not test his understanding of creation, but his ability to impart knowledge. Wu wanted to tell Zhang something else, but he didn't listen to the end and went to the room where the exam was being held. Mo tried to convey to Master Wu that Teacher Zhang was incredible at what he did. To pass this stage, Zhang needed to successfully create a pill and score 50 points or more. Zhang was looking forward to Zhang's results, because the previous ones had surprised him, so he assumed that the teacher would score no more than 55 points. Zhang found himself in an empty room with only a cauldron in the middle to prepare the pill. Zhang was approached by a metal doll holding the ingredients for making a pill. The ingredients varied in their assortment. There were both popular and rare herbs. After showing Zhang the ingredients, the doll went to light the cauldron to prepare the pill. Zhang observed the actions of the doll, and understood that it makes many mistakes, and thus it is impossible to create anything. After a few minutes, a sound was heard to announce that the doll had failed to prepare the pill and now needed to be given instructions to improve the process. Zhang understood everything, and it was even better for him to give instructions to a doll that would not suffer from loss of concentration. As long as it followed the instructions, it would create the pill without a doubt. Meanwhile, Mo and Wu could see Zhang's first grades according to his work. At first, the score may be low, but as Zhang gives correct instructions, the score will increase. But with wrong instructions, the score will fall. Zhang noticed how Zhang's score was increasing, and it worried him, although his friend reassured him that the mistake was only a matter of time. In a few minutes, Zhang already had 40 points, and he had not yet made a fatal mistake, which angered Zhang even more. The students who also observed Zhang's actions admired him and believed that everything would be perfect for him. The result increased to 60 points. Wu recorded a new record, which had been held for a very long time. In a few seconds, Zhang made a mistake and his score dropped by 1 mark, which made Zhang extremely happy. Mo understood that over time, increasing temperatures and increasing the amount of medicinal herbs in the cauldron made mistakes more likely. Mo Hongyi, while Zhang was taking the exam, sat in his residence and meditated to improve his body condition. Suddenly, his meditation was interrupted by a servant, to which Mo reacted with displeasure because he did not like being disturbed during meditation. The servant tried to choose words that would not further anger his master, who was already displeased. The servant told Mo that some people were taking the Grandmaster exam, but this news did not excite Mo and made him even more angry. The servant added that those who pass the exam have a soul depth score of over 5. It was nothing special for Mo, but to achieve such a result requires extraordinary talent. But the servant said that this is not all, because the exam is being taken by a young man named Zhang who is about 20 years old, and his students are 16-level teenagers with a trust level of 85. This information caught Mo's attention, as he had never heard of a teacher who could inspire such a level of trust. Mo opened the door to listen to the servant tell him that Zhang was taking the second test and had not made any mistakes. Mo couldn't understand how Zhang managed to do this, and he also scored 60 points. The servant said that Zhang had made a mistake at the 60 mark, and his score first dropped and then jumped to 62. Mo understood that the scoreboard of the Grandmaster's tent was created with the help of formation masters and numerous Grandmasters, but why did it behave so strangely? When Mo heard that the situation had happened 3 times, he was shocked and wanted to know Zhang's current result. The servant tried to choose the words softly to tell Mo that Zhang's score was 101 points. Mo was puzzled, because the maximum score that could be obtained was equal to 100 points, but Zhang's score was 101. When Mo heard that the test was not over and the scores were still rising, he decided to immediately see for himself. Meanwhile, in the Alchemist Guild, Pharmacist Hun was congratulated on his breakthrough to 3 stars. Hong thanked for the greeting and admitted that he had met with an expert, thanks to which he had achieved enlightenment. One of the students ran to the alchemists with some urgent news, which puzzled the teachers. Catching his breath, the student explained that something incredible was happening in the Grandmaster's pavilion. Hong tried to figure out what was going on and wondered if the passer's grade was higher than Mo Yu's grade. When Hong heard about the result of 101 points, he immediately ran to look at the incredible person who achieved such results. Hong quickly burst into the pavilion and asked Master Zhang for a brief briefing. At that moment, the scoreboard showed the result, 130, and Hun began to think that the scoreboard was broken. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain such a thing. At that moment, Grandmaster Mo entered and explained that the scoreboard was created by specialists, so it is not possible that it has any problems. What is tested in the second test is the ability to mentor others, where incorrect mentoring subtracts points and correct mentoring adds points. But the system is set up so that the correct test procedure is based on the standards of the 4-star alchemist creating such a pill. So Mo assumed that the person taking the test might turn out to be a 6-star Grandmaster. Therefore, it seemed to Mo that the person taking the exam had discovered errors in the procedure for creating a 4-star alchemist. Hong tried to find out more about this person and learned that he was only a 1-star alchemist. Suddenly, the door of the exam room opened and Zhang Huang stepped out. When Hong saw Zhang, he was startled because it was thanks to Zhang that he was able to achieve a breakthrough in the skill of creating a pill. Mo did not understand how it was possible to possess such profound knowledge at the age of 20. Hong said that he too had doubts at first, but later learned that Zhang had a mentor, the talented Grandmaster Yang. Everyone was shocked to learn that the rank of the Grandmaster Zhang studied with was above 3 stars. When Zhang looked at the scoreboard, he assumed that he had made mistakes, but it was explained to him that on the contrary, he found the mistakes of his predecessors. Then Zhang was even more surprised, because the exam seemed simple to him, and was not at all up to the level of a 4-star alchemist. Wu was stunned by Zhang's results, and was already about to take Zhang to the room where the third part of the exam would take place. Wu explained that in the room, Zhang would see a red and a blue doll of different development, and he needed to give instructions to the red one to defeat the blue one. When Zhang entered the room, he realized that in the Qianshuan royals, 7th-level masters were considered strong people, and Zhang assumed that this part was the barrier to the exam. Zhang was interested in starting a challenge, where he was going to point out each side's weaknesses so that red would win. Zhang watched the match closely and ordered the red doll to step back 3 inches and a half turned to the right. Meanwhile, the Grandmasters wondered whether Zhang could pass such a test, despite his considerable success before that. In turn, Mo defeated the blue doll with a red one in less than 20 strokes, making her a legend in the Grandmaster's tent. But Brother Mo remembered the exact number, and said that his sister managed to achieve victory in 17 strokes. However, now everyone was interested in how many punches Zhang, who was quite talented, could handle. The masters recognized that despite his age, Zhang had phenomenal knowledge in making pills, but they did not believe that he was also perfect in martial arts. Zhang knew that the initial display would take about 300 breaths, and in another 10, the task would officially begin. 335 breaths later, Zhang was angry that Zhang's martial arts skills were not very good. The masters understood that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Maybe Zhang has no equal in making pills, but his martial arts skills are not perfect. 352 breaths passed, and the door of the room opened. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Zhang looked confused and was holding the blue doll's head, which the red one tore off after Zhang's instructions. The Grandmasters couldn't believe their eyes because this had never happened before, so they didn't know what to say. Mo knew that the puppets were on the same level in physical strength, so what would have to happen for the other puppet to rip its head off? In such conditions, an outsider could give instructions to one doll, which preferred and tore off its head. Mo decided to ask Zhang how many hits it took for the red doll to beat the blue doll. Zhang raised the head of the blue doll and said that the red one only needed 1 fatal blow. The masters were shocked, because they believed that Mo's result was excellent, and could not assume that victory was possible with 1 blow. Wu was extremely heartbroken to learn how the red doll had destroyed the blue one with just 1 blow. Zhang explained that everything is quite simple. You only need to predict the place where the blue doll will stop and order the red one to strike. The masters could not understand how it is so easy to predict the place where the doll will stop. Zhang tensed, because to predict such a thing, one must fully see the course of the battle, the physical condition, the speed of the puppet's movements and blows, and much more. Zhang was worried that he would have to pay something for the mutilated doll, but he was assured that everything would be restored in time. Then Zhang calmed down, but was still anxiously waiting for the results to be announced to see if he had passed the exam. Wu assured that he has no doubts about successfully passing the exam. Before the next stage, Wu told Zhang that the ocean technique was waiting for him, which contained a large number of books, among which Zhang would choose a random one and lecture on it. The lecture will be evaluated not only by a large number of teachers, but also by the Bell of Wisdom, which has absorbed the knowledge of the sages of the past. As soon as Zhang steps up to the podium, a random book will be waiting for him and he can begin. Zhang walked over to Ocean and looked at him carefully, putting his hand in the middle. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what book Zhang would eventually get, and whether he would be able to hold a lecture. Zhang managed to pull out the book on the many palms of the water glade. Now he had time to prepare. The Grandmasters understood that Zhang Nu had fallen into the hands of the Qing as one of those who were astute in martial techniques. Holding a book in his hands, Zhang announced that he was ready to begin his lecture. Wu was surprised and said that there was no need to rush anywhere, because Zhang had time to prepare. But Zhang didn't need it. He thought it was a waste of time, so he decided to start his lecture. When Zhang declared that the book was fundamentally written in error, and hence the interpretation was not correct, everyone was shocked. Zhang said that the technique described in the book, has nothing to do with the water element. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Hong and Zhang's disciples held their breath and waited for Bell's verdict. Hoon knew that the more strikes the bell made, the more correct the lecture was. 5 strikes meant the lecture was perfect. The students were worried that this was quite a difficult task, and were afraid that Zhang would fail it. One of the Grandmasters sneered that Master Mo was lucky to get his hands on the technique he had been learning just before the exam. Zhang was unlikely to be so lucky. The first ringing of the bell made all those present pay attention to themselves, and they began to count the number. The master with short mustaches believed that if the bell rang so quickly, then the lecture was short, and 1 strike was the limit. Meanwhile, the masters who listened to Zhang's lecture made a discovery for themselves, because they did not expect that the book was written with errors. Mo, who also studied engineering, could never think that she was doing anything wrong. Brother Mo reluctantly admitted that Zhang was indeed capable, and now he was his rival. The masters on the other side of the room assumed that since there was only 1 bell, Zhang had missed a lot. But their thoughts were interrupted by 3 more bells, which tied the score with Grandmaster Mo. The bells were not going to stop and gave a 5th loud strike. Zhang set new records because before that only Mo Hong had better results. The incense stick did not have time to burn out, and Zhang managed to succinctly recount the contents of the book and set a new record. Master Lu was proud of Zhang and his extraordinary talent to reach such remarkable heights. The bell struck for the 6th time, causing panic and chaos among the masters who had seen such a thing for the first time. A servant ran to Master Guan, who was immediately looking for the head of the Grandmaster's pavilion. Guan, who was the deputy, said that the leader was now engaged in his own development and asked him not to disturb him. The servant was worried about Zhang, who was showing incredible results in the exam. Guan did not believe that Zhang's strength and skill could match that of Mo Hong himself. But the servant said that the bell rang without stopping as many as 5 times, and puzzled all the Grandmasters. Guan calmed down, because if the bell struck 5 times, then the person passing the exam has absolute knowledge. However, the servant reported that the bell did not stop at 5 strikes and rang the 6th, and now 7 in total. Guan hesitated, because the 7 blows indicated the appearance of a sage, and Guan did not believe that such a thing was possible. That is why the servant was so worried about the events, and decided that such an event deserved the attention of the head of the pavilion. In a few minutes, all possible bells rang throughout the city, and the men were perplexed. This meant that Zhang deserved to be admired by the sages. In other words, his skills exceeded the 4-star level. The servant was shocked that such a thing was even possible, because he had never seen anything like it before. But Guan did not understand why the harmonic transfusions of 100 bells sounded just moments before ending. It seems that the answer to this question could only be obtained when the Grandmasters appeared. Guan quickly reached the pavilion to find out what was going on and talk to the Grandmasters. Grandmaster Wu didn't expect to see Guan and didn't understand why he looked so confused. Guan asked Wu why the harmonious transfusions of hundreds of bells that should last like a tea break stopped within a few breaths. Guan was shocked when Wu explained that it was because the bells disturbed Zhang during his lecture, and he yelled at them. No one understood the behavior of Zhang, who dared to raise his voice at the sacred bell. Zhang was only interested in whether he had passed the exam, while the Grandmasters were trying to come to their senses after what they had seen. While Guan was trying to figure out what technique Zhang had gotten his hands on, Zhang hurried to the next stage. When Guan learned what kind of sophisticated technique had fallen into Zhang's hands, he almost went mad with the realization. But he controlled himself and appreciated Zhang's talent, so he decided to tell about the rules of the next level. Everyone tried to find Zhang, but Mo reported that he had gone to the mistakes tent on his own. Wu panicked because he was worried that Zhang didn't even know the rules, and went to take the exam. Wu panicked, but Guan tried to understand why his colleague was so worried. Wu said that he did not tell Zhang the rules of the pavilion and what to pay attention to. Guan tried to reassure Wu that Zhang had prepared in advance, but judging by Zhang's behavior, he had no idea. Everyone was shocked that Zhang came without preparation, knowing nothing about the task, decided to demonstrate his talents. Since Zhang doesn't know anything, he probably doesn't know that there are 2 rooms in the tent with entrances facing each other. In the tent of infallibility, the candidate must duel the doll while the incense stick is burning. The master must find the doll's weaknesses and use them to win. Zhang's students panicked for their teacher's life and decided they needed to warn him of the danger. Since Zhang didn't know anything about the pavilion, he could get into the second room and run into danger. The dolls were strong, especially in the second room, where there was a rank 9 doll with no flaws, so Zhang needed to be saved. Guan understood that this could lead to a lot of trouble, so he needed to warn Zhang before he started the exam. Guan ordered Grandmaster Wu to immediately stop the exam before it was too late to fix something. But it was already too late. The door was sealed to the room where the duel had most likely begun. Wu was extremely panicked because there was nothing he could do, and the fact that Zhang did go into the second room added to his panic. Guan also panicked and decided that he needed to find the head of the tent immediately to stop this chaos. Meanwhile, Zhang picked up one doll and tried to figure out the other, noting that this stage of the exam was more difficult than the previous ones. But he wasn't going to stop at anything, so he continued the fight with dignity. He concentrated all his energy in his palm and prepared to deliver an irreparable blow to the doll. A stream of maddened energy burst out of Zhang's hand, sending the doll tens of meters away. Zhang looked at his hand and couldn't believe that he not only managed to defeat the doll, but also broke through the last barrier before the 8th rank. Meanwhile, Guan ran from room to room in search of the head of the Grandmaster's tent. No matter where the man looked, everywhere was empty, and this oppressed him, because time was playing an evil joke. Guan looked for the leader everywhere, in the yard, in the city, by the river, but the search did not end in success. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the sounds of a beast that shouldn't be in the Grandmaster's tent because it's not the beast hall. When Guan went to the sound, he saw how the head of the tent and the bear were roasting something for the rich. The leader saw the frightened look of the deputy and did not understand why he was in such a hurry. Guan quickly relayed the information to the leader and hoped that the master would have time to fix everything. When Guan ran with the leader to the tent, they saw a crowd of people who simply cursed. The men made their way through the crowd to see for themselves the scale of the situation and fell into ambush. The number on the scoreboard was 465, which indicated the number of flaws that Zhang had managed to find. The leader did not understand anything because he was assured that the candidate was in danger, but instead he found a lot of mistakes. Wu couldn't believe his eyes that Zhang had managed 30 dummy faults during the match. The leader asked if they were sure that Zhang did not pass the first stage, but everyone insisted that there was no mistake. After a few minutes, Zhang himself came out, and Wu ran up to him to make sure if everything was okay with him. But Zhang smiled back and said that he was all right, but the doll got a little bit because Zhang destroyed it because he did not calculate the strength. Wu did not understand anything, because the doll was at the 8th rank, and Zhang found 30 flaws in it and also crushed it. Wu said that as soon as Zhang started the second stage, he thought that the teacher was in danger because he did not know the rules. The leader of the Grandmaster's tent asked if Zhang had only seen one doll, or if there were more. Zhang recognized the leader he had met in the forest as Grandmaster Yang and told him that there were 2 dolls. The masters were shocked, especially when Zhang managed to stun one of the dolls with a slap. The leader remembered that when he took the Grandmaster exam, he had to use all his strength to resist the doll, and Zhang did it so easily. Now Zhang was worried about one question that he kept repeating. Did he pass the exam? There was no doubt about this, because Zhang more than successfully passed all 5 stages. Zhang was pleased because at first he thought the exam would be difficult, but everything went quite easily. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Mo expressed his desire to take the 2-star Grandmaster exam. Wu looked at the head of the tent and waited for approval to conduct the exam. The leader did not object because he believed that healthy competition is the driving force of progress. Therefore, he asked Grandmaster Wu to prepare everything necessary for the exam. Zhang expressed his desire to pass the exam as well. Since there was such an opportunity, he did not want to miss it. Mo was enraged at what an upstart Zhang was, and warned that in order to pass the 2-star master exam, certain conditions must be met. The young man listed that for this, you need to have 2 auxiliary professions and reach a 2-star level in them. Zhang started fidgeting and hastily searching his pockets for something while Mo continued to spit. Zhang took out the emblems of a 2-star painting master and a 2-star beast tamer. The masters did not know what other surprises and trump cards Zhang had in store, because every second he did not stop surprising them. Mo didn't know what else to tell Zhang to stop pissing him off, so he yelled that the exam required a certain strength that Zhang didn't have. The leader agreed with Mo. Since Zhang was half a step away from rank 8, he could not participate in the 2-star Grandmaster exam. Zhang assured that it was not a problem for him, and he only needed a moment to fix everything. Mo was shocked by Zhang's statement and couldn't believe that the teacher was going to make a breakthrough in an instant. Zhang concentrated, enveloped in qi energy similar to fiery vortices, breaking through to the next rank.